On the summit of Fengyun Mountain, the renowned Qingfeng immortal sect stands proudly to AT the announcement board in the sword-fighting arena on the mountain's rear. A stark white paper is prominently displayed, adorned with bold crimson characters. Title: Life and Death Duel. Date: February 23rd, 15 days hence. Location: Dual Platform. The dual platform is a modestly size-high ground atop Fengyun Mountain, designed solely for two individuals to engage in swordplay. Initially, it was a place for duels, but as time passed, it became a popular venue for settling disputes, and many disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect grew accustomed to resolving their grievances here. Bet the life of Ouyang Song or the life of Yan Zhen. Indeed, the stakes are life itself. In this world, wealth lures, and spirit stones are rarer still. Yet no amount of money or precious stones can rival the value of life. Wagering one's existence is the ultimate gamble. Odds: wager on Ouyang Song to win at 10 to 1, or on Yan Zhen to win at 1 to 10. Duelists: Ouyang Song, an outer disciple of the Qingfeng immortal sect, and Yan Zhen, also an outer disciple. Note: Ouyang Song currently possesses a cultivation level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement, while Yan Zhen is at the 4th stage. The Qi refinement period comprises 9 stages, each one stronger than the last. Dual format: swordplay. The Qingfeng immortal sect naturally prohibits internal strife and bloodshed among its members. However, should two individuals sign a death contract, their fates are sealed. The sect will not intervene in a duel on the dual platform. Nonetheless, very few dare to sign a death contract, as most people cherish their lives. Thus, the emergence of this life and death duel notice immediately captured the attention of numerous outer disciples gathered nearby. They encircled the announcement board, engaging in animated discussions. Some uninformed disciples sought clarification from those in the know, uncovering the tale behind the duel. The origin of this conflict lies with an outer disciple named Yan Zhen, whose strength is relatively weak among his peers. Yan Zhen had developed a romantic relationship with a fellow outer disciple named Yan Xiaozi, which seemed perfectly normal until a dramatic twist occurred. Yan Xiaozi abandoned Yan Zhen, turning her affections towards the formidable outer disciple, Ouyang Song. In simple terms, Yan Zhen was usurped. While a man may endure various indignities, being betrayed in love is intolerable. Consequently, Yan Zhen challenged Ouyang Song, but the disparity in their abilities was overwhelming. Yan Zhen was thoroughly defeated. In a moment of reckless defiance, Yan Zhen, blinded by rage, audaciously proposed a life-or-death duel on the dual platform. Ouyang Song, harboring disdain for Yan Zhen, readily accepted. Upon hearing the backstory, onlookers began to voice their opinions. Is Yan Zhen seeking death? He dares to challenge Ouyang Song despite being at the 4th stage of Qi refinement, a staggering 3 stages apart. He stands no chance of victory, remarked a disciple clad in yellow. Indeed, it is a fool's errand. He is oblivious to his own limitations, utterly deluded. Yan Zhen is doomed, scoffed another disciple in blue. Another victim of a woman's folly. Women are truly treacherous, lamented a bearded disciple, recalling his own past heartbreak. On a cliff overlooking a deep ravine on Fengyun Mountain, a youth dressed in a white robe, with striking eyebrows and piercing eyes, sat upon a block of green stone. To his left lay a sheathed sword, while he held a light yellow wine gourd in his right hand. In the depths of Yan Zhen's eyes, one could perceive a myriad of emotions: weariness, astonishment, incredulity, and disbelief, expressions far beyond those of a mere youth, more akin to a seasoned individual weathered by life's trials. But he gazed upon the undulating peaks of Fengyun Mountain and the familiar yet distant scenes of his youth, with the quaint dwellings scattered along the cliffside. At that moment, Yan Zhen grasped a profound truth. He had been reborn to his youth over 300 years after his death, returning to the time when he was an outer disciple of the Qingfeng immortal sect. Memories of his past life swirled in fragments within his mind. It was precisely during this period that he had been betrayed. Yan Xiaozi had chosen to follow Ouyang Song. In a fit of youthful anger, he had challenged Ouyang Song to a life-or-death duel. In that fateful battle, the 4th stage, Yan Zhen stood no chance against the 7th stage, Ouyang Song. The first exchange had him swiftly subdued, his sword knocked from his grasp by the 3rd strike, and by the 4th, he was wounded in his side. The outcome had been all but determined, the disparity in their strengths insurmountable. Yet Ouyang Song did not relent. With the fifth strike, he severed Yan Zhen's right-hand tendons. The sixth strike saw his left hand rendered useless, leaving him defenseless. The seventh strike targeted his right foot tendons, and the eighth is left. Be why the ninth strike. Ouyang Song's blade hovered at Yan Zhen's throat. Yet he refrained from delivering the fatal blow, instead sneering, "You, Yan Zhen, are fortunate to retain your life today, but I shall cripple your hands and feet. Even if you recover, your path to cultivation is forever barred. You will watch as I ascend to greatness while you languish in the mire, unworthy of contesting me for a woman." How laughable. Every move and utterance from that duel etched itself indelibly into Yan Zhen's memory, never to be forgotten. His hatred for Ouyang Song festered for over 3 centuries, deeply rooted and unresolved, rendering him powerless to exact vengeance. Following that battle, with the aid of his family, the Yan clan, along with his own efforts, Yan Zhen managed to partially mend his severed tendons, yet he could never fully restore them. For a cultivator, intact meridians are essential for harnessing internal energy. Consequently, Yan Zhen's cultivation stagnated, relegating him to a mere pawn in the realm of cultivation within the Great Ji Kingdom. Eventually, he joined the intelligence organization, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, where he became a minor leader, only to meet his demise at the hands of treachery. It can be said that the pivotal moment in his past life was that fateful duel with Ouyang Song, leading to his utter downfall. Now, astonishingly, he finds himself reborn in this very moment, with merely 15 days remaining before he must confront his formidable adversary, Ouyang Song, on the duel platform. Yan Zhen contemplated his rebirth. His prior experiences within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion endowed him with knowledge of various secrets and treasures of the martial world. This time around, he could leverage that knowledge. If only he had ample time, he believed his future would be boundless. Yet, he has been granted a mere 15 days. 15 days to transcend 3 minor realms and surpass Ouyang Song in strength, a daunting, nearly impossible task. However, surrendering without a fight is not in his nature. 15 days, all bets are placed on these fleeting moments. Let the spirit of battle ignite within these 15 days. Let passion blaze during this brief time. Let the blood of determination boil. Let the wisdom of his past life be maximized in these precious days. Let his body unleash its fullest potential. Let his strength grow exponentially in this limited span. Yan Zhen also wished to discover the extent to which she could enhance her abilities within these 15 days. Naturally, she had prepared a contingency plan if her strength improved sufficiently to rival Ouyang Song. She would ascend the dual sword platform. Conversely, if her progress proved to be minimal, she would have to devise an alternative strategy. Yan Zhen sat upon the precipice, contemplating how to enhance his strength during the forthcoming 15 days. Under normal circumstances, such a brief period would hardly suffice for any significant improvement. Thus, he sought a shortcut. As he pondered, he noticed a young man accompanied by a female disciple approaching from a distance. The male disciple possessed an unremarkable appearance, with slightly faint eyebrows and notably thin lips, whereas the female disciple was rather charming, her delicate face framed by clear, water-like eyes and a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. Clad in a bright yellow garment, she exuded a certain grace. However, Yan Zhen did not recognize either of them, presuming they were likely insignificant figures. The male disciple spoke. "Junior Sister Lin, if we were to discuss Fengyan Mountain, there are a total of 20 renowned attractions, including 1 valley, 3 ponds, 3 caves, 4 bridges, and 9 slopes. Can you guess which valley is referred to?" The girl in yellow shook her head in confusion. "Brother Zhang, you know I have only recently arrived at Fengyan Mountain and have primarily focused on cultivating my abilities and practicing sword techniques. How could I possibly know?" Brother Zhang chuckled heartily. "That valley is called the Shuangyue Valley. It derives its name from the phenomenon that occurs on nights of the full moon. When one moon appears in the sky, another can be seen reflected on the ground within the valley, hence the name Shuangyue Valley." The female disciple, Lin, expressed her surprise. "I have only ever heard of the moonlight reflecting on water, but never that the ground could mirror the moon. How peculiar." "Indeed." Brother Zhang beamed with pride. "Our second-generation patriarch of the Qingfeng sect, Master Qingfeng, was equally curious and sought to uncover this mystery. However, Even he, renowned for his wisdom, spent 2 full years digging 3 zhang into the earth without uncovering the truth behind Shuangyue Valley. Many fellow cultivators from the immortal realm, having heard of this enigma, ventured forth in search of treasures, yet none succeeded. Gradually, people lost interest in probing the mystery, and Shuangyue Valley evolved into one of the scenic attractions of Fengyan Mountain. Lin was undeniably captivated by the tale. Brother Zhang proposed, "The wonders of Shuangyue Valley are seldom seen elsewhere. Why not explore it together on the next full moon night?" Junior sister Lin, "It would be a delightful experience to appreciate the scenery under the moonlight." His intentions were clear, but Lin's face flushed suddenly. "Well, that might not be appropriate for the evening." Brother Zhang persisted, but Lin ultimately declined his invitation, leaving him somewhat displeased. Yan Zhen, listening from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle silently. He mused that Brother Zhang had some cunning. Attempting to win over a girl using the allure of Shuangyue Valley was a rather naive approach. Amidst his amusement, Yan Zhen recalled the significance of Shuangyue Valley. While others remained unaware of its mysteries, he possessed knowledge due to his previous life as a minor leader in the intelligence organization, Tianji Pavilion. He was well versed in many secrets of the immortal realm, including the enigma of Shuangyue Valley. The moon reflected on the valley floor concealed a treasure, an inheritance from the revered immortal sovereign Dao Xuan. 3,000 years ago, Dao Xuan was a figure of unparalleled renown, ultimately vanishing without a trace. His legacy contained immeasurable riches. However, the treasures of immortal sovereign Dao Xuan could only be accessed once every 500 years on the night of the full moon. At all other times, only the illusion of the ground moon appeared. Thus, no one could decipher its mysteries at any other time. In the annals of history, the one who obtained this treasure was Qinan, the loyal servant of Ouyang Song. Unfortunately, due to circumstances in his youth, Qinan became a eunuch and found that he could not utilize the treasure himself, ultimately entrusting it to Ouyang Song, who subsequently experienced meteoric growth in strength. Ouyang Song began as a prodigy among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect, later advancing into the inner sect, astonishing many with his talent. Over time, he emerged as a genius in the southern immortal realm of the Great Ji Kingdom. He ascended in the immortal world like a star, earning admiration for his capabilities despite his arrogance. In the realm of cultivation, the enhancement of power often accompanied an increase in status and personal allure. Initially, Ouyang Song was only involved with Yan Zhen's former lover, Yan Xiaoji. Yet as his strength grew, so too did the number of women vying for his affection, expanding his harem considerably. This included childhood sweethearts, betrothed fiancé, chivalrous heroines from the immortal realm, daughters of prominent sects, pure young girls he encountered, and even formidable female figures from opposing factions, resulting in a harem that boasted dozens of high-quality companions. Ouyang Song's romantic exploits and reputation for womanizing became widely known. In his previous life, Yan Zhen had suffered greatly at the hands of Ouyang Song, who had rendered him incapable of revenge as Ouyang Song continued to thrive in the immortal realm. Countless nights found Yan Zhen cursing Ouyang Song, powerless to retaliate while hearing news of Ouyang Song's rising fame. As these memories faded, Yan Zhen's mind raced with thoughts. First, the treasure hidden within the immortal sovereign's legacy was indeed immensely powerful, and he was determined to claim it for himself. Once acquired, it would serve him for a lifetime. Second, he recognized that Ouyang Song was his adversary. In his previous life, Ouyang Song's growing strength had stemmed from this very treasure. In this life, the life and death confrontation scheduled for 15 days hence would be the perfect opportunity to eliminate Ouyang Song. But first, he needed to curtail his development by seizing the treasure, thereby ensuring a smoother path to victory. Ouyang Song, he thought fiercely, I shall first claim your treasure and then systematically dismantle you. Await your demise. In this life, you caused me endless suffering. In this incarnation, I shall ensure your grave remains unmarked. Go to hell and lament your fate. Yan Zhen's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, brimming with murderous intent. He had long harbored a list of those he wished to eliminate, with Ouyang Song occupying the foremost position. Finally, on the evening of the 7th day following Yan Zhen's rebirth, coinciding with the night of the 15th day of the 2nd month, the time had come to embark on the fervent quest for treasure. To claim the treasure, one must enter the sanctum. The method was quite simple. Between the hours of Hai and Z, on the night of the 15th, one must place their feet upon the ground where the reflected moon of Shuangyue Valley appears, thereby activating the spatial teleportation array to enter the immortal sovereign's legacy. Yan Zhen followed this procedure and stepped into the immortal sovereign's vault. Upon entering, he was met with a grand bronze door and 2 skeletal remains. Etched upon the door were the words, "This is the inheritance of immortal sovereign Dao Xuan. To enter, one must pass 2 trials. Failure to do so will result in eternal confinement here. Those beginning the trials, please pull the bronze door's ring." Everything was exactly as described in his previous life. But unexpectedly, 2 skeletons flanked the door, remnants of those long deceased. Upon the stone walls beside the 2 skeletons, claw marks were evident, accompanied by inscriptions. Yan Zhen scrutinized the surroundings and noticed a line of text next to the first skeleton. Having inadvertently wandered into this place, I initially rejoiced, believing I could acquire the treasures of the immortal. Yet, to my dismay, I could not surpass the 2 trials, becoming trapped here, unable to reunite with my loved ones. Alas, unwilling to accept this fate, I left these words. The second skeleton bore a message that echoed the sentiment of the first, a testament to those who had met their end within these confines. Inwardly, Yan Zhen mused upon the cruelty of being ensnared by the trials, a fitting reflection of the duality embodied by the immortal. Truth be told, he held little concern for the fate of these predecessors, with knowledge gleaned from his past life. Overcoming the trials would be as effortless as a mere gesture. Thus, he commenced his journey through the first challenge. With a sudden pull on the bronze door's ring, a creaking sound heralded the unveiling of the first trial. Before him lay a hillock, rugged and undulating, its hues a weary yellow. Numerous swords were embedded within its crest, and as he gazed upon them, he discerned a myriad of types: slender long swords, perilously sharp short swords, broadswords capable of cleaving armies, and heavy swords that could easily crush adversaries. There were straight swords that favored direct strikes, soft swords that transformed with countless variations, and uniquely shaped swords that danced like serpents. The collection ranged from pitch-black blades to those gleaming like autumn waters, from pure white swords to vibrantly colorful ones resembling blooming peach blossoms. Among them was a sword exuding a chilling aura, and another that appeared to be cloaked in a terrifying blood-red hue, as if submerged in a sea of blood. Some were rusted relics steeped in history, while others bore numerous chips and imperfections. There were hero swords that had vanquished countless tyrants, and dark blades radiating malevolence, the wails of vengeful spirits echoing from them, a veritable hill of swords. Inscribed on the ground was a message: the first trial measures one's swordsmanship aptitude. As this cannot be assessed directly, the sword hill was established. The stronger one's affinity for the sword, the more attuned they will be. Within this hill lie 888 swords, among which are both renowned and obscure. One must locate the strongest sword within 2 hours, with 2 mistakes permitted. A third misstep results in failure. Thus lay the first trial. Yan Zhen, well aware of the challenge, found it rather intriguing. He observed the sword hill, its 888 swords piercing the air with formidable energy. From his past life knowledge, he recalled that the strongest sword was located to the southeast, a long, pitch-black blade. Ascending the hill, he navigated past countless swords, each radiating their own unique essence, reminiscent of legendary sword immortals. At last, he discovered the black sword in the southeastern direction. This sword stood silently, seemingly nameless, yet perpetually exuding a sense of death. Yan Zhen gently tapped the blade, and a resonant hum echoed in the stillness. He contemplated the sword. It possessed an overwhelming aura, a harbinger of death, and beneath its might, countless lives would falter. Among the 888 swords, this one was paramount, casting its influence over the entire hill. As he confirmed his choice by tapping the sword, a subtle activation occurred, and he successfully passed the first trial. The bronze door behind the sword hill swung wide open, revealing the second trial, a dim chamber adorned with a resplendent, coral-like entity radiating with myriad colors. Beneath it lay another inscription: treasures of the immortal, the 7-colored coral emperor, supreme medicinal material. Seeing the 7-colored coral emperor, Yan Zhen felt no inclination to react. He understood that this treasure was but a ruse. The second trial, in essence, tested one's ability to remain composed in the face of alluring riches. Succumbing to greed would spell certain doom. Maintaining composure would allow him to navigate through this deception. Aware of the method to bypass the second trial, Yan Zhen casually tossed a small item he carried onto the false treasure. Instantly, a torrent of silvery light erupted, enveloping the area within a radius of 10 feet. This silvery light, known as the silver cold moonlight arrow, was forged from the essence of extreme cold, lethal upon contact. After a moment, the blinding light subsided. Both trials were undeniably challenging. The first tested swordsmanship, while the second assessed one's temperament. Without the knowledge from his past life, success would have been elusive. Yan Zhen silently declared to himself, "I have triumphed. I shall seize the treasures." In his previous life, this treasure had fallen into the hands of his foe, Ouyang Song. In this life, it would rightfully belong to him. Clenching his fist, he felt as though he could grasp the very heavens. Upon overcoming the two trials, the final door thunderously swung open, revealing a chamber approximately 100 square meters in size, the sanctum of the immortal's hidden treasures. Yan Zhen surveyed the treasure trove, observing 10 translucent domes, each emanating a faint golden glow, within which lay a unique treasure. A line of text beside them read, "One must not overindulge, choose wisely, and find contentment." Among the 10 treasures, he could select only one, a stipulation he was already aware of. One true treasure sufficed. Scanning the first dome, he beheld a radiant sword, accompanied by a description stating it was the unique divine sword, capable of enhancing attack power by 10%. While a 10% increase might seem insignificant at first, such a boost in the later stages of cultivation would be extraordinary, given the challenges of augmenting any power thereafter. Nevertheless, Yan Zhen sought something beyond this. Thus he refrained from claiming it. Turning to the second dome, he discovered a tome with a weathered yellow cover, inscribed with the words Treatise on Cultivation. It contained records of 10 heavenly-level sword techniques and 90 earthly-level techniques. In the present world, sword techniques were categorized into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Earthly techniques held substantial value, while heavenly techniques were worth their weight in gold. The tome's promise of 10 heavenly techniques and 90 earthly techniques was indeed tempting. Yet Yan Zhen recognized this was not the treasure he sought, and so he too chose to forego it. As he gazed upon the third dome, he noticed a silver-white shuttle within it. Next to the introduction of this shuttle, the silver-white shuttle, known as Tianji shuttle, is designed for high-speed flight, proving exceptionally useful during pursuits and escapes. The higher the user's magical prowess, the swifter the shuttle becomes, making it an unparalleled weapon. Yan Zhen was somewhat tempted, yet ultimately chose to forego this item. Turning to the fourth pale golden cover, one beheld a magnificent pearl, exuding an endless radiance, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. An inscription beside the pearl identified it as the Dingyan pearl, which, when possessed, ensures one's beauty remains unchanged for a lifetime. While this pearl is excellent for those who cherish beauty, it holds no significance for Yan Zhen. Next, the fifth pale golden cover revealed a Buddhist scripture inscribed with the words Qing Ming. The accompanying description stated that this Qing Ming Buddhist scripture, said to be authored by the Buddha of Qing Ming, possesses the power to dispel inner demons and protect against celestial and myriad evils. Although a valuable treasure, it was still not the artifact Yan Zhen sought. Upon examining the sixth pale golden cover, one discovered a transparent garment that emitted a soft glow. The adjacent description referred to it as the Chitsai Wandui, a garment capable of warding off all poisons throughout the world. In the realm of cultivation, where toxic entities abound, this garment would guarantee immunity to poison, making it an exceptional treasure. Yet, regrettably, it was still not the artifact Yan Zhen desired. The seventh pale golden cover contained a jewel hovering in midair, radiating a purple lightning hue, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. This jewel, known as the Legia Pearl, is formed from countless heavenly tribulations and is highly beneficial for cultivators of thunder-based techniques. Within the eighth pale golden cover lay a treasure, a shumi ring, capable of transforming vast worlds into a mere speck. This spatial artifact can contain a certain quantity of items. The ability to open up space is a divine skill, and currently, no one in the realm of cultivation can create even a small space, making such spatial treasures exceedingly precious. The ninth pale golden cover revealed a small circle, known as the Tianji circle. In a world filled with various demonic beasts, this circle allows its wielder to subdue these creatures, commanding them at will, making it an exceptional item for those who follow the summoning path. However, Yan Zhen held no interest in this. Finally, the 10th pale golden cover concealed a scroll within its translucent golden sheen. The accompanying inscription described this scroll as the Shuangyue Valley scroll, a treasure of utmost significance and the most cherished possession of the celestial sovereign Dao Xuan. The function of this culinary scroll is remarkable. For instance, If one were to place a pound of eggplant within, which contains a mere 0.3 units of earthly energy, the scroll would enhance it by absorbing celestial essence and transform it into a celestial eggplant, elevating its energy content to 0.3 units of celestial energy. The unit of earthly energy is measured in yuan, while celestial energy is measured in huang. While 0.3 yuan offers little more than sustenance, 0.3 huang can significantly enhance a cultivator's magical power, an effect that is starkly different. Moreover, if one places a pound of chili peppers for processing, they would become celestial chili peppers, with energy content multiplying exponentially. This ability to transform ordinary food into energy-boosting celestial delicacies is nothing short of miraculous. With this treasure, enhancing one's magical power becomes a tangible aspiration. However, the scroll is bound by 3 limitations. First, it may only be used once a month. Second, it currently accommodates only level 1 food, which restricts it to ordinary vegetarian items. Third, the weight of the food placed within cannot exceed 1 pound. These constraints prevent the Shuangyue Valley scroll from being entirely overwhelming, yet it remains extraordinarily potent. At this moment, Yan Zhen could hardly contain the excitement swelling within. This was the treasure he had long sought. Before the night of the full moon, he had arrived early at Shuangyue Valley, crafting various plans, such as devising ways to drive away the Zhang surname man and Lin surname female disciple should they appear. After entering the Celestial Sovereign's hidden trove, he had faced the first trial of seeking the strongest sword at the Sword Hill and avoided the deception of false treasures. Now, at long last, he could commence the retrieval of the treasures. His hand reached through the pale golden cover towards the culinary scroll, and after a brief moment, it fell into his grasp. As the scroll landed in his hands, an endless radiance erupted from it, illuminating his brow and establishing an indescribable connection with him. In that instant, Yan Zhen glimpsed the scenes of the celestial realm, majestic heavenly palaces, immortal chess players, and cranes soaring amidst celestial clouds, witnessing countless wonders. Eventually, this extraordinary vision faded, and clarity returned to his eyes. Yan Zhen understood that this was the process of recognizing the scroll as its master. From this moment forth, the culinary scroll truly belonged to him. Upon acquiring the Shuangyue Valley scroll, he felt an exhilarating rush. The first source of joy stemmed from the prospect of rapid enhancement of his inner strength, while the second arose from the thrill of seizing a treasure that, according to the trajectory of his past life, rightfully belonged to Ouyang Song. This sensation was akin to the refreshing coolness of a summer's day, akin to the delight of indulging in a ginseng fruit. Yet, this was merely a fleeting pleasure. It was insufficient. He yearned to make Ouyang Song tremble in fear, to utterly vanquish him, for that would be the true fulfillment of his desires. Ouyang Song must be eradicated. Upon acquiring the culinary scroll of the celestial realm, Yan Zhen noticed a circular moon imprint on the ground beside him, which likely indicated the exit teleportation array. Just as he was about to leave, a luminous screen on the eastern wall displayed a message. Another individual had entered the Celestial Sovereign's legacy. He turned his gaze to the screen and beheld an elderly man clad in yellow, his complexion waxy and marked with sinister patterns. Wasn't he this the old servant of Ouyang Song, Qinan? In his previous life, it was indeed he who had obtained the celestial culinary scroll, only to relinquish it to Ouyang Song, as he, being a eunuch, could not utilize such a treasure, thus enabling Ouyang Song to achieve the splendor of his former existence. Feeling a sense of peculiarity, Yan Zhen recalled that in his past life, Qinan had acquired the scroll. To prevent the repetition of history, Yan Zhen had previously forged a letter, passing it through several hands to reach Qinan, disguised as a challenger seeking a duel. Logically, Qinan should have been in Linfeng City at the foot of the mountain. Yet, for some unknown reason, he had returned to Fengyun Mountain in the dead of night and entered the Celestial Sovereign's legacy at Shuangyue Valley. It seemed that fate subtly intended for Qinan to obtain such a treasure as the Celestial Culinary Scroll, which he would then pass on to Ouyang Song, a man of considerable fortune. But what of it? The treasure was now in his possession, allowing him to defy fate and claim success. Yan Zhen pondered how to confront Qinan, who had now intruded upon the Celestial Sovereign's legacy. There was no doubt about it. He must kill. Moreover, it would be prudent to wait until Qinan selected one of the treasures before striking. After all, each person could only choose one from the 10 treasures available. Having chosen the Celestial Culinary Scroll, he could not select another. Yet, among the remaining 9 treasures, several were equally enticing. should Qin choose one. He could then ruthlessly seize the opportunity to kill and claim another treasure. Having made his decision, he resolved to wait until Qin acquired a treasure before eliminating him. However, Yan Zhen was acutely aware that he was not yet a match for Qin and was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, considerably older, and possessed extensive combat experience, while Yan Zhen was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement, young but rich in previous life experience. In such circumstances, he feared that defeating Qin would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, opportunities were not entirely absent. With the Celestial Culinary Scroll now in his hands, he could utilize its power to enhance himself before facing Qin. Additionally, Qin still had to overcome 2 trials, affording Yan Zhen ample time to strengthen his abilities. In his previous life, Yan Zhen had already familiarized himself with the details of the Celestial Culinary Scroll, and this venture to seize the treasure was indeed motivated by it. Therefore, he had brought along the gray mushroom, an essential ingredient. He retrieved the gray mushroom from his sleeve and placed it into the scroll. The scroll, initially blank, soon displayed the shape of the gray mushroom as layers of celestial energy enveloped it, seemingly transforming the mushroom. The gray mushroom swelled slightly, becoming tender and translucent, akin to crystal. After a while, the transformation appeared to cease. In the lower right corner of the scroll, a line of text emerged. The scroll has been used once this month. The earthly gray mushroom has been transformed into a celestial gray mushroom. The energy has increased from 0.45 units to 0.45 celestial units. The food transformation was completed more swiftly than he had anticipated. As Yan Zhen placed his hand upon the scroll, an unusual sensation coursed through him. Moments later, the celestial gray mushroom materialized in his grasp, retaining its original weight but appearing significantly more exquisite, crystalline, and transparent, with a texture reminiscent of warm jade. At last, he had succeeded. This was the celestial gray mushroom. A wave of excitement surged through him. It was indeed his first experience with the culinary scroll. Next, he contemplated how to prepare the celestial gray mushroom for consumption. Being a connoisseur of fine cuisine, he was well versed in various cooking methods. He could saute it, make mushroom soup, or stir-fry it with meat, though he currently lacked a pot. Spotting some firewood in a corner of the cave, he opted to roast the mushroom instead. Armed with a fire starter and reusable kindling, he skewered the gray mushroom onto a stick and ignited a flame beneath it. As the mushroom began to sizzle, he promptly sprinkled salt over it. After a brief moment, he added cumin, a culinary marvel that enhances flavor and eliminates any unpleasant odors. The aroma intensified with the addition of salt, becoming even more fragrant with the cumin. Roasting mushrooms was relatively simple, yet this straightforward method yielded delightful flavors. Almost ready, Yan Zhen lifted the roasted mushroom to his nose, inhaling its enticing scent. Taking a bite, an explosion of exquisite flavor danced upon his palate, reminiscent of the freshness of spring. The mushroom's richness, tenderness, and aroma burst forth simultaneously. It was utterly delectable. He had consumed countless barbecued dishes and mushrooms prepared in myriad ways, yet none compared to this exquisite experience. He was aware of his culinary skills, which were decent at best, but the extraordinary taste of this mushroom could not solely be attributed to his technique. It was undoubtedly due to the quality of the ingredients. It seemed the celestial gray mushroom was the reason. After undergoing transformation through the culinary scroll, the mushroom's flavor had multiplied manifold. Each bite of the roasted gray mushroom was a delightful revelation, making it impossible to describe the sheer deliciousness. However, as he continued to savor it, he suddenly realized that the roasted mushroom had vanished. To his astonishment, this was a full pound of roasted mushrooms, consumed in the blink of an eye. It appeared that the extraordinary taste had led him to devour it unconsciously. While Yan Zhen reveled in the memory of the roasted mushroom, he felt a surge of pure energy erupting within his stomach. This energy was remarkably refined, causing the power in his dantian, located 3 inches below his navel, to accumulate more densely. In this world of cultivation, the first major realm was the Qi refinement stage, which was further divided into 9 levels: Chengmai, Daimai, Yinqiao, Yangqiao, Yiwei, Yangwei, Renmai, Domai, and Qijing. Each level of Qi refinement corresponded to a meridian, culminating in the 9th level, Qijing, which unified the 8 meridians into a small cycle. Yan Zhen was currently at the 4th level, Yangqiao, and after absorbing the celestial energy from the roasted mushroom, his power surged through his meridians. This energy was exceptionally potent, directly breaking through the halfway point of the fourth meridian, Yanqiao, while also flowing into the fifth meridian, Yinwei, indicating that he had reached the fifth level of qi refinement, significantly enhancing his power. Moreover, upon opening the Yinwei meridian, located in the hand, his speed in combat would increase. This was astonishing. A combination of awe, incredulity, and disbelief filled him. Typically, transitioning from the fourth to the fifth level of qi refinement would require several months, if not years. Yet, he had accomplished this remarkable feat in just a day, merely through a single meal. Such a rapid enhancement was nothing short of miraculous. If he were to share this experience with anyone, they would be utterly astounded, deeming it impossible. Yet, it had indeed transpired within him. Yan Zhen was indeed taken aback, gently stroking his smooth, hairless chin. He was well aware of the significant effects of the culinary scroll but had not anticipated such an extraordinary impact. Merely having consumed a meal prepared with the scroll's essence had already elevated his level. This was only the first-tier food placed within. Once the culinary scroll unveiled its higher tiers, allowing for the inclusion of second-tier and third-tier delicacies, the results would be astonishing. It was no wonder that in his past life, Ouyang Song became renowned in the realm of cultivation after acquiring this treasure through the hands of Qinan. It seemed that the time had finally come for him to shine as well. Yan Zhen mused inwardly. Yan Zhen pondered to himself, realizing that his magical prowess had ascended to the fifth level of the qi refinement stage, granting him the capability to eliminate Qinan. However, he still felt compelled to employ some subterfuge. For instance, he deliberately created shallow footprints leading to the circular moon teleportation array, crafting the illusion that he had vacated the area where the treasures of the Celestial Master were concealed. Subsequently, he searched for a suitable hiding spot within this treasure chamber. But the space was stark and vacant, save for the 9 magical artifacts encased in their respective yellow light shields, leaving no apparent hiding places. Where could he conceal himself? Yan Zhen contemplated earnestly, acutely aware that time was of the essence, for Qinan would soon enter the treasure chamber. His mind raced as he reached a final decision. He would hide above, directly overhead. It was his belief that most individuals entering the treasure chamber would be preoccupied with the 9 yellow shields, thus neglecting the overhead area. Moreover, the chamber's ceiling beams provided an ideal location for concealment. With a swift motion, he ascended to the beams and concealed himself. Yan Zhen had also prepared 2 additional items. The first was lime, a substance that, when thrown into a person's eyes, proved exceedingly effective, particularly against cultivators of the qi refinement stage who lacked formidable powers. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Qinan as an adversary, but he had previously harbored concerns about potential competitors in Shuangyue Valley, leading him to prepare some small items, such as lime, which now proved fortuitous. The second item was a water pouch. While ordinary water lacked offensive capabilities, combining it with lime into the eyes could yield intriguing results. All that remained was to patiently await the unfolding events. The treasure chamber was enveloped in silence. Unlike typical youths, Yan Zhen, reborn, was a figure of remarkable patience, especially when awaiting the moment to strike. Patience was essential for that fleeting instant of the enemy's demise. As Yan Zhen lay concealed on the beams, he heard a creaking sound. The door of the treasure chamber slowly opened. Naturally, he dared not glance downward, lest he alert his adversary. However, he noticed that the silver light shield within the chamber exhibited a faint reflective quality, allowing him to glimpse Qinan and silhouette while Qinan, due to the angle, remained oblivious to his presence. This was fortuitous, Yan Zhen mused, observing Qinan's pale complexion marred by sinister lines. Upon entering the chamber, Qinan cautiously surveyed the area, eventually fixating on the shallow footprints leading to the circular moon teleportation array. He began to speak. I detected traces of a mechanism being triggered during the second trial, indicating that someone entered the Celestial Master's cache before me. Observing the treasures here, one position is vacant, suggesting that someone has already taken a treasure, and judging by these footprints, this person must have departed earlier. Yet, it is perplexing why this individual did not seize all 10 treasures. Qinan continued, one should not be greedy, selecting one is sufficient. Contentment brings joy. Of the 10 treasures, one can only choose one. Thus, it became clear why the previous visitor had only taken a single item. He remarked, the treasure taken was positioned 10th, and according to many principles, the 10th item is often the most valuable. I wonder who managed to acquire the finest treasure, preventing me from claiming both life and wealth. At this, Yan Zhen couldn't help but smirk. It seemed Qin and had coincidentally aligned with his thoughts. Alas, it was I who shall take your life, not the other way around. Through the faint yellow light shield's reflections, he discerned Qin and beginning to select treasures. 9 artifacts remained, including the unique divine sword, the Book of Cultivation, the Tai Absolute Sound Shuttle, the face-fixing pearl, the tranquil Buddha scripture, the colorful myriad poison barrier, the lightning tribulation pearl, the Shuangyue ring, and the beast taming circle. Each artifact possessed unique attributes, and Yan Zhen's interest piqued, for he believed Qin and was unwittingly assisting him in selecting the treasure destined for his possession. Qin and appeared to be in contemplation, muttering softly as he shook his head at the unique divine sword, the face-fixing pearl, the tranquil Buddha scripture, the lightning tribulation pearl, and the beast taming circle. Evidently eliminating these 5 from consideration. Remaining were the Book of Cultivation, the Tai Absolute Sound Shuttle, the colorful myriad poison barrier, and the Shuangyue ring. Yan Zhen noticed Qin and hesitating over these 4, still deep in thought. Ultimately, Qin and's right hand reached out toward the Shuangyue ring, indicating his choice. This decision was not surprising. Space-type artifacts like the Shuangyue ring were exceedingly rare and highly coveted in the world of cultivation. Yan Zhen knew it was time to act. He took a deep breath, 1, 2, 3, adjusting himself to the peak of mental acuity. On the 3rd exhale, as Qin and grasped the Shuangyue ring, the silver light shield shattered with a resonant crack. In his heart, Yan Zhen silently commanded, "Strike." In that instant, his sword lunged toward the top of Qin An's head, aimed to claim his life. Qin An, quick to react, evaded by darting forward instead of looking up. Yan Zhen chuckled coldly as he flung the lime with his left hand, instantly enveloping Qin An's escape route in a blinding white cloud. The lime proved unexpectedly effective, temporarily impairing vision. As the lime invaded Qin An's eyes, Yan Zhen took advantage of the moment, stepping back forcefully and launching a swift strike. The sword, initially aimed at Qin An's chest, only managed to slice into his left hand due to Qin An's quick sidestep. With a flick of his hand, Yan Zhen unleashed the water pouch, knowing that ordinary water would typically lack impact. Yet, given Qin An's impaired vision, the combination of lime and water was an unforeseen challenge for lower-tier cultivators. Qin An instinctively recoiled, clearly unwilling to risk his eyesight. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Zhen struck again, this time piercing Qin An's right shoulder. At this juncture, he had successfully landed 2 blows on Qin An, placing him in an undeniable position of dominance. The outcome of the battle seemed all but assured. Although Yan Zhen found himself in a favorable position, he dared not let his guard down, nor did he linger for a moment. The radiance of his sword surged relentlessly towards Qin An. To kill was to eradicate, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to catch their breath. During his assault, he noticed that while Qin An was fending off his sword's brilliance, his left hand subtly curled into his sleeve, an action that seemed peculiar. Drawing upon the experience of his past life, Yan Zhen sensed something amiss with Qin An's left hand and resolved to proceed with caution. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin An's left hand quivered slightly, and a stream of pink liquid shot forth, enveloping Yan Zhen entirely. In truth, hidden within Qin An's sleeve was a concealed weapon known as the 3-yin box, which he had inadvertently acquired from the Shuangyue Valley, a second-tier immortal sect. This box contained a potent concoction of 3 types of deadly poison, meticulously crafted from 36 varieties, and then infused with the essence of extreme in over a span of 36 days. This meticulous process transformed them into a sinister toxin, far more fearsome than its original forms. The 3-yin water, once it made contact with a person, could induce excruciating pain in an instant. The box featured a button that, when pressed, could unleash a torrent of this lethal liquid, leaving the opponent with no chance of survival. This was a desperate measure employed by Qin An, driven to the brink of death by Yan Zhen's relentless pursuit. Had he not been prepared, the 3-yin box would have assuredly claimed victory. However, Yan Zhen had already sensed the oddity of Qin An's left hand, and, at the moment the hand trembled, he swiftly evaded the attack. The 3-yin water splashed onto the ground, scorching the earth in its wake, a truly vicious toxin. After a brief pause, Yan Zhen elevated his sword's momentum, piercing through Qin An's body, narrowly grazing his heart. Although Qin An did not collapse immediately, his heart lay shattered, and life ebbed away at an alarming rate. This battle was decisively won by Yan Zhen. Meanwhile, Qin An gasped for breath, acutely aware that his time was short. His blurred vision focused ahead, where he discerned a vague silhouette. If I am not mistaken, You are the first to seize the treasure this time. Indeed, Yan Zhen affirmed with a nod. Based on the footprints on the ground, were you not supposed to have left? Qinan inquired. Of course. Had there not been those traces of a feigned departure, how could you have so easily fallen into my trap? Yan Zhen replied nonchalantly, confident of his dominion over the situation. What obscures my vision now? Qinan pressed on. Chalk powder. It may seem inconspicuous, but it is the most effective means against lower-tier cultivators, Yan Zhen explained. You are ruthless to employ such deceit against me, Qinan retorted angrily. Enough. You just declared that upon the discovery of this immortal's hidden relic, you would kill me for the treasure. I too wish to claim your life for the same purpose. We are evenly matched. Let us each rely on our own skills, Yan Zhen replied. It seems I am destined to lose, but your voice seems eerily familiar. I feel as though I have heard it before. Who are you truly? This is the last question I wish to know in my life. This was a matter of utmost concern for Qinan. He sought to uncover his opponent's identity. My identity. As a loyal servant of Ouyang Song. How could you not have heard of me? I am the one who will engage in a life-and-death duel with Ouyang Song in 8 days. Yan Zhen proclaimed with a cold smile. You are Yan Zhen. Qinan exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I am the very one, Yan Zhen confirmed with a nod. Impossible. It cannot be. Qinan gasped, taken aback. He had never anticipated that this individual could be Yan Zhen. In Qinan's mind, Yan Zhen had always been a mere waste of potential. Yet, the cunning tactics he had just witnessed, first feigning a departure, then lying in wait to ambush, demonstrated a level of astuteness and combat experience far beyond what he had previously assumed. With his extensive experience in the cultivation realm, Qinan knew that only an exceptionally clever and capable individual could execute such strategies, which starkly contradicted his prior perception of Yan Zhen as ineffectual. When had Yan Zhen transformed into such a formidable figure? Qinan was taken aback. Alas, I am indeed Yan Zhen. You may rest easy in death. With a swift motion, Yan Zhen unleashed his final strike, severing Qinan's throat. As his life ebbed away, Qinan's heart pierced. He faced the inevitable demise, his eyes widening as they began to glaze over. I am unwilling to accept this. I am unwilling. His own death mattered little to him. Rather, the thought of leaving behind a formidable foe for his master, Ouyang Song, filled him with regret. His loyalty to Ouyang Song was unwavering, and even as he faced death, his thoughts remained fixated on his master. Qinan, you shall perish. Yan Zhen exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Anyone associated with Ouyang Song, his great adversary, deserved to be eliminated. Moreover, Qinan, as the old servant who contributed to Ouyang Song's past glories, was particularly deserving of death. Having dispatched this individual, Yan Zhen had effectively clipped Ouyang Song's wings, a most exhilarating endeavor. Yet, his anticipation for the confrontation with Ouyang Song in 8 days was even greater. With a flourish, he retrieved the Shumi ring that had fallen during their battle and slipped it onto his right hand, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. In that instant, the ring melded with Yan Zhen's essence, signifying its recognition of him as its master. Moments later, he sensed a connection to a spatial realm, approximately 10 square meters in size, where he could store and retrieve items at will. This was the essence of Shumi space. In his previous life, Yan Zhen had wandered the cultivation realm for an extended period, and treasures of spatial nature were exceedingly rare. He had never envisioned acquiring such a precious artifact. Yet in this life, he unexpectedly obtained one, a stroke of good fortune. His venture to the immortal's hidden relic proved immensely worthwhile. Not only had he acquired the coveted treasure of the immortal realm's culinary scroll, but he had also vanquished Qinan, Ouyang Song's minion, and secured the Shumi ring. Indeed, this moment marked a pinnacle in his life. What a thrill! As time passed, until the stroke of midnight, no other individuals ventured into Shuangyue Valley, which left Yan Zhen somewhat disappointed. Had a few more appeared, allowing him to slay and seize their treasures, it would have been even more exhilarating. Alas, eventually, Yan Zhen exited Shuangyue Valley and made his way towards Fengyan Mountain as dawn began to break. He strolled along, humming a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted by the recent events. Having slain Ouyang Song's trusted servant and obtained the culinary scroll and Shumi ring, how could he possibly feel discontent? One must relish life's triumphs to the fullest and never let the golden goblet face the moon in vain. He contemplated indulging in some wine. On Fengyan Mountain, there existed but one tavern, known as the Idle Talk Tavern, reputedly opened by the nephew of an elder who lacked any aptitude for cultivation. The prices within were somewhat steep, yet the quality of food and drink was undeniably commendable. The tavern bustled with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. As Yan Zhen took a few steps, he encountered a group of 6 or 7 individuals, one of whom struck him as familiar. Wasn't he the male disciple, Zhang, who had sought to invite the Lin female disciple to Shuangyue Valley for moon gazing? Just then, someone inquired about Zhang's performance in the previous day's battles. Zhang, visibly agitated, replied, "Don't mention it. That Lin girl was as unyielding as water and fire. Pursuing her was no easy feat." Yan Zhen chuckled inwardly, relieved that neither Zhang nor the Lin disciple had made it to Shuangyue Valley the previous night, thus sparing him unnecessary trouble. As he reveled in this thought, the group of outer disciples spotted Yan Zhen. The leader exclaimed, "Is that not Yan Zhen?" "Indeed. That is the infamous Yan Zhen, the one who issued a life-and-death challenge to Ouyang Song over a woman." Another disciple chimed in. The first speaker nodded, "Precisely. The very same reckless Yan Zhen." At present, 6 or 7 male disciples turned their curious gazes towards Yan Zhen, including Zhang, who had recently failed in his pursuit of a maiden. Yan Zhen could only sigh helplessly in his heart. As the protagonist of the recent sensational events, he often found himself subjected to such scrutiny wherever he went. This was not the first time he had been the subject of gossip, with many believing he was courting disaster. However, he could not confront each individual for their remarks. Instead, he had to endure their chatter, albeit with an internal murmur. These small-minded sparrows could not comprehend the lofty ambitions of a swan. As Yan Zhen navigated past the crowd, a thought struck him. If he were to loiter in the tavern, he would likely become the center of attention and gossip before he could even enjoy a few drinks. It seemed prudent to procure a hat, which would obscure his identity and allow him to indulge in his revelries unbothered. With a simple gesture, he acquired a straw hat and made his way to the tavern. After traversing a rugged mountain path and circumventing a bamboo grove, he finally arrived at the tavern. The entrance was adorned with a playful couplet. "What's the hurry? Drink my fine wine, 100 coins for a cup. Where are you headed? Listen to tales as you sip 3 more." The couplet exuded a light-hearted charm. Upon entering the tavern, Yan Zhen found the decor quite simple, featuring wooden tables and a 2-story structure with a few dozen seats. He settled into a window-side spot, a personal habit of his, and ordered half a pound of beef, half a pound of pig tongue, and a bottle of daughter's red wine. Moments later, the dishes arrived, and he savored the wine with great delight, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The beef was delightfully chewy, and the pig tongue was exceedingly tender. The tavern buzzed with patrons discussing the latest gossip from the cultivation world. Yan Zhen, while enjoying his drink, leaned in to overhear tales predominantly from the southern cultivation realm. The southern cultivation realm of the Great Ji nation was embroiled in a struggle between the righteous path and the demonic sections. The righteous side was led by the 4 great swordsmen, the Luo Huang sword sect, renowned for its fierce and dominating sword techniques; the Jiao Zhuang sword sect, known for its unpredictable swordplay; the Qing Feng sword sect, celebrated for its graceful and agile techniques; and the Sunu sword sect, famed for its defensive skills. The demonic faction was primarily represented by the Flame Demon sect, whose leader, Yan Chongtian, was one of the 4 formidable figures of the demonic sections. At a table on the eastern side of the first floor, several male disciples debated passionately. One of them remarked that among the younger disciples of the 4 great sword sects in the southern cultivation realm, the most beautiful was Fu Yuqing, an inner disciple of the Su Nu sword sect. It was said that her beauty was ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, earning her the moniker Heavenly Beauty Fu Yuqing. "I once caught a glimpse of her," he continued, his eyes filled with admiration. At first, it was just an ordinary bridge, but upon her arrival, the entire bridge and river seemed to radiate with celestial energy, as if she were the riverbank's goddess. Another disciple countered, mentioning that Song Lingbing from the same sect was also strikingly beautiful, with a demeanor reminiscent of an elusive orchid, albeit somewhat cold, truly a breathtaking beauty. Yet another disciple chimed in, defending the beauty of Mu Rong Xiaoi, an inner disciple of the Qing Feng sword sect. "Her looks are unparalleled among our generation, attracting countless suitors from within the sect. Although her fame may not rival that of Fu Yuqing or Song Lingbing, she certainly possesses considerable allure." The discussion escalated into a lively debate, with the disciples passionately recounting the merits of the righteous maidens and the allure of the demonic beauties, each vying to assert which sect boasted the most exquisite women. It seemed that the consensus held Fu Yuqing as the acknowledged beauty reigning supreme among the four sects, while others trailed behind. On the western side of the first floor, another group was engrossed in discussing the formidable talents among the younger generation of the four great swordsmen. A young man with a hint of stubble asserted, among the inner disciples of the Luo Huang sword sect, Meng Bai, known as the Unbeaten Sword, stands unrivaled. His mastery of the split earth sword technique is formidable, capable of sweeping away adversaries with a single stroke. That may be true, interjected a disciple in blue robes. But the senior brother from the Jiao Zhuang sword sect, Chu Ao, renowned for his 7 transformations and 18 changes, possesses a swordplay that is enigmatic and unpredictable. Until they face each other, one cannot claim Meng Bai is the strongest. Indeed, our own senior brother, Ling Hu Xiao, is also a remarkable figure, another young man added. Although he lost to Meng Bai 2 years ago by a narrow margin, he has returned stronger and may well surpass him now. The lively chatter continued, with disciples debating the prowess of various figures in the cultivation world, each recounting past achievements and engaging in spirited arguments. For these outer disciples, the cultivation realm seemed vast and distant, and discussing these illustrious figures satisfied their curiosity for gossip. Listening to their debate, Yan Zhen pondered silently. Today, they argue over who is stronger. One day, I too shall be a name that stirs such discourse. As the wind rustled through the courtyard, he thought, should I ascend to the realm of the Azure Emperor, I shall ensure the peach blossoms bloom in unison. After finishing his drink at the tavern, Yan Zhen returned to his modest abode, a rustic dwelling perched on the edge of a cliff, consisting of 2 wooden cabins, one for living, the other for cooking. Isolated from other dwellings and nestled within the woods, it exuded a hint of ethereal charm. Seated in one of the chairs, he fell into deep contemplation. The exhilaration of having slain Qin and in the Twin Moon Valley and acquiring the coveted food scroll was a fleeting joy. Now, only 7 days remained until he faced his formidable adversary, Ouyang Song, in a life-or-death duel. Ouyang Song, a daunting foe, currently possessed the strength of the 7th level of Qi training, while Yan Zhen's own power barely reached the 5th level. Assessing the disparity in their strengths, Yan Zhen recognized that he was not yet a match for Ouyang Song. To stand a chance, he needed to elevate his own cultivation to the 6th level of Qi training. However, such advancement was notoriously arduous. It was not uncommon for a single level to take a year or more to achieve. Previously, he had the aid of the miraculous food scroll, but that resource was now unavailable for immediate use. How could he enhance his power in a mere 6 days? It seemed an insurmountable challenge. Lost in thought for a considerable time, he recalled a secret technique from his past life, known as the 9 Needles 9 Demons. This technique was perilously enigmatic, inviting celestial demons to invade one's being, pitting one's own will against them to awaken latent potential. The success rate of this technique was low, around 30%, with a failure rate of 70%. Should it succeed, it could unlock profound abilities within him, allowing Yan Zhen to ascend to the 6th level of Qi training. However, failure would result in devastating harm to his vitality, rendering him incapable of advancing his cultivation for 2 years, necessitating a complete recovery of his essence before he could attempt to cultivate again. Thus, the 9 Needles 9 Demons technique was a gamble. This technique is likely something that even practitioners of the demonic path would hesitate to attempt lightly. In a previous life, Yan Zhen had acquired the 9 Needles of 9 Demons secret art, and out of curiosity, he studied it for a time, yet ultimately lacked the courage to put it into practice, leaving it untouched. Now, having been reborn, he found that the conventional methods were entirely insufficient for utilizing the 9 Needles of 9 Demons. However, with the impending showdown against Ouyang Song merely 6 days away, there was no time left to enhance his spiritual power through normal means. Before him lay 2 paths. The first path involved practicing the 9 Needles of 9 Demons. If successful, it would undoubtedly lead to joy for all, allowing Yan Zhen's own spiritual power to ascend to the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. Conversely, failure would result in severe depletion of his vital energy, rendering him incapable of enhancing his power for 2 years. This path bore immense risks, embodying a precarious balance of opportunity and peril. The second path, abstaining from the 9 Needles, would guarantee against failure. However, 7 days hence, facing Ouyang Song would become an insurmountable challenge, as he would be utterly outmatched. To practice the 9 Needles of 9 Demons or not, Yan Zhen found himself ensnared in contemplation. Rebirth is not a panacea. It does not grant omniscience, nor does it allow one to navigate through every tribulation with ease. At times, one is thrust into the most arduous circumstances, compelling a difficult decision. Ultimately, he resolved to take the gamble. He would practice the 9 needles of 9 demons. Only by wagering this risk could he hope to defeat Ouyang Song. As for the outcome of his gamble, he would leave that to fate. Yan Zhen, possessing a resolute disposition, wasted no time in preparation. The 9 needles of 9 demons consisted of 3 steps. The first step required him to indulge in drunkenness for 3 consecutive days. Indeed, this may sound absurd, yet it is the truth. To elaborate, demons prefer to prey upon the elderly, children, and the physically weak. Conversely, cultivators, with their vigorous life force, are seldom targeted by demons unless they are on the verge of breaking through to higher realms, at which point countless demons would swarm forth, presenting both inner and outer demons simultaneously. Under normal circumstances, demons would not pay heed to cultivators. The 9 needles of 9 demons, true to its origins in the demonic arts, seeks to invite demons into the body, while others strive to avoid them. To facilitate this invitation, one must attain a state of vulnerability, thus, the requirement for 3 days of heavy drinking. Over the next 3 days, he frequented the tavern, indulging in revelry. On the first day, he ordered 2 delectable dishes to accompany his liquor, consuming fiery spirits with abandon. The potency of the liquor was fierce, and despite his considerable tolerance, he managed to drink a staggering 20 casks before succumbing to profound intoxication. On the second day, he continued in the same fashion, ordering 4 or 5 dishes such as stir-fried pig tongue and cold pig ears. Today, he savored a robust vintage known as Daughter's Red, which was rich and fragrant, yet had a potent after-effect. Remarkably, his capacity for liquor seemed to have increased, and he consumed 23 casks before falling into a deep stupor. On the third day, he persisted in his drinking, ordering several dishes and opting for the renowned 3 bowls never cross, a drink notorious for its strength. Those of lesser tolerance would shy away from it, yet he reveled in its intensity, ultimately consuming 21 bowls and succumbing to a profound drunkenness, truly living up to its name. Yan Zhen's behavior did not go unnoticed by the other patrons in the tavern. "Look at Yan Zhen. He is spiraling further into debauchery," commented an outer disciple. "He used to come here for a light meal, but now he drinks himself senseless every day, neglecting his practice altogether." Another disciple mused, "He likely knows he is doomed, facing death at Ouyang Song's hands in mere days. Better to indulge before the end." A female disciple, with a disdainful laugh, remarked, "A hopeless drunkard. No wonder Yan Xiaoji left him. If it were me, I would have done the same. He has finished. The life and death duel in a few days will be his demise. He has given up on himself, drinking like this. How could he possibly survive?" Of course, some discreetly reported Yan Zhen's condition to Ouyang Song, who held a certain standing among the outer disciples. In the Qingfeng sect, the weakest among them were at the 3rd level of qi refining, while the strongest reached the 9th level. Ouyang Song, being at the 7th level, commanded respect. Upon hearing these reports, he scoffed dismissively, clearly confident in his impending victory. A talentless wretch like Yan Zhen was destined to perish. Amidst such discussions, Yan Zhen completed the first step of the 9 needles of 9 demons, advancing a third of the way from the 5th to the 6th level of qi refining. With only the 2nd and 3rd steps remaining, Yan Zhen aspired to ascend to greater heights, aiming to elevate his cultivation from the 5th to the 6th level of qi refinement within the remaining days. Thus, he opted to practice the 9 needles and 9 demons secret technique, a method designed to unleash potential. This technique is divided into 3 stages. And having completed the first stage, he was now poised to embark on the second stage, inserting the 9 needles into the body. The process involves piercing 9 acupoints on his body with 9 silver needles, each precisely measuring 1 inch in length. The needles gleamed with an otherworldly silver sheen under the light. After igniting a candle, Yan Zhen meticulously heated each needle until they glowed red. He then carefully inserted the first needle into the Tianzhong acupoint located at the back of his head. Given the complexity of the human brain, this act carried considerable risk. As the needle penetrated, he felt a slight sting, but it was not unbearable. Exercising utmost caution, he succeeded with the first needle, releasing a breath of relief. The initial insertion was the most challenging. The second needle was placed into the Qixia acupoint in the abdomen, which, while not as critical as the Qihai acupoint, served as an essential gateway to the Dantian. The third needle was inserted into the Shinda acupoint on his back, which posed a challenge due to its location. However, a protrusion nearby helped guide his aim. The fourth needle found its place in the Shunmin acupoint of his right hand, situated near the base of the thumb, which governs the energy channels of the right hand. The fifth needle was then inserted into the Shunmin acupoint of his left hand, mirroring the previous placement. Next, the sixth needle pierced the Shuangyue acupoint in his right leg, a crucial point controlling blood flow in the lower limbs. Yan Zhen was meticulous, ensuring no mistakes were made. The seventh needle followed suit in the left leg's Shuangyue acupoint. The eighth needle was inserted into the Zusanli acupoint on the right foot, located 3 inches below the outer knee, a significant point in the stomach meridian. Upon insertion, his lower limbs felt numb and unresponsive. Finally, the ninth needle was placed in the Yongquan acupoint, positioned in the center of the foot's arch. With all 9 needles successfully inserted, the second step of the 9 needles and 9 demons secret technique was complete. He was now ready to proceed to the third and final step, invoking demons into the body. Once this last step was accomplished, he would ascend to the 6th level of Qi refinement, the Yangwei Meridian realm. However, as Yan Zhen prepared to commence the third step, he heard 2 sets of footsteps approaching from afar, one light, one heavy. Moments later, 2 figures stood before the door of his dwelling. The first was a young woman clad in purple, wielding a matching umbrella. Beneath it, her delicate features, a slender brow, a prominent nose, and vibrant red lips, exuded a certain charm. Despite her petite stature, in the midst of the gentle rain, she possessed an enchanting allure. This woman was none other than Yan Xiaoji, who initially favored Yan Zhen before abandoning him for Ouyang Song, prompting Yan Zhen to challenge her to a life-and-death duel on the sword platform. Upon seeing Yan Xiaoji, a surge of anger welled within Yan Zhen. She was a wretched woman whose betrayal had contributed significantly to his downfall in his past life. In truth, Yan Xiaoji was a rather intriguing character, possessing 2 notable traits, a penchant for treachery and an admiration for the strong. She delighted in courting powerful individuals, swiftly discarding her current partner upon discovering someone stronger. In his previous life, after realizing Yan Zhen lacked sufficient strength, she promptly turned to Ouyang Song's embrace. Despite Yan Zhen suffering grievous injuries at the hands of Ouyang Song, Yan Xiaoji never offered him solace or comfort, showcasing her callous nature. As Ouyang Song accumulated numerous concubines and neglected her, the inherently treacherous Yan Xiaoji sought out yet another man. In a fit of rage, Ouyang Song killed her new partner but spared Yan Xiaoji, only to ultimately cast her aside. Nevertheless, Yan Xiaoji proved to be resilient, quickly finding another promising young cultivator. Everyone assumed she would settle down and live a quiet life. Yet, their assumptions were misguided. Upon encountering another stronger individual, she discarded her latest companion without hesitation. In the aftermath, Yan Zhen distanced himself from Qingfeng Xianmin, but later learned of Yan Xiaoji's continued pattern of seeking progressively stronger men, ultimately gaining notoriety in the cultivation world as the purple falling female swordsman. However, her reputation became tarnished, as many were aware of her duplicitous nature. To summarize, this woman was stunningly beautiful yet treacherous, with a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Her disloyalty to men made her increasingly undesirable despite her physical allure. Those willing to pursue her did so merely for amusement rather than genuine affection. In his previous life, the once promising Yan Xiaoji, the purple falling swordsman, descended into despair, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of a man she had once abandoned, sustaining 97 stab wounds. When Yan Zhen heard of her demise, he celebrated by consuming 97 cups of wine. Such was his nature. If one treated him with indifference, he would reciprocate in kind, refusing to shower kindness upon those who had wronged him. Thus, upon encountering Yan Xiaoji, he could only regard her with a cold smirk. In his youth, he had been captivated by her innocent facade, oblivious to her treacherous heart. However, in this life, Yan Zhen's vision had broadened, and his resolve strengthened. He would not be ensnared by her charms, holding her in utter disdain. Beside Yan Xiaoji stood a robust young man with thick eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an air of intimidation. Yan Zhen recognized him as Yan Hu, Yan Xiaoji's cousin. While Yan Hu appeared formidable, he was an exceedingly opportunistic individual. During the time when Yan Xiaoji was fond of Yan Zhen, Yan Hu had disparaged him for his perceived weakness and lack of a respectable background, repeatedly advising her against associating with him. His disdain for Yan Zhen was palpable. Yan Xiaoji's choice to abandon Yan Zhen was not without Yan Hu's influence. Recognizing Ouyang Song's formidable strength and distinguished lineage, Yan Hu facilitated the connection between the two. In his previous life, Yan Hu thrived on his cousin's rising success. Yet after her death, he was swiftly forgotten. His arrogance had alienated many, and when his fortunes waned, he met a brutal end at the hands of those he had wronged. Now, in this life, both Yan Xiaoji and Yan Hu approached with ulterior motives. Yan Zhen, fully aware of Yan Xiaoji's treacherous nature, coldly inquired, "What brings you here, Miss Yan?" Yan Xiaoji arched an elegant brow, her expression exuding allure. "Have you been drowning your sorrows in drink?" She misinterpreted his intentions, believing he sought solace in alcohol. In reality, her visit stemmed from rumors that Yan Zhen was wallowing in despair, a notion that pleased her. The fact that a man she had discarded still lamented over her was a testament to her allure. She was here to gauge the extent of his despondency. For the more forlorn he appeared, the greater her sense of triumph. However, Yan Zhen had been practicing the first step of the 9 Needles and 9 Demons secret technique, indulging in alcohol for 3 days. He had no intention of explaining himself, and simply replied, "None of your concern." Yuan Xiaoji never anticipated that Yan Zhen would treat her in such a manner. In the past, Yan Zhen had shown her great kindness, inquiring about her well-being. However, Yuan Xiaoji reasoned that Yan Zhen must have been provoked. With a faint smile, she gazed at Yan Zhen and said, "Yan Zhen, I am aware that you harbor hatred for me, yet it matters not. I remain indifferent to your disdain. If I were to truly follow you and marry you, what could you possibly offer? Your background is merely that of an ordinary cultivation family, and your abilities are quite average among the outer disciples. Should I choose to accompany you, I would simply become an unremarkable woman, watching others don exquisite garments, carelessly spending lavishly, wielding renowned swords from the realm of cultivation, and studying exceptional cultivation techniques. What would I possess? I would be left with nothing." What she did not voice was that her initial pursuit of Yan Zhen was motivated by the desire to use him as a stepping stone. Upon realizing that Yan Zhen was not an ideal platform, she naturally turned to the superior option presented by Ouyang Song. She had never been one to develop affection for any man. Yan Zhen looked at Yuan Xiaoji and remarked, "So, Miss Yuan, your life's aspirations revolve around beautiful attire, extravagant spending, renowned swords, and exceptional cultivation techniques. I must say, your ambitions are indeed grand, haha." Yuan Xiaoji's expression twisted with fury, her beauty somewhat marred. "You know my origins. I am not like you. You were born into a cultivation family, free from worry. I, however, hail from a destitute household. In my childhood, I watched others possess various luxuries, while I struggled for mere sustenance. Do you comprehend my thoughts? Why must I be less than others?" From that moment on, I resolved to rise above, employing any means necessary to achieve greatness. If you cannot provide me with the means to ascend, then I shall part ways with you. Yan Zhen fell silent, then burst into laughter, then farewell. Yuan Xiaoji warned him, "I advise you, if you wish to avoid demise, do not participate in the life and death duel. Flee while you still can. You are no match for Brother Song. Do not seek unnecessary suffering." The Brother Song she referred to was, of course, Ouyang Song. Yan Zhen replied with a mocking demeanor, "Whether I attend the duel or not seems to be of no concern to you." Yuan Xiaoji, perceiving this expression, felt displeased. To her, Yan Zhen was merely a pathetic creature, and she pitied him, wishing him to avoid death. Yet, this wretched being was oblivious to his own situation and spoke to her with derision. It was infuriating. Yuan Xiaoji, inherently ruthless towards men, scoffed softly, silently vowing that if Yan Zhen sought death, she would let him proceed. She ceased her words, smiled while turning away. Presently, her mood was rather buoyant. Since embracing Ouyang Song, her status among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect had soared. Many greeted her with, "Greetings, Sister Yan," a treatment she had never experienced before. This had greatly satisfied her vanity, affirming her decision to abandon the defeated Yan Zhen was indeed correct. Thus, she found little reason to engage with him further. Yan Hu, standing nearby, also scoffed, "You seek death, kid." With that, he followed Yuan Xiaoji as they departed. As they left, Yan Zhen merely smiled faintly. He had no regard for a woman as cold-hearted, vain, and greedy as Yuan Xiaoji. The vows shared with her had long since turned to naught. Not long after, Yan Zhen began to practice the third step of the 9 Needles 9 Demons secret technique, aiming to advance to the 6th level of qi refinement. Footsteps echoed from afar accompanied by a scolding voice. "Yan Zhen, you are truly ungrateful. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you dare not linger around my cousin. Yuan Xiaoji. This was Yan Hu's voice, returning once more. The reason for Yan Hu's return was straightforward. He remained oblivious to the treacherous nature of his cousin, Yuan Xiaoji. Her visit to dissuade Yan Zhen from attending the duel was twofold. First, she had heard of Yan Zhen drowning his sorrows in drink. Feeling quite pleased with herself, this was her charm, and she wanted to gauge its effect on Yan Zhen. The pretense of advising him against the duel was merely a spur-of-the-moment thought. Secondly, Yuan Xiaoji was an astute woman, fully aware of the male preference for a gentle and kind demeanor. Hence, she feigned benevolence to persuade Yan Zhen, yet whether he lived or died mattered little to her. Yet, Yan Hu, a superficial man, could not comprehend the cunning nature of his cousin. He believed Yuan Xiaoji still harbored feelings for Yan Zhen, an idea he could not tolerate. Yan Hu wished for his cousin to align with Ouyang Song, a figure of immense strength and connections, particularly his cousin Ouyang Wudi, a prominent disciple within the Qingfeng sect. Yan Hu sought to capitalize on this association for his own advancement. Thus, he aimed to teach Yan Zhen a lesson, to impress upon him the concept of knowing one's place and the dangers of provoking the wrong woman. Yan Hu had now arrived at Yan Zhen's doorstep. Yan Zhen, my cousin has shown you kindness, yet you remain ungrateful. Today, I shall make you regret it and extinguish your desires. A woman of her beauty is far beyond your reach. A toad should not aspire to eat swan meat. Yan Hu's aura brimmed with hostility, intent on humiliating Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen quickly contemplated his situation, fully aware that Yan Hu had reached the 6th level of qi refinement while he was still at the 5th. On a regular basis, he might have stood a chance, but now with 9 silver needles embedded within him, he was ill-equipped for a direct confrontation. What to do? In an instant, Yan Zhen found himself in a precarious predicament. Was he truly to be beaten by this opportunistic wretch? That would indeed be a monumental disgrace. The thought of surrendering was utterly foreign to him. Yan Zhen had always preferred to seize opportunities head-on rather than seek refuge in cunning. Wait, an idea struck him. In the realm of cultivation, the majority practiced swordsmanship, with swords reigning supreme. However, there existed a minority of talisman practitioners, such as the second-tier sect known as Yangfu sect located in the western regions of the Great Ji Kingdom, which specialized in talisman techniques, employing paper talismans as their weapons in combat. The Qingfeng sect had a cordial relationship with the Yangfu sect, resulting in the acquisition of some talisman papers. By sheer chance, Yan Zhen had once performed a notable feat and was rewarded with a first-tier talisman known as the Solid House Talisman, albeit the simplest of its kind. The talisman's function was straightforward. It fortified a dwelling, ensuring its protection for a day and a night, though it could only defend against cultivators of the qi refinement stage. Should a more powerful adversary appear, it would be easily shattered. With 9 silver needles within him, Yan Zhen was not suited for offensive actions. It appeared he would need to utilize the Solid House Talisman for defense for a day and a night, biding his time until he could ascend to the 6th level of qi refinement and then deal with the despicable Yan Hu. Among his foremost grievances were Ouyang Song, the greatest enemy, Yuan Xiaoji, the treacherous woman, and Yan Hu, the vile opportunist, with the intention of eliminating the latter. In that moment, Yan Zhen swiftly retrieved the Solid House Talisman from the drawer beneath the table. This was a piece of yellow talisman paper inscribed with intricate characters that resembled the words for solid and house, yet were distinctly different. These characters were not of the current script, but rather from the era of the 3 sovereigns, which was said to possess inexplicable power. In contrast, modern characters, having evolved, lacked such potency. Hence, talisman practitioners must utilize the ancient script of the 3 sovereigns. Yan Zhen quickly infused the talisman with his magical energy, and he felt the 2 ancient characters on the talisman surge forth, transforming into a pale yellow aura that enveloped the wooden cabin. Instantly, the cabin's aura shifted dramatically, becoming remarkably sturdy and virtually indestructible. Yan Zhen stood by the door, peering through the window at Yan Hu, mocking him. Yan Hu, unfortunate for you, you cannot enter. Yan Hu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yan Zhen possessed a Solid House Talisman. In a fit of rage, he raised his sword and struck the wooden cabin with all his might. However, the blade, which should have easily pierced the wood, merely rebounded, leaving Yan Hu to sheath his sword with a scowl. Kid, you truly have a Solid House Talisman. Consider yourself fortunate, but do not think you can escape. This talisman can only hold for a day and a night. I shall wait for you outside, and when the time comes, I will make you regret it. Yan, who resolved to remain outside the cabin, harboring a sinister desire to teach Yan Zhen a harsh lesson, ensuring he would no longer pursue Yan Xiaoji, thus safeguarding her future and preventing the loss of his significant support. Yan, who, in his foolishness, remained oblivious, his mindset starkly contrasting with that of the shrewd and cunning Yan Xiaoji. You wish to teach me a lesson? With what, pray tell? Oh, I forgot. You thrive on your sister's success. As Yan Xiaoji ascends, so too do you, her cousin. Yan Zhen wielded his sharp tongue to provoke Yan Hu further. I suspect you harbor resentment, wishing you were a daughter instead, so you could follow a similar path. But judging by your appearance, should you transform into a woman, you would undoubtedly resemble a frightful hag, far from alluring. Having been somewhat acerbic in his past life, Yan Zhen occasionally indulged in such barbs. Yan Hu, not particularly eloquent, found himself enraged by Yan Zhen's taunts, shouting, Yan Zhen, I will make you regret this. Inside the wooden cabin, Yan Zhen commenced his cultivation. The solid house talisman would endure for a day, and he aimed to complete the third step of the 9 needles, 9 demons' secret technique within that time frame. Sitting cross-legged, he had already inserted 9 silver needles into his body. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Demon. The third step began, during which various demonic entities would descend. If he could maintain his composure, he would pass the test, unlocking the latent potential within his body and successfully mastering the 9 needles, 9 demons technique. At that moment, formless and shadowy demons began to materialize. Yan Zhen sat still, his gaze fixed ahead, treating the seductive demon before him as inconsequential. A girl clad in white descended from the void, her large eyes exuding an irresistible charm, her skin as pale as snow, with a delicate nose and vibrant red lips, embodying innocence and allure. This was the demon of desire. Should she entice him, his mind could falter, allowing her to invade his spirit, resulting in failure in his cultivation. The demon of desire leaned close to Yan Zhen, whispering sweetly into his ears, her gentle fragrance wafting into his senses. Yet, Yan Zhen remained immobile, his focus unwavering. Next, a voluptuous woman clad in red appeared, her waist exposed, exuding an intoxicating allure. As she danced around Yan Zhen, her movements were captivating, and the air was thick with temptation. This was the demon of lust, and should his resolve waver, he would succumb to her charms. Yan Zhen continued to remain steadfast, his eyes unyielding. Soon, mountains of gold and silver emerged before him, radiating overwhelming allure. A vast, unparalleled mine of spiritual stones appeared, containing precious stones that embodied the essence of the heavens and earth, capable of enhancing one's magical prowess. However, such stones were exceedingly rare, making this vast mine even more so. This was the demon of wealth, exerting its influence. Countless delicacies and fine wines materialized beside him, their aromas intoxicating and alluring. This was the demon of gluttony, wielding its power to tempt him further. Yet Yan Zhen was not easily deceived. He resolutely guarded his mind against the external demons. Various martial arts manuals and profound techniques appeared, captivating his attention. This was the demon of martial arts, enchanting him with its promises. An endless stream of power beckoned him, suggesting that with a mere thought, he could ascend to the highest echelons of authority, wielding control over countless lives. This was the demon of power, exerting its influence. The demons of desire, lust, wealth, greed, gluttony, wine, martial arts, and power danced around him, each emitting their alluring pull. In this chaotic maelstrom, any slight lapse in concentration could spell disaster. For an ordinary young man, faced with such demonic onslaughts, it would be impossible to maintain composure. However, Yan Zhen, with the wisdom of his past life, remained steadfast. In his mind, he chanted, all phenomena are but illusions, mere dreams and bubbles. All demons are mere phantoms. Shatter. The demons continued their relentless assault, yet Yan Zhen remained unwavering, firmly anchoring his spirit. Time passed, and as dawn approached, the multitude of demons, realizing their inability to sway Yan Zhen, gradually dissipated. He had successfully navigated the trial of demonic influences, and an immense surge of potential erupted from within him. This energy surged through his body, forcing the first silver needle out from the Yongquan acupoint beneath his foot, enhancing his magical power. Next, the needle at the Zisanli acupoint was similarly expelled, further amplifying his strength. This magical energy traveled along the path of the 9 silver needles, expelling one needle at each acupoint while simultaneously augmenting his power. Eventually, the energy reached the Tianji acupoint at the crown of his head, expelling the needle there and significantly increasing his magical prowess. With the power enhanced ninefold, it had become considerable. This newfound strength coursed through Yan Zhen's fifth meridian, the Yinwei meridian, compressing it firmly while continuously pushing forward. After an indeterminate period, a resounding boom echoed as the barrier of the fifth meridian shattered. Yan Zhen's magical energy surged into the sixth meridian, the Yangwei meridian. This signified that Yan Zhen had officially ascended to the sixth level of the qi refining stage. Achieving the sixth level meant that both the Yinwei and Yangwei meridians were now open, facilitating the convergence of yin and yang, harmonizing the dragon and tiger, and enhancing the speed of his movements while also increasing his total magical output. Yan Zhen's recent rate of advancement is astonishing. Merely 12 days into her rebirth, she has remarkably elevated her magical prowess by 2 minor realms, ascending from the 4th level of qi cultivation to the 6th. However, this ascent of 2 minor realms has not come easily. The first elevation was facilitated by her prior knowledge of the gastronomic scroll, leveraging its power to enhance her abilities. The second elevation, however, was a perilous gamble, achieved solely through the 9 Needles 9 Demons secret technique. Now, having reached the 6th level of qi cultivation, she possesses the means to overpower Yan Hu and is nearing the capability to vanquish Ouyang Song. Yan Zhen has now reached the 6th level of the qi refinement stage. While outside, Yan Hu also possesses the strength of the 6th level of the qi refinement stage. At this moment, Yan Zhen is filled with unshakable confidence in defeating Yan Hu. However, upon checking the time, he realizes that the duration of the solidifying talisman's effect has only passed a mere 2 hours, leaving him with 10 more hours to wait. Due to the properties of the talisman, Yan Zhen is unable to leave during this period, so he resolves to practice his swordsmanship instead. To master the sword, one must first comprehend the essence of the sword path. With the experience from his previous life, Yan Zhen is well aware of the hierarchical structure of swordsmanship in this world. Merely perfecting the light breeze sword technique to its pinnacle is of little significance. This technique is of the lowest rank, classified as a low-grade yellow tier sword skill. In the realm of cultivation, sword techniques are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. For instance, one might encounter upper-grade yellow, middle-grade yellow, and lower-grade yellow variations. The true hierarchy of swordsmanship in this world consists of 3 significant realms. The first realm is the sword technique level, which focuses on honing one's sword moves to the peak of perfection. Even mastering a basic technique like the light breeze sword to its highest form merely signifies entry into this realm. The second realm is the sword source level. The term sword source refers to the fundamental 10 movements that comprise all sword techniques: slashing, flicking, blocking, parrying, prodding, stabbing, piercing, slicing, severing, and drawing. These 10 actions are recognized as the 10 sources of sword techniques, from which countless sword moves originate. Grasping even one of these actions allows one to enter the sword source level. Mastering all 10 elevates one to the pinnacle of this realm. The third realm is the sword intent level. Sword intent transcends mere technique. It involves integrating the essence of all things in the universe into one's swordplay. Understanding the sword intent of any single element of nature earns one the title of sword monarch, whose prowess can astonish an entire nation. The intricacy of a sword monarch's techniques is unfathomable. Attaining mastery over all sword intents transforms one into the supreme sword deity. Thus, the 3 major realms of swordsmanship, sword technique level, sword source level, and sword intent level, though seemingly few, are each incredibly challenging to ascend. Most swordsmen remain confined within the sword technique level, unable to glimpse the vastness of the sword source level. Although the 10 sources of swordsmanship appear to be merely 10, countless individuals dedicate their lives to mastering these, often failing to even touch the sword intent level. Even prodigies may reach the sword intent level, yet the true challenge lies in incorporating the essence of the universe into their swordsmanship. Within the wooden cottage, a gentle breeze wafts through the window. The solidifying talisman fortifies every corner of the dwelling, yet the breeze still finds its way in, rustling the pages of the books on the table. In a quiet corner, ants diligently transport grains of rice. Amidst this tranquil setting, Yan Zhen sits cross-legged, gazing intently at the Dingguang long sword resting on his knees. The hilt is antique. the blade's edge sleek and cool, while the blade itself glimmers like a pool of autumn water with an exceptionally sharp tip. This Dingguang longsword measures 3 feet 5 inches in length, 1 inch 7 lines in width, and 2 lines in thickness, weighing 12 pounds and 3 ounces. Yan Zhen fixates on the sword, striving to capture its essence. Just as one must feel the rhythm of writing, so too must one feel the essence of wielding a sword. When that feeling is discovered, practice becomes swifter than usual. His eyes, devoid of distractions, focus solely on the sword. Gradually, he begins to perceive a connection with it, as if the sword has become an extension of his own body, akin to his arm, allowing him to commence his practice. Yan Zhen intends to practice the piercing sword source, for this is the first sword source he comprehended and excelled in during his previous life. Relying on the experience gained then, he seeks to unlock its principles anew. Without the foundation laid in his past life, achieving understanding overnight would be utterly impossible. He gazes at the tip of the Dingguang sword, feeling its unparalleled sharpness, as though it could pierce anything. With a swift thrust, the sword shoots forward in a straight line. He follows with another thrust, this time slightly curved. He continues to thrust repeatedly, each strike varying in form, some direct, some arced, yet they all embody the essence of piercing. As he thrusts with the Dingguang sword, Yan Zhen simultaneously contemplates the core philosophy behind each strike. The insights from his past life intertwine with his current understanding, creating a surge of thoughts that cascades deep into his soul. He perceives the dim light within the cave transforming into numerous swords, all aimed directly at him. He senses that as night falls, complete darkness morphs into an array of swords, all thrusting toward him. The grass in the corner, sprouting from the earth, reaches skyward with its vitality. In the void, countless beams of sword light pierce through. Day turns to night, night to day, while occasionally the distant roars of Yin Hu reach his ears, yet Yan Zhen remains unfazed, continuing his sword practice. The sword light chills the air, the sword aura is startling, and each ray of sword light transforms into a rainbow, a shower, piercing the vast emptiness. Yan Zhen has lost count of how many times he has swung the sword. Suddenly, he sheathes the sword with a decisive motion and then draws it again with great force. This thrust, while seemingly akin to every previous one, possesses a unique quality that sets it apart. Though it is a direct thrust, it carries an air of absolute certainty, an unyielding dominance, an unstoppable momentum, and a regal pride as it advances. This strike resembles a long rainbow piercing the sun, embodying the power to penetrate light, shatter darkness, and pierce the heavens. Finally, the thrust comes to a halt, not because it encounters resistance, but because its force has reached its limit. This strike is inherently unstoppable. Yan Zhen's hand grips the hilt, his fingers long and fair, steady and composed. After executing this thrust, he comprehends that he has successfully grasped the essence of the piercing sword source, simultaneously elevating his swordsmanship to the sword source level. At the tender age of 16, achieving the sword source level is a feat that would astonish the entire cultivation community of the Great Ji Kingdom. Such an accomplishment is truly remarkable. Few among the most talented youth of the realm could ascend to the sword source level so swiftly. It is only through Yan Zhen's prior life experience in swordsmanship that he can now refine the piercing sword source once more, creating such a miraculous breakthrough. It is easy to imagine that should his swordsmanship be revealed to the outside world, it would leave many in awe. With a flick of his hand, he returns the sword to its sheath. The brilliance of the piercing strike fades, vanishing into the scabbard. Yan Zhen acknowledges his current strength. He has reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, and his swordsmanship has ascended to the sword source level. His power is formidable, making it effortless to confront Yan Hu outside the wooden cottage. However, Yan Zhen does not rush to exit the cottage. After practicing both his cultivation and sword techniques, he finds himself a bit hungry. Conveniently, there are remnants of roasted chicken and huadiao wine from the previous day. The combination of huadiao wine with roasted chicken is a culinary delight, and Yan Zhen savors every bite. Having eaten and drunk to his satisfaction, he glances at the sky, realizing that the time for the solidifying talisman is drawing to a close. It is time for Yan Hu to learn the reason behind the blooming flowers. At last, a faint sound seemed to emanate from the wooden cabin above, and with it, the soft yellow aura dissipated, leaving the house devoid of its previously indomitable essence. The effect of the protective talisman had worn off. Yan Zhen stepped out of the door, resolute in her intention to slay the vile and contemptible Yan Hu. Yan Hu had been waiting outside for quite a long time. Upon seeing Yan Zhen emerge, he let out a sinister laugh and said, Yan Zhen, the duration of your protective talisman has expired. You can no longer hide within your abode like a timid turtle. Do you understand? This time, waiting for you has proven to be an arduous endeavor. To await your emergence, I endured nearly a full day and night of relentless rain outside, scarcely managing any sleep, which has left my spirits rather dismal. For my discomfort, you shall face the consequences. Yan Hu declared ominously. I had initially intended to deliver a thorough beating, compelling you to vow never to harass my cousin again, and that would have sufficed. Yet, you dare to resist, employing the solid house talisman, forcing me to wait an entire day and night before I can confront you. How infuriating. His reasoning was simple. If he desired to punish Yan Zhen, then Yan Zhen ought to obediently submit to his wrath. Yan Hu sneered. Therefore, I have resolved that this time, not only shall I administer a severe thrashing, ensuring you refrain from pestering my cousin Yan Xiaozi again, but you shall also kneel before me and bow your head thrice in submission. Yan Hu, a man who grovels before the powerful, yet revels in arrogance towards the weak, undoubtedly perceives Yan Zhen as feeble. Yan Zhen, initially contemplating the elimination of Yan Hu, could not suppress a cold laugh at Yan Hu's words. In truth, you have committed 3 grave errors. First, you should never have attempted to connect Yan Xiaozi with Ouyang Song. Although I no longer care for Yan Xiaozi, your meddling irks me nonetheless. Second, you ought not to have sought trouble with me. Those who do so meet dire fates. Third, you should never command me to kneel and bow. Such insolence invites your demise. Yan Zhen spoke with chilling calmness. You have erred thrice, and I shall ensure your end is most tragic. His tranquility laced with a lethal intent. Upon hearing this, Yan Hu was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Yan Zhen, you pitiful wretch. Do you truly believe you can triumph over me? Do you think you can bring about my demise? Have you lost your mind? A worthless creature like you is hardly my match. Have you become daft from your day spent cooped up inside that wooden cabin? Yan Hu found Yan Zhen to be exceedingly amusing, daring to threaten his life, an act of utter arrogance. An overwhelming aura of ferocity emanated from Yan Hu. Although he was a minor figure within the hierarchy, his prowess was formidable, boasting a cultivation level equivalent to the 6th stage of Qi refinement, placing him among the mid-tier disciples of the Qi Feng sect. In contrast, Yan Zhen's previous strength ranked him among the lower echelon of the outer disciples. The disparity in their abilities was staggering. Yan Hu's hand gripped the hilt of his sword, while Yan Zhen mirrored this gesture, both warriors poised in a tense standoff. Yan Zhen's aura was akin to a razor-sharp sword freshly drawn from its sheath, while Yan Hu's presence resembled that of a heavy broadsword, long unsheathed. With a disdainful snort, Yan Hu declared, I demand action. Mere words hold no value. In a sudden burst of movement, he lunged forward, his sword slicing through the air with a fierce wind, aimed directly at Yan Zhen's left flank, akin to a tiger pouncing. In that fleeting moment, Yan Zhen unsheathed his dinging sword, its blade spinning gracefully in the void, fortuitously colliding with Yan Hu's weapon. The clash resounded with a sharp ring. As the twin swords clashed, a melodious sound resonated, crisp and clear. Yan Hu initially intended to overpower Yan Zhen's blade during their confrontation, planning to effortlessly defeat him within a few swift maneuvers. He had meticulously crafted several strategies for the moment he would suppress Yan Zhen's sword, each capable of leaving Yan Zhen utterly vanquished. However, he soon discovered that he could not overpower Yan Zhen's weapon. It bore a remarkable strength that was unmistakably on par with his own. This revelation left Yan Hu momentarily stunned, causing his sword to recoil involuntarily. You possess the power of a 6th-tier Qi cultivator? Yan Hu looked at Yan Zhen with a sense of astonishment, his gaze tinged with incredulity. He found it difficult to comprehend the situation. Not long ago, he had tested Yan Zhen's magical prowess, which had merely been at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The disparity between the 4th and 6th levels of Qi refinement is substantial, typically requiring a normal cultivator 3 to 4 years to advance. How could Yan Zhen have achieved such rapid progress? Yan Zhen glanced at Yan Hu. Oh, is this surprising? Yan Hu regained his composure and let out a cold laugh. Indeed, this is unexpected. It seems you have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune, perhaps some rare treasures of heaven and earth. Young man, you are indeed fortunate. But what of it? You shall still fall beneath my sword. I have already reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, and my swordsmanship is refined beyond your comparison. Yan Hu exuded confidence. For the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect typically practiced a set of low-grade yellow-tier sword techniques known as the light wind sword method, which he had mastered to perfection. Today, I shall ensure you kneel before me. He was resolute, fearing that news of Yan Zhen's newfound strength might reach Yan Xiaozi, potentially swaying her affections. That was absolutely unacceptable. Thus, he intended for Yan Zhen to kneel and bow before him. No woman favors a man who kneels. Yan Zhen gazed intently at her sword, its blade seemingly shimmering with a flickering light. In her heart, she mused that it was time to unveil the recently mastered essence of her thrusting sword technique. Not only do I intend for you to be defeated, but I desire your utter annihilation, a defeat so profound that it cannot be tolerated by heaven or earth. 9 years of honing my blade, all for this single moment. Yan Zhen was the first to strike, her longsword moving swiftly as she lunged forward with a piercing thrust aimed at his left rib. Upon hearing this, Yan Hu could not help but scoff. You think you can reach my left rib? How amusing. He then unleashed a counterattack utilizing the swift wind sword technique, executing the move known as the swift wind sword. The blade arced gracefully as it darted forth with incredible speed. The two swords met in the void, their blades intertwining in a dance of light and shadow. In an instant, a delicate spray of crimson blossomed upon Yan Hu's left rib, a sight both vibrant and unnerving. Stunned, Yan Hu gazed at the wound on his side, feeling the sharp sting of pain. Had Yan Zhen truly struck his left rib? Yan Zhen had retrieved his longsword, yet with a renewed vigor, he solemnly declared, "This sword will pierce your right flank." When Yan Zhen had previously mentioned targeting the left side, Yan Hu had dismissed it as a mere jest, finding it absurd that one would reveal their intentions to the adversary. However, the recent strike that had indeed found its mark on his left rib made him wary. Thus, while cautiously observing Yan Zhen's blade, Yan Hu unleashed his own technique, wind without trace. This maneuver appeared to aim for the space beside his opponent, but as the distance closed, it suddenly shifted direction with remarkable speed, striking the foe unexpectedly. This deceptive move often caught the uninitiated off guard, leading to their undoing. Whoosh! Once again, a delicate and somewhat enchanting spray of blood emerged, and Yan Hu was struck anew. Yan Zhen had already retracted his sword, yet his hand trembled in anticipation. This thrust aimed at your left hand. At this moment, Yan Hu dared not launch a counterattack. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to defense. Convinced that he could withstand Yan Zhen's strike, he invoked the technique of the gale wind sword play, employing the fierce counter of the raging wind. This move continuously manifested before him, ceaselessly intercepting the opponent's assaults, regarded as an exceptionally formidable defensive maneuver within the gale wind sword play. Yan Hu believed that by executing the raging wind, he should be able to fend off Yan Zhen's blade. However, Yan Zhen's swordplay was remarkably elusive, seemingly infused with boundless enchantment. No matter how Yan Hu wielded the raging wind, Yan Zhen's sword always managed to discern the vulnerabilities within the defense, ultimately piercing through the gaps and inflicting a third wound upon Yan Hu. At this point, Yan Hu was on the verge of losing his composure, pondering the reason behind this relentless assault. Regardless of whether one is on the offensive or defensive, one cannot withstand Yan Zhen's singular sword strike. Yan Hu stared blankly at Yan Zhen, seemingly captivated by the notion that his slender, alabaster hand, when grasping the sword, could evoke an extraordinary and enigmatic power from an ordinary long sword, rendering him utterly incapable of defending against it. Yan Hu pondered the strangeness of the situation. Why was it that Yan Zhen, who had previously been so easily subdued, had transformed into such a formidable opponent? His swordsmanship now possessed an uncanny and magical quality. Yan Zhen unleashed the fourth, fifth, and sixth strikes, each one releasing a cascade of sword flowers and splashes of blood. Under such relentless assault, Yan Hu felt on the brink of collapse, incapable of parrying the piercing thrusts from Yan Zhen's blade. Yet, he entertained thoughts of deciphering the secret behind Yan Zhen's thrusts, dreaming of a day when he could humiliate him, forcing Yan Zhen to kneel and bow before him, all while planning a strategic retreat. With sword in hand, Yan Zhen stood resolute, his grip unwavering. This strike was aimed at Yan Hu's throat. Yan Hu was momentarily stunned. Throat? Was that not tantamount to a death sentence? How could Yan Zhen dare? Within the Qingfeng sect, unless a life-and-death duel had been formally declared, it was strictly forbidden for disciples to harm one another. Discovery of such an act would result in severe penalties, ranging from the cessation of magical abilities to execution. Yan, who had only contemplated inflicting pain upon Yan Zhen, never daring to kill him. Yet now, Yan Zhen audaciously disregarded sect rules, seeking to end his life. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, Yan Zhen had executed his 7th thrust. Yan, who, refusing to underestimate his opponent, prepared his defense, an adept technique known as wind rising from the ground. This move, executed from a low position, was designed to fortify one's defense. Yan, who had mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree. However, the seemingly mundane sword in Yan Zhen's hands radiated boundless power, effortlessly piercing through Yan Hu's defense. The cold, sharp blade embedded itself into Yan Hu's throat, and a vivid splash of blood erupted. At that moment, Yan Hu's eyes became vacant, resembling those of a dead fish. He could not fathom that Yan Zhen would truly kill him. His consciousness faded rapidly, consumed by disbelief. Why? Furthermore, Yan, who had aspirations for a vibrant life, envisioning a future where Yan Xiaozi would align herself with someone wealthier, allowing him to bask in comfort and wield power through association. He envisioned countless joyous days ahead, resolutely unwilling to perish at that moment. Yet, with the sword buried in his throat, his awareness swiftly dissipated. Thud! Yan Hu collapsed heavily to the ground. Yan Zhen withdrew his sword. The reason Yan Hu could not counter Yan Zhen's strikes was quite simple. Yan Zhen had mastered the essence of the thrust, greatly amplifying its potency. Deflecting such an attack was exceedingly difficult, a feat clearly beyond Yan Hu's capabilities. Yan Zhen, with his wealth of experience from a past life, deftly ensured that any suspicion regarding Yan Hu's demise would be thoroughly dispelled, unperturbed by the Qingfeng sect's potential inquiries into the matter. Yan Zhen quickly cleaned up the scene, ensuring that others would not discover Yan Hu's body too swiftly, and even if they did, suspicion would not fall upon him. He produced a pristine cloth, gently wiping the blood from his sword, the motion tender as if caressing a beloved. Once finished, the blade gleamed like autumn water, unmarred by a single drop of blood. In that moment, Yan Zhen felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Yan Hu, that petty and opportunistic individual, had long deserved his fate. Now that the deed was done, Yan Zhen yearned to celebrate with a few cups of fine wine, having, in a sense, removed 2 significant obstacles, Qin En and Yan Hu, before his impending confrontation with Ouyang Song. As he calculated the time remaining until the life and death duel, he reflected on the disparity in strength between himself and Ouyang Song. Ouyang Song possessed the cultivation of a 7th-layer Qi practitioner, skilled in the yellow rank's lower-grade light wind sword technique, likely equipped with additional secret techniques. Yan Zhen, on the other hand, was a 6th-layer Qi practitioner, having perfected the essence of the thrust. This comparison led Yan Zhen to realize that he had surpassed Ouyang Song in strength. Ouyang Song, await me on the duel platform. Prepare yourself for an inevitable death. Since my rebirth 12 days ago, I have diligently prepared for this moment. I first ventured into the immortal treasures of the sect, battling Qin and ultimately vanquishing him. Next, I faced Yan Hu and dispatched him as well. Along the way, I encountered exquisite culinary scrolls, perilous techniques, and the extraordinary essence of the thrust, all while enduring Yan Xiaozi's mockery. Everything has been in preparation for my battle with Ouyang Song, and now I am ready. In the following 2 days, Yan Zhen resolved to do nothing but rest and rejuvenate, awaiting the final confrontation. A person is like a taut string. After 12 days of intense preparation, it was time to relax and gather strength for the ultimate battle. On February 21st, 2 days before the decisive confrontation, Yan Zhen strolled leisurely through the Fengyun Mountains, unwinding his mind. He no longer needed to practice swordplay. Relaxation was the true path to victory. Just then, he stumbled upon a gambling booth, run by a man of gambler's demeanor, thin yet exuding an air of desperation. This man was named Situ Guang, a peculiar figure among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Typically, cultivators possess fewer desires, yet Situ Guang was an exception, harboring a fervent obsession with gambling. Once a wealthy heir, he had owned half of a county, his family famously known as the Situ-half city. However, after his parents' demise, Situ Guang squandered the family fortune in his reckless pursuit of gambling, ultimately becoming the subject of ridicule within the county. Even his fiancée had come to call off their engagement, a situation he dismissed with indifference, believing that in the grand scheme of things, gambling outweighed everything else. This laughingstock, however, experienced a sudden reversal of fortune. Situ Guang possessed exceptional talent, and was taken as a disciple by an elder of the Qingfeng sect. Such an honor was rare among cultivators. Situ Guang indeed had remarkable potential, ranking among the strongest of the outer disciples, yet his gambling habits remained unchanged, and he continued to indulge in bets. As Yan Zhen approached, he noticed Situ Guang had set up a betting table, wagering on the outcome of his battle with Ouyang Song. Yan Zhen scrutinized the odds, which were as follows. Betting on Ouyang Song's victory yielded a 10-to-1 payout. Betting on Yan Zhen's triumph offered a 1-to-10 return. If Ouyang Song won within 3 moves, the payout was 2-to-1. Within 5 moves, it was 1-to-1. Within 10 moves, 1.5-to-1. Within 20 moves, 4-to-1. And within 50 moves, 6-to-1. Observing these odds, Yan Zhen casually inquired of Situ Guang about the betting patterns. Situ Guang replied, "The truth is rather harsh. Not a single person has bet on your victory. Many believe Ouyang Song will triumph within 3 moves, and even more expect him to win within 5. The majority are convinced that Ouyang Song will decisively defeat you, with no possibility of your success." Situ Guang was nothing if not forthright. Yan Zhen shrugged, understanding why others perceived such a vast disparity between himself and Ouyang Song. Especially after spending recent days in a drunken stupor, it was no wonder that others regarded him with diminished esteem. "May I place a bet?" Yan Zhen queried. "Of course." Situ Guang chuckled. "I am always open for wagers. I shall wager 300 taels, betting on my own victory," Yan Zhen declared, handing over the 300 taels in banknotes. "Very well," Situ Guang responded, invigorated by the prospect of a wager, as he accepted the notes and marked them down. "Such courage!" A magnetic voice resonated from the entrance of the Inquiry Sword Pavilion. There stood a remarkably tall young man, over 6 feet in stature. His muscular physique radiating an aura of ferocity akin to that of a legendary beast, poised to devour its prey. This formidable figure seemed to eclipse the sunlight, casting a shadow over everything around him, with hands that appeared capable of seizing all and feet that could shatter the earth itself. His presence was unparalleled, a stark contrast to both Qin Un and Yan Hu, who paled in comparison. This fierce young man was none other than Ouyang Song, Yan Zhen's most formidable adversary. With purposeful strides, Ouyang Song approached Situ Guang. "I stake 3,000 taels on my victory." While Yan Zhen's entire fortune barely amounted to 300 taels, Ouyang Song casually tossed down 3,000, his wealth well known to all present. Ouyang Song's gaze fell upon Yan Zhen, filled with disdain and mockery. "Your challenge to a deadly duel is the gravest mistake of your life. I have heard that you have been drowning your sorrows in drink, clearly aware that your demise is imminent. Alas, this will not absolve you of your sins. You have taken away Yan Xiaoji's first kiss. For this, you shall find no refuge. I will first end your life, then systematically eradicate your family and your entire lineage, piece by piece, to cleanse your transgressions." Ouyang Song's words dripped with arrogance and malice. Logically, it was Yan Zhen who had shared a mutual affection with Yan Xiaoji, making the act of claiming her first kiss a mere formality. It was Ouyang Song, in fact, who had subsequently taken her for himself. Yet, despite the absurdity of his claims, Ouyang Song wielded power. His fists were the ultimate truth, and he could threaten Yan Zhen's family without a hint of remorse. This was the brutal reality upheld by Ouyang Song and many in the realm of cultivation. Yan Zhen felt his rage surge. A dragon has its reverse scales, and to touch them invites wrath. For Yan Zhen, his family was that very scale. His father had shown him great kindness, while his mother was a figure of unparalleled gentleness in his memory. At that moment, his murderous intent swelled, more intense than the moment he had returned to life. May the heavens bear witness, and the earth attest. Ouyang Song, if I do not slay you, I shall not consider myself human. In 2 days, your death will be at hand. Your gaze is sharp, filled with killing intent, Ouyang Song remarked approvingly. But alas, your strength is woefully inadequate. You should take these last 2 days to indulge yourself at the brothels. I hear you are still a virgin. Ha! With that, Ouyang Song swaggered away, dismissing Yan Zhen as inconsequential. Yan Zhen remained silent, for words were unnecessary. He would prove everything through action in 2 days. He was like a dormant volcano, and when he erupted, it would be catastrophic. Onlookers nearby engaged in hushed conversations, having witnessed the escalating conflict. They believed the confrontation had escalated to a point where both were prepared to annihilate each other's families. Yet, it was evident that Yan Zhen was destined for defeat. No one believed he had even the slightest chance of victory. On the evening of February 22nd, A bright moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow, while the stars remained hidden. The entirety of Fengyun Mountain descended into darkness, save for the occasional flicker of distant lights illuminating the stillness. In a secluded corner of Fengyun Mountain, within a modest chamber, Yan Zhen exhaled slowly. His cultivation had stabilized at the mid-stage of the 6th level of Qi training. After utilizing the 9 Needles 9 Demons secret technique to enhance his internal power, he had spent the past few days solidifying his foundation. Now, his spirit was robust. A large bathing tub stood nearby, filled with clear water. Yan Zhen shed his garments and immersed himself in the tub, feeling an unparalleled comfort as the water enveloped him. Every pore of his body relaxed in bliss. After bathing, he donned a fresh white garment and new straw sandals. From a corner of the room, he retrieved 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, quite expensive at 50 coins apiece. He placed them in a bronze censer and ignited them. Instantly, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, filling the room with a pleasant aroma that invigorated the mind. As the fragrance spread, Yan Zhen positioned his treasured sword, the Dingguang Longjian, upon his knees. The blade shimmered like a pool of autumn water, perfectly reflecting the moonlight streaming through the window. His fingers gently caressed the sword, tracing its ancient hilt, the crossguard, the cool and luminous blade, down to the razor-sharp edge. The sword seemed to respond to his touch, emitting a soft, resonant hum. In this moment, the sword and its master existed in a state of sublime harmony. The Dingguang sword, known for capturing the brilliance of the sun and moon, embodied the essence of light and reverence. Such rituals, bathing, changing garments, lighting incense, and caressing the sword, had become second nature to him before a life-and-death battle. Ensuring he was in peak condition for confrontation, the long-anticipated day of the duel had finally arrived. Tomorrow would mark the fateful clash, and Yan Zhen's heart was curiously calm, his eyes unusually clear. Meanwhile, in another modest chamber that same night, Ouyang Song sat polishing his sword. His weapon, measuring 3 feet 2 inches in length and 1 inch 2 in width, bore a faint crimson hue reminiscent of blood. This sword, named Blood Flame, was of exceptional quality, infused with a palpable aura of menace. Ouyang Song lightly flicked the blade, producing a resonant hum. Tomorrow's battle would be effortlessly victorious. An opponent like Yan Zhen, a weakling, hardly qualified as a rival. Yan Zhen's original strength had merely been at the 4th level of Qi training, and after days of drunken stupor, he had evidently given up entirely. Tomorrow would be nothing short of a massacre. Blood Flame, let us revel in the slaughter together, and teach Yan Zhen the harsh truths of this world. A chilling glint flickered in Ouyang Song's eyes. He had always been a ruthless individual, subscribing to the belief that the weak must perish while the strong endure. Such was the brutal nature of the cultivation realm. In a previous life, Ouyang Song did not kill Yan Zhen. Instead, he severed Yan Zhen's meridians, subjecting him to a lifetime of suffering. However, in this incarnation, Ouyang Song's intentions have shifted. He seeks to eliminate Yan Zhen entirely. As night deepens, Yan Xiaoji sits before a bright yellow copper mirror, which reflects her exquisite beauty. With a delicate oval face, porcelain skin, petite crimson lips, and a high-bridged nose, her eyes exude a blend of allure and innocence. Gently, she removes the jade hairpin from her hair, a gift from Ouyang Song, who spent 300 taels of silver to procure it for her. The jade is captivating, and Yan Xiaoji cherishes the hairpin as it complements her visage beautifully. With a soft sigh, she reflects on the morrow, February 23rd, the day of their fated confrontation. This battle is preordained. Ouyang Song is destined to triumph and live, while Yan Zhen is fated to perish. Yan Xiaoji harbors no compassion for Yan Zhen. She firmly believes in the truth of the cultivation world. The weak perish while the strong survive. Although there was a semblance of genuine affection between them at the outset, the monotony of daily life has dulled her feelings, and she now possesses no sentiment for Yan Zhen whatsoever. She is drawn to the strong, not to someone as ineffectual as Yan Zhen. Recalling their last meeting, where Yan Zhen spoke to her with derision and cast dismissive glances, fills her with irritation. Yan Xiaoji is a rather twisted woman. Despite her lack of affection for Yan Zhen, he remains infatuated with her. In her heart, she seethes, wishing that Yan Zhen would perish for his audacity to speak to her with such scorn. Yet, she is also exceptionally astute, fully aware that she must feign vulnerability tomorrow. Should Yan Zhen meet his demise, she must shed a few tears to portray herself as compassionate. Disguise is one of Yan Xiaoji's talents. and she understands that most men are drawn to delicate, fragile women. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fengyan Mountain, several outer disciples are foraging for herbs. One disciple, while digging with a hoe, suddenly discovers that he is not unearthing soil, but rather something far more sinister. As he clears the dirt, he uncovers a corpse, evidently deceased for several days. One outer disciple remarks that the face resembles that of Qin Un, the servant of Ouyang Song. Another disciple examines the right hand of the corpse and confirms it is Qin Un. His right hand bears 2 intersecting sword wounds, now scarred. Qin Un is dead. Who could have killed him? A cacophony of discussions erupts among them, expressing their astonishment at the sudden demise of Qin Un. After a brief deliberation, some disciples rush to inform Ouyang Song, for Qin Un was his most trusted servant. On that same night, at the mountainside, another outer disciple is making his way back from below when he suddenly hears a loud thud ahead, as if something heavy has fallen. This unexpected sound sends a shiver of alarm through him. What could it be? The sound did not resemble that of a stone falling to the ground. The outer sect disciple promptly went to investigate, only to discover a lifeless body lying before him. The individual seemed to have passed away merely 2 days prior. His features strikingly clear. The disciple could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Isn't this senior brother Yanhu? How could he have met his end here?" The death of an outer sect disciple, particularly that of Yanhu, was no trivial matter. I must report this to the elders immediately. Without delay, the disciple hurried to inform the elders. That night, Fengyan Mountain was indeed in turmoil. At the foot of the mountain lay another corpse, and midway up the slope, yet another. One belonged to a servant of an outer sect disciple, while the other was the disciple himself. It was quite rare for Fengyan Mountain to witness fatalities. Yet now 2 had occurred in quick succession, prompting the elders to launch an investigation into the matter. Unbeknownst to anyone, the moonlight that night bore a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of a blood moon, tainted by impending death. The imminent battle for survival was destined to be drenched in blood. On this day, from the very morning, thick dark clouds gathered overhead, yet no rain fell. The oppressive weight of these clouds cast a somber shadow over the hearts of those present. The dual platform, situated on the mountainside of Fengyan Mountain, was a relatively flat area, not particularly large, perfectly suited for a confrontation between 2 combatants. Surrounding the dual platform were numerous outer disciples, eagerly gathered to witness the impending clash, with more arriving from the distance, their faces alight with the thrill of anticipation. After all, the path of cultivation could often feel tedious and monotonous. The sudden emergence of a life-and-death duel was a spectacle not to be missed. Cultivators, too, are human, and within humanity resides an innate inclination towards bloodshed, violence, and desire. Among the onlookers were familiar figures, such as the male disciple surnamed Zhang and the female disciple surnamed Lin, who had previously engaged in discussions about the Shuangyue Valley during Yan Zhen's rebirth. Naturally, Sitaguang, the one who initiated the betting, was also among the crowd. One outer disciple inquired, "Who do you think will emerge victorious from this duel? Who gives life, and who takes it away?" As soon as the outer disciple uttered these words, he was immediately mocked by another disciple nearby. "Are you joking? In this life-and-death duel, it is undoubtedly Ouyang Song who will prevail, while Yan Zhen will perish." Ouyang Song possesses the formidable power of the 7th level of Qi refinement, whereas Yan Zhen is merely at the 4th level. The disparity between the 7th and 4th levels of Qi refinement is unfathomable. They are simply not in the same league. I can only wonder how many moves Yan Zhen can withstand under Ouyang Song's onslaught. 5 moves to death? 10 moves to death? I feel that it will not last beyond 10 moves. It should be around 5. Another slightly older outer disciple spoke in a low voice. "I too believe it will be approximately 5 moves, but I have heard that Yan Zhen has been frequenting the tavern lately, drinking himself into a stupor daily, and his condition is woefully poor. When one has lost their own courage and their fighting spirit is entirely absent, it is likely that he will not endure even 5 moves. He may succumb in just 3. It certainly seems to be a matter of 3 to 5 moves. Everyone is convinced that Yan Zhen is destined to lose, as it is a foregone conclusion, with no possibility of unexpected outcomes. By the way, have you heard? Yanhu has died," an outer disciple said mysteriously. "What? Yanhu is dead?" It is indeed incredulous to consider that instances of death are exceedingly rare within the confines of Fengyan Mountain. Just yesterday, my companion, Brother Zhou, while ascending the mountain, heard a heavy object fall ahead. Upon investigation, he discovered the lifeless body of Yanhu. Brother Zhou promptly reported this grave matter to the elder. For a death is no trivial affair. What was the final outcome? Have the perpetrators of the murder been identified? Someone inquired. The elder also conducted an investigation, however. According to the elder, the murderer employed remarkably sophisticated methods, erasing numerous traces, thus making it impossible to ascertain who the perpetrator was. One outer disciple remarked that Yan Zhen's previous life experience was exceedingly rich, and since the assailant took measures to eliminate evidence, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to uncover their identity. The identity of the assailant remains a mystery. While they were engrossed in discussion, suddenly one person interjected. In fact, last night, it was not just Yan who perished. Ouyang Song's foremost servant, Qinan, also met his demise. Upon hearing this, the others immediately began to inquire further. The outer disciple continued. Last night, I, along with several fellow disciples, went down the mountain to gather herbs. As we were digging, one of my junior brothers unearthed a corpse. It seemed to have been dead for a while, yet it was still recognizable as Qinan, particularly due to the two intersecting sword scars on his right hand, which allowed us to ascertain his identity with relative certainty. Another death, someone remarked. Indeed, yet another life extinguished. It is quite rare for anyone to die in Fengyan Mountain. One wonders what malevolent force was at work last night to claim 2 lives. It is indeed eerie, commented an outer disciple, expressing their unease. Who could have been responsible for their deaths? Some outer disciples expressed their bewilderment. Have you noticed that both Qin and Yan, who are subordinates of Brother Ouyang Song? Could it be that an enemy of Brother Ouyang has eliminated these two? An outer sect disciple pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, others began to consider the possibility, but given Ouyang Song's notoriously arrogant demeanor and his numerous enemies, there would indeed be a lot to investigate, and many would be under suspicion. At that moment, another outer sect disciple had a sudden thought. The most conspicuous adversary of Ouyang Song recently is Yan Zhen. Could it be that Yan Zhen was responsible for the deaths of Yan Hu and Qinan? As soon as he voiced this notion, it was met with a chorus of laughter. Haha, don't make me laugh. Yan Zhen is merely at the 4th stage of Qi training. Either Qinan or Yan Hu could easily eliminate him. It's too absurd. Indeed, it was widely agreed that regardless of who killed Yan Hu and Qinan, it could not possibly be Yan Zhen due to his inferior strength. Amidst the laughter, the outer sect disciple who had proposed the idea felt it was indeed far-fetched and ceased further discussion on the matter. As the discussion grew animated, a young woman clad in purple, holding a purple bamboo umbrella, gracefully approached from afar. Her delicate steps resembled a lilac flower in the rain, captivating those who recognized her, while those unfamiliar inquired about her identity. Upon learning that she was the heroine of the imminent life-and-death duel, Yin Shaozi, they understood why she garnered such attention. Her beauty and fragility evoked sympathy. It was no wonder that Yan Zhen dared to challenge Ouyang Song. Upon reaching the sword duel platform, Yin Shaozi remained silent, sitting quietly to the side with a melancholic expression, seemingly unable to bear witnessing the upcoming contest. This stirred feelings of pity among the male disciples present. If Yan Zhen were here, he might have praised Yin Shaozi's acting skills, for her performance was indeed commendable. Moreover, some noticed that a white cloth was tied around her left sleeve, indicating that she was aware of Yan Hu's demise. Deep in thought, Yin Shaozi contemplated how her cousin Yan Hu had met his end. She was unaware that Yan Hu had sought trouble with Yan Zhen, reflecting on whether he had provoked others yet again. Her cousin had always been a troublemaker. Perhaps his death was for the best. In her heart, she harbored a chilling indifference, realizing that she had relied on Yan Hu in the mortal realm, but in the world of cultivation, his presence was inconsequential. After some time, another figure approached from the distance, a tall man, approximately 6 feet in height. His square face bore thick brows, and his eyes radiated a fierce aura. Draped in a light gray cloak, his muscular arms suggested immense power, and he carried an exceptionally long sword, which emanated a menacing presence even while sheathed. This was Ouyang Song, a figure of renown among the outer sect disciples, clad in his seldom-worn victory cloak reserved for significant battles, wielding his blood-flame sword. Accompanied by several loyal disciples, Ouyang Song commanded attention, striding with a demeanor reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. Upon reaching the sword duel platform, he leaped onto it, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate his energy, determined to defeat Yan Zhen in his finest state. The aura of bloodlust surrounding him was intensified by the deaths of Qinan and Yan Hu, fueling his intent to ruthlessly annihilate Yan Zhen. Furthermore, he aimed to send a warning to anyone lurking in the shadows, contemplating enmity with him, to reconsider their own strength before proceeding. Ouyang Song cast a glance at Yan Xiaozi, harboring a certain fascination for the delicate woman, before settling on the platform to await his opponent. As time passed, Yan Zhen remained absent, prompting a sense of disappointment among the onlookers. Many began to speculate whether Yan Zhen was too afraid to appear. After all, he had initially acted out of impulsive bravado upon realizing he had been outmaneuvered and lost his beloved, challenging Ouyang Song to a life-or-death duel. However, it soon became apparent that he could not possibly stand against Ouyang Song. The duel would undoubtedly result in his humiliation. In such a context, it was understandable for him to feel fear and lose his courage. Yet, should he refuse to show up, Yan Zhen's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, leaving him unable to hold his head high in the Wind Cloud Mountain. After all, failing to appear after signing a life-and-death duel agreement was an exceedingly disgraceful matter. Just as the crowd continued to murmur their grievances regarding Yan Zhen, someone announced the appearance of a youth in white clothing by the roadside, who appeared to be Yan Zhen. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the direction of the path. Indeed, a young man in white, carrying a sword, emerged. His hair flowed like a blade, his brows were sharp as swords, his eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, and even his lips and attire seemed to echo the essence of a sword. He exuded an imposing presence, as if he were a sword soaring towards the heavens. Yan Zhen had arrived. As he walked step by step towards the sword duel platform, he confronted Ouyang Song. Ouyang Song resembled a fierce tiger, brimming with explosive energy, while Yan Zhen appeared like a long sword, his spirit soaring. Observers noted that this confrontation had the potential to be intriguing. Yet many believed Yan Zhen was merely pretending to be formidable. In their minds, he was overwhelmingly weak, merely feigning strength. It would be a miracle if he did not lose. As the clouds hung low and thick without rain, a storm loomed in the air. The wind howled between heaven and earth, its sound resonating ominously. Ouyang Song produced the life-and-death wager and placed it on a high platform beside the sword duel platform. Yan Zhen similarly presented his wager, signifying that the battle could officially commence. Each wager bore their respective signatures, marking the commitment to this life-or-death struggle. Taking a deep breath, Yan Zhen positioned his hand upon the sword's hilt. Having been reborn for 15 days, he had diligently practiced each day, employing various methods to enhance his abilities. Now, the moment for the ultimate confrontation had arrived. Recalling the torment of his previous life, where Ouyang Song had severed his tendons, a surge of murderous intent ignited within him. The memory of Ouyang Song's threat to annihilate his entire family only intensified his resolve. Yan Zhen's bloodlust surged. Today, Ouyang Song must die. Today, he would either win or perish. Today, he would unleash the full brilliance of his sword. Today, he would drink deeply of victory. Determined, light sword. Gather the radiance of the sun and moon at your tip. Are you prepared? Yan Zhen's grip on the hilt ignited a sensation of unity with the sword flowing through him. Ouyang Song regarded Yan Zhen with an air of condescension, as if observing an insignificant insect. Yan Zhen, I never imagined you would dare to ascend the sword duel platform. You possess a certain courage, the courage to seek your own demise. Ha! His disdainful gaze dismissed Yan Zhen entirely. Yan Zhen shook his head and replied earnestly, No, I am not seeking my own demise. I am here to ensure your death. Ouyang Song laughed heartily. You wish for my demise? Do you think you are worthy? Worthiness depends on the sword in my hand, Yan Zhen coldly retorted. Ouyang Song chuckled again. Ah, well said. It does depend on the sword in your hand. Yan Zhen, you are truly delusional to the utmost. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast disparity between our strengths, plunging you into despair and ruin. I will first kill you, then your entire family. That is the fate of those who provoke me. In truth, it was Ouyang Song who had instigated the conflict by undermining Yan Zhen. Yet his tyrannical nature led him to believe otherwise. Ouyang Song gripped his sword, declaring, My sword is called Blood Flame. Its hue reminiscent of fiery blood, mirroring my nature. I revel in the act of drinking the blood of my foes. You shall be consumed by the Blood Flame sword and meet your demise beneath its edge. This statement was indeed in alignment with his notorious ferocity. Yan Zhen, holding his sword, countered, My sword is named Fixed Light. Capturing the brilliance of the sun and moon at its tip, I shall gather the radiance of celestial bodies around me, becoming the focal point of all eyes. You? Merely a stepping stone in my ascent. Yet, such arrogance from Yan Zhen was astonishing, considering Ouyang Song's formidable reputation. It was sheer folly for someone like Yan Zhen to presume Ouyang Song would serve as a mere footnote in his journey. In a fit of rage, Ouyang Song laughed. Seeking death, are we? His eyes glinted with a predator's delight, the fury kindled by Yan Zhen's taunts. An overwhelming aura of malevolence radiated from him. With a sudden motion, he unleashed a blood-red flash from his blade, a torrent of crimson energy hurtling towards Yan Zhen, swift and savage. Ouyang Song's strike was characterized by three remarkable aspects. First, the angle of his attack was exquisitely precise, targeting Yan Zhen's chest. Second, the speed was astonishing. Employing the swift strike technique from the lower tier of the Qingfeng sect's light swordplay. Third, the force behind his blow was immense, infused with the power of the 7th level of Qi training, generating a sound reminiscent of thunder as it sliced through the air. Yan Zhen's slender fingers gripped the hilt of his sword. As Ouyang Song's blood waves surged towards him, Yan Zhen reacted instantaneously, his sword transforming as if by magic. The fixed light sword manifested a myriad of illusions before consolidating into a singular, authentic strike, aimed directly at Ouyang Song's attack. The angle of Yan Zhen's sword was masterfully executed, a feat of exceptional skill. The two blades collided with a resounding clang, their energies clashing violently. Ouyang Song's might was formidable, yet Yan Zhen's prowess was no less impressive. As the dust settled, Ouyang Song staggered back 3 steps while Yan Zhen retreated 4. A surprising outcome that defied Ouyang Song's expectations. He had anticipated subduing Yan Zhen with his superior power, yet Yan Zhen's strength exceeded his assumptions. Ouyang Song gazed at Yan Zhen, momentarily taken aback, wondering aloud, 6th level of Qi training? Indeed, Yan Zhen replied, a hint of smugness in his voice. This revelation astonished not only Ouyang Song, but also the onlookers from the outer sect. It was common knowledge that just 15 days prior, Yan Zhen was at the 4th level of Qi training. The fact that he had ascended to the 6th level in such a brief span was nothing short of miraculous. Typically, such advancement required 2 to 4 years. Yan Zhen's rapid growth was incomprehensible. Had he encountered some extraordinary opportunity? With Yan Zhen's newfound strength, the duel promised to be more riveting than anticipated, though Ouyang Song remained the favored victor. His experience as a seasoned practitioner of the 7th level far outweighed Yan Zhen's recent rise, creating an insurmountable gap in their abilities. Those who had wagered on Ouyang Song winning within 3 or 5 moves felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared he would not dispatch Yan Zhen as swiftly as they had hoped. Instead of being deterred, Ouyang Song laughed heartily. Excellent. Your rise to the 6th level of Qi training adds vigor to our clash. It will only intensify the thrill of my slaughter. His malevolent energies surged, fueled by the prospect of a more satisfying contest, transforming him into a ferocious beast. Yan Zhen retorted with a cold smirk, regrettably. This battle will end with my slaughter of you. His confidence radiated as he spoke, brimming with unshakable pride. Ouyang Song chuckled in disbelief. You believe your power can vanquish me? How amusing, Yan Zhen. It seems your newfound abilities have clouded your judgment. Today, you shall learn the true extent of the heavens and the earth. Is that so? Yan Zhen shot back defiantly. If you intend to enlighten me, I shall ensure your defeat is profound and unrelenting. With grips tightened around their respective swords, the tension in the air became palpable. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, and a sudden clap of thunder rent the sky, silver lightning dancing chaotically, accompanied by howling winds that echoed like wails of the damned. Raindrops fell like columns from the heavens. As the first droplets struck the platform, the brief pause in their deadly confrontation shattered, and the fierce duel commenced. Ouyang Song surged forth, his sword ablaze with light, a harbinger of destruction as the blood-red glow sliced through the torrential downpour, staining the rain around him. In his heart, Yan Zhen welcomed the challenge, resolved to unleash his piercing sword technique against Ouyang Song. This was the moment he had awaited for their decisive battle. As Ouyang Song lunged, Yan Zhen deftly maneuvered, his sword thrusting forth with uncanny precision, narrowly avoiding Ouyang Song's blade before striking at his foe. The first blow found its mark in Ouyang Song's left side. Despite the wound, Ouyang Song's ferocity remained undiminished. With a grunt, he retaliated, his sword slashing horizontally towards Yan Zhen. Unfazed, Yan Zhen raised his scabbard to block the assault, simultaneously launching another thrust that found its target yet again. This marked the second strike. Yan Zhen observed the surprise flicker in Ouyang Song's eyes, astonished at being struck consecutively. Inwardly, Yan Zhen mused on how Ouyang Song could possibly comprehend the intricacies of his piercing technique. With renewed vigor, he pressed the attack, unleashing a third strike that seemed deceptively simple. Ouyang Song deployed a defensive maneuver against Yan Zhen's onslaught, yet Yan Zhen, having previously mastered this technique, expertly evaded Ouyang Song's defenses and landed another blow. This was the third strike. Yan Zhen's relentless assault continued, unfazed by Ouyang Song's aggression. With a flourish, he struck once more, exploiting the gaps in Ouyang Song's defenses. This was the fourth strike. Ouyang Song retaliated with fervor, his blade dancing in a flurry of strikes, each more deceptive and fierce than the last. Yet, Yan Zhen's straightforward thrusts pierced through Ouyang Song's elaborate defenses, demonstrating the true essence of his technique. This was the fifth strike. Yan Zhen deftly sidestepped Ouyang Song's guard, landing a blow on his left arm, blood erupting forth. This was the sixth strike. In a swift maneuver, Yan Zhen darted behind Ouyang Song, delivering yet another strike to his back, eliciting another spray of blood. This was the seventh strike. Yan Zhen's sword pierced through Ouyang Song's formidable defensive sword techniques, as if they were mere paper, swiftly striking his chest. Originally aimed at Ouyang's right arm, Yan Zhen redirected the thrust, evidently intent on avoiding injury to Ouyang's dominant arm, for a wound that would render him incapable of wielding his sword and thus lead to inevitable defeat. In this clash, Yan Zhen showcased the essence of his piercing swordsmanship with exquisite finesse. He relished the sensation of relentlessly wounding his greatest adversary, watching as Ouyang bled, grew frantic, and succumbed to disbelief and suffering, all while finding a perverse pleasure in Ouyang's distress. The more anguish his enemy displayed, the greater Yan Zhen's delight became. Ouyang Song was on the brink of madness. During their recent exchange, he felt as though Yan Zhen's sword possessed an otherworldly power, piercing him no matter how he altered his tactics or attempted to block. Each strike seemed inevitable, initially brimming with confidence. Ouyang gradually felt his resolve erode under the relentless assault, leaving him almost numb from the repeated blows that shattered his self-assurance. At that moment, the onlooking outer disciples were rendered speechless. Some widened their eyes, others gaped in disbelief, while many rubbed their eyes in an attempt to comprehend the spectacle before them, all displaying varied expressions of astonishment. They could scarcely believe the extraordinary events they had just witnessed. At the outset, everyone presumed Yan Zhen was destined to lose. They speculated whether he would fall in 3 or 5 exchanges, or perhaps, if fortunate, endure until the 10th. However, the unfolding events defied all expectations. Just half a month prior, Yan Zhen had been a mere 4th-tier practitioner, yet now he wielded the power of a 6th-tier adept. Following this development, onlookers believed that even with his newfound 6th-tier abilities, Yan Zhen would still be no match for the seasoned 7th-tier warrior, Ouyang Song, whose experience seemed insurmountable. Initially, when Ouyang declared his intention to mercilessly slay Yan Zhen, it was taken for granted, while Yan Zhen's counterclaim was dismissed as mere jest. Yet now, witnessing Yan Zhen's relentless onslaught, each strike landing with precision on Ouyang, the crowd began to realize that this was no jest, but a stark reality. As they observed Yan Zhen dominating Ouyang on the duel platform, disbelief gripped nearly every spectator. Was this truly happening? Many instinctively rubbed their eyes, hoping to dispel the illusion. Yet, the scene remained unchanged. At that moment, Yan Xiaoji, a strikingly beautiful yet cunning girl, found her mouth agape. She had meticulously planned to shed tears of sympathy after Yan Zhen's inevitable demise at Ouyang's hands, preparing to portray herself as a compassionate damsel. However, the unexpected twist of fate, with Yan Zhen gaining the upper hand, left her incredulous. Was there a miscalculation? Surely Ouyang could not be this feeble. Meanwhile, the gambler Situ Guang's eyes widened in surprise, sensing an opportunity for significant profit, his fingers unconsciously rolling the dice in his hands. The storm of battle continued to rage on the platform. Sweat mingled with blood on Ouyang's brow as he gasped for breath, his injuries mounting under Yan Zhen's relentless assault. Yan Zhen, you have forced my hand. Today, I shall ensure your demise. You will taste the full force of my technique. Yan Zhen responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, is there a hidden trump card you have yet to reveal?" "Indeed, I have yet to unleash my ultimate techniques," Ouyang declared with a self-satisfied smirk. "I have mastered the upper-tier yellow-grade sword technique, the storm sword technique. Sword techniques across the heavens are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, each succeeding grade surpassing the last in strength. Generally, the outer disciples of our Qingfeng sect learn only the lower grade techniques, like the gentle breeze sword technique, while those of greater prowess study the middle grade techniques. However, I have acquired a few moves from the upper grade storm sword technique, a rare privilege granted to me after I accomplished a significant feat. I have trained tirelessly to perfect these moves, which I had not intended to reveal until I faced inner disciples. But since you have compelled me, I shall demonstrate the might of the upper tier yellow grade storm sword technique. Upon hearing Ouyang's boast, the surrounding disciples erupted in chatter, utterly astounded that Ouyang had mastered an upper tier sword technique. Yan Zhen, though momentarily taken aback, brushed it off. While the upper tier yellow grade sword technique might be formidable to other outer disciples, it posed little threat to him. Ultimately, all swordplay could be reduced to mere techniques. Whereas Yan Zhen had mastered the essence of swordsmanship, he chuckled inwardly, allowing Ouyang his moment of pride while preparing to unleash his piercing sword essence to bring him to tears. As Ouyang stood with a stance that was both rigid and poised, gripping his sword with both hands, the blade pointed skyward. It became evident that this was the initiating posture of the storm sword technique. Typically, swords are wielded with one hand for agility, but the dual grip provided greater force at the cost of flexibility. Furthermore, raising the blade high left one vulnerable, exposing many openings. However, the upper-tier storm sword technique required a dual grip, the sword tip directed skyward, heralding the tempest's arrival. As Ouyang commenced his attack, the sword danced violently, stirring the winds and clouds, evoking the sensation of a storm descending from the heavens. It seemed as if all the dust of the earth would be swept away by this tempest, and without a doubt, Yan Zhen, too, was but a speck of dust destined to be obliterated by this strike. In response, Yan Zhen lunged forward with a swift thrust of his sword. This strike appeared unremarkable, ordinary, lacking in grandeur or flair, yet it pierced through Ouyang's storm, cutting through the tumultuous winds and overwhelming force, striking Ouyang once more and erupting in a bloom of crimson. Yan Zhen observed the disbelief in Ouyang's eyes, clearly unable to fathom how his upper-tier sword technique had failed to protect him from Yan Zhen's straightforward thrust. Yan Zhen, dismissive of the need for explanation, simply smiled. Ouyang, undeterred, prepared to unleash his next technique, Storm's Fury, another move from the upper-tier storm sword technique, infamous for its ferocity. Yan Zhen watched as Ouyang brought his sword down with both hands, conjuring a whirlwind of violence, likening it to a colossal wheel of swords hurtling towards him, its force staggering and seemingly all-consuming. Yan Zhen countered with his own sword, integrating his piercing essence into the attack. With a hair's breadth of precision, he evaded Ouyang's strike, piercing through the gale and landing a blow on Ouyang's left leg. As Ouyang launched yet another strike, Yan Zhen recognized the technique as Tempest Surge, a ferocious move characterized by its chaotic and powerful blade work. Few could withstand such an assault. Yet, Yan Zhen felt no trepidation. With a deft maneuver, he executed a flawless counter, evading Ouyang's attack while landing another decisive blow. He noted the growing terror in Ouyang's eyes, which only expanded with disbelief. It was evident that Ouyang could not comprehend how his upper-tier sword techniques had been so thoroughly outmatched by Yan Zhen's seemingly mundane thrusts. Yan's heart was filled with cold laughter, and she chose not to offer explanations. She turned her gaze towards Ouyang Song, who at that moment appeared utterly disheveled. His body bore countless injuries, half kneeling on the ground, blood oozing relentlessly, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Yan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ouyang Song, you have already been defeated. It is time for you to meet your end. With renewed resolve, Yan thrust her sword forward once more. This strike encapsulated an immense depth of emotion. The hatred from the past life when Ouyang Song severed her meridians, the resentment from when he undermined her, the eternal grievances from her previous existence, the threats he posed in this life, and the vendetta against him for seeking to annihilate her entire family. All of these feelings converged into this singular attack. Yan's sword, infused with boundless hatred, pierced through the air with unmatched swiftness. Ouyang Song, despite his dire state, attempted to defend himself. Yan scoffed at the absurdity of his endeavor. With a slight tremor of her hand, she deftly evaded his feeble counterattack, driving her blade into his throat. A stream of crimson erupted with the thrust, staining the sword. Ouyang Song, still clinging to consciousness, could not fathom his fate. How could this be? How could he possibly die? No, it was inconceivable. He had yet to claim the first night with Yin Xiaoji, that enchanting little temptress who was both tantalizing and elusive. Moreover, Ouyang Song harbored grand ambitions. He envisioned himself dominating the world of cultivation, elevating his powers to become a formidable genius and a sovereign overlord, amassing a vast harem of dozens, populated by enchantresses, fairies, and princesses, indulging in merriment within his palace. Regrettably, all these aspirations and desires were destined to dissipate into the wind. At that moment, Ouyang Song seemed to glimpse Yin Hu beckoning him, as if he could see his loyal servant Qin and calling out to him. With a thud, Ouyang Song collapsed, his gaze vacant, his body succumbing to the earth. Thus, Ouyang Song met his demise. Yan Zhen grasped the glorious sword in his hand, gazing at the distant mountains, the nearby scenery, the sky, and the earth. For a moment, the world appeared almost surreal. Yan Zhen was overwhelmed with emotion. He had triumphed. He had truly triumphed. In his previous life, he had severed his own meridians, leading to a lifetime of decline in his cultivation journey. His formidable nemesis, Ouyang Song, who had once seemed nearly insurmountable, an adversary 3 minor realms stronger than himself, had finally fallen beneath his blade. In his former life, the arrogant Ouyang Song, who had obtained the Celestial Delicacies Scroll and swept through the realms, becoming a genius of the great Ji kingdom and amassing a harem that left countless men envious, had met his end at Yan Zhen's sword. Ha ha ha! At long last, the vendetta of his past life had been avenged. The sensation of that sword piercing Ouyang Song's throat was exhilarating. Yan Zhen had wielded his sword countless times in both lives, but never with such unparalleled satisfaction. This was a thrill that coursed through his very being, penetrating skin and bone, blood and liver, heart and soul. It was a rapture that transcended the corporeal realm. Yan Zhen was elated to the utmost, brimming with joy. All he desired now was to drink. Life's triumphs should be celebrated to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Let us revel in the slaughter of sheep and cattle, and drink 300 cups in one sitting. Let the wine flow freely. The young man should become renowned in his intoxication. In the rush of life, one must gallop forth, traversing the blossoms of Chang'an in a single night. Is there anyone with wine to spare? Yan Zhen inquired, raising his hands to the surroundings. It was impossible to bring wine onto the dual platform. Here, shouted the gambler Situ Guang, tossing a sealed bottle of wine. Yan Zhen deftly caught it, uncorked the bottle, and inhaled deeply. Ha ha, fiery spirit, just what I need. Indeed, in such exhilarating moments, a smooth and mellow wine would be insufficient. It was this harsh, arid spirit that would suffice, providing the sharpness and intensity he craved. Yan Zhen drank heartily, the fiery liquid igniting a blaze down his throat, the warmth spreading to his stomach, a sensation of pure bliss. He drank with abandon, the murky liquid trickling down his chin. Meanwhile, the lifeless Ouyang Song, with blood flowing, and the faint scent of iron in the air, only heightened Yan Zhen's revelry and fervor. The outer disciples gazed in disbelief at Yan Zhen, who was drinking with abandon on the dual platform. Even those who had witnessed the battle from the beginning could scarcely believe their eyes. Initially, they had all presumed Yan Zhen would inevitably lose. He had started with the 6th level of Qi training, then deployed a mysterious and bizarre thrust that caught Ouyang Song off guard. Next, there was a dramatic turn when Ouyang Song unleashed his superior yellow tier sword technique, the storm swordplay, leading everyone to believe he would claim victory. Yet, unexpectedly, Yan Zhen wielded his ordinary thrusting sword technique, shattering Ouyang Song's high-tier swordplay, leading to Ouyang Song's defeat. This battle was nothing short of spectacular, filled with twists and turns that defied belief. Had anyone dared to suggest Yan Zhen could win before the fight, they would have been met with ridicule. Yet, the reality was that Yan Zhen emerged victorious. Ha ha! This time, I, the bookmaker, have won it all. A loud cheer erupted from Situ Guang, the gambler. He had set the odds, 10-1 for Yan Zhen's victory, 1-10 for Ouyang Song, 2-1 for a win within 3 moves. Even odds within 5 moves, 1.5-1 within 10 moves, 4-1 within 20 moves, and 6-1 within 50 moves. At that moment, everyone had bet on Ouyang Song's victory, the majority wagering on a win within 5 or 10 moves, with not a single soul betting on Yan Zhen. Thus, Situ Guang's betting house had claimed all the winnings. He had established numerous betting rounds before, experiencing losses and gains, but never had he enjoyed such a complete victory. This left even the gambler, known for his luck, exulting in delight. However, he still owed Yan Zhen some compensation. Yet compensating Yan Zhen 3,000 taels would still yield a profit, considering Ouyang Song had also wagered 3,000 taels, allowing Situ Guang to easily settle the debts. Ouyang Song's acquaintances and allies were left in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend how Ouyang Song had perished at the hands of Yan Zhen. Yet, the corpse and the blood were undeniable evidence of the truth. Yan Xiaozi, the seemingly delicate yet venomous woman, fell into silence. She had never anticipated such a turn of events. She had perceived Yan Zhen as a worthless wretch, someone better off dead. In contrast, Ouyang Song had a promising future, which prompted her to place her bets. Yet now, Ouyang Song lay dead by Yan Zhen's hand, causing a jolt of realization within her that she had placed the wrong bet. Her mind was a whirlpool of emotions, grappling with how to recover from this miscalculation and minimize her losses. After the battle concluded, the spectators dispersed, and the news of Yan Zhen's victory over Ouyang Song quickly spread throughout the Qingfeng sect. Have you heard? This morning, a life-and-death duel took place on the duel platform, remarked one outer disciple. Are you referring to the duel between Ouyang Song and Yan Zhen? It seemed rather dull. After all, Ouyang Song's strength was overwhelming, and he could easily have slaughtered Yan Zhen. I wonder what madness possessed Yan Zhen to challenge Ouyang Song to such a duel. Another disciple frowned. You are mistaken. This morning, it was Yan Zhen who triumphed over Ouyang Song in their life-and-death duel. The first disciple insisted. Impossible. Yan Zhen is merely at the 4th level of Qi training, a weakling among outer disciples. Ouyang Song is at the 7th level, a powerful contender. There is no way Yan Zhen could possibly defeat him. The second disciple expressed disbelief. Haha, you doubt it? But it is indeed the truth. It is said that Yan Zhen encountered a fortuitous event in the past half-month, elevating himself to the 6th level of Qi training. Furthermore, his swordplay is remarkably enigmatic, allowing him to pierce Ouyang Song despite the latter's defenses. Even when Ouyang Song employed the superior yellow-tier storm swordplay, Yan Zhen managed to counter it with his bizarre thrusting technique, culminating in his victory. I still find it hard to believe, the listening disciple frowned, unable to accept the astonishing claim. In a single night, the name Yan Zhen echoed throughout the Fengyun Mountain and among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Of course, while they debated amongst themselves, none recognized the profound intricacies of Yan Zhen's thrusting sword technique. All the spectators from the previous day had been outer disciples, and the concept of sword origin was far too advanced for their understanding. They merely considered it a peculiar style of swordplay, thus missing the most significant revelation. Had they understood that Yan Zhen's swordsmanship had reached the level of sword origin, the shock would have resonated throughout the entire Qingfeng sect, even stirring the elders. On the morning of February 25th, under clear skies, Yan Zhen was in high spirits. The feeling of having vanquished his greatest enemy, Ouyang Song, stirred his blood. The sheer exhilaration of that decisive sword strike was still fresh in his mind. He lifted the fiery spirit, an intensely potent and robust drink, perfectly suited to his fervent mood. Just as Yan Zhen was indulging in his libation, a graceful young woman in purple attire approached along the mountain path, arriving at Yan Zhen's humble abode. Upon seeing Yan Xiaozi, Yan Zhen hesitated momentarily, but made no move to rise in greeting. In truth, he was thoroughly weary of engaging with this woman. Yan Xiaozi gazed at Yan Zhen, her beautiful eyes glistening with what appeared to be unshed tears. Yesterday, Yan Xiaozi was utterly astonished when she witnessed Yan Zhen triumph over Ouyang Song. The woman, who prided herself on her intelligence, found herself having made a grave misjudgment. In that moment, she felt an urge to scream in frustration. How could this be? Ouyang Song was evidently superior to Yan Zhen. How could he perish at Yan Zhen's hands in a life-and-death duel? Had her previous emotional investments in Ouyang Song been in vain? Initially, Yan Xiaozi was at a loss. But being an astute woman, she quickly regained her composure. Yan Zhen, who had previously exhibited poor performance, had evidently harnessed considerable potential to improve so dramatically in such a short span of time. Yan Xiaozi resolved to reconsider her choices and view Yan Zhen as a potential candidate among her roster of suitors, as she preferred to maintain multiple options. In her mind, Yan Xiaozi contemplated Yan Zhen's character, surmising that he was rather easy to deceive. A simple gesture or a hint of vulnerability could sway him back into her favor, ensuring his unwavering devotion. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought of Yan Zhen. Observing her demeanor, Yan Zhen mused internally about the theatrics of this cunning woman and anticipated her performance. Yan Xiaoji spoke. Are you aware of why I followed Ouyang Song? He threatened me with harm against my family if I did not comply. You know I have a sister, Yan Xiaosu, in Maple Leaf City. For her sake, I had no choice but to abandon you. When you boldly challenged him to a life-or-death duel, I was consumed by despair, fearing you would perish at his hands. I attempted to persuade you to reconsider, but to no avail. I wept nightly, and thankfully, by some stroke of luck, you vanquished Ouyang Song, relieving my worries. Her eyes glistened with moisture as she continued. However, due to the threat from Ouyang Song, I had to follow him for a time. And I feel utterly ashamed to face you. I am truly sorry. She awaited Yan Zhen's response, her act blending truth and deception, with the only genuine aspect being her sister, Yan Xiaosu. Given Yan Xiaoji's understanding of Yan Zhen, these fabrications were sufficient to deceive him. Her plan was straightforward. She would feign vulnerability, and then Yan Zhen would submit willingly, becoming her devoted follower. Yan Xiaoji believed that everything was quite simple. Yet, after weeping for so long, she found Yan Zhen unresponsive. Confused, she looked up to find him sitting calmly, pouring himself a drink while casting a cold smile in her direction. At that moment, he had no words for her. If not for his past experiences, he might have fallen prey to her trickery. The moniker of a snake-hearted woman suited Yan Xiaoji perfectly, and he could not fathom how he had once been enamored with such a character in a previous life. Yan Zhen addressed Yan Xiaoji. Your acting skills are commendable. Miss Yan, I am greatly impressed. Might I inquire as to which master has trained you? I would like to learn from them as well, to prepare for future encounters. Yan Xiaoji looked up, bewildered. What do you mean? What I mean? I trust you have understood quite clearly, Yan Zhen replied nonchalantly. Your venomous heart seeks the company of powerful men, casting aside those who are weaker. You are well aware of this. And I believe you are intelligent enough to not require me to state it outright. In that moment, Yan Xiaoji felt as if her innermost thoughts were laid bare, stripped of all pretense. She could hardly believe her ears as she stared at Yan Zhen. How did you know? I simply know, he replied. Thus, Miss Yan, there is no need for your performance. I am fully aware of your true nature. Please take your leave. Goodbye. With a dismissive wave, he indicated she should depart. Yan Xiaoji glared at him, her voice laced with unbridled fury. Very well. I shall remember you, Yan Zhen. I will exact my revenge. With a stomp of her foot, she vanished down the mountain path, consumed by her resentment. Yan Zhen exhaled, relieved to distance himself from such a treacherous woman. Should she truly provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Why not strike down a beautiful head? He smirked, gazing out the window at the brilliant sunshine. He decided to indulge in a drink. He poured wine into his cup, only to find it half empty. Alas, no more wine, he lamented. It was displeasing to run out just when he was ready to enjoy himself. He resolved to visit the tavern for a drink and perhaps procure some to take back. With his sword in hand, he set off toward the tavern. Before long, Yan Zhen arrived at the tavern's entrance. Upon stepping inside, he noticed that the lively atmosphere abruptly fell silent as patrons turned their gazes toward him. Having bested Ouyang Song, a prominent figure among the outer disciples, he had gained notoriety. From that moment on, he was recognized as a leading figure among the outer disciples, no longer akin to the insignificant characters he once was. With a slight smile, he settled into his customary seat by the window on the second floor. Waiter, bring me half a gene of beef, half a gene of boiled dog meat, and a gene of wine, quickly. Right away, the waiter responded promptly. Moments later, the waiter returned with the requested food and drink, and Yan Zhen savored his meal while listening to the nearby patrons discussing his exploits. He relished the sensation. In the past, whenever he visited the tavern, the conversations about his battle with Ouyang Song were rife with skepticism, with everyone convinced he was foolishly courting disaster, utterly devoid of any chance of victory. They had critiqued his every flaw. Now, however, as he listened, they spoke of his miraculous ascent, astonished by how he had significantly improved in such a brief period, ultimately defeating Ouyang Song and altering their perceptions entirely. The contrast in their discussions was exhilarating. After a while, the patrons at the tavern transitioned their chatter to the upcoming tournament for the outer disciples, set for April 1st. Yan Zhen's duel with Ouyang Song was merely an appetizer. While it bore life and death stakes for him, for others, it was merely a passing amusement. The tournament, however, would involve all outer disciples competing, promising a level of excitement and intensity far surpassing that of his previous battle. At a wooden table in the eastern section of the first floor, 3 outer disciples were seated. One in yellow attire remarked, "With the outer disciple tournament approaching, I wonder who will shine the brightest and display unparalleled prowess." The most talked about figure lately is undoubtedly Yan Zhen. It will be interesting to see how he performs. There's no need to speculate, another disciple interjected. Yan Zhen's stunning reversal against Ouyang Song was indeed unexpected. However, Ouyang Song ranked merely in the lower tier among the hundreds of outer disciples. Even if Yan Zhen defeated him, he would only rank in the lower echelon himself, making it improbable for him to stand out in the tournament. What about senior brother Situ Guang? The disciple in yellow inquired. Senior brother Situ is known for his gambling habits, yet his strength is not to be underestimated. He is at the 8th stage of the Qi refinement period. Brother Situ Guang's strength is undoubtedly formidable if he truly exerted himself. He might even contend for a place among the top 10, given his cultivation level of the 8th stage of Qi refinement. However, it is said that among the outer disciples, the true 3 foremost experts are the trio at the 9th stage of Qi refinement. Indeed, the 3 greatest figures among the outer disciples remain unmatched to this day: Brother Song Ting, Brother Fong Jingtao, and Brother Yang Huxing. The prowess of these 3 is beyond imagination. In this upcoming competition among the outer disciples, it is certain that they will vie for supremacy. Amidst the discussions, 3 tall and imposing figures strode into the tavern, and as they entered, the atmosphere within seemed to darken. Each of these individuals exuded an extraordinary aura. The foremost among them was a towering man, his physique robust and muscular, as if imbued with boundless strength. His thick eyebrows framed eyes that were exceptionally large, and his square jaw complemented a wide mouth. He resembled an iron tower standing upon the plains. With a mere grip, he appeared capable of crushing iron and stone. His pace was not swift, yet it radiated power. Slung across his back was an enormous sword, emanating an imposing presence. This man was none other than Song Ting, one of the 3 foremost experts among the outer disciples, whose strength and cultivation is unrivaled, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi refinement. He is said to be the most likely candidate to attain the next level of cultivation, the foundation establishment stage. The arrival of Song Ting immediately commanded silence throughout the tavern. However, the 2 figures flanking him possessed an aura that was equally impressive. To Song Ting's left stood a tall and slender man, with long hands and fingers perfectly suited for wielding a sword. His face was slightly elongated, yet strikingly handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. Clad in simple blue garments and wearing straw sandals, he nonetheless radiated an undeniable charisma, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. He bore a remarkably long sword on his back. This man was Fong Jingtao, another of the 3 foremost experts among the outer disciples, renowned for his swordsmanship. It is said that he has mastered 2 sets of mid-tier yellow rank sword techniques, the offensive wind strike sword technique and the defensive iron wall sword technique. Most outer disciples practice only the low-tier yellow rank techniques, and few even attempt the mid-tier techniques, let alone excel in them. Furthermore, Fong Jingtao has also mastered the superior yellow rank storm sword technique, surpassing the abilities of Ouyang Song, who only knew a few moves from this advanced technique. In terms of swordplay, no outer disciple can rival Fong Jingtao. To Song Ting's right stood a lean and agile young man, slightly shorter in stature. His eyes were deep and mysterious, reminiscent of a profound abyss, embodying an inscrutable quality. He moved with the stealth and swiftness of a leopard, ready to unleash rapid attacks upon his opponents. A slender sword was also slung across his back. Upon entering the tavern, this young man habitually surveyed his surroundings, nodding lightly in acknowledgement. This individual was Yang Huxing, yet another of the 3 foremost experts among the outer disciples, known for his remarkable speed and footwork. In the realm of cultivation, various evasion techniques exist, yet the most crucial aspect is speed. A swift escape allows one to pursue and eliminate an enemy swiftly, while a slow escape can lead to dire consequences. Consequently, the speed of such techniques is paramount. However, at the Qi refinement stage, practitioners possess limited strength and cannot cultivate the full array of evasion techniques. Instead, they focus on the foundational aspect, known as footwork. For a practitioner at the Qi refinement stage, faster footwork is preferable. Yang Huxing is widely recognized as the fastest in footwork among the outer disciples, having perfected the Lingquan step to an extraordinary level. It is said that at its pinnacle, this technique allows one to execute 8 rapid steps, each faster than the usual 10. Thus, the highest tier of Lingquan footwork is the 8 steps to chase the cicada. and Yang Huxing has achieved the 6 steps to chase the cicada, earning him the top position among the outer disciples. Now, with the 3 foremost experts of the outer disciples, Song Ting, renowned for his inner strength, Fang Jingtao, celebrated for his swordsmanship, and Yang Huxing, acclaimed for his footwork, gathered in the tavern, a hush fell over the establishment. Many outer disciples silently acknowledged the significance of this gathering, appreciating the presence of such remarkable figures, each embodying extraordinary prowess. Song Ting's voice rang out coldly. I hear that Yan Zhen is drinking here. His gaze swiftly scanned the tavern, soon landing on Yan Zhen at a window on the 2nd floor. He fixed his hawk-like stare upon him. Fang Jingtao and Yang Huxing also regarded Yan Zhen with similarly piercing eyes. The 3 foremost experts of the outer disciples, Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing, had all converged upon Yan Zhen, their intentions unclear, yet their demeanor suggested hostility. As the atmosphere in the tavern grew tense, it felt as if a storm was brewing, the wind causing the curtains to flutter ominously. The 3 experts confronted Yan Zhen. Song Ting sneered condescendingly. You must be the infamous Yan Zhen, correct? Indeed, I am Yan, he replied, nodding. Might I inquire what guidance you esteemed brothers have for me? He emphasized the word guidance, infusing it with a hint of irony, aware that the trio was far from courteous. How audacious! Song Ting bellowed suddenly, akin to thunder striking the ground. Do you know who Ouyang Song is? He is the cousin of the invincible Ouyang Wudi, ranked 2nd among the inner disciples. His skills are unparalleled, and his innate talents are extraordinary. He is a born protagonist. The top-ranked inner disciple, Lord Linghu, is currently in despair due to matters of the heart. While Ouyang Wudi ranks 2nd, he wields considerable influence and has effectively become the foremost figure in the inner sect. Such a person is destined to become the vice master of our Qingfeng sect, or perhaps even the next master. You dare to kill his cousin? Truly, you possess remarkable courage. Fang Jingtao turned his gaze towards Yan Zhen. You have dared to slay the cousin of the invincible young master, inciting a calamity of epic proportions. Currently, Ouyang Wudi is away from Fengyan Mountain. Otherwise, your head might already be on the line. Nonetheless, even in his absence, we must defend his honor. In the upcoming competition among the outer disciples on April 1st, we shall thoroughly defeat you, teaching you the humiliation of failure. Though Fang Jingtao is one of the 3 foremost experts among the outer disciples, he feels dwarfed by the stature of the invincible young master. He has longed for an opportunity to curry favor with Ouyang Wudi, and now, he seizes this moment without hesitation. Yang Huxing also scoffed. You are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance, daring to provoke the invincible young master. Allow us to severely injure you in the competition. The 3 experts of the outer disciples now regarded Yan Zhen with a predatory glint in their eyes, akin to cats toying with a mouse, confident in their superiority over him. In the bustling atmosphere of the tavern, it was initially the case that many were entirely unaware that Ouyang Song was the cousin of the formidable young master. The number of individuals privy to this information was exceedingly scarce. Ouyang Song often proclaimed his dedication to self-reliance, which contributed to the limited awareness surrounding his lineage. However, a sudden revelation struck the crowd. Ouyang Song was indeed the cousin of the invincible young master. Upon learning this news, the reaction from all was uniform. How audacious of Yan Zhen to slay the cousin of the young master. It was a reckless pursuit of death. Many concurred with the earlier assertion made by senior brother Song Ting. Given that Ouyang Song had such a powerful cousin, it was only fitting that he should be the one to eliminate Yan Zhen. The latter had no claim to take his life. Even if a life-and-death pact existed, one could only acknowledge it with humility. The audacity of Yan Zhen to attempt to kill Ouyang Song truly invited catastrophic misfortune upon himself. As numerous patrons of the tavern turned their gaze toward Yan Zhen, they pondered how he ought to respond. Surely, he must be feeling a deep sense of trepidation and fear, many mused silently. After all, in comparison to Yan Zhen, the status of the 3 eminent masters was exceedingly elevated, not to mention that they were backed by the even more formidable young master. Amidst the crowd's speculation regarding Yan Zhen's potential course of action, he suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yan Zhen laughed heartily, doubling over in mirth as he struck the table. Why was he laughing so heartily without a care? Yan Zhen suddenly slammed the table and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How ridiculous! Truly absurd." Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing exchanged puzzled glances at Yan Zhen's laughter. Yan Zhen continued to chuckle. Ouyang Song and I share a deep-seated enmity. Having forged a life-and-death contract, we wagered our lives on the sword duel platform, and it should have been a matter of personal accountability. If I perish, I bear no resentment. If he falls, he cannot blame another. Yet now, the three foremost experts among the outer disciples seek to defend him, claiming that I must not take his life. Should I kill him, I would invite boundless calamity upon myself, and you would seek to trouble me during the outer disciples' grand competition. Furthermore, once the invincible young master returns, an even greater misfortune awaits me. You all have distorted the truth, reversing black and white. To put it plainly, the root of all this lies in your power. The three great masters among the outer disciples stand atop the entire sect, wielding such strength that you dare to roar so boldly. As for the invincible young master, he is a prominent figure among the inner disciples, ranked second in stature. It is precisely because of your might that you have the audacity to invert truth and reality. Even if we are thus, what then? Song Ting let out a cold laugh. Having been among the top 3 experts among the outer disciples for quite some time, he exuded a certain dominance. This world is inherently brutal, survival of the fittest. We are strong, and you are weak. The rules are dictated by the powerful. Fang Jingtao remained silent, standing motionless, yet it was evident he concurred with Song Ting's assertion. Yang Huxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, the rules are established by the strong. This principle is quite profound. Yan Zhen chuckled heartily. If the strong dictate the rules, then everything becomes considerably simpler. Yan Zhen continued. The 3 unrivaled experts among the outer disciples, Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing, stand tall and invincible among your ranks. If you wish to overpower me and claim victory in the outer disciple competition, then come forth. I shall meet you head on. I too yearn to determine supremacy with you in the competition. Song Ting, it is said that your magical prowess reigns supreme among the outer disciples. I shall strive to surpass you in that regard. Fang Jingtao, your swordsmanship is reputed to be unparalleled among the outer disciples. I shall aim to excel over you in that domain. Yang Huxing, your footwork is renowned amongst the outer disciples. I shall endeavor to outshine you there as well. I intend to vanquish you completely. Yan Zhen proclaimed, I want you to realize your limitations. Should you attempt to overpower me, you are woefully inadequate. Furthermore, he declared his intention to surpass the invincible Ouyang Song. Yan Zhen spoke with unwavering conviction. Since the rules are dictated by strength, the powerful can distort truth and reverse the natural order. I shall prove myself stronger than you. Such reasoning is exceedingly simple. The words of Yan Zhen astonished countless onlookers. Had Yan Zhen lost his senses? The 3 eminent masters of the outer sect, Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing, stand unrivaled among their peers. Within the outer sect, none can match their prowess. Yet now, Yan Zhen audaciously seeks to surpass these formidable disciples, a notion that borders on madness. Even more astonishing is his bold proclamation to eclipse the invincible young master, a claim that reaches the pinnacle of insanity. The onlookers have witnessed countless boasts, yet none have been as chilling as Yan Zhen's declarations, which evoke sheer astonishment. It is akin to an ant claiming it can shake a mighty tree. This is akin to an egg attempting to shatter a stone. It is as if a feeble arm seeks to halt the unstoppable tide of a war chariot. Ridiculous, absurd, utterly laughable, ridiculously beyond words. In the quietude of the tavern, one could hear the soft, mournful whispers of the wind. All present were left astounded by Yan Zhen's outrageous proclamations. Clap! A wine glass accidentally fell to the ground, yet none took notice. All eyes were fixed upon Yan Zhen, a youth with strikingly sharp features and an air of astonishing arrogance. Ha ha! The laughter erupted from Song Ting, one of the 3 foremost experts of the outer sect, as he pointed his middle finger at Yan Zhen. Such audacious boasts. I had heard tales of an ant attempting to shake a great tree, but I never believed there could be someone so foolish. Yan Zhen, you are the most laughable person I have ever encountered. Fang Jingtao nodded in agreement. I never expected you to be a madman, but alas, madness does not equate to combat prowess. Prepare yourself for the outer sect competition on April 1st. You shall bow your head beneath my sword and be defeated on the spot. I have witnessed countless lunatics in my life, yet you stand out as the most absurd. Yang Huxing sneered. Yet mere bravado is of no use. Without corresponding strength, you will suffer greatly in the outer sect competition. The trio, Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing, regarded Yan Zhen with the disdain one might reserve for an insignificant insect. They were eager to leave. fearing that lingering any longer would compel them to strike Yan Zhen, whose arrogance had provoked their ire. However, they were determined to confront him in the upcoming competition, each silently yearning for April 1st to arrive swiftly. Together, Song Ting, Fong Jingtao, and Yang Huxing entered and exited with an imposing presence, drawing the attention of all around them. As they departed, the tavern erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Some were astonished to discover that Ouyang Song was actually the cousin of the invincible young master, while others speculated about the upcoming outer sect competition and marveled at Yan Zhen's audacity in challenging the three esteemed experts and the invincible young master himself, deeming it a blatant invitation to disaster. A tide of discussions surged forth. Initially, before the arrival of the three experts, Yan Zhen had been the object of many envious glances. Now, however, he had transformed into a figure deemed recklessly overconfident, daring to confront the three elite of the outer sect and the formidable invincible young master. This stark contrast in perception was palpable. Yan Zhen scoffed softly. The sparrows often mocked the swan. Yet, it mattered little, for when the sparrows were oblivious, the swan soared high above the clouds. Upon returning to his modest abode after leaving the tavern, Yan Zhen contemplated hastening his growth in strength, for merely 30 days remained until the outer sect competition. The invincible young master, Ouyang Wudi, represented his true adversary in this life, a far more formidable opponent than Ouyang Song. The three great experts among the outer disciples are undoubtedly formidable opponents that must be surpassed. To triumph over these three masters, one must possess exceptionally powerful abilities. Indeed, strength is paramount, and everything hinges on it. Thus, Yan Zhen comprehends that his singular focus must be to elevate his prowess with utmost urgency. In the ensuing days, he dedicates the majority of his time to meditation and cultivating his energy, inhaling and exhaling the essence of the world, thereby enhancing his magical power. As 10 days slip by unnoticed, the moment arrives when he can once again utilize the Celestial Culinary Scroll. Following a recent rain, tender bamboo shoots sprout abundantly. Yan Zhen decides to indulge in these delicacies, selecting spring bamboo shoots for his meal. He casts a pound of these shoots into the scroll, and a vivid image of the tender shoots materializes. The shoots appear even more succulent, glistening with a translucent emerald hue that evokes an irresistible desire to taste them, and they seem to swell slightly in size. This transformation exemplifies the power of celestial energy. Despite it being his second use of the scroll, Yan Zhen remains in awe of its capabilities. After a while, the bamboo shoots cease to change, and a message appears in the bottom corner of the scroll. The monthly usage opportunity has been consumed. The earthly tender bamboo shoots have transformed into celestial tender bamboo shoots, with an energy content of 0.47 yuan in the earthly variety and 0.47 huang in the celestial. It is evident that the transformation into celestial food has been completed. As Yan Zhen retrieves the shoots, he is struck by their extreme chill, akin to touching jade. He takes a knife from his kitchen and prepares to cook. He intends to make a cold dish featuring the bamboo shoots. The first step involves soaking black fungus in water and tearing it into small pieces, while slicing the cucumber and bamboo shoots into chunks, and mincing ginger, garlic, and scallions. Next, he adds water to a pot, places the black fungus and bamboo shoots inside, and cooks them until tender before draining them. Then, he heats oil in a pan and adds the minced scallions, ginger, and garlic to release their fragrance. Finally, he combines the bamboo shoots, cucumber, and black fungus in a bowl, drizzles the hot oil over them, and seasons with salt, vinegar, a teaspoon of sugar, and a dash of sesame oil, mixing it all together. Thus, the cold bamboo shoot dish is completed, characterized by its freshness and delightful crunch. With the ingredients processed through the culinary scroll, the dish is exceptionally delectable, presenting a visual feast as well. Upon tasting the first bite, Yan Zhen experiences an explosion of spring essence encapsulated within the tender bamboo shoot, evoking the vibrant spirit of spring itself. At that moment, he savors not only the cold bamboo dish, but also the invigorating ambience of post-rain rejuvenation. Each bite is so exquisite it almost induces a trance. He relishes each piece, reluctant to consume too quickly, for such culinary delights require a month's wait for another indulgence. Eventually, he cleans every last morsel from the pristine porcelain dish, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Just as he finishes the remarkably tender and flavorful cold bamboo shoots, he feels an incredibly pure surge of magical energy erupt within him. This energy is imbued with the Earth's density and the vitality of wood, a natural characteristic for any plant that emerges from the ground. The previous gray mushrooms and now the bamboo shoots have been transformed into celestial sustenance, inherently carrying the traits of Earth's richness and the life force of wood. This exquisite energy courses through Yan Zhen's meridians, filling his sixth meridian, the Yangwei. And after a prolonged surge, it forcefully opens the seventh meridian, the Renmai, which is crucial for regulating the body's yin and blood flow. Consequently, Yan Zhen's magical power ascends to the seventh level of the Qi cultivation stage. Advancing from the sixth to the seventh level is a considerable feat, often requiring years of arduous effort. Yet, through a single meal, Yan Zhen has accomplished this transformation. However, he knows it is not enough. He must grow even stronger. He resolves to accelerate his ascent in strength, determined to become powerful enough to vanquish the three foremost experts among the outer disciples, Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing. Yan Zhen has now reached the seventh level of the Qi refinement stage, a remarkable speed of advancement that is astonishing. Yet, Yan Zhen feels it is insufficient. She must become even stronger. However, the Celestial Culinary Scroll has temporarily lost its efficacy, and to enhance her power, she must seek alternative methods. A term suddenly flitted through her mind: the network of cultivators. This is an extraordinary creation, crafted by the ancient King Yu during a bygone era. It is said that while managing the deluge, King Yu stumbled upon a mystical stone that could amplify one's mental energy, allowing entry into a wondrous realm. Consequently, he conferred with the cultivators under his command to construct the first network of cultivators. As long as one cultivator holds a network stone, they can enter this marvelous space with their mental energy and communicate within it. The exceptional aspect of this realm lies in its ability to facilitate communication across vast distances, making it feel as though one is speaking face to face. Over time, the network of cultivators has evolved into a structure where each nation possesses its own network, isolated from those of other nations. Each country's cultivators can engage in limited communication through this network. For instance, the cultivators of the Great Chronicle Nation operate through the Great Chronicle Network, primarily utilized for skill contests. After all, actual combat among cultivators is quite rare, as physical confrontations in reality could result in unforeseen injuries or even death. Thus, engaging in swordplay within this network allows for a loss to merely affect one's spirit without any physical repercussions. Consequently, sword duels flourish within this network, which also features platforms for various stages of cultivation, including Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul stages. Yan Zhen intends to immerse herself in the network of cultivators, specifically on the Qi refinement dual platform, where she hopes to earn some inferior spirit stones to support her cultivation. With her mastery of the Thorn Sword source and her prior experience, earning inferior spirit stones on the Great Chronicle Cultivators Qi refinement dual platform should pose no significant challenge. However, to enter the network of cultivators, one must first acquire a network stone, which Yan Zhen currently lacks. At the Qingfeng sect, the requirements to obtain a network stone are to reach the sixth level of the Qi refinement stage, as inadequate magical power would hinder the condensation of mental energy necessary for entry. Additionally, one must apply at the Stone Pavilion on Fengyan Mountain. The Stone Pavilion is a quaint two-story structure situated atop Fengyan Mountain, where Elder Gao Fengsten conducts his duties. Elder Gao is notably tall and sports a flowing white beard. When Yan Zhen arrived at the Stone Pavilion, several individuals who had reached the sixth level of the Qi refinement stage were ahead of her in line, waiting to receive their network stones. After registering, they each received a network stone, and at last, it was Yan Zhen's turn. Elder Gao inquired, "Your name?" "Yan Zhen," she replied. Upon hearing this, Elder Gao paused momentarily, scrutinizing her closely before coldly stating, "We are currently out of network stones. They are temporarily out of stock." "Out of stock?" Yan Zhen was taken aback. "The person ahead of me received one. How is it that there are none for me?" "Temporarily out of stock. My apologies." Elder Gao replied, his expression one of bureaucratic indifference. Yan Zhen's mind raced, recalling a significant detail. In her past life, Elder Gao Fengxian had been a subordinate of the invincible young master, Ouyang Wudi. Now, having offended Ouyang Wudi, it was apparent that Elder Gao was deliberately denying her a network stone. As she casually observed Elder Gao, she caught a fleeting smirk at the corner of his lips before it vanished. Her suspicions were confirmed. It was not a shortage of stock, but rather Elder Gao's intention to complicate her situation. A tide of fury surged within Yan Zhen. How infuriating! The minions of the invincible young master continually obstruct her path. The three top disciples of the outer sect were troublesome enough, and now Elder Gao Fengxian was no different. With a cold sneer, Yan Zhen remarked, "Elder Gao, your tactics are commendable." "What do you mean?" Elder Gao frowned. "Indeed, commendable," Yan Zhen continued, claiming a shortage of network stones. "It seems you are truly worthy of being a lackey of the invincible young master. I am impressed." Elder Gao's expression shifted upon being exposed, but he quickly regained his composure. "Indeed, you have offended the invincible young master. You should have anticipated this outcome. Who are you?" "A nameless nobody daring to defy the esteemed invincible young master. It is truly laughable." Yan Zhen's heart was filled with cold amusement as she replied, "Very well. I shall wait for the day when I hold the world in my grasp, treading firmly upon the earth while my eyes become the sun and moon. Defeating your invincible young master." Such grandiose claims, yet lacking the corresponding strength, Elder Gao mocked. "You should focus on the outer sect competition on April 1st, where you will face the three top disciples, Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing. They are not to be trifled with, and it is not so easy for you to defeat them. I shall be here, waiting for you to embarrass yourself on that day." Elder Gao believed that Yan Zhen's ambition to defeat the three top disciples was nothing more than a foolish dream, one that many shared. To most, Yan Zhen merely appeared to be a braggart. Yan Zhen smirked again. "Then let us await the outcome, Elder Gao." With that, she departed without waiting for his response. It was clear that she would not obtain a network stone from Elder Gao, as he held considerable power and could refuse her outright. This was an era of might, where the powerful could dictate terms, and the weak faced dire consequences for rebellion. Although she had not succeeded in acquiring a network stone from Elder Gao, Yan Zhen was determined to find another way. Where there is light, there is darkness. They are virtually symbiotic. In the vicinity of Fengyan Mountain, while some obtain network stones through legitimate means, others procure them through the black market. The prices in the black market are significantly inflated. Yan Zhen spent the entirety of the 3,000 taels of silver she had won from her battle with Ouyang Song to purchase a network stone. Following that, she used her remaining 1,000 taels to acquire an inferior spirit stone, which has a conversion ratio of 1 to 1,000 with silver. Consequently, Yan Zhen found herself utterly destitute. Fortunately, the network stone was now in her possession. Gazing at the stone in her hand, which was roughly the size of an egg and a pale yellow hue adorned with intricate grooves resembling a net, she recognized its significance. This network stone is exceptionally resilient. Even if it were to be destroyed, it would not result in the separation of spirit and body, as one's consciousness could swiftly return to their physical form. By concentrating her spirit and magical power into the stone, Yan Zhen would be able to enter the network of cultivators. As for spirit stones, they are categorized into 4 grades: superior, medium, inferior, and low grade. The exchange rate between consecutive grades is 1 to 100. For example, a low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 inferior spirit stones. For those in the Qi refinement stage, even inferior spirit stones are quite valuable, as a significant quantity can lead to rapid advancements in their magical power. The inferior spirit stone in Yan Zhen's possession is about the size of half a small thumb, its murky yellow appearance rendering it rather unremarkable. Yan Zhen sat within the azure abode, grasping a net stone tightly in his hand. Channeling his spiritual energy into the stone, it instantly emanated beams of white light. Yan Zhen fixated his gaze upon these luminous rays, seemingly infusing his mental prowess into them. Moments later, with a rush, he felt a disorienting whirl, and upon regaining consciousness, he realized his form had become somewhat translucent and ethereal. This was the state of his soul. Observing his surroundings, he found himself on a rather small platform, with a door ahead. Inscribed upon the door were the words, "The Net of Great Epic, Qi Cultivation Platform." It appeared that he had entered the realm of cultivators. Yet Yan Zhen did not hasten to step through the door of the Qi Cultivation Platform. Instead, he took a moment to slightly alter his soul's appearance. Within the realm of cultivators, one could modify their visage before entering, allowing familiar faces to remain unrecognizable. Many cultivators held a reputation in the mundane world, yet preferred to adopt different aliases within this realm. Yan Zhen obscured his image with a slight haze and donned a conical hat to render himself indistinct, simultaneously bestowing upon himself the moniker, Evil Sword. His nature was inherently a bit sinister, with a mindset that bore a hint of distortion. Having completed these adjustments, Yan Zhen nonchalantly pushed open the door and stepped into the Qi cultivation platform. Boom. It felt as though countless lights and shadows surged into his mind in an instant. Yan Zhen found himself upon an expansive platform, populated by numerous cultivators at the 6th level of Qi cultivation and below the foundation establishment stage. These cultivators hailed from various sects across the great epic kingdom, with most having altered their appearances and adopted aliases to prevent recognition by acquaintances. As Yan Zhen surveyed the cultivator realm, he recalled having visited this place in his previous life, rendering him quite familiar with it. Without delay, Yan Zhen summoned the dual sword book. A duel required a single inferior spirit stone as a wager. He displayed his challenge, anticipating someone would rise to the occasion since his purpose for entering the cultivator realm was to engage in battles to earn spirit stones. With spirit stones in hand, one could smoothly ascend through the ranks. However, for a Qi cultivator, wagering a single inferior spirit stone was rather steep. After a lengthy wait without any challengers, many gazed curiously but did not respond. Seeing no other option, Yan Zhen altered his challenge to a half-inferior spirit stone. This time, the stakes were halved, and finally, someone accepted, the individual known by the alias Fei Huang. Accompanying Fei Huang were several supporters cheering him on. Fei Huang, you are a newcomer. If you can't defeat him, you have no place here. Fei Huang raised his hand, laughing heartily. Fear not, his record clearly shows he is a novice. It's rare to find such an inexperienced gambler willing to stake spirit stones. I wonder which noble elder's son he is. Let me profit from this. Fei Huang's arrogant demeanor suggested he considered Yan Zhen an easy target. In truth, this was quite typical, as everyone's past duel records were accessible within the cultivator realm. With Yan Zhen having 0 victories, it was unsurprising he was viewed as an inexperienced lamb. Yan Zhen was well aware of this perception and remained unfazed. Now, let me elucidate the rules of the dual sword. First, both participants enter an arena where no outside interference is permitted, merely spectators. Second, during the duel, both parties possess equal spiritual energy, and victory relies on skillful techniques, be it swordplay or otherwise. Third, within the cultivator realm, the rules of winning and losing are straightforward. Each participant begins with equal health, and every hit reduces health based on the struck area and severity. When health is depleted, one loses. Soon, Yan Zhen and Fei Huang entered the duel arena. The arena was a simple platform measuring a mere 20 square meters. Yan Zhen turned to his opponent. You may strike first. In response, Fei Huang lunged forward with a swift strike aimed at Yan Zhen's throat. Yan Zhen raised his sword to defend, only to find Fei Huang's blade veer at the last moment, evading his block. With vast experience, Yan Zhen quickly discerned Fei Huang's identity. He was undoubtedly affiliated with the 9-turned Celestial sect, known for their deceptive sword techniques, and was employing their mid-tier yellow greatsword play. Recognizing his opponent's style, Yan Zhen seized the opportunity. He sidestepped the attack and countered with a strike of his own, a move imbued with celestial might. Fei Huang attempted to parry, but Yan Zhen was not one to let him succeed easily. With a deft maneuver, he avoided Fei Huang's blade and struck him directly, causing a significant reduction in Fei Huang's health. Noticing Fei Huang retreating, Yan Zhen understood his intention to regroup and launch a renewed assault. However, Yan Zhen, being highly seasoned, would not allow him the luxury of retreat. Like a serpent, his sword pursued Fei Huang as he tried to distance himself. Yan Zhen seized the moment of Fei Huang's awkward position to launch another strike. But Fei Huang was too inexperienced to defend effectively. Yan Zhen's sword veered away from the upper body and instead pierced straight for Fei Huang's heart, a critical strike that swiftly depleted Fei Huang's health. In that first battle, Yan Zhen emerged victorious. The half-inferior spirit stone promptly transferred to his account. Inwardly, Yan Zhen mused that earning spirit stones through dueling was indeed a swift endeavor. Yan Zhen's approach was a blend of risk and opportunity. With the wisdom of his past life and mastery of piercing sword techniques, he held a considerable advantage in the duel, a privilege others lacked. Meanwhile, Fei Huang felt a sense of foreboding. His defeat had come too swiftly. His companions began to mock him. Fei Huang, you are truly useless, losing to a newcomer. Huh, Fei Huang has lost face. Clearly, they perceived his defeat as a mere fluke. Annoyed, Fei Huang retorted, this newcomer might be hiding something. I challenge you to try your luck against him. His companions dismissed his words. No need for excuses. Just try your luck. Yet it was Yan Zhen who, feeling a surge of ambition, wished to earn more inferior spirit stones to fund his cultivation. Fei Huang's companions, unwilling to back down, immediately sought to engage Yan Zhen in battle. In the second match, a companion of Fei Huang stepped in and was swiftly defeated by Yan Zhen within 10 moves, leaving him utterly humiliated and granting Yan Zhen his second victory on the Qi cultivation platform, as well as another half-inferior spirit stone. In the third match, another of Fei Huang's companions, presumed to belong to a first-tier celestial sect, was easily overwhelmed by Yan Zhen. In the fourth match, a male disciple from the Luo Huang celestial sect took to the arena. The Luo Huang celestial sect was renowned as one of the 4 great sects of the southern cultivation realm, known for their aggressive and formidable swordsmanship. Yet Yan Zhen remained unperturbed. He engaged his opponent fluidly, refusing to clash head-on. When a flaw appeared, he struck decisively, leaving the Luo Huang disciple in a disheveled state, ultimately succumbing to Yan Zhen's prowess before long. Subsequent matches, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, saw each of Fei Huang's companions fall to defeat, inciting exclamations of disbelief from their group. They often regard themselves as seasoned veterans, viewing newcomers as mere novices, having unknowingly eliminated countless fresh faces. However, today they encountered an unusual newcomer who relentlessly treated these experienced individuals as mere fledglings, effortlessly overpowering them without any resistance. How could they not feel perplexed and disheartened? Little did they realize that Yin possessed the combat experience from a previous life and had mastered the art of the piercing blade, making it as easy for her to vanquish them as slicing through tender vegetables. In his 10th battle on the Qi cultivation platform, Yan Zhen emerged victorious with ease. At that moment, he noticed a message materializing before him in the void. Evil sword, you have achieved a remarkable record of 10 victories out of 10 battles. You are now eligible to challenge the 100 victories quest. Should you succeed in this endeavor, a mysterious gift awaits you. Note, once you embark on the 100 victories quest, the entire Qi cultivation platform will be aware of your undertaking. Furthermore, as you progress, your opponents will become increasingly formidable, culminating in a final adversary who boasts the highest record on the platform. Yan Zhen was momentarily taken aback. The 100 victories quest? He was well aware of its significance. It was said that achieving 100 consecutive victories on the Qi cultivation platform of the Great Chronicle Network would bestow upon one a highly valuable mysterious gift. However, accomplishing this feat was exceedingly challenging, as subsequent opponents would not be randomly selected, but rather the most formidable contenders on the Qi cultivation platform. Even in his previous life, no one had completed the 100 victories quest. Difficult, indeed. Yet, having been reborn, a mundane existence would be utterly uninteresting. It was precisely because the task was daunting that he felt compelled to undertake it. We, who have been reborn, must engage in thrilling endeavors and brave adventures. Thus, without much hesitation, Yan Zhen decisively selected yes. Instantly, an announcement reverberated across the Qi cultivation platform. Attention, everyone. Evil Sword has chosen to undertake the 100 victories quest. The others on the platform, upon receiving this news, hardly paid it any mind. They were generally familiar with the 100 victories quest, and although some bored individuals occasionally attempted it, none had ever succeeded. Most merely played around before being defeated, and it was assumed that this so-called evil sword would soon meet the same fate. Consequently, there were no notable challengers targeting Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen continued to engage in battles, racking up victories until he quickly amassed a total of 20 wins. At that point, another announcement echoed throughout the Qi cultivation platform. Attention, everyone. Evil Sword has chosen to undertake the 100 victories quest and has thus far achieved 20 victories. Upon hearing this, the response from those on the platform remained rather subdued, with only mild surprise expressed. This challenger of the 100 victories quest is not entirely inept, but so what? It is impossible to conquer this task. As it progresses, increasingly skilled opponents will emerge, making it ever more challenging to accomplish. Yan Zhen persisted in his battles, simultaneously earning inferior spiritual stones, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Soon, yet another announcement resonated across the Qi cultivation platform. Attention, everyone. Evil Sword has chosen to undertake the 100 victories quest and has now accumulated 30 victories. Initially, when the announcement declared that a figure named Evil Sword had embarked on the 100 victories quest, many merely laughed. Then, when it was reported that Evil Sword had achieved 20 victories, some remarked that he wasn't entirely incompetent. Now, however, with the announcement of 30 victories, Everyone sensed that evil sword was a formidable contender indeed, seemingly intent on completing the 100 Victories quest. As such, they began to plot against him. Clearly, the battles from this point forward would be markedly different. Yan Zhen's 31st opponent proved to be quite extraordinary. Designated as with spirit, this male figure had an undisclosed identity and a deliberately obscured appearance, making it impossible to connect him to his real-life counterpart. With a record of 500 battles and 391 victories, his win rate was impressively high. Upon seeing Yan Zhen's duel invitation, with spirit exclaimed, "Impressive. Not only do you challenge the 100 Victories quest, but you also wager half an inferior spiritual stone on each battle. A true gambler. Very well, I'll indulge you just this once." He nodded and placed down half an inferior spiritual stone. After both Yan Zhen and with spirit agreed, they entered a dueling arena. This arena resembled a 200 square meter snowy courtyard. On the Qi Cultivation platform of the Immortal Cultivator Network, each duel could simulate a variety of terrains, designed to prepare cultivators for diverse combat scenarios, such as battles on platforms, flatlands, snowy fields, mountain peaks, cliffs, marshes, and even underwater. These myriad simulated environments served a significant purpose, allowing cultivators to adapt swiftly to any terrain. One should never underestimate the impact of terrain on combat. Understanding the nuances of each environment can greatly enhance one's tactical advantage. In the snowy arena, both Yan Zhen and Wood Spirit stood poised. Suddenly, Wood Spirit lunged forward with a swift strike of his sword, prompting Yan Zhen to block. However, he soon realized that Wood Spirit's blade circled around, aiming at him with a quick thrust. Any lapse in concentration could lead to a hit. Yan Zhen instinctively sought to evade, but Wood Spirit pursued him with surprising speed. After blocking several strikes, Yan Zhen noticed the distinct foot imprints on the snow, likely aligned with the 5 elements, and suddenly understood Wood Spirit's origins. He surmised that Wood Spirit must belong to the second-rank immortal sect of the 5 elements, located to the west of the Great Chronicle. Their sword techniques were based on the interplay of the 5 elements, forming a cyclical pattern of mutual nurturing and restraint. Recognizing that Wood Spirit utilized the foundational sword technique of the 5 elements, Yan Zhen was well acquainted with this style. With a flick of his wrist, Yan Zhen's sword struck like a venomous serpent, piercing Wood Spirit's blade. As Wood Spirit attempted to block, his defense proved formidable. Yet Yan Zhen expertly maneuvered his sword to exploit a gap in Wood Spirit's defenses, easily penetrating his guard and landing a hit. Following this initial strike, Yan Zhen swiftly transitioned into another attack, this time aiming with precision. Wood Spirit anticipated the block, but Yan Zhen's blade narrowly evaded his guard. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Zhen accelerated his assault, targeting Wood Spirit's throat. With one decisive thrust, Wood Spirit's health was depleted, and he vanished in a burst of white light. The victor was Yan Zhen. He pocketed half an inferior spiritual stone and celebrated his 31st victory. In the realm of the Great Chronicle Network's Qi Cultivation platform, Evil Sword had triumphed once more. This victory caused quite a stir across the platform. Wood Spirit, with his impressive track record, had unexpectedly fallen. Consequently, the movement to target Evil Sword gained momentum, attracting an increasing number of skilled challengers eager to confront him. Yan Zhen was thus granted the opportunity to face a myriad of opponents, with waves of excitement unfolding before him. The 32nd opponent was a formidable figure with a record of 500 battles and over 300 victories, boasting a win rate exceeding 70%. Yet, Yan Zhen emerged victorious once again, wielding his extensive experience and the source of his piercing sword, rendering him nearly invincible. The 33rd opponent hailed from the second-rank immortal sect of the Yangfu Gate. The Yangfu sect is a cultivation school located in the west of the Great Ji Kingdom, from which Yan Zhen derives his talismanic paper. Unlike traditional martial arts that rely on swordplay, the practitioners of Yangfu employ talismans as their primary means of combat. The 33rd battle was indeed quite thrilling. During this encounter, the disciple of the Yangfu sect continuously unleashed a variety of talismans. Among them were fire talismans intended to incinerate Yan Zhen, arrow talismans that summoned a swift, dark arrow to traverse the void, diminishing talismans designed to slow Yan Zhen's movements, and strength talismans to augment his own power. Initially, Yan Zhen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this style of fighting. However, he quickly adapted and ultimately triumphed over his opponent. In the 34th battle, Yan Zhen faced a female disciple from the second-tier Xianmen of the Great Ji Kingdom, known as Inxing Xianmen, who bore the codename Zijingwa. This adversary was said to possess remarkable beauty, yet such superficial qualities held little significance for Yan Zhen. Firstly, the Great Gene Network allows for the alteration of one's appearance. Who could ascertain whether this so-called Zijingwa had artificially enhanced her looks, possibly transforming herself into a vision of loveliness, while in reality appearing fearsome? This phenomenon has been ridiculed countless times, as many have lamented that the beauties of the Great Gene Network often meet a tragic fate upon exposure to reality. Secondly, Yan Zhen's inherently cold and sinister disposition rendered the beauty of his opponent inconsequential. He often harbored a somewhat malevolent sentiment, musing, "Why not sever the heads of beautiful women with my sword?" Such an eccentric sentiment. Thus, in the 34th battle, Yan decisively secured victory, causing his opponent, the hibiscus, to lose swiftly without any consideration for leniency. In the 35th battle, Yan triumphed. In the 36th battle, Yan emerged victorious. In the 37th battle, Yan was victorious once more. In the 38th battle, Yan claimed victory. In the 39th battle, Yan prevailed. A myriad of skilled opponents fell before Yan's relentless prowess. At last, they arrived at the 40th battle. The adversary, codenamed Madman, appeared to be a rogue, unaffiliated with any sect. He wielded a chaotic sword technique known as the frantic cloak swordplay, which was remarkably erratic and challenging to counter. His most formidable attribute was his impressive record, 1,000 battles, with 800 victories. An 80% win rate is indeed remarkable. However, what was most astonishing was the sheer number of battles he had fought. 1,000 encounters had significantly honed his combat skills. The madman was not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing Yan's wager of half a low-grade spirit stone, the madman hesitated not, swiftly matching the bet. The duel commenced. Set against the backdrop of a rooftop measuring approximately 20 square meters, a rather uncommon, yet plausible arena for confrontation. Observers nearby mused that this rooftop scenario favored the madman considerably. Yan studied his opponent intently, noting the madman's sudden draw of his sword. The madman's technique was bizarre and chaotic, akin to a tempestuous cloak swirling in disarray. It was impossible to discern the origin of his strikes. In an instant, his sword unleashed a flurry of attacks, relentless as iron cavalry charging forth, shattering silver vessels. With the limited space of the rooftop, the madman unleashed an unending barrage of erratic swordplay, rendering the confined arena advantageous for him. Yan adeptly evaded, recognizing that the madman's chaotic style had reached its zenith, making an offensive approach ill-advised. Having never encountered the madman's frantic cloak swordplay in his previous life, Yan relied solely on his own experience to gauge the situation. Cautiously, he launched a tentative strike against the chaotic technique, only to find his blade thwarted by the madman's erratic maneuvers. The clash of swords echoed as Yan's attack proved futile, nearly ensnaring him within his opponent's lethal circle. Such an adversary was indeed formidable. As Yan Zhen witnessed the relentless onslaught of the madman's swordsmanship, he found himself continuously maneuvering across the tiled surface. Drawing upon his past life's experiences, he narrowly evaded the lethal strikes of numerous adversaries. What to do? Wait a moment. Yan Zhen had discerned that the madman's sword technique was designed to target the ground and the sky, yet it lacked corresponding moves for beneath the ground. Given the terrain of the rooftop tiles, he believed that if he could stealthily launch a surprise attack from beneath the tiles, victory might be within reach. Contemplating this strategy in his mind, Yan Zhen found it feasible and immediately set to work. With a sudden stamp of his foot, numerous tiles were kicked up by Yan Zhen, hurtling towards the madman. Yan Zhen's sword light followed closely beneath the tiles. Yet the madman's sword light swiftly shattered the tiles into countless fragments. However, as the madman sliced through the tiles, Yan Zhen had already descended beneath the rooftop, where the beams were positioned, simulating the scene with remarkable realism. Once atop the beam, Yan Zhen propelled himself towards the madman's position on the tiles, unleashing his sword light that pierced through the tiles, directly aimed at the madman. Observing the madman's face momentarily stunned, it was evident that he had been searching for his own whereabouts, and Yan Zhen's sudden sword light had caught him off guard. As the madman executed a sweeping motion with his sword, his erratic and chaotic sword technique evidently lacked a counter for attacks from below, revealing a significant vulnerability. Yan Zhen skillfully evaded the madman's sword, landing a strike on the madman's right leg, causing him to lose mobility and significantly depleting his health. Seizing the moment, Yan Zhen launched a counterattack, The madman instinctively raised his sword to defend. Yet again, Yan Zhen leapt, causing an array of tiles to scatter. Amidst the chaos, Yan Zhen struck fiercely, observing the madman glance anxiously at the ground, haunted by the recent ambush from beneath. Suppressing a smirk, Yan Zhen accelerated his sword light, employing a piercing technique that directly struck the madman, depleting his health entirely. In this battle, Yan Zhen emerged victorious while the madman faced defeat. The madman, somewhat unconvinced by his loss, muttered, "Damn it, I merely overlooked the possibility of an ambush from beneath the rooftop tiles. If given another chance, I would undoubtedly prevail." Hearing such remarks, Yan Zhen felt no urge to retort. A cultivator who cannot adeptly exploit various terrains, yet chooses to complain, is truly foolish. In real combat, one may encounter an array of terrains. At that moment, a broadcast echoed throughout the Qi training platform. "Attention, attention! The evil sword has chosen the task of the undefeated journey, currently boasting a record of 40 battles and 40 victories." Upon hearing this news, Fei Huang and his companions felt the weight of the situation. Fei Huang exclaimed, "What a joke! We simply came here to trample on the newcomers." He appeared somewhat dazed. His companion weakly nodded. "Indeed, this newcomer is astonishingly formidable. To dare challenge the undefeated journey task and emerge victorious is truly extraordinary. Is this really a novice? However, it truly must be a newcomer." Fei Huang's companion, Ding, remarked that having a record of achievements on the Qi refining platform is undeniable. Thus, they were certain that Xiejin was indeed a novice. Yet, where could such an exceptionally talented newcomer have come from? Perhaps he is an elite disciple painstakingly nurtured by some third-grade celestial sect, kept hidden from the Qi refining platform until now, only recently making his debut. Fei Huang's companion, Bing, suggested this as the most plausible explanation, and the group readily concurred. However, this was far from the truth. They had witnessed the entirety of Xiejin's battles, only observing his continuous victories. Throughout this process, their astonishment only grew. "The more I observe, the more speechless I become. It feels as though one has been utterly blind to regard the malevolent sword as merely an inexperienced novice." When this news reverberated, it stirred even more individuals. As many comprehend, the moment the broadcast of 30 battles, 30 victories echoed, numerous formidable individuals sought to target the infamous evil sword. From the 31st battle onward, everything transformed entirely. Now, the evil sword boasts a record of 40 battles and 40 victories, which signifies but one thing: those who attempted to challenge him have all met with failure. The individual known as the evil sword, who continues to prevail amidst the onslaught of numerous skilled adversaries, is indeed remarkable, especially upon learning that his 40th opponent was the madman. Many could not help but nod in quiet acknowledgement. The madman is no ordinary figure. He is quite renowned on the Qi refining platform, with an impressive win rate of 80% after 1,000 strikes, a record that is nothing short of dazzling. To triumph over the madman indeed requires exceptional prowess. Many even more formidable young masters pondered silently, deeming the evil sword worthy of their efforts. Consequently, a surge of challengers aimed to confront the evil sword, creating a tidal wave of intent concentrated around his location on the Qi refining platform. Even those who did not intend to challenge him mostly gathered to witness the spectacle. However, amidst the fervor of the crowd, the evil sword abruptly vanished, leaving the eager challengers in a state of bafflement, akin to throwing a punch only to have it land in soft cotton. Many whispered to themselves, questioning why the evil sword had chosen to disappear. Speculation abounded regarding the reasons for his departure. In truth, there were two primary reasons for his vanishing act. Firstly, after engaging in 40 consecutive battles, albeit against opponents not as formidable as Yan Zhen, the exertion was considerable. Even Yan Zhen himself had stifled a yawn, necessitating a brief respite to prepare for the upcoming, more formidable adversaries. Secondly, each sword duel yielded half a low-grade spirit stone, and having amassed a total of 20 low-grade spirit stones, Yan Zhen had acquired a small fortune, an impressive feat compared to his previous total of merely 2 or 3 spirit stones. Thus, Yan Zhen resolved to utilize these 20 low-grade spirit stones to enhance his strength. As for the task of achieving 100 victories, rest was permissible within the interim, provided there was no failure, with a stipulation to complete it within a month. Regardless of Yan Zhen's reasons for departing the Qi refining platform, numerous individuals awaited his return to challenge him once more. Upon leaving the Immortal Practitioners Network, Yan Zhen returned to the real world, his mind slightly disoriented. Glancing at the calendar on the wall, he noted that today was March 7th, and he had entered the Immortal Practitioners Network on March 6th, meaning approximately a day had passed. He felt a pang of hunger. Fortunately, Yan Zhen had a habit of storing food. He quickly devoured 10 steamed buns and a roasted chicken, alleviating his hunger. Along with him, he carried 20 low-grade spirit stones, each no larger than a fingertip, emitting a murky glow. As these 20 low-grade spirit stones fell to the ground, they made a crisp sound, echoing in the silence. With the assistance of these spirit stones, breaking through barriers would become significantly easier. Currently, Yan Zhen stood at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Seated, he struck the spirit stones with force, shattering them into pieces. From the fragments, 20 streams of yellow spiritual energy emanated, each initially measuring only a finger's length, dissipating into the air. If these energies were to disperse, it would be a complete waste. At that moment, Yan Zhen opened his mouth wide, akin to a great whale swallowing water, inhaling deeply. The 20 streams of yellow energy were drawn into his mouth, merging into one and being swallowed whole by him. In an instant, a tremendous surge of vital energy surged from his throat to his stomach and finally to his lower dantian, erupting within him. This energy was immense, rapidly crashing against the barriers of his meridians. The blockage in the governing vessel was as sturdy as a dam, yet this overwhelming energy flowed like a torrential flood, incessantly battering against that barrier. Boom! A resounding noise reverberated within his body, causing his bones to resonate. The fierce energy did not linger long before it burst through the obstruction. Yan Zhen's magical essence began to flow into the governing vessel, swirling within like a gentle stream. Yan Zhen realized he had finally ascended to the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, advancing his strength a notch higher. The 8th level of Qi refining is no trivial achievement. It represents the final pathway among the 8 extraordinary meridians. If the conception vessel gathers the essence of Yin, impervious to the scorching summer heat, then the governing vessel embodies the essence of Yang, impervious to the biting cold of winter. With the governing vessel now opened, Yan Zhen felt a powerful surge of Yang energy rising from within him, spiraling upwards. Upon unlocking this meridian, his magical essence surged to a new tier. With his current strength, Yan Zhen believed it would not be overly difficult to surpass the 3 foremost experts of the outer sect in combat. However, he had previously stated in the tavern that he intended to surpass Song Ting in magical prowess. So he needed to elevate his abilities to the 9th level of Qi refining. There was still much work to be done. I must become stronger. After Yan Zhen ascended to the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage, he yearned to indulge in a celebration with wine. Yan Zhen possessed a somewhat mischievous disposition, which was reflected in his choice of libations. He favored a particularly bitter and potent liquor, a beverage so fierce that it was unavailable on Fengyun Mountain. One had to descend to the nearby Linfeng city to procure it. Thus, Yan Zhen equipped himself with his trusty sword, the Dingguang sword, and took a few taels of silver before embarking down the mountain. The descent was fraught with rugged and winding paths, a serpentine trail that led him to a slightly flattened square where numerous outer sect disciples congregated. The disciples were engaged in animated discussions, and one of them remarked, "Recently, our Qi refinement platform at the Great G Network has witnessed the emergence of an extraordinary individual, one who seems to be known by the moniker Evil Sword. To this day, we have yet to decipher the swordsmanship he employs. Oh, what is it that makes him so exceptional?" One of the outer disciples nearby remarked, "You must have heard of the formidable task known as the Path of 100 Victories, which is said to be the most challenging endeavor during the Qi refinement stage." The one who spoke initially responded, "Of course I have heard of it. What of it?" One could not help but inquire. "Indeed, it is this very task." The outer sect disciple who initiated the conversation remarked, "The individual codenamed Evil Sword has already undertaken the challenge of that task. Numerous challengers have attempted it, yet they all met with swift failure." Another outer sect disciple interjected, "The reason Evil Sword is formidable lies in his remarkable record of 40 battles, 40 victories. It is truly dazzling." His 40th opponent was a rogue cultivator, codenamed Madman, who, despite his prowess, succumbed to defeat. The first outer sect disciple continued, "Has he truly achieved 40 victories without a single loss?" The outer disciples nearby were filled with astonishment, and some immediately sought to log into the Immortal Cultivators Network using the Netstone, intending to observe the Qi refinement stage platform. However, the first disciple to speak remarked, This evil sword has achieved 40 victories without a single defeat and has suddenly departed from the Qi refinement stage platform. Thus, we are unable to witness the match now. Yet, the moment he returns to the platform, we shall promptly observe and see what kind of miracles this individual, referred to as the evil sword, can create. In truth, such discussions were not confined to Fengyun Mountain, but echoed among the outer disciples of various sects throughout the great Ji nation. The evil sword's record of 40 wins and 40 losses had indeed stirred a considerable sensation. Listening to the discourse, Yan Zhen felt inexplicably uplifted, while simultaneously pondering the implications of such an uproar stemming from merely 40 victories. When he himself achieves 100 wins and 100 losses, it would undoubtedly create a true sensation among the Qi refinement stage cultivators of the entire great Ji nation. How fascinating! How intriguing! Yan Zhen continued her descent down the mountain. As she walked, an unsettling sensation crept over her. It felt as though someone was watching her. Instinctively, she glanced back and noticed a figure lurking in the grass to the southeast. Without hesitation, she leaped forward, calling out, "Who goes there? Why not reveal yourself?" However, the figure in the grass vanished with a swift rustle, retreating into the shadows. This only intensified Yan Zhen's suspicions. The person's furtive demeanor raised questions about their identity and intentions. Resolute, she pursued the mysterious figure. Ahead, she could only discern fleeting shadows, clearly clad in dark attire. The individual exhibited remarkable agility, and despite her relentless effort, Yan Zhen found it impossible to catch up. Her mind swirled with uncertainty, and her vigilance heightened. In a desolate area, the cloaked figure suddenly halted. Yan Zhen, too, executed a swift stop, her curiosity piqued. With a smile, she inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be? May I inquire what brings you to this place, esteemed guest?" "It is of no consequence. I merely came to seek some trouble with you." The voice of the man in black ahead was somewhat hoarse as he turned his head. He appeared to be a man nearing 30. With slanted eyes shaped like inverted 8 characters, a hooked nose, and a tall stature that emanated an air of ferocity. His limbs were long and slender, and he bore a sword upon his back, its true form obscured within the sheath. Yet one could surmise it was no ordinary blade. "Who are you?" Yan Zhen did not recognize the figure cloaked in black. The hunter, Bu Chun, spoke up, a killer from the first tier of the Assassin's Tower. The Assassin's Tower, a third-grade immortal sect in the Great Ji Kingdom, is a rather obscure and disreputable establishment. This sect is peculiar, engaging in the exchange of wealth for the taking of lives, thus accumulating countless enemies within the Great Ji Kingdom. Many harbor desires to eradicate the Assassin's Tower. However, its formidable strength and the elusive nature of its location have allowed it to thrive undisturbed. Remarkably, this third-grade sect surpasses the second-grade Qingfeng sect in power. The Assassin's Tower also adheres to some eccentric regulations. For instance, the first tier comprises Qi refinement stage assassins. The second tier consists of foundation establishment stage assassins. The third tier includes core formation stage assassins, and the fourth tier features nascent soul stage assassins. The hierarchy within the Assassin's Tower ascends, with each level commanding a significantly higher fee for services rendered. As memories of the Assassin's Tower flashed through Yan Zhen's mind, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Oh, a friend from the first tier of the Assassin's Tower, is it?" The name Hound Bu Chun is unfamiliar to me, yet it possesses an impressive resonance. Since this individual is associated with the first level of the Assassin's Guild, it stands to reason that someone has commissioned my assassination. I wonder who it is that seeks my demise. Yan Zhen pondered deeply, wondering who had summoned the assassins of the tower to bring about her demise. Could it be that the invincible young master has arrived? Yet, there is no necessity for it. The invincible young master commands a multitude of followers and need not engage the services of the Assassin's Guild. The man clad in black, Bu Chun, offered a slight smile. "Our code of conduct dictates that we must not disclose the identity of our employer. Otherwise, who would dare enlist our services for assassination? It matters not if he comes to know. It was I who summoned the Assassin's Guild to carry out your demise." At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated, and from the thicket emerged a graceful maiden clad in purple. This young lady possessed extraordinary beauty, exuding an aura of delicate fragility, complemented by a figure that accentuated all the right curves. It was Yin Xiaozi. With an effortless motion, she brushed her hair back, radiating an array of captivating charm. Yan Zhen was momentarily taken aback. "The person who summoned the Assassin's Guild to take my life is, astonishingly, you?" Yan Zhen could not help but feel astonished. Previously, she had only known that Yan Xiaozi was fond of following powerful men, casting aside the weaker ones. Yet she never anticipated that Yan Xiaozi would hire an assassin to eliminate her. Was it truly surprising? Yan Xiaozi smiled gently and inquired. It was indeed surprising, leaving one puzzled. Yan Zhen nodded in response, expressing her confusion. I cannot fathom it. You and I share no enmity from the past. There are no grievances between us. If there is any contention, it is that you abandoned me, as if you owe me something, while I owe you nothing. Regarding my killing of Ouyang Song, firstly, our conflict was a matter of life and death, bound by a contract of mortality, where fate was at stake. Thus, seeking vengeance afterward seems utterly unnecessary. Secondly, your connection with Ouyang Song was hardly a true love. You cannot genuinely desire to avenge him by taking my life. For Ouyang Song was merely a stepping stone for you. Clap, clap. Yan Xiaozi applauded, saying, Yan Zhen, I must admit, you truly understand me well. However, you still do not fully comprehend women. Oh, Yan Zhen let out a soft "oh." Where did I go wrong? Do enlighten me. I harbor no interest in avenging Ouyang Song. Indeed, he is merely a stepping stone, much like you. He did not even manage to claim my virginity. My intention in associating with him was to draw closer to the invincible young master. Yan Xiaozi remarked, Unfortunately, you understand me too well. After the battle with Ouyang Song, I sought you out, only to find that your words struck at the very depths of my soul. I detest being understood in such a manner. Especially if you were to tarnish my reputation, I would rather not live at all. Thus, I have resolved to kill you, and that is my rationale. Yan Xiaozi vividly recalls the shock she felt when Yan Zhen revealed her true nature, expressing a relentless desire to seek powerful men. Determined to eliminate Yan Zhen, she resolved that such a man, who understood her so profoundly, must not be allowed to exist in this world. Yan Zhen nodded in realization. I understand now. However, I have also come to grasp a particular truth. A green bamboo snake's mouth and a wasp stinger are both not venomous. But the most venomous is a woman's heart. Yan Zhen acknowledged, that is indeed a truth. Thank you for the compliment. Yan Xiaozi smiled gracefully. Then you may now die in peace. After speaking, she stepped aside, fully aware of her own limited strength and resigned to playing a passive role. Moreover, she believed that a woman's worth did not lie in her strength, but rather in her beauty, charm, and ability to attract men. In her view, men controlled the world, while she controlled men. To her, those women who toiled tirelessly to enhance their strength were merely foolish. At that moment, a confrontation ensued between Yan Zhen and the assassin known as Dog Hunter Buchun, stationed on the first floor of the Assassin's Guild. Yan Zhen addressed Buchun. It seems the time has come for us to clash. Alas, it is true that many perish for wealth. Indeed, in their line of work, death often accompanied the pursuit of riches. Yet, her survival thus far was a testament to her unique capabilities. Buchun grinned widely, revealing a set of somewhat sharp teeth. Although the battle had not yet officially begun, it was already predetermined. You will lose, I will win. You will die, I will live, Buchun declared. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Yan Zhen inquired, puzzled. It is evident that you are an inexperienced disciple of the orthodox sect, unaware of the world's intricacies. Failing even to notice this, Buchun smirked. You have already fallen into my trap. Have I indeed? Yan Zhen replied, her expression one of intrigue. If your so-called trap refers to the mechanisms you've set in place nearby, I must regretfully inform you that I have not been ensnared. The traps here are the renowned mechanisms of the Assassin's Guild, famous for their intricate designs, categorized into 9 levels. 1 yuan, 2 instruments, 3 talents, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces. What you have employed is the 1 yuan mechanism, which comprises 16 traps strategically arranged according to the terrain. Your 16 traps should be located at specific angles. 1 foot at 45 degrees southeast, 1.5 feet at 60 degrees southeast, and 3 feet at 60 degrees southwest. Yan Zhen recounted the precise positions with remarkable clarity. In her past life, she had encountered a wealth of knowledge. And while she was unfamiliar with the guild's more advanced mechanisms, the 1 yuan and 2 instruments traps were no challenge for her. Buchun, upon hearing her words, could not help but express admiration. I did not expect a mere outer disciple from the Qingfeng sect to possess such profound understanding of our mechanisms. Remarkable indeed. Buchun was genuinely astonished. If Yan Zhen were a seasoned cultivator, such knowledge of the 1 yuan mechanism would be expected, yet her youth rendered this knowledge peculiar. Nevertheless, Bu Chun retained some hidden strategies. Yan Zhen continued, it seems you have additional tricks up your sleeve. Your hidden card, I presume, is that explosive talisman positioned merely half a foot from me, likely originating from the Yangfu sect. Its range would encompass me entirely. However, have you not noticed the water pouch in my hand? The opening has been subtly twisted open, and while your explosive talisman is indeed formidable, one dampened with water loses its potency. Yan Zhen spoke with a sense of ease, her previous experiences empowering her to easily dismantle these 2 layers of traps. Bu Chun expressed his admiration. You truly are a prodigy. To be so familiar with our guild's mechanisms, and to discern the explosive talisman while deftly neutralizing it as I spoke is a testament to your talent. Bu Chun, recognizing her skill, sighed. Such methods warrant my respect. However, respect aside, you must still perish by my hand. It is my professional duty. Frankly, it is unfortunate that your cultivation is merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, rendering your power insufficient. Since my traps cannot contain you, I shall take matters into my own hands. Killing you shall be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. With a sudden shout, Bu Chun drew his sword. Yan Zhen observed as Bu Chun's sword light manifested 3 blossoms of sword energy in the air. With her experience, she quickly discerned that these 3 strikes aimed towards her left, right, and rear. Recognizing his intention to force her forward into his immediate presence, she understood that he sought to engage her in direct combat. Assassins typically rely on information from their employers, and Yin Xiaoji must have provided him with intelligence, leading Bu Chun to mistakenly believe her cultivation was at the 6th level. Faced with the oncoming sword strike, Yan Zhen had little choice but to retaliate swiftly. The clashing swords produced a resonant sound of metal against metal. Bu Chun paused in astonishment. You possess the power of the 8th level of qi refinement? Indeed, your information was erroneous. For an assassin, possessing inaccurate intelligence is a grave blunder. Yan Zhen engaged in psychological warfare, a tactic favored by seasoned veterans, though rare among the youth. Nevertheless, Yan Zhen's prior experiences rendered her adept in this regard. Yet Bu Chun appeared unfazed, an inherent madness glinting in his eyes. Excellent. You are at the 8th level, which indeed takes me by surprise. But isn't it even more thrilling this way? Yan Zhen noted that Bu Chun's subsequent movements were exceedingly peculiar. His style was wild and erratic, as if he were unleashing a flurry of frenzied strikes. Frenzied blade. Madness personified. This chaotic swordplay was difficult to predict, making it challenging for many to anticipate his next move. Paradoxically, this seemingly chaotic style was exceptionally potent. Every strike aimed directly at the opponent's vital points while maintaining solid defense. This was undeniably the chaotic blade technique. Yan Zhen was taken aback, recognizing the style. A memory of a particular figure flashing in her mind. As she evaded, she queried, you are the madman from the qi refinement platform. Bu Chen's sword faltered momentarily, but he quickly grinned. Indeed, that is me. I did not expect you to deduce my identity from this technique. It seems you have witnessed my battles on the qi refinement platform. What is your alias there? I am curious if I still remember. My alias on the qi refinement platform is Evil Sword. I trust you have heard of it, Bu Chun, Yan Zhen replied nonchalantly, enjoying the spectacle of emotions playing across Bu Chen's face as it shifted from surprise to embarrassment, then to anger, a true amalgamation of feelings. What a coincidence it was. Just moments ago, they had been locked in a deadly struggle on the qi refinement platform, which could span thousands of miles apart. Yet now they found themselves contending in the real world. This level of coincidence left Yan Zhen momentarily speechless. The Evil Sword was equally astounded. Observing this rare occurrence, Yan Xiaoji, standing nearby, could not help but gasp in astonishment. In a fleeting moment of awkwardness and silence, this unexpected coincidence took everyone by surprise. However, Bu Chen soon wore a peculiar smile and remarked, well, you are indeed the Evil Sword. After being invited by Yan Xiaozi, I set up some traps out of boredom and decided to play on the qi cultivation platform of the immortal network for a while. I was inattentive to the terrain, which allowed you to launch a surprise attack from beneath the roof. You took advantage of the terrain and defeated me. But now, in this place devoid of any peculiar landscape, I shall vanquish you in reality. Yan Zhen could not help but scoff disdainfully. If the young disciples from other sects are naive, it can be excused due to their lack of combat experience. But when did the young disciples of the Assassin's Tower become so gullible? Isn't the Assassin's Tower known for its ruthless nature? How can they be oblivious to the fundamental principle that an immortal cultivator must utilize their surroundings in a sword duel? Clearly unable to match Yan Zhen's wit, Bu Chen once again unleashed his chaotic cloak sword technique. Yan Zhen, however, did not rush to engage in a direct confrontation with Bu Chen's swordplay. Instead, he pondered how best to proceed. Yan Zhen believed he had several strategies to overcome Bu Chen. But recognizing Bu Chen's naivety and thinking that Yan Zhen had won the previous match solely by exploiting the terrain, he decided to employ the environment to defeat him once more. There is a saying in the world of immortals: those who cannot utilize their surroundings are forever fools. Perhaps the environment is only useful when one cannot fly. In aerial combat, it becomes irrelevant. Such a notion is utterly naive. The sky, as imagined by mortals, is not truly empty. High-level cultivators understand that the heavens are far from barren, filled with swirling clouds, scattered debris, rain accumulation zones, and areas of flashing lightning. The sky harbors a multitude of environments. Yan Zhen has always enjoyed leveraging various terrains in battle. However, upon surveying the area, he noticed it was merely an ordinary grassy field with a few trees, which would be of little use against Bu Chen. At that moment, Yan Zhen's gaze shifted skyward, where the blazing sun shone brightly, a target he could exploit. With this thought, Yan Zhen quickly exchanged a few moves with Bu Chen, then suddenly leaped into the air, making a powerful thrust towards Bu Chen. This strike was exquisite and nearly impossible to defend against. Bu Chen strained to open his eyes to track Yan Zhen's sword trajectory, attempting to counter the blow. Yet, this played right into Yan Zhen's strategy. Yan Zhen's plan was deceptively simple: to use the sun overhead as a weapon. The unfolding sequence mirrored his intentions perfectly. As Yan Zhen's figure shifted slightly in the air, Bu Chen felt a sharp pain in his eyes, momentarily blinded by the overwhelming golden light. Damn sun! This meant Yan Zhen had positioned himself with the sun at his back, while Bu Chen faced it directly. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely, leaving Bu Chen temporarily sightless. In high-stakes combat, opportunities are fleeting. How could Yan Zhen allow this chance to slip away? His sword light pierced through Bu Chen's defense, and before Bu Chen could fully react, Yan Zhen's blade struck directly into Bu Chen's right shoulder, a critical injury. As a wounded right shoulder severely hinders one's ability to wield a sword effectively, sealing Bu Chen's fate, the balance of battle instantly shifted in Yan Zhen's favor. Observing Bu Chen's swift reaction, he unleashed a brilliant burst of sword light and retreated, aligning with the Assassin's Tower style, striking once and escaping immediately if unsuccessful. Yet, a cold smile graced Yan Zhen's lips. He would not allow Bu Chen to escape so easily. Yan Zhen surged forward, his speed surpassing Bu Chen's retreat. Realizing the predicament, Bu Chen halted his flight, evidently recognizing the danger. This Bu Chen was indeed talented, quick to flee upon sensing a threat, and equally quick to counterattack when escape became impossible, showcasing commendable combat experience. However, with his right shoulder severely injured, Bu Chen's chaotic cloak sword technique was rendered ineffective. Yan Zhen sighed inwardly, recognizing how much Bu Chen's injury impacted his performance. The chaotic cloak sword technique now revealed numerous flaws, allowing Yan Zhen to strike once more without restraint. Following that, Bu Chen's desperate struggles ensued, but the overwhelming advantage Yan Zhen held rendered the outcome inevitable. With a casual flick of his sword, Yan Zhen pierced Bu Chen's right leg, prompting a hurried defense. Yet, Yan Zhen's strike swiftly followed, landing squarely on Bu Chen's heart, a fatal blow. As Bu Chen lay dying, he muttered, "Damn it. I've lost again to the environment." With that, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yan Zhen, devoid of the desire to mock, thought it absurd that Bu Chen would blame the environment. After all, it was the same for everyone. If one cannot utilize it, the fault lies solely with them. After dispatching Bu Chen, Yan Zhen casually gathered the belongings he had on him into his sleeve. Next on his list was Yan Xiaozi. If she dared to hire assassins to kill him, she certainly deserved to be eliminated. Yan Zhen scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of Yan Xiaozi. Did she flee upon realizing Bu Chen was no match for him? This Yan Xiaozi was indeed shrewd, a woman whose heart was as venomous as a serpent, far from ordinary. But would he allow her to escape so easily? Such naivety was utterly unfathomable. Yan Zhen quickly examined the nearby traces, leading him to the southwest where the grass showed signs of rapid trampling, indicating her path. This direction led not far from the road descending from Fengyan Mountain, where many would be present. Should she reach the road, it would complicate the task of eliminating her. This woman had retained her composure and found the correct path during her escape. Impressive indeed. Yet, unfortunately for her, she had crossed paths with him. With a surge of murderous intent, Yan Zhen quickened his pace, pursuing her relentlessly. As he chased, he reflected that although Yan Xiaozi had remained calm and found the right path, her trail was too obvious, lacking any semblance of subterfuge or knowledge of evasion. After a few swift movements, Yan Zhen finally spotted Yan Xiaozi. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed a strike infused with tremendous power. This strike carried with it the weight of his emotions, for in his past life, he had fallen victim to Ouyang Song, with the instigation stemming from this despicable woman. Yan Xiaozi. Love had long since faded. Only hatred remained. This blow seemed to sever through the very trees and pierce the void itself. In that singular strike, there was boundless strength and divine prowess. It struck Yan Xiaozi's right leg, once exquisitely beautiful and slender, now pierced through by the sword, flesh and blood flying. Yan Zhen pinned Yan Xiaozi to the ground, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having vanquished a beauty. He mused inwardly, observing her struggles and agony beneath his blade. Such a sight was truly gratifying. Just this alone was worthy of celebratory libations. Yan Zhen let out a cold laugh. Run away. Go ahead. Why don't you continue to flee? The last incident with Ouyang Song could be considered merely an indirect cause, but this time, the attempt on my life is a direct one. If you wish to take my life, then yours shall be forfeit. There is no escape for you. No matter where you turn. Yan Zhen's words were laced with an unyielding aura of dominance. Yan Xiaozi's heart quaked in terror. She had summoned the assassin Bu Chun from the Assassin's Guild with utmost confidence. After all, Bu Chun was a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, standing at the pinnacle of that realm. Yet, to her astonishment, Bu Chun had been vanquished by Yan Zhen. How could she not be shaken by this revelation? She sought to flee towards the path, only to be grievously wounded by Yan Zhen. In a soft, pitiful sob, Yan Xiaozi pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." Her demeanor exuded a delicate charm, a beauty tinged with sorrow. She recognized that in her current state, she was no match for Yan Zhen, whose murderous intent was palpable. Thus, she resolved to wield the most primal and potent weapon of femininity, her beauty. Yan Zhen sneered, "No need to feign innocence before me. I am well aware of your true nature." With tears streaming down her face, Yan Xiaozi murmured, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, truly wrong. In a moment of madness, I sought someone to kill you. I deeply regret it. If you spare my life, I would willingly offer myself to you. Ouyang Song has yet to claim my virginity. Now, I bestow it upon you." She lowered her garment slightly, revealing her fair and delicate skin, her words laced with a hint of seduction. "I swear, if you spare me, I will be your woman, your lover, your concubine. I will be obedient and never defy you." Yan Zhen coldly retorted, "Enough with the empty chatter. I have but one question. Did you hire the Assassin's Guild itself, or one of its assassins? The distinction is significant. Engaging the guild directly incurs a much higher cost. There exists a custom within the guild. Should an assassin fail, they must send 4 stronger ones as replacements. Only after 5 failed attempts does it count as a failure. If you merely sought one of their assassins, the price is considerably less, and the guild will not send further assassins if that one fails. I engaged an assassin from the guild." Yan Xiaozi wept, her face a picture of despair. Hiring an assassin from the guild was already a considerable expense. To hire the guild itself was exorbitantly beyond her means. Yan Zhen nodded, recognizing that since she had indeed hired an assassin from the guild, the matter could be resolved more simply, with no further assassins sent after her. Yet, the weeping and pitiful Yan Xiaozi posed a dilemma. To release her was contrary to his nature. To kill her seemed too merciful for such a venomous woman. To take her into his bed, however, held no allure for him. What, then, was to be done? As Yan Zhen pondered, he absent-mindedly weighed a small pouch in his hand, a remnant from his recent confrontation with Bu Chun. He felt a solid object within and withdrew it, a dark crystal, glimmering ominously. "This is the demonic crystal." Yan Zhen recognized it instantly. The demonic crystal served 2 purposes. First, it contained demonic energy, useful for practitioners of the dark arts. Second, it could seal a person's soul within it through a special method, rendering their essence trapped for 49 years, after which they would cease to exist. Yan Xiaozi was truly malevolent, attempting to rid herself of him by hiring an assassin. Each of her actions was a testament to her wickedness. Given this, It was only just that he should respond to her malice with equal measure. If one treats me with honor, I shall reciprocate in kind. If one treats me with cruelty, I shall return cruelty in kind. Yan Zhen gazed at the sobbing, alluring Yin Xiaozi and declared, I hold no interest in killing you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Yin Xiaozi's face. As long as you spare my life, I will serve you faithfully, as your concubine or your lover. I will do whatever you desire. Yet within her heart, she plotted revenge, determined to enlist the invincible nobleman to eliminate Yan Zhen, crushing him like an insignificant insect. A woman like Yin Xiaozi would never settle for being another's obedient concubine. Yan Zhen smiled slightly. I believe you will be quite pleased with my plan for you. Do you know what this is? He held up the dark crystal. Yin Xiaozi examined it, but could not discern its nature. This is the demonic crystal. Yan Zhen explained with a smile. It can seal a person's soul within it, rendering them immobile for 49 years before they vanish entirely. I intend to imprison your soul within it, treating malice with malice. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozi's expression turned pale. Being trapped for 49 years was a fate more horrifying than death. She clung desperately to Yan Zhen's leg, crying, Yan Zhen, please spare me. I will not trouble you again. Yan Zhen grinned wickedly. You shall become a beautiful crystal maiden, encased within this crystal. As I achieve great feats, I shall regale you with tales of my triumphs, and you will be left to reflect on your choice to abandon me, the weakling. Ha ha ha. I want you to dwell in regret and remorse, understanding that I am the true master. Go, repent within the demonic crystal. As Yin Xiaozi continued to struggle, Yan Zhen swiftly drew his sword, slicing through her throat, while chanting an incantation. Moments later, her soul was captured within the demonic crystal, still writhing in its confines as Yan Zhen laughed heartily. After tidying the scene and employing various disguises to divert suspicion from himself, Yan Zhen realized that he could easily shift the blame onto the Assassin's Guild, especially with Bu Chen's corpse nearby. Subsequently, he ventured to Lingfeng City, indulging in a bitter yet potent liquor, reveling in the satisfaction of his vengeance. He had successfully transformed the venomous Yin Xiaozi into a crystal maiden, a devilishly beautiful and cruel trophy. Yan Zhen did not rush into the Grand Chronicle Network. His confidence in overcoming the challenge of the 100 victories lay primarily in his swordsmanship, having attained the sword source level and mastered one of the 10 sword sources. Yet, he was acutely aware that among the countless qi refinement practitioners in the Grand Chronicle Kingdom, perhaps only 10 had achieved mastery over a sword source. Such rarity made each of these practitioners a focal point of attention. Yan Zhen understood that to surpass those who wielded a sword source, he needed to master a second one. He had already begun training in another sword source, the cleaving sword source, which, once perfected, would allow him to shatter his opponent's sword techniques, rendering their attacks ineffective. Yan Zhen firmly grasped the Dingguang sword, executing a downward stroke with a graceful flick of his wrist, guiding the blade as it descended toward the target. As he approached, he channeled power through his wrist, accelerating the sword's movement, while a flick of the wrist and a straight arm controlled the blade's descent, directing force to the sword's tip. This technique was known as the cleave. With each strike, Yan Zhen sought to recapture the essence of his previous life. In his former existence, he had only comprehended the source of the cleaving sword at the venerable age of over 100. Yet in this life, he endeavored to rediscover and rehearse that profound understanding. With every swing, he was in pursuit of that elusive feeling. This strike felt amiss, that one too, and yet another remained unsatisfactory. This strike carried a hint of familiarity, resonating with the sensations of his past life. Yan Zhen continued to practice relentlessly. Time slipped by unnoticed as day turned to night and night yielded to day, the celestial bodies dancing in their eternal rhythm. At last, Yan Zhen found the elusive sensation he sought. In an instant, he transitioned from dynamic movement to profound stillness, standing immobile yet brimming with latent energy. His essence, vitality, and spirit coalesced, gathering strength as he aimed for a pinnacle beyond reach. Only when he had amassed his energies to their utmost limit did Yan Zhen unleash his sword. The stroke came down with an intensity that seemed capable of cleaving mountains, severing peaks, and slicing through seas. This strike embodied the audacity to obliterate all, sweeping away the clouds of the universe with an overwhelming might. Wherever the blade fell, the earth would surely rend asunder. This was the true manifestation of the cleaving sword's power, and as its momentum waned, so too did Yan Zhen's breath, exhaling a sigh of fulfillment. He had successfully mastered the second grand source of the cleaving sword technique, allowing him to effortlessly dismantle any adversary's onslaught. At long last, he had cultivated the cleaving sword source. With both the thrusting and cleaving sword sources at his command, among the practitioners of Qi cultivation in the Great Qi Kingdom, he could now lay claim to unrivaled mastery in swordsmanship. Thus, he prepared to embark on the formidable journey of 100 battles, 100 victories. Yan Zhen held the net stone firmly, first channeling his magical energy into it, then focusing his mental strength upon it. After a brief moment of disorientation, he had already entered the Great Chronicle's net. Upon opening the door, he found himself within the Qi refinement platform. As soon as Yan Zhen entered, he overheard a multitude of discussions nearby. The evil sword has arrived. The evil sword had been absent for many days, and now he had finally re-emerged. Indeed, he had shown up. We could witness his continued quest for 100 victories in succession. I too am curious to see how many victories the evil sword can achieve and to what extent he can fulfill this task. It appears we shall be entertained. In no time, many cultivators flocked to the Qi refinement platform, eager to watch the evil sword's challenge. Simultaneously, reports of similar discussions echoed from various locations across the Great Chronicle, with Qi refinement cultivators beginning to ascend to the Great Chronicle's net to spectate this duel. The anticipation for this battle was palpable. How lively it is! Yan Zhen mused internally. Next, a number of formidable opponents began targeting Yan Zhen. He accepted challenge after challenge, adhering to the customary wager of half a low-grade spirit stone. The strength of his 41st opponent was roughly comparable to that of a madman, and Yan Zhen triumphed effortlessly. Then came the 42nd challenger, and Yan Zhen continued his winning streak until he faced his 50th opponent. The 50th contender bore the codename Ghostly Shadow. This was indeed a rather formidable foe. Ghostly Shadow's true name remained shrouded in mystery, but he was likely affiliated with the Dark Knight sect, a third-tier immortal sect. The Dark Knight sect was quite a large sect, primarily employing shadow manipulation for concealment during combat. It is widely advised among the cultivators of the Great Chronicle not to engage with members of the Dark Knight sect at night. In contrast, the second-tier sect, the Nine Transformations sect, was merely renowned for its peculiar swordplay. The Dark Knight sect, however, not only possessed odd sword techniques, but also excelled in elusive movements, employing various methods of concealment, rendering them even more difficult to contend with than members of the Nine Transformations sect. Ghostly Shadow was undoubtedly a challenging adversary. He had fought 888 battles on the Qi refinement platform, claiming victory in 700 of them. Now, he stood as Yan Zhen's opponent. After wagering half a low-grade spirit stone, Ghostly Shadow commenced his duel with Yan Zhen. Moments later, both entered the simulated arena. This particular simulation was rather straightforward, resembling a courtyard of about 100 square meters. However, the troublesome aspect was that the simulation took place at night, with dim moonlight and sparse stars. This setting was exceptionally advantageous for the Dark Knight sect, while it posed significant disadvantages for Yan Zhen. In the simulated arena, Ghostly Shadow remarked, "The simulation is random. I did not anticipate such fortune, landing on a moonless night. It seems fate desires my victory." Yan Zhen furrowed his brow, recognizing the predicament. He observed Ghostly Shadow's figure gradually fading into the darkness. Scanning his surroundings, it appeared as though he was the only one present in this simulated scene. Yet, Yan Zhen understood that this was not the reality. His opponent was concealed within the shadows, a hallmark of the third-tier immortal sect. Feeling a surge of vigilance, Yan Zhen suddenly raised his sword sheath, deflecting a sudden strike from behind. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to counter. However, as he attempted to pursue Ghostly Shadow, the latter swiftly vanished into the night once more. Moments later, Yan Zhen's sense of alertness flared again. He retaliated fiercely, but this time, he was a fraction too slow. Ghostly Shadow's sword found its mark, grazing Yan Zhen's left hand, causing minimal damage, though it would not significantly impair his combat efficacy. After wounding Yan Zhen, Ghostly Shadow again disappeared from sight. Yet, Yan Zhen sensed something was amiss. Ghostly Shadow was utilizing the cover of night to strike and retreat, while Yan Zhen struggled to track his movements. This left him in a predicament. Merely enduring blows without the ability to retaliate served little purpose. He needed a strategy. As Yan Zhen's mind raced, an idea sparked within him. While his opponent could conceal himself in the darkness, he was still physically present in the spatial realm, merely employing various illusions to deceive Yan Zhen's senses. A potential solution emerged. If he spread fine grains of sand across the ground, any movement would disturb the particles, allowing him to discern ghostly shadows' position and attack accordingly. Without hesitation, Yan Zhen wielded his sword to slice a portion of earth, channeling his magical energy to pulverize it into fine dust, scattering it around. In the southeast corner of the ground, the dust stirred. Yan Zhen feigned ignorance, waiting for his opponent to approach. Suddenly, he struck with his sword, the attack swift and fierce. Ghostly Shadow, caught off guard, was struck unexpectedly, sustaining severe injury as he revealed himself, blood gushing from his wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Zhen pressed the attack, delivering successive blows. Although the Dark Knight sect could vanish into the night, they required a brief moment to disengage from battle, and Yan Zhen was determined not to grant him that respite. In a matter of moments, he had landed several strikes on Ghostly Shadow, who soon found his health depleted, resulting in his defeat. After the battle, Ghostly Shadow inquired, "How did you discover me?" Yan Zhen replied, "By observing the disturbed dust on the ground. I did not engage in frivolous activities. Wherever you tread, the dust would shift, revealing your position." "I see," Ghostly Shadow conceded. "What a clever idea, an excellent tactic. I accept my defeat." With yet another victory under his belt, Yan Zhen's triumph was broadcasted across the Qi refinement platform. "Attention, everyone. The individual known as the Evil Sword is currently completing the task of achieving 100 victories in succession. He has now won 50 battles. Come and challenge him." Upon hearing this announcement, the excitement on the Qi refinement platform intensified. The 50th opponent, Ghostly Shadow, was formidable, and the fact that he had lost in a randomly assigned night simulation only underscored the prowess of the Evil Sword. Consequently, more individuals began to take an interest in the quest for 100 victories, with an influx of skilled challengers. For Yan Zhen's 60th battle, he faced a rogue cultivator renowned for employing a variety of tactics. It was a hard-fought match, and Yan Zhen emerged victorious, albeit with some injuries. His 70th opponent hailed from the second-tier sect, the Luo Huang sect, and possessed a formidable swordsmanship that was both aggressive and powerful. In response to such dominance, Yan Zhen relied on speed, evading attacks, and ultimately securing victory. The 80th opponent was a female cultivator from the third-tier sect, the Pure Sword sect, known by the codename White Lotus. The Pure Sword sect was an intriguing institution, exclusively accepting female disciples, who exhibited exceptional sword techniques imbued with a unique purity. They also practiced profound mental arts, resulting in many of their women exuding a sacred aura. Notably, the sect designated 5 holy maidens, with the strongest among them destined to become the next leader of the Pure Sword sect, overseeing the vast expanse of mountains under their jurisdiction. During his 80th battle, Yan Zhen showcased a myriad of techniques and executed his swordplay with remarkable finesse, ultimately overcoming the White Lotus of the Pure Sword sect after an intense struggle. Meanwhile, within the southern region of the Great Chronicle, a stunningly beautiful woman of the Pure Sword sect blinked her enchanting eyes. "What an impressive evil sword. I never imagined White Lotus, would fall to you." Thus concluded the encounter between the Evil Sword and White Lotus in the 80th battle. This battle undoubtedly culminated in the victory of the Malevolent Sword. When the clash concluded, the onlookers engaged in fervent discussions. It appeared that Yan Zhen's swordsmanship was rather peculiar. Indeed, no matter the form of swordplay employed by Bai Lian, her relentless defenses were insufficient to withstand Yan Zhen's blade. It seemed as though his sword had ascended to the level of the sword source, mastering the essence of the thrust. An experienced individual remarked, "The sword source level. This cannot be a jest." It should be noted that the individual known as the Evil Sword has likely mastered the source of the piercing sword. Another person, who was well informed, asserted this with certainty. In truth, Yan Zhen had long since revealed the source of the piercing sword. However, such a phenomenon is not easily recognized by others upon its initial manifestation. After numerous battles, these cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, not particularly distinguished in perception, have finally confirmed that the Evil Sword indeed employs the source of the piercing sword. This revelation is rather alarming. After all, within the entire Great Qi Kingdom, only 10 individuals have mastered the sword source. Each of these 10 is a prodigy in their respective sects, worthy of significant cultivation efforts. Now, the sudden emergence of the Evil Sword, who has also grasped the sword source during the Qi refinement stage, speaks volumes of its formidable prowess, leaving many to ponder the sect to which this genius belongs. Speculation abounds as to the true identity of the Evil Sword, whose swordsmanship is remarkably eclectic. never adhering to a single style. It often incorporates techniques from various sects, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to discern the true nature of the evil sword or its affiliations. Given that the evil sword has mastered the sword source, it is feared that the remaining challengers may not stand a chance against it. Within the Qi refinement stage of the Great Qi Kingdom, only 10 individuals possess the sword source. Since the evil sword has embarked on a path of 100 battles with 100 victories, the final 10 opponents will likely be those who wield the sword source. Thus, it is anticipated that the 91st battle will feature a confrontation with one such master, promising an exhilarating contest. Yan Zhen continued his triumphant streak, securing victories in both the 81st and 82nd battles, persisting all the way to the 90th. Attention, everyone! The evil sword has completed 90 battles with 90 victories in its quest for 100 battles and 100 victories. Only 10 battles remain, marking the final stretch. As this announcement reverberated, nearly everyone on the Qi refinement platform surged toward the venue to witness the evil sword's concluding encounters. The task of achieving 100 battles with 100 victories has never been accomplished before. Will the evil sword succeed? After Yan Zhen completed his 90th battle, he took a well-deserved respite to restore his strength and rejuvenate his spirit before embarking on his 91st fight. This upcoming confrontation would be markedly different from the previous ones. The adversary for the 91st battle was codenamed Young Master Crane. It is said that his true identity is that of a disciple from the third-tier celestial sect, Yuxiue. Yuxiue is one of the esteemed third-tier celestial sects of the Great Qi Nation, renowned for its frigid yet exquisite swordsmanship. Many who have engaged with Yuxiue often find themselves ensnared in a mesmerizing display of beauty before meeting their demise. Young Master Crane boasts an astonishing victory rate, exceeding 90%. Now, the clash between the evil sword and Young Master Crane has sparked considerable discussion among onlookers. Presently, both the evil sword and Young Master Crane possess mastery over the sword source, leading to speculation regarding their relative strengths. Many believe that Young Master Crane holds the upper hand, firstly due to his familiarity and formidable track record, alongside his unparalleled swordsmanship. Secondly, Young Master Crane has mastered the sword source earlier, whereas the evil sword, having acquired it later, may appear somewhat inexperienced, increasing the likelihood of defeat. The scene simulation was about to commence, set upon a bridge with flowing rivers at both ends. This simulated environment was remarkably equitable for both Yan Zhen and Young Master Crane, ensuring that neither could exploit an advantage. Young Master Crane presented a striking figure, adorned in flowing sleeves and a graceful demeanor. Positioned at opposite ends of the bridge, the simulation offered an ideal setting. Evil sword, do you know which sword source I command? Yan Zhen shook his head in confusion. Prince, he spoke, the sword essence I wield is, in fact, the essence of the piercing sword, identical to yours. In this contest, let us compare our mastery of the piercing sword to determine who wields it more adeptly. Satisfied? Yan Zhen nodded, his fighting spirit ignited. At last, he could engage in combat with an opponent of sword essence caliber. The duel commenced in an instant. The audience watched as Prince he made the first move. His sword stroke soared like a celestial steed, a radiant arc cutting through the sky from east to west. Its origin and destination shrouded in mystery. His sword was akin to a brilliant flash, unmatched in sharpness. Shortly thereafter, they beheld the evil sword strike. Its motion reminiscent of a meteor plummeting to earth, a divine being descending from the heavens, moving from west to east, with its source and final resting place equally elusive. Yan Zhen's sword too burst forth like a woven ray of light, equally sharp and unparalleled. Both swords displayed exquisite brilliance as they lunged towards one another, infused with an unparalleled sword energy, clashing fiercely. The tips met with a resounding crack, both blades recoiling from the impact. The audience then witnessed Prince he execute a swift maneuver in midair, launching a second thrust towards the evil sword, his transition seamless and rapid. In response, the evil sword also spun in the void, delivering a second counterstrike, a move of exquisite finesse. The sound of their clash echoed, resonating with intensity. The two swordsmen's blades clashed once more, their luminous edges colliding with fervor. The captivated audience remained transfixed, witnessing the relentless exchange between the malevolent swordsman and the esteemed Prince Crane. Each of their blades was imbued with the essence of piercing techniques. The malevolent swordsman's strikes were executed with unparalleled precision, while Prince Crane's thrusts were a marvel of ingenuity. Both fighters had honed their skills to the utmost limit. their strikes meeting in a symphony of combat, neither gaining the upper hand. The spectators observed as the two engaged in over 20 exchanges, each relying on their piercing techniques. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Could it be that the match would end in a draw? Amidst the throng of spectators, many pondered in silence. At that moment, they beheld the brilliant swordsmanship of young Master He, whose blade was once again directed towards the malevolent sword, emanating a formidable thrust imbued with the essence of the sword itself, possessing an incomprehensible and wondrous effect. Just as the crowd anticipated a counterattack from the sinister sword, it unexpectedly unleashed a powerful slash. This strike, imbued with immense force, seemed capable of cleaving mountains and rivers, shattering the void, and severing all that lay before it. The overwhelming might of this slash collided with young Master He's sword, dispersing what had been an exceedingly sharp and concentrated strike. The spectators could not help but marvel. What kind of force was the malevolent sword wielding? Surprisingly, the swordsmanship of young Master He was deftly disrupted. The audience witnessed the sinister sword strike with precision, exploiting the moment when young Master He's sword intent was thrown into disarray. As young Master He focused his sword light to confront the adversary, the wicked blade seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive thrust. In the realm of skilled combatants, victory often hinges on a mere thread. Young Master He faltered, and thus, the ensuing battle was inevitably destined for defeat. In the 91st bout, the sinister sword emerged victorious. The spectators could not help but engage in animated discussions. This match was truly spectacular. Indeed, it had been a long time since such a riveting duel had graced their eyes, especially between two masters of the piercing sword source. Initially, many anticipated young Master He's triumph, yet the unexpected victory of Yan Zhen took them all by surprise. Remarkable. The sinister sword has triumphed against opponents of the sword source level. Such prowess is truly commendable. The excitement only escalated from here, leaving one to ponder whether the sinister sword could achieve 100 consecutive victories. Let us eagerly await. Perhaps the sinister sword will shatter records. The audience's anticipation was palpably heightened by the unfolding intensity. In the 92nd bout, the adversary was yet another adept young cultivator well-versed in a sword source, who was ultimately bested by Yan Zhen. In the 93rd bout, Yan Zhen faced a young cultivator from the third-grade Dark Knight sect, who also wielded a sword source. Presenting a formidable challenge, yet Yan Zhen managed to secure a hard-fought victory. In the 94th battle, the opponent wielded the sword source of defense, capable of blocking attacks from both sides. Yan Zhen, on the other hand, practiced the sword source of thrusting, which stood in stark contrast to the sword source of defense, akin to the relationship between a spear and a shield. The spectators fervently debated whether the sharpness of the spear would triumph over the thickness of the shield. Throughout this match, Yan Zhen unleashed thrust after thrust, while his opponent continuously defended. After executing a staggering 111 strikes, Yan Zhen finally seized a weakness in his opponent's defense, driving his sword deep and securing victory. In the 95th battle, Yan Zhen faced an adversary proficient in the sword source of quick draw, a style characterized by lightning-fast strikes. The encounter was perilous, as the opponent's speed nearly led to Yan Zhen's defeat. However, he managed to regain control of the situation and ultimately vanquished his foe. Thus, Yan Zhen continued his winning streak, triumphing in his 99th match, leaving only one final battle to complete his quest for 100 victories. With a deep breath, Yan Zhen prepared for his 100th match, eager to claim the mysterious reward that awaited him. His opponent, codenamed Flying Dragon, boasted an impressive record, 1,500 battles with 1,395 victories. Flying Dragon was rumored to hail from the esteemed Upper Clear sect of the Immortal Realm, known for its profound teachings. The simulated arena for this climactic battle was set atop a mountain peak, befitting the final confrontation. As they stood at the summit, Flying Dragon suddenly launched a sword strike. Unfazed, Yan Zhen raised his sword to block, successfully deflecting the blow. Yet, even as he parried, a wave of sword energy pierced through, striking Yan Zhen and reducing his vitality. Surprised, Yan Zhen recognized the attack as stemming from the sword source of penetration, one of the 10 major sword sources, known for its ability to bypass defenses. Although the attack's power was somewhat diminished upon penetration, it remained a formidable challenge. With renewed determination, Yan Zhen declared that, having mastered the sword source of thrusting, he would see whose skill prevailed. Before he could finish speaking, Flying Dragon launched another assault. targeting Yan Zhen's chest. This strike appeared simple to counter. However, due to the penetrating nature of the sword source, Yan Zhen could not block it directly. Reacting swiftly, he redirected his sword, executing a powerful cleave that shattered Flying Dragon's offensive momentum, and in that fleeting moment, Yan Zhen thrust forward with a strike as brilliant as a comet. Flying Dragon, anticipating this counter, attempted to adapt swiftly. However, due to the disruption caused by Yan Zhen's earlier maneuver, his response was imperfect. Yan Zhen pressed the attack, relentlessly pushing Flying Dragon until his sword finally found purchase in the opponent's left rib. Just as Yan Zhen celebrated his success, he noticed Flying Dragon charging forward with renewed ferocity, as if to counterattack. This fierce opponent was relentless, yet Yan Zhen smiled, unperturbed by the prospect of an aggressive exchange. He deftly avoided Flying Dragon's penetrating attacks while fully utilizing both his thrusting and cleaving sword sources, engaging in a fierce contest of aggression. Unbeknownst to them, over 30 exchanges had transpired. At this juncture, Yan Zhen had gained the upper hand, forcing Flying Dragon into a defensive position. With a decisive strike aimed at Flying Dragon, the latter retaliated, seemingly intent on a desperate clash. Without hesitation, Yan Zhen launched a direct attack that pierced through Flying Dragon's chest. Even as he himself was struck by the penetrating force of his opponent's sword, 2 sprays of blood erupted simultaneously, Yan Zhen's being less severe than that of Flying Dragon. Estimating that his opponent's vitality was nearly depleted, Yan Zhen watched as Flying Dragon's form began to shimmer and dissolve into myriad light points, indicating the end had come. In the 100th battle, Yan Zhen emerged victorious. He had successfully completed the daunting task of achieving 100 victories. After the match, Flying Dragon inquired about Yan Zhen's powerful cleave that had disrupted his attacks, suspecting it to be the cleaving sword source. Yan Zhen nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the truth in his opponent's assessment. Indeed, I have encountered a prodigy capable of mastering 2 sword sources at the Qi refinement stage. Flying Dragon admitted with a wry smile. The onlookers buzzed with astonishment, for mastering a sword source was an arduous feat in the realm of cultivation. In the entire Great Ji country, only 10 young practitioners at the Qi refinement stage had achieved such mastery, and now this prodigious figure, known as the Evil Sword, wielded too. The murmurs of admiration echoed. Who could this young genius be? If he survived, his astonishing swordsmanship would surely illuminate the cosmos. As the crowd reflected on Yan Zhen's remarkable accomplishment, they recalled their initial mockery of his ambition to undertake this challenge. Yet, he had proven his mettle, achieving what no one else had. Congratulations on completing the 100 Victories Challenge, Evil Sword. You shall receive a mysterious reward, echoed a voice. Intrigued, Yan Zhen wondered about the nature of this enigmatic gift. Suddenly, a series of peculiar characters infiltrated his mind, characters he could not comprehend. After absorbing this strange knowledge, Yan Zhen departed from the Qi refinement platform. Upon returning home, he transcribed the cryptic characters onto paper, pondering their meaning. He mused that they resembled ancient Xia script, a written form from the era of Dao, known to have been created during that time. To decipher their significance, he would need to consult the ancient texts. Thus, he made his way to the Tianji Pavilion, the repository of the Qingfeng sect, renowned for its vast collection of tomes on cultivation and other subjects. The Tianji Pavilion, a grand edifice with 5 levels, allowed only Qi refinement disciples access to the first floor, while those seeking the second level required foundation establishment status. Yan Zhen scoured the first floor until he discovered a comprehensive volume on ancient Xia language. Borrowing this book, he returned to his abode to begin the arduous task of translation. As he delved into the text, he uncovered the opening 4 characters of the secret art, ancient secret record. Curiosity piqued, Yan Zhen realized that this mysterious gift was indeed extraordinary. However, the lengthy passage in his mind would take considerable time to translate. Yan Zhen is currently at the 8th level of Qi refinement, within the meridians realm. At this stage, all 8 meridians within Yan Zhen's body, the Y meridian, Yang meridian, Y Qiao meridian, Yang Qiao meridian, Chong meridian, Dai meridian, Ren meridian, and Du meridian, are fully opened, allowing his spiritual energy to surge through them. However, these 8 meridians remain unconnected. To advance to the 9th level of Qi refinement, it is essential to unite these 8 meridians, akin to merging 8 small rivers into a grand one. Undoubtedly, this unification is fraught with challenges. The first obstacle is the necessity of a substantial accumulation of spiritual energy, a hurdle that Yan Zhen has managed to overcome. Having amassed a considerable quantity of inferior spirit stones at the Qi refinement platform of the Great Epic Network, he still possesses more than 30 of these stones. The second challenge lies in the intricate techniques required to connect the 8 meridians, which can be quite complex. However, with the experience gained from his previous life in overcoming this hurdle, Yan Zhen finds it manageable. Thus, he sits in meditation, preparing to tackle the challenge. Yan Zhen places the 30 inferior spirit stones before him and shatters them with a surge of spiritual energy. 30 streams of spiritual essence immediately dissipate. And with a swift motion, he inhales deeply, drawing in these streams of pale yellow energy into his body, channeling them from his throat down to the dantian, located 3 inches below the navel. Instantly, a surge of warmth envelopes him. The endeavor to connect the meridians begins. First, he focuses on linking the Ren meridian with the Chong meridian, a connection requiring considerable skill. The terminus of the Ren meridian must be rotated 3 times around the starting point of the Chong meridian, through an exceedingly narrow passage, to successfully unite the two. Next, he connects the Chong meridian with the Wai Qiao meridian, which also demands a certain finesse. It is not an easy feat for those without rebirth experience. Following this, he proceeds to connect the Wai Qiao meridian with the Yang Qiao meridian, where the intersection occurs within the depths of the X. Subsequently, he links the Yang Qiao meridian with the Wai Wei meridian, utilizing a clever method at the central X for the breakthrough. Then, the connection between the Wai Wei meridian and the Yang Wei meridian must occur. Both are associated with the hands, necessitating a breakthrough at the Tian2X, where the spiritual energy must be divided into 3 streams to succeed. Next, he connects the Yang Wei meridian with the Ren meridian. The breakthrough point for these two is located at the Zigong X. Interestingly, the Zigong X does not lie above the Yang Wei meridian, but rather above the Ren meridian. However, once the Zigong X is opened, it facilitates a smooth connection between the Yang Wei meridian and the Ren meridian, a marvel that is difficult to articulate for those who have not undergone rebirth. At last, he attempts to connect the Ren meridian with the Du meridian, the most challenging connection. Both possess numerous X pathways, requiring the simultaneous opening of 3 intersecting pathways, Fengfu X, Shangxing X, and Shinting X. It is crucial that this is achieved with impeccable timing. Failure to do so will result in immediate blockage. After multiple attempts, failure on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and even the 10th, success finally graces him on the 15th try. Boom. At long last, the Ren and Du meridians have been interconnected. In this moment, Yan Zhen feels as though the 8 extraordinary meridians within him have harmoniously united. To illustrate, previously, the 8 meridians within Yan Zhen resembled 8 separate streams, each operating independently. Now, however, these streams have been excavated and merged into a singular, expansive river. Surging forward with vigor, this newly formed river, capable of storing immense amounts of spiritual energy, facilitates a flow of power that far surpasses that of the original 8 streams. Yan Zhen also comprehends that at this very moment, he has ascended to the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, which marks the pinnacle of this phase of cultivation. Yan Zhen has returned to the present, having acquired a total of 50 days of time. In this brief span, he has remarkably elevated his magical prowess from the 4th to the 9th level of Qi refinement, a rate of advancement that can only be described as prodigious. For ordinary cultivators, a decade or more is typically required to achieve such a 5-tier ascension, rendering Yan Zhen's progress astonishing. Should word of his extraordinary speed spread, it would undoubtedly astound countless individuals. With a deep exhalation, Yan Zhen now possesses the confidence to confront Song Ting, a formidable figure renowned for his formidable magical capabilities, during the upcoming Outer Sect Disciple competition, which he regards as his true stage. The event is merely 2 days hence. March 30th marks the eve of the Outer Sect Disciple competition. The atmosphere surrounding the event has reached a fever pitch, with the entirety of Fengyun Mountain enveloped in anticipation. On the peak, individuals practice swordsmanship, executing the yellow rank low-grade technique, the gentle wind sword technique, with fluid motions. In the valley, others sharpen their swords on whetstones, the blades gleaming ominously. Beneath a tree, some meditate to enhance their magical energy, their breaths embodying profound mysteries. In a courtyard, one individual lifts a stone lock weighing several hundred pounds to build strength, while another leaps between trees, honing their footwork. Others indulge in leisure at the tavern, enjoying drinks to relax before the impending clash. Yan Zhen, too, prepares for the outer sect disciple competition in his own unique manner. For a decisive duel, he prefers a ritualistic approach, indulging in a cleansing bath, changing attire, lighting incense, and caressing his sword, as he did before his confrontation with Ouyang Song. This series of actions elevates his spirit to its zenith, allowing him to deliver a lethal blow to his adversary. However, when faced with a gathering such as this, Yan Zhen's preparation involves a rather peculiar indulgence: peanuts. He typically abstains from peanuts, reserving them solely for such occasions. His method of consuming peanuts is unconventional. Rather than simply shelling them and placing them in his mouth, he skillfully removes the red skin, tossing it into the air to catch it with his mouth. Displaying remarkable precision, one by one, peanuts find their way into his mouth, their slightly salty flavor delighting his palate. Observers with keen insight would immediately note his long, fair, and strong hands, steady in their movements, ensuring that no peanut ever misses its target. A steady hand translates to a steady sword, and the steadier the sword, the greater the potential to vanquish foes. This is a simple yet profound truth. The sword duel arena lies on the mid-slope of Fengyan Mountain, a spacious venue for martial contests. Upon entering, one is greeted by a couplet: "Who possesses chivalry to inquire of the sword? I possess iron courage to wield the whip." At the center, the phrase sword duel is prominently displayed. The arena is vast, capable of accommodating around 1,000 spectators. In its center, 5 platforms constructed from the formidable Shuangyue True Stone stand resilient against any weaponry. Typically, any significant events for the outer sect are held within this arena. On April 1st, the sword duel arena buzzes with excitement. A diverse assembly of individuals flows in, filling the space with the outer sect disciples of Qi Feng Immortal Sect. There are approximately 800 outer sect disciples, primarily at the 3rd to 9th levels of Qi refinement. Of these, around 100 are at the 3rd level, slightly over 100 at the 4th, and approximately 200 at the 5th level. In the realm of external disciples, there are approximately 200 at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and several dozen at the 7th level. Ouyang Song, a figure of the latter caliber, stands at the pinnacle of the 7th level, bolstered by significant influence, which renders him rather formidable among his peers. At the 8th level, there are around 30 external disciples, including the gambler Situ Guang, who is also a notable expert within this circle, commanding respect that few dare to challenge, thanks to his formidable backing. However, only 3 disciples have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement: Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing. These 3 stand at the zenith of all external disciples, wielding the power to upheave the very foundations of the sect with but a stomp of their feet. At this moment, in the sword-fighting arena, 4 captivating figures are present in the cardinal directions. To the east stands Song Ting, a man of striking presence with thick brows, large eyes, a square jaw, and a broad mouth. His robust physique and commanding aura make him one of the 3 foremost experts among external disciples, his immense power earning him considerable attention. To the south is Fang Jingtao, an exceptionally handsome man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an intensity that pierces the soul. Tall and slender, with long fingers, he is renowned for his swordsmanship, drawing the gazes of many. To the west, one finds Yang Huxing, slightly shorter but possessing enigmatic, deep-set eyes reminiscent of a profound abyss. He embodies the swiftness of a panther, capable of explosive speed to overpower his foes, making him a focal point of interest. Lastly, to the north is Yan Zhen, whose sharp, sword-like brows and piercing gaze exude an aura of lethal intensity. While he may not have been the initial focus, his recent audacious challenge to the 3 top external disciples at a casual tavern has thrust him into the spotlight. Many have been discussing his audacity and folly, questioning his capacity to confront the elite trio, speculating that he is destined to face a crushing defeat. Unperturbed, Yan Zhen merely shrugs off the chatter, confident in his abilities. With a firm grip on his destiny, he remains unfazed by the opinions of others, for the ambitions of a sparrow are utterly lost on the eagle. This time, he is resolute in his belief that victory in the external disciples' grand competition is assured. At that moment, another figure appeared before the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion. It was a middle-aged man dressed in scholarly robes, exuding an aura of literary refinement, seemingly an ordinary scholar. However, all the outer disciples were well aware that this was none other than the renowned Qingming sword immortal, Luo Qingming. His moniker was derived from the legend that, during battles, his sword would emit a melodious sound that soared into the heavens, thus earning him the title of Qingming Sword Immortal. Moreover, Luo Qingming was the elder responsible for overseeing the outer disciples. Each elder held a prestigious position within the Qingfeng sect. Given that there were not many elders in the sect, as Luo Qingming stepped into the center, he radiated an imposing presence that silenced the crowd entirely. Even the three formidable masters, Fang Jingtao, Song Ting, and Yang Huxing, paused their standoff to direct their attention towards Sword Immortal Luo. Luo Qingming ascended to the central platform of the Tianji Pavilion and gazed down upon the approximately 800 outer disciples. Clearing his throat, he addressed them, "Esteemed disciples. Today the weather is splendid, a perfect spring day for dueling swords. On this beautiful day, we are about to commence the grand competition for the outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect. This event aims to assess your progress over the past year and your diligence in cultivation. Before we begin, I would like to express our gratitude to the sect master, Zue Fengzhenren, for his support of this competition. Though cultivators may appear ethereal and detached from worldly affairs, respect must still be accorded to the sect's leader, and formalities must be observed." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luo Qingming transitioned to the main topic, as is widely known. There are three paramount elements in the realm of cultivation: the depth of one's magical power, the proficiency in swordsmanship, and the agility of one's footwork, which encompasses the swiftness and practicality of evasion techniques. Therefore, this competition will evaluate these three aspects: magical power, swordsmanship, and footwork. The assessment methods for these three elements are quite straightforward. There will be three arenas. Song Ting will preside over the magical power arena. Fang Jingtao will oversee the swordsmanship arena, and Yang Huxing will manage the footwork arena. You may challenge these three masters, and those who remain standing on the platforms will be deemed the victors. As for the rewards, they are equally simple. Each of the three arena masters will receive 10 inferior spirit stones as a prize. Upon Luo Qingming's announcement, a wave of murmurs arose from the audience. Inferior spirit stones are quite valuable, as one can exchange 1,000 taels of silver for a single inferior spirit stone. Do not be deceived by Yan Zhen's rapid acquisition of inferior spirit stones during the Qi training phase under the alias of the Evil Sword. It is achieved through exceptional skill and the ability to tread upon the sword's edge, something most lack. Thus, 10 inferior spirit stones are a compelling incentive. Consequently, with the announcement of the 10 inferior spirit stones as a reward, excitement surged among the disciples. The grand competition for the outer disciples officially commenced. Finally, it had begun. Many outer disciples toiled day and night, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the outer disciples' grand competition. Some aspire to showcase their prowess, while others seek to elevate their standing. Fang Jingtao, Song Ting, and Yang Huxing aim to teach Yan Zhen a lesson during this contest. Yan Zhen, on the other hand, yearns to astound the audience with a breathtaking display of swordsmanship. The duel arena comprises 5 platforms, 3 of which are currently in use. The first platform, situated in the east, stands 3 feet tall, measuring 20 feet in length and width. Upon this platform, Song Ting stands with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the role of the master of the magical platform. A robust outer disciple leaps onto the stage, but Song Ting swiftly unleashes a palm strike imbued with the formidable energy of the 9th level of Qi cultivation. At this moment, his 8 meridians intertwine, and his power surges like a tidal wave. The hefty outer disciple, who is at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, barely manages to find his footing before being sent flying off the platform by Song Ting's overwhelming force. Song Ting emerges victorious, his gaze arrogantly surveying those below, disdainfully scoffing at the notion that these individuals could ever rival him, for among all the outer disciples, his magical prowess is unparalleled. The second platform, located in the west, is identical in height and dimensions to the first. Standing upon this stage, Fang Jingtao wields his sword, serving as the master of the swordsmanship platform. A disciple clad in yellow leaps onto the stage, respectfully saluting Fang Jingtao with a gesture of courtesy. "No need for idle chatter. Draw your sword," Fang Jingtao coldly commands. "Very well," replies the yellow-clad disciple as he swiftly unsheathes his sword, launching an attack towards Fang Jingtao. This disciple practices the mid-grade yellow-tier wind strike sword technique, and his blade strikes forth like the wind itself. Fang Jingtao stands resolute, employing the same wind strike sword technique, clashing sword against sword. However, while both combatants wield the same technique, Fang Jingtao's execution is decidedly superior, faster, more precise, and more cunning. In mere moments, Fang Jingtao retracts his sword, while the yellow-clad disciple is still poised to strike. Fang Jingtao commands, "Behold your attire." The disciple clad in yellow immediately lowered his head, noticing 3 gaping holes in his garment. This indicated that had Fang Jingtao truly intended to harm him, he would have undoubtedly sustained injuries on the spot. The yellow-clad disciple could only bow his head in gratitude, expressing his appreciation for Fang's mercy before exiting the arena. Fang Jingtao, unfazed, sheathed his sword and casually surveyed his surroundings, fully aware that none of the outer disciples posed a challenge to him. The third arena was situated in the southern region. This platform rose 3 feet high but was notably larger, measuring 6 zhang in length and width. Upon this arena, Yang Huxing moved with the alertness of a wary leopard. He was the master of the footwork arena. A woman in a red garment leaped onto the stage. She was Yu Ling, possessing exceptional footwork skills. Yu Ling cupped her hands in salute, addressing Yang Huxing, "Greetings, senior brother." Yang Huxing casually replied, "No need for formalities. If you wish to strike, then do so. Let me witness how many steps your spirit cicada step can traverse." Yu Ling abruptly advanced, executing her spirit cicada step, each stride covering an impressive distance. With a swift motion, she reached far beyond her initial position, and by the time her 4th step landed, she had covered 2 zhang in merely 4 steps, showcasing the remarkable intricacies of the spirit cicada step. Yang Huxing nodded appreciatively. "Not bad, now watch me." He promptly unleashed his own spirit cicada step, moving rapidly through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th steps. By the time his 6th step concluded, he had traversed 3 zhang, illustrating the prowess of the 6 steps of the spirit cicada. This technique allows for a maximum of 8 consecutive steps, and Yang Huxing had already mastered the art of 6. The 3 arena masters, Song Ting of the magic power arena, Fang Jingtao of the swordsmanship arena, and Yang Huxing of the footwork arena, displayed their formidable strength. Spectators occasionally ascended the 3 platforms to challenge these masters, but each was effortlessly defeated without exception. "Such strength," remarked an outer disciple. "Indeed, Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing are extraordinarily powerful, which is why they are recognized as the 3 greatest experts among us outer disciples." The yellow-clad disciple who had earlier battled Fang Jingtao added, "In my encounter with senior brother Fang, he left 3 sword marks on me without me even noticing. This demonstrates his exceptional ability." The 3 masters instilled a sense of despair. Overcoming them seemed an insurmountable task. Yu Ling, who had recently been bested by Yang Huxing, expressed her own sentiments about the situation. "Truly," another outer disciple echoed. The yellow-clad disciple continued, "Even if we cannot defeat these 3 masters, we can still experience their overwhelming prowess, gaining insight into the disparity between us and the pinnacle of outer disciples. I once believed my wind strike sword technique was commendable, only to realize now how lacking it truly is." This sentiment resonated with the other disciples, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, having the chance to spar with the 3 masters was an invaluable experience. At that moment, one outer disciple inquired, "Where is Yan Zhen? What is he doing?" Just a few days ago, he boasted in the tavern about surpassing senior brother Fang in swordsmanship, senior brother Song in magic, and senior brother Yang in footwork. He was so full of himself. It's time he backs up his words with action. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples began searching for Yan Zhen, curious if he had indeed gone forth to challenge the masters, or if he was simply avoiding a humiliating defeat. They eventually spotted Yan Zhen sitting in a corner of the sword dueling arena, showing no inclination to challenge anyone. The outer disciples began to murmur, questioning why Yan Zhen had yet to act. Many chuckled, mocking him for his earlier bravado, now seemingly reluctant to step onto the stage. Yan Zhen, however, was in no hurry to enter the fray. The protagonist often makes their entrance at the opportune moment. Why rush? Let the 3 masters bask in their moment of glory for a while longer. While idly observing, Yan Zhen scrutinized the rules of the arena. Determined not to engage in a reckless confrontation, he first studied the regulations of the magic power arena, realizing that one must first lift a stone lock weighing 400 jin to qualify for a challenge against Song Ting. If everyone could challenge Song, it would be an exhausting endeavor for him. The subsequent duel with Song was straightforward. The 2 would exchange 3 palm strikes, and the victor would be the one who wins 2 out of 3. As Yan Zhen glanced at the arena, he witnessed Song Ting effortlessly defeating several opponents, including Situ Guang, who was at the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Song Ting appeared arrogant, seemingly shouting, "Next! Who else dares to challenge me?" If he wished to flaunt his prowess, Yan Zhen felt compelled to respond in kind. I can defeat you. His declaration immediately captured the attention of the entire arena. Had Yan Zhen finally stepped forward? Would this lead to his impending defeat? Without further ado, he approached the 400-gene stone lock, placing his hands firmly upon it. With a sudden exertion of strength, his muscles bulged as he gradually hoisted the stone lock above his head, ultimately lowering it back down. Thus, Yan Zhen earned his right to challenge Song Ting, dispelling any notion that his previous victory over Ouyang Song was merely a stroke of luck. The true challenge now commenced as Yan Zhen and Song Ting faced each other in the magic power arena. Song Ting, a long-established master among the outer disciples renowned for his magical prowess, stood opposite Yan Zhen, a rising star who gained fame after defeating Ouyang Song. Naturally, the odds favored Song Ting, not Yan Zhen. Song Ting regarded Yan Zhen. You've finally chosen to enter the arena. I thought you were afraid to confront me. Previously, Yan Zhen had remained in the corner, showing no signs of engaging, which had caused anxiety for Song Ting if Yan Zhen did not fight. His aspirations to gain recognition for the unrivaled young master would be thwarted. Finding an opportunity to flatter the unrivaled young master was not an easy task. Yet, with Yan Zhen finally stepping forward, Song Ting exhaled a sigh of relief. Yan Zhen smiled slightly. Why would I shy away? I had previously declared my intention to challenge senior brother Song. With the opportunity before me, I certainly would not let it slip away. Song Ting scoffed. You think you can surpass me? How naive. Just how high is the sky, and how deep is the earth? I invite senior brother Song to enlighten me. Yan Zhen seized the moment to retort. This caught Song Ting off guard. His earlier remark about Yan Zhen's naivety had been meant as a taunt. Yet Yan Zhen deftly turned it into a philosophical inquiry that rendered Song Ting momentarily speechless. This left Song Ting feeling somewhat embarrassed and irritated as he glared at Yan Zhen. Your clever tongue may be impressive, but victory demands strength, not mere words. Oh, surely you did not pay attention during the sword duel, Yan Zhen replied. Why do you say that? Song Ting asked, stunned. Could it be that senior brother does not recall the first chapter of the sword duel? Any external condition can serve as a tool in a sword duel. The environment can, and so can language. Yan Zhen sighed dramatically. Senior brother, are you perhaps a product of the Master's teachings? In the realm of cultivation. Suggesting that someone was a product of the Master's teachings is a blatant insult, causing Song Ting's face to darken with rage. However, he fell silent. Having realized that engaging in a war of words with Yan Zhen was futile, he was no match for him, and further argument would only serve to humiliate himself. 3 palms to determine the victor is rather insufficient. Since you aspire to defeat me, let us instead settle this with 10 palms, Song Ting proposed. His reasoning was twofold. First, he feared that 3 palms would at most leave Yan Zhen with minor injuries. And Song Ting sought to achieve greater merit in front of the invincible young master by inflicting more significant harm upon Yan Zhen. 10 palms would certainly facilitate this. Second, having just been severely mocked by Yan Zhen in their verbal sparring, he harbored deep resentment and was eager to inflict serious damage on Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen, possessing a mind as clear as crystal, was well aware of Song Ting's intentions, yet this suited him just fine. He nodded, acknowledging, indeed, a 3-palm agreement lacks excitement. Let us change it to 10 palms. Upon seeing Yan Zhen take the bait, Song Ting could not help but feel a twinge of joy. Yan Zhen observed his opponent. Song Ting, take a deep breath before unleashing the first of his 10 palms with great force. This strike was imbued with an air of dominance. As if nothing could stand in its path, it seemed capable of reversing waterfalls and collapsing mountains. The momentum of the palm surged forward, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Yan Zhen, aware of his own strength, countered with a palm of his own. Yan Zhen, at the 9th level of Qi training, had tapped into a special secret technique that allowed him to unleash even greater power, amplifying his abilities beyond their usual limits. Thus, in terms of raw force, he undoubtedly had the upper hand. With a powerful shout, he channeled his energy, creating a resounding clash that dispersed Song Ting's energy and sent him staggering back a step. The shock in Song Ting's eyes was evident. He could hardly believe that he was facing someone at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi training, let alone that he was losing ground. With a cold smile, Yan Zhen declared confidently, indeed, I am now at the 9th level of Qi training. This battle is mine to win. He unleashed his 2nd palm, during which he heard Song Ting shout. The 1st palm was merely a fluke. You won't be so fortunate with the 2nd. Hearing this, Yan Zhen scoffed. How ridiculous to dismiss the first strike as luck. The second palm would prove otherwise, and with a surge of power, he sent Song Ting retreating once more. Yan Zhen pressed on with a third palm, and at that moment, he heard Song Ting proclaim, "I am the strongest among the outer disciples." Yet Yan Zhen paid no heed to his boast, forcing Song Ting back yet again, a smirk gracing his lips as he thought, in this moment, "I am the true master of the outer disciples." With determination, Yan Zhen unleashed his fourth palm, hearing Song Ting cry, "Burn with fury, I shall always be the strongest." However, Yan Zhen was unfazed by his declaration, striking him back once more. The fifth palm followed, and Song Ting's voice rang out, "Above and below, I must prevail. My conviction will see me through." Yan Zhen merely chuckled at his navet. Strength alone could not be replaced by fervent wishes. And he sent Song Ting staggering back again. With vigor, Yan Zhen executed his sixth palm, which struck with the ferocity of a tempest, forcing Song Ting to retreat yet again. The seventh palm was unleashed with a thunderous roar, reverberating like a swarm of bees as it collided with Song Ting's hand. Yan Zhen noted that Song Ting only staggered back a step, seemingly suppressing the urge to spit blood. This only served to make his injuries worse. Preserving his pride was costing him dearly. Unperturbed, Yan Zhen unleashed his eighth palm, which struck with overwhelming force, leaving Song Ting's face pale with the effort to contain his injuries. Yan Zhen continued relentlessly, delivering his ninth palm, which struck like a gushing spring. At this point, Song Ting could no longer hold back. He coughed up blood, his injuries reaching a critical point. Finally, Yan Zhen delivered the 10th palm, a decisive blow that swept towards Song Ting with an air of finality. The impact was tremendous, and Yan Zhen could sense the severity of Song Ting's injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Zhen channeled his full power into Song Ting, causing him to fly backward, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, gravely wounded. Looking down at the fallen Song Ting with indifference, Yan Zhen remarked, "So this is the so-called strongest of the outer disciples, nothing more than a mere shadow." Song Ting had once sought to curry favor with the invincible young master by overpowering Yan Zhen, yet now he found himself on the receiving end of retribution. Silence enveloped the arena, the spectators in shock, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Yan Zhen had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi training and had inflicted serious injuries upon Song Ting in a mere exchange of palms. Such a feat was astonishing, given that it was common knowledge that Yan Zhen had only recently been at the 6th level of Qi training, and even lower before his battle with Ouyang Song. His rapid progress was nothing short of miraculous. In that moment, all was quiet. The air, the wind, even the water seemed to hold its breath. It was a momentous occasion for the outer disciples, as Yan Zhen had just triumphed over one of the 3 foremost masters of Qi. As the crowd remained frozen in a tableau of disbelief, Yan Zhen could not help but smirk. Was their astonishment truly so profound? This was merely the prologue to a grand performance, for greater challenges awaited him. The next trial would be the mastery of footwork, an art form both practical and aesthetic. Without proficiency in footwork, one might appear foolish in their haste, while those who excelled would glide gracefully, akin to a celestial being. The footwork practiced by the disciples of Qingfeng's sect was primarily the Lingquan footwork, said to have been inspired by the movements of cicadas. This technique comprised 8 steps, culminating in the 8th step, which allowed for extraordinary speed and distance. Yan Zhen, having returned to life, understood the significance of mastering footwork. In the initial 15 days, he had focused solely on his life-or-death duel with Ouyang Song and had neglected to practice footwork. However, after defeating Ouyang Song, Yan Zhen began his training in Lingquan footwork, diligently adhering to its principles. To expedite his progress, he adopted a simplified method learned from his previous life, binding heavy lead weights to his legs, which he would wear at all times, even while eating, sleeping, or bathing, until the moment he removed them. Nature is as light as a swallow, however. Binding the legs in such a manner exerts considerable pressure on the bones, which may lead to discomfort for an ordinary individual. Yet, Yan Zhen possesses a secret remedy, a unique concoction known as the spirit pig bone soup, made primarily from the bones of the spirit pig, a breed far superior to the common pig revered in the realm of cultivation. This exquisite broth is further enhanced with 11 medicinal ingredients, and Yan Zhen consumes a substantial quantity of it each day to prevent the weight of the sandbags from damaging his leg bones. Thus, Yan Zhen continuously trains with heavy sandbags, which are filled with lead and iron, growing increasingly burdensome over time. Through this rigorous regimen, his footwork has shown remarkable improvement, And after a month of dedicated practice, he has refined the spirit cicada step to the 7th level, 7 steps to chase the cicada. Nevertheless, he finds himself stagnating, unable to reach the 8th step. After several days of struggle, Yan Zhen resolves to observe cicadas intently. Drawing inspiration from the legendary figure who originated the spirit cicada step through careful observation of cicadas. With approximately 70 days having passed since his rebirth and the onset of early summer, cicadas are now active. The cicada, a diminutive creature, possesses wings as delicate as gossamer. Before taking flight, it first flutters its wings vigorously, then ascends skyward, its wings quivering wildly, propelling its ascent. As Yan Zhen watches this mesmerizing spectacle, he gains profound insights. To master the 8th step of his spirit cicada step, he must embody the essence of the cicada's flight, a sensation akin to riding the wind. Fully immersed in this realization, Yan Zhen diligently mimics the cicada's movements, striving to execute the elusive 8th step. This final step of the spirit cicada step is no simple feat despite his relentless efforts. He consistently falters, feeling a discordant rhythm. Yet, after a period of perseverance, he finally achieves a harmonious execution of the 8th step. Akin to riding the wind in pursuit of the cicada, the pinnacle of the spirit cicada step, 8 steps to chase the cicada, is now within his grasp, filling him with boundless joy. This recollection concludes as Yan Zhen approaches the 2nd stage of his training. The first arena, the magic arena, requires contestants to first lift a heavy stone block weighing 400 pounds before challenging Song Ting. The second arena, focusing on footwork, imposes its own restrictions. Participants must swing a 2-zhang-long rope at incredible speed. Failure to do so results in disqualification. Yan Zhen, with a swift motion, steps onto the rope, propelling himself with remarkable speed to the other side, effortlessly landing upon the 2nd stage. There, he faces off against one of the 3 formidable experts, Yang Huxing, who regards him with an intrigued gaze. Yang Huxing is acutely aware of Yan Zhen's capabilities. Merely 3 months prior, Yan Zhen was at the 4th level of Qi training, and now, he has astonishingly ascended to the 9th level. Such a dramatic advancement in just 3 months is extraordinary, typically requiring 7 to 10 years of toil for an ordinary individual. Yang Huxing, envious of Yan Zhen's apparent fortuitous encounter, contemplates the potential benefits of defeating him to gain favor with the invincible young master. Yet, he suppresses any nefarious thoughts, recognizing the strict regulations against harming fellow disciples and the futility of evading the scrutiny of the elders of the Qingfeng sect. In his heart, Yang Huxing resolves that defeating Yan Zhen will bring him significant reward. Yan Zhen, in a moment of defiance, raises his fingers, extending his middle and index fingers skyward. Yang Huxing gazes at this gesture, puzzled by its meaning. What does it mean? Not long ago, I mentioned in a casual conversation that I aimed to surpass Song Ting in magical prowess, to outstep you in footwork, and to excel in swordsmanship over Fang Jingtao. Those words still linger in my ears. Just now, I have indeed surpassed Song Ting in magical abilities, which marks my first triumph. Next, I intend to outdo you in footwork, which constitutes my second goal, Yan Zhen explained earnestly. Ha ha ha, Yang Huxing's lean frame erupted with laughter, his mirth causing him to double over. You believe you can surpass me in footwork? How naive and absurd. Yang Huxing took immense pride in his footwork. Thus, Yan Zhen's claim to surpass him only provoked more laughter. Isn't it laughable? You'll find out when you try, Yan Zhen replied calmly. However, I understand your mirth. For soon enough, brother Yang, you shall find little to laugh about. You should enjoy this moment of laughter while it lasts. Yang Huxing, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly felt awkward at Yan Zhen's words. He found himself at a loss, neither laughing nor silent. Yan Zhen continued, Oh, perhaps you should cease laughing. Your laughter is truly unappealing. One day, brother Yang, you ought to practice your laughter, perhaps cultivate a more resonant or clearer sound. Do avoid the piercing laughter you currently possess. It is reminiscent of a villain. Yan Zhen's sharp remarks ignited Yang Huxing's fury, yet recalling the earlier verbal sparring between Song Ting and Yan Zhen, he refrained from retorting. Noticing Yang Huxing's silence, Yan Zhen sighed, reflecting on her own sharp tongue and biting wit. Yang Huxing declared fiercely, this time, I will emerge victorious. Do you truly believe my footwork's limit is merely 6 steps to catch a cicada? 6 steps to catch a cicada is what I have consistently demonstrated to others, and it is the technique I use to defeat Yuling suddenly. Yang Huxing's expression turned gravely serious. In truth, my true limit is not 6 steps to catch a cicada, but rather 7. 7 steps to catch a cicada. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence. The Lingchan footwork, each additional step surpassing the last in prowess, is a rarity to master. Most practitioners can manage only 3 or 4 steps, and Yang Huxing alone can achieve 6, standing above his peers. Yet now, he claims his limit is not 6, but a more formidable 7. How can one believe such a boast? Positioned at one side of the arena, Yang Huxing knew mere words would not suffice. He needed to showcase his true strength to instill despair in Yan Zhen. At that moment, he resembled a poised leopard, brimming with latent energy. His stature was modest, lean yet muscular, and when he tensed, his muscles formed a beautifully streamlined silhouette. Suddenly, Yang Huxing sprang into action. In an instant, he took several steps in the void. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. These 6 steps had long been within his grasp, but now the pivotal 7th step awaited. With a sudden burst, he executed his 7th step, swift as ever, evoking the sensation of cicadas fluttering their wings, as if he were about to take flight. The 7th step of the Lingchan footwork, known as cicada's wing beat, mimics the moment a cicada flaps its wings before takeoff, a feat notoriously challenging. Yet now, Yang Huxing had accomplished it. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of 3 zhong and 5 feet within 7 steps. Yang Huxing had indeed mastered the 7 steps to catch a cicada. He halted, gazing at Yan Zhen with a hint of mockery. "Junior brother Yan, this is my footwork. Not too shabby, wouldn't you agree? I invite you to offer your insights. Though I seek more than mere words, I desire genuine guidance through true prowess. Let me assure you, surpassing me in footwork is utterly impossible." His words, coupled with his demonstration of the 7 steps to catch a cicada, carried an immense weight of authority. Yan Zhen nodded, acknowledging the remarkable mastery of the spirit cicada step technique by his senior brother, Yang. However, Yan Zhen also wished to showcase his own footwork, hoping to enlighten Yang on the shortcomings of his technique in comparison to his own. Standing on the side of the arena, Yan Zhen began to limber up, intertwining his fingers and rotating them in the air, producing subtle cracking sounds from his joints. His feet firmly planted on the ground, he rotated with ease, preparing his body for the forthcoming exertion. Once warmed up, Yan Zhen fell silent, exuding an aura akin to a sword poised to be drawn from its sheath. As if the sword had indeed been drawn, Yan Zhen moved. In an instant, he executed the spirit cicada step technique. The first 4 steps were executed flawlessly, a feat achievable by many. Yet, it was the 5th step that distinguished Yan Zhen's prowess. His mastery of footwork was evident, explaining his audacity to challenge Yang Huxing. With the 6th step, Yan Zhen showcased his formidable skills. He might not surpass Yang Huxing, but he was undoubtedly the 2nd best among the outer disciples. However, the 7th step, Cicada's wing, was notoriously difficult to achieve. A milestone Yang Huxing had only recently attained after extensive practice. Yet, astonishingly, Yan Zhen completed the 7th step, evoking the sensation of cicadas taking flight, as if he were about to soar into the sky. Indeed, it was the Cicada's wing. To the astonishment of many, Yan Zhen had mastered the 7th step of the spirit cicada technique, prompting a flurry of internal inquiries about the nature of his training. With a confident stride forward, he executed his final step, which bore the ethereal quality of a celestial being riding the wind. If the previous step suggested impending flight, this step encapsulated the true essence of soaring. As he completed this step, an enveloping silence fell over the arena. All understood that this was the 8th step of the spirit cicada technique. 8 steps to chase the cicada. Few outer disciples had ever reached such a level. Yet Yan Zhen had triumphantly done so. While Yang Huxing had dazzled with his 7th step, the brilliance of Yan Zhen's 8th step eclipsed it entirely. Yan Zhen halted a significant distance, 4.5 zhong, from his starting point. Yang Huxing was momentarily paralyzed with disbelief, unable to fathom what he had just witnessed. For years, he had dominated the outer disciples with his footwork, having only achieved the 7th step of the spirit cicada technique, while Yan Zhen had now ascended to the 8th. How is this possible? Yang Huxing murmured, barely able to voice his incredulity. How could it not be? Yan Zhen replied, resolute in his belief of victory in this contest. As the duel escalated, drawing the attention of numerous outer disciples engaged in fervent discussion, for young disciples, 2 males and 2 females, entered the arena. Each bore the insignia of their sect, the Qingfeng sect, embroidered on their sleeves. In this sect, outer disciples vastly outnumbered their inner counterparts. with over 800 outer disciples compared to a mere 200 inner disciples. While outer disciples donned the sect's attire, they lacked any distinguishing marks. In contrast, inner disciples represented the sect within the cultivation community and wore garments adorned with the sect's emblem, instantly recognizable to their peers. The four inner disciples, known as Feng Zixing, Hua Shusheng, Yi Lingxue, and Yi Lingwe, twin sisters, were strikingly beautiful. They each possessed delicate features, fair skin, and an air of elegance. Feng Zixing, a young man with sharp brows and keen eyes, radiated confidence. Hua Shusheng, on the other hand, had a more scholarly demeanor. Collectively, they were referred to as the four seasons of wind and flower. As inner disciples, each was not merely a practitioner of qi but had reached the esteemed foundation establishment stage. Feng Zixing excelled in swordplay, while Hua Shusheng had a penchant for gardening. Yi Lingxue favored playing the xiao, and Yi Lingwe preferred the flute. Each of the four had their distinct interests, and they had come at the invitation of Elder Luo Qingming to showcase the strength of inner disciples, inspiring outer disciples to aspire for greater heights. Upon their arrival, an air of subtle arrogance enveloped them as they regarded the outer disciples from their elevated status. After settling in, Feng Zixing remarked haughtily, "These outer disciples are hardly noteworthy. There's truly nothing to see." Hua Shusheng nonchalantly agreed, reflecting the typical demeanor of inner disciples, who often looked down upon their outer counterparts. Yi Lingxue shrugged. Elder Luo summoned us to display the might of inner disciples, to instill a sense of aspiration in the outer disciples. As she casually seated herself, an icy aura emanated from her. Yi Lingxue casually mentioned, the top three outer disciples should still be Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing. Though the four seasons were inner disciples, they were well aware of the traditional hierarchy among the outer disciples. As they surveyed the arena, they soon realized something was amiss. Song Ting was gravely injured, and Yang Huxing had been vanquished. Upon inquiring further, they learned of a remarkable youth named Yan Zhen, who had triumphed over Song Ting with his formidable magic and eclipsed Yang Huxing with his footwork, employing the most profound technique of 8 steps to chase the cicada. This revelation left the once arrogant inner disciples momentarily taken aback. Feng Zixing commented, "This Yan Zhen, though an outer disciple, is somewhat impressive." His casual appraisal downplayed the significance of the 8 steps to chase the cicada, which had driven countless outer disciples to frenzy, merely considering it not bad. Each member of the four seasons had already mastered the 8th step of the spirit cicada technique. Thus, their arrogance was not without foundation. At this moment, the four seasons of wind and flower remained largely indifferent to Yan Zhen, still viewing him through the lens of their superiority. Yan Zhen leaped down from the martial arts platform, the crowd parting to grant him passage, fully aware that his next target was to challenge the swordsmanship champion, Fang Jingtao. Fang Jingtao was no ordinary individual. Among the 3 foremost external disciples, Song Ting, Yang Huxing, and Fang Jingtao, he stood out. However, Fang Jingtao differed from Song Ting and Yang Huxing in several respects. Both Fang Jingtao and Song Ting were at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. While Song Ting had a slight edge in mana, it was merely marginal. In contrast, Fang Jingtao's swordsmanship vastly surpassed that of Song Ting, having decisively triumphed in their encounters. Yang Huxing possessed formidable footwork, indeed surpassing Fang Jingtao in that regard. Yet, should Yang Huxing choose not to evade, he would find himself outmatched by Fang Jingtao. In the idle chatter of the tavern, Fang Jingtao had once taken the opportunity to mock Yang Huxing, leaving him speechless. In truth, Fang Jingtao was the foremost expert among the external disciples, though the presence of 3 9th-level external disciples led to their collective recognition. Fang Jingtao's demeanor also set him apart from Song Ting and Yang Huxing. He was a true swordsman, gently caressing his sword, which measured 3 feet and 7 inches in length and was a slender 1 inch wide. He held the Guguang's sword, imbued with a sense of cold solitude and pride. His fingers glided across the blade as he summoned his sword energy skyward, seeking the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, adjusting his state of mind. Once he found his equilibrium, he would become extraordinarily formidable. Each individual had their own method for achieving such a state. For Yan Zhen, it involved consuming peanuts or bathing, changing garments, lighting incense, and stroking his sword. He cast a cold gaze toward Yan Zhen, who had now ascended the swordsmanship platform. To challenge Song Ting, one must first lift a stone block weighing 400 jin. To challenge Yang Huxing, one needed to swiftly traverse a rope 2 zhang long. Naturally, There were prerequisites to challenge the swordsmanship champion, Fang Jingtao, as well. Beside the swordsmanship platform stood a willow tree, its long leaves cascading down in the springtime, a sight akin to jade embellishing a towering tree, with countless green tendrils hanging down. The requirement of this challenge was straightforward. In an instant, one must thrust at the willow tree and sever 4 leaves with a single stroke to qualify. Though the leaves remained still, their small size made it easy to strike one. Yet hitting 4 was an arduous task, achievable by only a few external disciples. Yan Zhen gripped the hilt of his sword, his fingers pointing forth, and in an instant, a shimmering illusion erupted from the sheath, the sword transforming like magic as it pierced forth. In a heartbeat, Yan Zhen retracted his sword, and 4 willow leaves appeared on the ground of the platform. He had passed the test. What followed was the true confrontation, Yan Zhen against Fang Jingtao. Yan Zhen's dinging sword had returned to its sheath, and with his right hand grasping the hilt, he raised his left hand, extending his index, middle, and ring fingers skyward. What could this signify? Some individuals grasped the underlying significance, surmising that Fang Jingtao was the 3rd character destined to be vanquished by Yan Zhen. Fang Jingtao remained silent, extending his middle finger towards Yan Zhen, a gesture that many interpreted easily. Simply put, it conveyed, Yan Zhen, you are far from my match. Yan Zhen, fixated on Fang Jingtao's hand, meticulously observed every movement of his adversary, which was crucial. While scrutinizing Fang Jingtao's right hand, Yan Zhen contemplated the opportunity to utilize the sword source of the splitting blade, given that he had never employed this technique in reality. He felt compelled to indulge in this newfound skill. Fang Jingtao's stance was somewhat unsteady, yet he suddenly launched a direct thrust with his sword, executing a swift maneuver known as the wind assault sword technique. The speed of his strike was akin to a bolt of lightning. In response to such a technique, Yan Zhen positioned his hand on the sword hilt, and with a flourish akin to magic, the blade's silhouette danced in his grasp. Countless phantoms ultimately coalesced into a singular, decisive strike that descended with great precision. Yan Zhen's blow seemed imbued with boundless power, capable of cleaving through all obstacles. With a resounding clash, it shattered Fang Jingtao's advancing sword, momentarily halting his assault. Yan Zhen observed a flicker of change in Fang Jingtao's expression, indicating that he was already preparing for a second strike. This time, Fang Jingtao employed a more deceptive technique, the chaotic wind blade, which aimed to conjure 8 illusory sword images, obscuring the true from the false. This maneuver was intended to confound Yan Zhen. However, Yan Zhen executed a straightforward attack, a simple yet forceful strike that obliterated the illusory representations, dismantling Fang Jingtao's second offensive. Noticing Fang Jingtao's 3rd strike employing the twirling blade technique, which encircled its target with relentless speed, Yan Zhen recognized the intent to ensnare him. Regrettably for Fang Jingtao, he had chosen the wrong adversary. With a deft judgment, Yan Zhen countered with another decisive blow, disrupting Fang Jingtao's circular assault. The battle raged on as Yan Zhen unleashed his 4th strike, dispersing Fang Jingtao's intricate maneuver with ease. Once again, Yan Zhen's attack was straightforward yet effective, dismantling Fang Jingtao's rapid strikes. This pattern continued through the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th strikes. Yan Zhen effortlessly dismantled every technique Fang Jingtao attempted. The disbelief in Fang Jingtao's eyes was palpable, as he struggled to comprehend how his swordplay was so easily countered by Yan Zhen's simplicity. A cold smirk graced Yan Zhen's lips, contemplating the pitiful ignorance of those unacquainted with the sword source. Furthermore, Yan Zhen noted a shift in Fang Jingtao's stance as he gripped his sword with both hands, evidently preparing to employ the high-tier storm blade technique. Fang Jingtao's mastery of the storm blade was undoubtedly superior to that of Ouyang Song, yet it was futile. The storm blade, too, would succumb to Yan Zhen's might. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yan Zhen witnessed Fang Jingtao unleash the storm's arrival technique. But it proved ineffective against Yan Zhen's swift counter, which shattered the attack. Fang Jingtao's eyes reddened with frustration as he once again launched the storm's ambush. This maneuver possessed undeniable force, yet it mattered little. Yan Zhen remained resolute, executing another powerful strike that dismantled Fang Jingtao's assault. With relentless determination, Yan Zhen continued to strike, cleaving through every attempt with unwavering ferocity. A seemingly simple sword strike effortlessly dismantled the opponent's mediocre Huang-tier mid-grade sword technique, the Gale sword play, as well as the superior Huang-tier sword technique, the storm's swordplay, leaving no trace behind. This represents an unequivocal advantage. The disparity in skill is indeed vast when one confronts such formidable swordsmanship. This is the true majesty of Yan Zhen. This is truly Yan's prowess. With a single strike, there is no rival in sight. In my ears, I hear Fong Jingtai proclaiming, "I will not concede." Absolutely not. In his gaze, he beheld a ferocious move unleashed by the waves of a tempest. This strike, a culmination of the superior yellow rank storm sword technique, was known as the Storm Tornado. It is said that this final form was inspired by the observations of a predecessor, who, captivated by the swirling winds of a tornado, conceived this extraordinary technique. It appears there is no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please share the text you would like me to work on. His sword struck like a whirlwind, and even Yin could perceive the desperate expression on Fong Jingtao's face. The air around him was charged with an overwhelming force, as if the very essence of the heavens and earth were colliding. What a formidable strike! Yan Zhen, undaunted and fearless, welcomed the formidable strike from his opponent. The intensity of such a powerful swordplay was exhilarating. With a fierce resolve, Yan Zhen unleashed a decisive slash of his own. It remains a simple yet decisive downward strike, executed with a directness that belies its complexity. However, this cut differs from those that preceded it. This sword seems intent on cleaving mountains. This sword appears poised to sever the peaks. This sword seemingly seeks to cut through the seas. This sword carries an overwhelming and intimidating might. Wherever it strikes, the ground must crack. Yan Zhen's powerful slash revealed his complete ferocity, crashing heavily against Fong Jingtao's sword, which had transformed into a swirling vortex, forcefully dispersing it. Not only that, but it also carved a wound approximately 2 feet long across Fong Jingtao's chest, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. Yan Zhen halted his sword before Fong Jingtao's throat, and Fong Jingtao could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing to one knee with a resounding thud. Yan Zhen regarded Fong Jingtao with a hint of arrogance, remarking, "Brother Fong's strength is formidable, yet my prowess surpasses yours." Fong Jingtao could not help but smile wryly, questioning whether Yan Zhen was truly paying him a compliment or merely boasting. He realized that he was no longer the preeminent master among the outer disciples. Yan Zhen had triumphed. The referee announced Yan Zhen's victory. With a resonant clang, Yan Zhen sheathed his sword, declaring, "Just days ago, within the confines of the Idle Chat Tavern, I proclaimed my intent to surpass Brother Song Ting in magical prowess, to outmatch Brother Yang Huxing in footwork, and to excel in swordsmanship over Brother Fong Jingtao. Many scoffed at my audacity. They mocked my folly and derided my eccentricity. Yet today, I have proven my words true. Who now dares to mock my ambition? Who dares to belittle my achievements? Henceforth, I declare myself the foremost master among the outer disciples. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. I shall continue to grow stronger." Yan Zhen gazed at the crowd, proclaiming his future path. Around him, silence reigned. The outer disciples, reflecting on Yan Zhen's proclamation, felt a surge of his indomitable spirit. They would forever remember this moment, as Yan Zhen gripped the hilt of his sword, questioning the atmosphere and sentiments of those present. Many outer disciples were also curious about Yan Zhen's sword technique. This time, in his duel against Fong Jingtao, Yan Zhen employed a sword style so astonishingly simple that it defied comprehension. There were no intricate or mystical maneuvers. He relied solely on a straightforward slash. Yet this unadorned strike effortlessly dismantled Fong Jingtao's every complex and cunning attack. What, they wondered, was the essence of this slash? Meanwhile, on a high platform nearby, for inner disciples, arrogant and dismissive, looked down upon the outer disciples. If they had merely been slightly intrigued by Yan Zhen's earlier use of the 8 steps to chase the cicada, they were now genuinely captivated. Yi Lingxue, adept at playing the flute, inquired, "Brother Fong, Brother Hua, what exactly is this slash wielded by Yan Zhen? How could it so effortlessly dismantle Fong Jingtao's various sword techniques?" Despite not being particularly skilled, Fong Jingtao's swordsmanship was at least passable. Yi Lingwei, also skilled in flute playing, echoed the sentiment. "Indeed, I too am curious about the mystery behind Yan Zhen's slash." Feng Zihong blushed slightly, responding, "Well, it must have been a precise strike executed at the right moment. Yan Zhen has an exceptional sense of timing." This explanation, though vague, sufficed as Feng Zihong himself was uncertain of the true reasons. Hua Shuxing solemnly remarked, "I have a vague recollection of Yan Zhen's slash. It resembles the technique of our third senior brother, Lu Yun. However, That could merely be coincidence, as Yan Zhen is but an outer disciple, while Lu Yun stands as one of the pinnacle figures within the inner sect. The disparity between them is profound. This was indeed true. After all, he was merely an outer disciple. Yi Lingxue wrinkled her nose in disdain. The four inner disciples of Fengwick Suiyu found it difficult to comprehend Yan Zhen's / During their time on the Qi cultivation platform, they had discerned the evil sword's use of the /sword source, but having witnessed it only once, they were hesitant to draw firm conclusions. Nevertheless, their pride as inner disciples prevented them from acknowledging Yan Zhen, an outer disciple, as anything more than an inferior. Meanwhile, Luo Qingming, the great sword immortal, was peacefully sipping tea while watching the unfolding drama. Each person has their habits, and Luo Qingming enjoyed tea. Relaxed, he could ponder many matters clearly while enjoying his drink. As he watched the battle between Yan Zhen and Fang Jingtao, he, as the elder in charge of the outer disciples, was well aware of the absolute dominance of Song Ting, Yang Huxing, and Fang Jingtao among the outer disciples. Prior to Yan Zhen's duel with Fang Jingtao, he had already defeated Song Ting and Yang Huxing, leaving Luo Qingming impressed by Yan Zhen's rapid progress, truly extraordinary. However, when Yan Zhen engaged Fang Jingtao and executed his first / Luo Qingming's hand trembled, causing his teacup to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground, scalding tea splattering onto his feet without him noticing. "No way," he gasped, taken aback. As Yan Zhen unleashed his second sword strike, Luo Qingming rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yet, upon witnessing the third strike, he finally confirmed it, muttering in a low voice, "Indeed, it is the /sword source, one of the 10 renowned sword sources." How could Luo Qingming not be astonished? Most cultivators spend their lives mastering sword techniques, never reaching the second level of swordsmanship, the sword source level. Understanding the sword source is exceptionally challenging. Among the outer disciples of the Qingfeng immortal sect, no one had ever achieved the sword source level in swordsmanship. Even within the entire Great Ji Kingdom's Qi cultivation disciples, only a handful had attained this level. Yet Yan Zhen had managed to grasp the /sword source, leaving Luo Qingming in awe. Habitually reaching for his teacup, he suddenly remembered it had shattered. This youth, Yan Zhen, has actually comprehended the /sword source. How rare. I wonder what fortuitous circumstances have led to such rapid growth in power. Regardless, he is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Luo Qingming, astonished that Yan Zhen had mastered only the /sword source, would likely be left speechless if he were to learn that Yan Zhen now wielded both the slash and thrust sword sources. Luo Qingming pondered. It is said that a rogue sword has emerged among the Qi cultivation disciples, proficient in both the slash and thrust sword sources. Truly remarkable, these young individuals. He sighed, never doubting that Yan Zhen was indeed the rogue sword. The rogue sword had gained immense fame, resonating throughout the Great Ji Kingdom's cultivation community, inducing the belief that only a third-tier sect could produce such a figure. A second-tier sect would be incapable. The competition among the outer disciples continued, with Yan Zhen now reigning supreme across all 3 platforms. On the magical prowess platform, he unleashed 3 powerful palms, easily repelling his opponent with his profound qi of the 9th level. This opponent, a young disciple named Zhang from the Shuangyue Valley, initially bore a similar level of cultivation to Ouyang Song at the 7th level of qi cultivation. Yet, he was decisively defeated by Yan Zhen's swift and decisive strikes. On the footwork platform, no challengers dared to confront him, as the extraordinary 8 steps to chase the cicada left them in despair. On the swordsmanship platform, with sword in hand, Yan Zhen refrained from using the /sword source, relying solely on conventional techniques to vanquish all his opponents. Across the 3 platforms, Yan Zhen faced no rival. As Yan Zhen continued his triumphant display, a surge of confidence welled within him. Today, he had bested countless outer disciples. Yet, he yearned for the day when he would stand atop the pinnacle of the Great Ji Kingdom, defeating the most exceptional talents and heroes from across the land. Only then would his triumph be truly worthy of anticipation. Time flowed steadily, inching toward the afternoon as dusk approached. The sun hung low, casting a sanguine glow, and the clouds blazed crimson. The dim sunlight casts its golden hue upon the earth, transforming the landscape into a sea of gold. This same mellow light glimmers on the river, where the ripples resemble scales. The sun bathes the undulating peaks of Fengyun Mountain in a rich, dark yellow, illuminating both the majestic mountains and the palatial structures that rise amidst them. It also shines upon Yan Zhen, standing resolutely on the dueling platform, his presence exuding an aura of invincibility, akin to a deity against the backdrop of the setting sun. For a long time, Yan Zhen remains steadfast, sword in hand, awaiting an opponent. Yet no one dares to ascend the stage. Unbeknownst to them, the spectators have tacitly acknowledged Yan Zhen as the strongest in swordsmanship, mastery, and agility, with hushed discussions reverberating around him, all marveling at his prowess. Upon realizing the absence of challengers, Elder Luo Qingming nodded, declaring that the time had come. No one would contest him further. The external disciples' evaluation concluded, with Yan Zhen claiming the top position in all three categories: mastery, agility, and swordsmanship. Each category rewarded him with 10 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 30 stones, their dim yellow glow shimmering in the fading light as they were handed to him. Elder Luo remarked on the completion of the external disciples' assessment. Acknowledging the efforts of all present over the past year, he noted that among them, Yan Zhen had shown remarkable diligence and progress. However, he also commended the performances of Song Ting, Fang Jingtao, and Yang Huxing, suggesting they too possessed promising futures, provided they continued to hone their skills and not squander their youth. After summarizing his thoughts, Elder Luo announced the dispersal of the assembly. In an instant, the external disciples scattered, yet the news of Yan Zhen's triumph spread like wildfire, reverberating throughout Fengyun Mountain. His rapid ascension was astonishing. Just prior to his match against Ouyang Song, he had been merely a 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner, considered among the weaker ranks of the external disciples. Now, standing at the pinnacle as a 9th-level practitioner, he evoked both admiration and envy. Amidst the accolades, murmurs of discontent emerged. Many were envious of Yan Zhen's swift rise, whispering that his arrogance would lead to his downfall, particularly for having offended the invincible young master, a figure of immense power and the future pillar of the Qingfeng sect. They believed that Yan Zhen's fate was sealed, unable to escape the wrath of such a formidable opponent. Returning to his humble abode, Yan Zhen first indulged in a hearty drink of bitter liquor, relishing its intensity. Then, he retrieved the obsidian-hued demonic crystal in which the soul of Yan Xiaoji was trapped. Her essence struggling within, gradually succumbing to madness from the solitude. "Yan Xiaoji," he called out, "I know you can hear me. I have good news. I recently participated in the external disciples evaluation and emerged victorious, defeating Fang Jingtao in swordsmanship, Song Ting in mastery, and Yang Huxing in agility." Within the crystal, Yan Xiaoji seemed to respond, her voice a frantic protest. "Impossible. You cannot be serious. I could have eliminated the 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner Bu Chun from the Assassin's Tower before. It is only natural for me to triumph over those 3 in the external disciples evaluation." Yan Zhen laughed, brimming with confidence. "You have underestimated me gravely, especially after your abandonment in favor of Ouyang Song and your attempt to have Bu Chun assassinate me." Her voice, filled with venom, echoed within the crystal. "You will meet a grim fate, Yan Zhen. Do not forget, you have offended the invincible young master." Yan Zhen chuckled in response. "Indeed, I have crossed paths with Ouyang Wudao, and many believe I will perish at his hands. Yet, they thought I would lose to Ouyang Song. And again when facing the 3 top external disciples. But I emerged victorious. I will prevail against the invincible young master as well." With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Before that, I shall first attain the foundation establishment stage and become an inner disciple." He recalled the haughty demeanor of the 4 inner disciples, Feng Zixing, Hua Shusheng, Yi Lingxue, and Yi Lingyue, who had looked down upon the external disciples with disdain. "Stay within the crystal and witness my victories. You have underestimated me to the utmost. You will wallow in the depths of despair and regret." After venting his frustrations, he carelessly tossed the demonic crystal into his storage ring, indifferent to Yan Xiaoji's final curses for his demise. Now, his primary focus was to strive for the foundation establishment stage and become an inner disciple. Yan Zhen is currently at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, specifically the 9th level, and he is also the foremost disciple of the Qingfeng sect. His singular ambition is to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. In the realm of cultivation, 2 phrases are particularly popular. The first is, upon entering foundation establishment, one is immediately transformed. The second states, only at the foundation establishment stage does one truly unlock the gates of immortality, forever severing ties with the mortal realm. The Qi refinement stage is essentially half-rooted in the mundane. Yan Zhen is fervently eager, Nay, he dreams of elevating himself to the foundation establishment realm. The might of the foundation establishment surpasses that of the qi refinement stage immensely, granting access to numerous extraordinary abilities. A cultivator at the first level of foundation establishment can effortlessly defeat 10 practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement. The disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. However, Yan Zhen is acutely aware that the transition from the 9th level of qi refinement to the first level of foundation establishment is fraught with difficulty. Many have languished at this threshold for a decade or more. Even those who progress swiftly require 1 or 2 years. For instance, Fang Jingtao, Song Ting, and Yang Huxing each spent 2 to 3 years at this juncture. Given Yan Zhen's ordinary talent, he finds it exceedingly challenging to make a rapid ascent to foundation establishment, leaving him at a loss for methods. Today, after his usual practice, Yan Zhen was translating an ancient text from the Xia dynasty, a reward for completing a 100 victories task. Upon finishing the final sentences, he read the entire passage and was suddenly struck with astonishment. This ancient manuscript contained a method for rapidly advancing to foundation establishment. The Baihui acupoint, located at the top of the head, serves as a conduit between man and the cosmos. When a person is born, this acupoint is blocked, preventing communication with the heavens and earth. It remains obstructed even during the qi refinement stage. To ascend to foundation establishment, one must unblock this acupoint, allowing the human body to connect with the universe. Yet this process is notoriously difficult. The ancient manuscript details a secret technique for unblocking this acupoint to achieve foundation establishment, consisting of 2 steps. First, stimulate the Baihui acupoint with the power of electric snakes. Second, stimulate the Baihui acupoint with the potency of medicinal herbs. Ultimately, by harnessing the power of both the electric snakes and the medicinal forces, one can rapidly open the Baihui acupoint and ascend to foundation establishment. Yan Zhen was elated. Just as he was despairing over the lack of methods, he stumbled upon this secret technique, a serendipitous encounter indeed. Days later, Yan Zhen sat cross-legged in his humble abode, fully prepared to implement the secret technique. The first step involved using the electric snakes to stimulate the Baihui acupoint. Electric snakes are quite rare, and acquiring them had taken him considerable effort. Initially, he contemplated capturing them, only to discover that their habitat was hundreds of thousands of miles away, making it impractical. He then thought of purchasing them, but found no sellers. Ultimately, he managed to procure the electric snakes by trading a jade toad with a notorious figure known as the Snake Master, one of the 7 notable wanderers of the Deji kingdom, who had little affection for snakes but a penchant for various toads. Before him lay 3 electric snakes, each approximately 2 meters in length, adorned with striking purple patterns. Yan Zhen first bound the snake's tails around his arm, as they discharge electricity through their tails. Binding the slippery tails was a considerable challenge. Attempts to tie them resulted in repeated shocks. Finally, he resorted to using a rope to secure his arm to the snake's tails. Once properly fastened, the tails suddenly flicked, and a jolt of electricity surged through him, producing an excruciating sensation. Yan Zhen felt as if his entire body was being electrified, overwhelming him with discomfort as successive waves of electricity coursed through him. This continued for a full hour until the electric snakes, exhausted from discharging, began to exhale faintly. Gazing at Yan Zhen in bewilderment, unable to comprehend such masochism, Yan Zhen, meanwhile, was left gasping, his body aching. Throughout this ordeal, he sensed a tingling sensation at the Baihui acupoint, indicating that the electric stimulation was indeed having an effect. The second step involved using medicinal forces to stimulate the Baihui acupoint. The potion, named 13-to-1 decoction, was concocted from 13 herbs: Bai Ling, Huang Ling, Dangue, Qi Su, Tian Chongzi, Kuzhu Zi, Qingzhu Er Dao Pai, Huang Lian, Yuguang Chao, Riguang Hua, Shi Lian Zi, San Wei Zi, and Yu Se Gua. While most of the ingredients were common, for Qi Su, Kuzhu Zi, Tian Chongzi, and San Wei Zi were rare and expensive. Lacking funds, Yan Zhen reluctantly borrowed several thousand taels of silver from the gambler Sidu Guang, who was surprisingly accommodating. After gathering the herbs, Yan Zhen simmered them over a gentle flame, creating a fragrant decoction. Pouring it into a bowl, he noted the appealing appearance of the 13-to-1 decoction, its clear, emerald hue. However, upon tasting it, he found it unexpectedly bitter and astringent, a peculiar concoction that he had to gulp down despite wrinkling his nose in distaste. Once he had consumed the decoction, Yan Zhen felt a wave of perspiration enveloping him, as the medicinal properties seemed to direct the electric currents throughout his body towards the Baihui acupoint, stimulating it into slight expansion. The 13-to-1 decoction served two purposes. First, it concentrated the electric currents towards the Baihui acupoint, and second, its inherent medicinal potency also stimulated the acupoint. After a considerable time, Yan Zhen exhaled deeply, concluding today's training in the secret technique for ascending to foundation establishment. However, this was merely the beginning. He needed to repeat the process for 10 consecutive days to complete the training. Later, during lunch, Yan Zhen entered a local tavern and ordered half a jin of Huangfeng wine, a boiled snake dish, a fried snake dish, and a dish called Dragon and Tiger Duel, which features snake and leopard meat artfully arranged together. All 4 dishes he selected were snake-based. He had endured much torment from the electric snakes, and he sought to vent his frustrations through this meal, believing it would fortify his foundation for future cultivation. Despite the unusual nature of his order, the server, adhering to the principle of customer satisfaction, promptly delivered the dishes and wine. Yan Zhen devoured the snake dishes with fervor, as if confronting a sworn enemy, while savoring the fine wine. In the world of cultivation, information flows most freely not only through the various sects and factions, but also in places like taverns, tea houses, and brothels, where diverse individuals converge. It was here that Yan Zhen overheard several outer disciples discussing matters below. Not long ago, the battle involving the external disciple was nothing short of spectacular. Yan Zhen single-handedly defeated the 3 foremost experts of the external disciples, Song Ting, Yang Huxing, and Fang Jingtai, showcasing an impressive level of skill. Indeed, it was a remarkable display, and Yan Zhen's strength is truly formidable, another external disciple remarked. However, when it comes to the most likely candidate to break through to the foundation establishment stage, I do not believe it to be Yan Zhen, stated a disciple with a scar shaped like a sword on his face. Oh, what makes you say that? Another external disciple inquired curiously. It's quite simple. Yan Zhen lacks sufficient accumulation. To ascend to the foundation establishment stage, one must have a solid foundation of experience. In contrast, Fang Jingtai, Yang Huxing, and Song Ting have spent 2 to 3 years accumulating their strength during the 9th level of qi refinement, making their foundations relatively stable. Whereas Yan Zhen still has much to learn, the scar-faced disciple explained. Thus, I have greater faith in Song Ting, Fang Jingtai, and Yang Huxing. This perspective held merit, and others, after considering this analysis, concurred with the scar-faced individual. Upon hearing their discussion, Yan Zhen reflected internally, acknowledging the validity of their analysis. Under normal circumstances, this would indeed be the case, but unfortunately for them, he had acquired a secret technique that would allow him to swiftly challenge the foundation establishment stage, eagerly awaiting the moment to prove them wrong. On April 11th, Yan Zhen sat cross-legged in the Qing Shi, as it marked the final day of his training. He commenced his last session of cultivation. First, he bound the tail of an electric snake around his hands, allowing it to continuously discharge currents of electricity, shocking him repeatedly. Despite having endured electric shocks for the 15th day, the experience was far from pleasant. After enduring the shocks for an hour, Yan Zhen began to brew a medicinal soup known as the 13 Return to One soup. He meticulously added 13 herbs, Bai Ling, Huang Ling, Dang Gui, Qi Su, Tian Chong Zi, Ku Zhu Zi, Qing Zhu Er Do Pai, Huang Lian, Yu Guang Chao, Ri Guang Hua, Shi Lian Zi, San Wei Zi, and Yu Se Gua, in precise proportions, and commenced the boiling process. Once the soup was ready, he consumed it all at once while it was still hot. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through his abdomen. Subsequently, the medicinal properties began to flow and stimulate the Baihui point. The electric current, influenced by the medicinal energy, also continued to invigorate the Baihui point, creating a dual stimulation effect. In this moment, Yan Zhen activated his spiritual energy, forcefully directing it towards the Baihui point. At that moment, Yan Zhen's spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, akin to a river flowing through its channel. The Baihui point stood like a massive dam, resilient against the relentless waves of energy. With no other option available, he could only persistently erode the dam's foundation, bit by bit. After a prolonged struggle, the dam began to tremble under the relentless assault of the river, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a final, thunderous wave crashing against it, the dam suddenly gave way, and the river surged forth. Success! The blockage at the Baihui point was cleared. At this moment, Yan Zhen felt a surge of primordial energy from the heavens and earth flow through the Baihui point and into his body, a sensation of unparalleled bliss, akin to the enlightening experience often described as the nectar of wisdom pouring into one's mind. In that instant, Yan Zhen felt invigorated. He had finally ascended to the foundation establishment stage, a realm distinct from the Qi refinement period. The foundation establishment stage marks the true beginning of the path to immortality. Liberating him from his mortal identity, he had finally reached this pivotal juncture. Filled with elation, Yan Zhen longed to sing and celebrate. He yearned to ride through the day on horseback, to traverse the blossoming fields of Chang'an, to ensure that his golden goblet would not be empty under the moonlight, to purchase boundless pleasures with silver and jade, to drink from the North Sea and lounge upon the southern mountain. He wished for intoxication without the need for youth to lend him credit. He yearned to revel in the spring breeze and leave his name among the drinkers. He desired to challenge the limits of his capacity, to embrace the ebullience of youth, and to laugh in the face of white hair. He sought the joys of life, unattainable by the immortals. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The foundation establishment stage. He had ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Yan Zhen retrieved a jar of wine from the cabinet and drank heartily, seeking to indulge in the joy of inebriation. Wine spilled onto his garments. Yet he paid it no mind, laughing heartily. Regardless of the circumstances, today was a day of celebration. In his mind, he pondered the essence of the foundation establishment stage. The foundation establishment stage is the foundation of the great Tao, the cornerstone of cultivating immortality. This particular realm requires the fusion of heavenly and earthly energy with one's own essence. It transforms into a light and ethereal energy, allowing for the harmonious circulation of the 5 elements and the internal organs, preparing the practitioner for the alchemical process of forming the Dan. The foundation establishment stage is further divided into 9 levels. The first level is characterized by the opening of the Baihui point, which is precisely Yan Zhen's current state. The second level involves internal vision, during which one retracts their gaze to observe the subtleties of the self, perceiving a glimmer of light that exists neither within nor outside, but rather just before the eyes, where one can begin to glimpse the void. As this light strengthens, it enables the practitioner to introspectively examine their own body, discerning any errors in their cultivation or ailments within. The third level is the Qingmu stage, wherein one attracts the wood element's energy from the heavens and earth to their liver, revitalizing it with the invigorating essence of wood. The fourth level is the Huangtu stage, drawing in the earth element's energy to nourish the spleen with its rich, grounding properties. The fifth level is the Baijin stage, where one absorbs the golden energy to enhance their lungs. The sixth level is the Heishui stage, attracting the water element to fortify the kidneys. The seventh level is the Qihua stage, wherein one draws in the fiery energy to invigorate the heart. The eighth level, known as Wukacheo Yuan, involves the convergence of the 5 elemental energies into the lower dantian, achieving balance and harmony. In this state, one may transcend the self and become one with the universe, while the Baihui point becomes a conduit for immense energy. The ninth level, called the Dan stage, witnesses the integration of the 5 energies into a singular essence, transcending their individual characteristics to form the Dan, a unique entity that embodies the primordial principles of existence. At this moment, Yan Zhen stood firmly at the first level of the foundation establishment stage. The Baihui point opened, embarking on a new and profound journey. Yan Zhen raised his hand and retrieved the demon path crystal. Within the crystal, Yan Xiaoji's spirit stood motionless at the side. Upon noticing the light, she immediately sprang into action, gazing at Yan Zhen and incessantly striking the crystal's barrier. Yan Zhen connected his consciousness to the demon path crystal. "Let me go, let me go," Yan Xiaoji's voice echoed, pleading, "As long as you release me, I will be your concubine, I will be your woman. I promise to obey you. If you command me to go east, I shall not venture west." Yet, deep within, Yan Xiaoji harbored a burning desire for vengeance. The hatred coursed through her veins, and she vowed to take revenge on Yan Zhen, to obliterate him completely, to erase the legacy of the Yan family. "Do you think you can escape? How absurd." Yan Zhen laughed, a hint of malevolence in his tone. "You may as well remain here, forever a beautiful figure within this exquisite demon path crystal. Your beauty preserved for eternity. Is this not the dream of women like you?" "Yan Zhen, you madman." Yan Xiaoji spat, resentment dripping from her words. How did I not see your madness before? Do you not understand the simple truth that without madness, one cannot achieve enlightenment? She reflected on her past. Recognizing her own weakness had led to her lack of progress. Now, with her twisted resolve, she had finally begun to thrive. I have come to inform you of my advancement to the Foundation Establishment stage. Impossible, Yan Xiaoji shrieked. The Foundation Establishment stage. That is the dream of all outer sect disciples. An unattainable realm. It had always been her greatest aspiration to be with a man who had reached the Foundation Establishment stage, and she had seen both Yan Zhen and Ouyang Song as mere stepping stones toward that goal. Yet, ironically, the very stepping stone she had discarded had now become the object of her desire. No, it cannot be. Someone as lowly as you could never reach the Foundation Establishment stage. But it is the truth, Yan Zhen retorted, laughing heartily. Why would I deceive a beauty trapped within a crystal? What gain would I have? Yan Xiaoji fell silent. Deep down, she sensed the possibility of his claim being true, especially given the formidable aura he now exuded. Yan Zhen regarded her with a smirk. You may wallow in your endless regrets, he taunted, laughing heartily as he observed her fury within the crystal, finding immense satisfaction in her plight. He then cast the crystal back into his shumi ring. Following his ascension to the Foundation Establishment stage, Yan Zhen's spirits soared. He refrained from rushing to Elder Luo Qingming for his reward, opting instead to indulge in a hearty meal at the Idle Talk Tavern. Yan Zhen settled into his usual spot on the second floor by the window, ordering several dishes and a pot of wine. Now a Foundation Establishment cultivator, everything seemed different. Soon, 3 young men entered the tavern in unison. Yan Zhen scrutinized them. To his left stood the imposing Song Ting, the remarkably skilled swordsman Fang Jingtao, and the agile Yang Huxing. Their eyes sparkled with determination as they approached Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen, Song Ting declared first, this time, we will not be bested by you. Fang Jingtao chimed in. One of us will surely advance to the Foundation Establishment stage before you, mark my words. Yang Huxing added with a sly grin. I will be the first to reach the Foundation Establishment stage. Your strength may be formidable, but your foundation is too shallow. Yan Zhen raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their challenge. Have you all not yet awakened from your dreams? He laughed. To think you 3 believe you can challenge me is truly laughable. With that, he extended his hand, a slender and elegant right hand perfectly suited for wielding a sword. He then executed a gentle palm strike that, without a whisper of wind, made contact with the wall. The wall, composed of stone below and wood above, bore the imprint of his hand, a faint yet unmistakable mark etched into the solid stone. Yan Zhen smiled. Throughout this display, he uttered not a single word, for none were necessary. A cultivator in the qi refining stage lacked the strength to leave such an imprint. Only one in the Foundation Establishment stage possessed the power to do so effortlessly, devoid of any residual energy. Song Ting, once so confident in his claim of surpassing Yan Zhen, fell silent. You have reached the Foundation Establishment stage? Yang Huxing's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? Fang Jingtao's hand trembled around his sword. Indeed, Yan Zhen affirmed, nodding. I have ascended to the Foundation Establishment stage. You wish to compete with me? How absurd. You 3, who have already been defeated by me as outer sect disciples, now dare to dream of besting me? It is utterly ridiculous. The trio was struck with despair. After years of hard work in the qi refining stage, they had yet to reach the Foundation Establishment stage and would likely require many more months, if not years, to do so. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen's rapid progress was astonishing. Merely 3 months prior, he had been at the 4th level of qi refining, hardly regarded by the outer sect's top 3 experts. Now, he had not only reached the 9th level, but had also ascended to the Foundation Establishment stage. The tavern buzzed with whispers. Patrons having overheard the exchange between Yan Zhen and the 3 experts, as well as witnessing his effortless palm strike against the stone. A sense of disbelief enveloped them. Yan Zhen had truly reached the Foundation Establishment stage, a realm entirely distinct from the qi refining stage. Most individuals required years of arduous preparation to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, facing countless trials along the way. Yet Yan Zhen had achieved it with such ease and grace, shocking many and leading them to realize that he was no longer the same as before. From that moment onward, Yan Zhen stood as a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment stage, forever recognized as an inner sect disciple of the Qingfeng immortal sect. Yan Zhen stood before the Sword Inquiry Pavilion, in front of Elder Luo Qingming. He observed the incredulity reflected in Elder Luo's eyes, clearly struggling to believe that he had ascended to the foundation establishment stage so swiftly. The speed of his advancement likely surpassed everyone's expectations. He could hear Elder Luo's voice. Yan Zhen, your progress has indeed been remarkable. You have ascended to the foundation establishment stage so quickly. Coupled with your mastery of the sword source, your future is exceedingly bright. According to our customs, once one becomes a foundation establishment cultivator, they are eligible to become an inner sect disciple. From today forth, you shall be an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Yes, Yan Zhen replied, nodding, elated to have finally become an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sect. He was well aware of the stark distinction between inner and outer disciples. Elder Luo continued, the first distinction is that your garments will change. They will be embroidered with the character for wind at the hem. Any connoisseur in the cultivation world will immediately recognize you as a disciple of the Qingfeng sect. In the realm of cultivation, especially in the southern region, our sect maintains a respectable reputation. However, do remain vigilant against the Flame Demon sect, our archenemy in the southern cultivation world, who will show us no mercy. As Elder Luo spoke, a servant presented him with a new set of robes, adorned with the character for wind, the attire of an inner disciple. After changing into the garments, Yan Zhen felt invigorated. Elder Luo then stated, the second distinction is that as an inner disciple, you may now visit the Spirit Stone Pavilion once a month to receive 3 inferior spirit stones. This is a benefit of being an inner disciple. Yan Zhen nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of this benefit, as previously, during his time as an outer disciple, he had received no such privilege. Elder Luo continued, the third distinction is that within the inner sect, there exists a ranking jade tablet. With 800 outer disciples, there is no ranking system. However, the inner sect comprises only 199 members, and with your inclusion, it will total 200. This ranking jade tablet will display the names of the inner disciples, ordered by their strength and achievements. The more formidable one's power, the higher their position on the tablet, resulting in greater resources and attention. Inner disciples constantly strive to improve their rankings, fearing the consequences of falling behind. Listening to Elder Luo's explanation, Yan Zhen contemplated his previous life, where he had not attained inner disciple status. Although he had heard of the ranking jade tablet, he had never witnessed it. Today, he would finally behold it. I am greatly interested in the ranking jade tablet, Elder Luo. Might you show it to me? He inquired. Certainly. Follow me, replied Elder Luo. Thus, Elder Luo led the way, with Yan Zhen trailing behind. After traversing a short distance amidst verdant mountains and flowing waters, they arrived at a grand jade tablet, its surface glistening with meticulous detail. On the tablet, more than 200 names were inscribed. Yan Zhen scrutinized it, noting that the first rank belonged to Linghu Xiao, known as Young Master Linghu. He was the eldest disciple among the inner sect, renowned for his exceptional magical prowess and swordsmanship, often referred to as the Flying Fox Swordsman. It was said that he had a penchant for wine, indulging daily in its pleasures. Despite his carefree nature, he was well connected in the cultivation world and had a wide circle of friends. Rumor had it that he had suffered emotional wounds, leading him to be somewhat indifferent to worldly affairs. In second place was Ouyang Song, known as the Invincible Young Master. He was immensely powerful, nearly capable of challenging Linghu Xiao. With numerous supporters and a network of allies, he was astute and competent, a stark contrast to the wine-loving Linghu. Yan Zhen's eyes narrowed upon seeing Ouyang Song's name. He was the cousin of Ouyang Song, and thus a sworn enemy. The third rank was held by Lei Pu, known as Young Master Lei, followed by Ji Tsongtu, known as Young Master Ji, in fourth position. Fifth was Murong Xiaoqing, a woman of remarkable beauty, supported by many female disciples. The seventh rank belonged to Zhou Qingchen, the foremost underling of the Invincible Young Master, a formidable figure. The 15th rank was occupied by Murong Xiaoyi, the biological sister of Murong Xiaoqing. The pair of twin sisters, Murong Xiaoqing and Murong Xiaoyi, were quite famous. In 31st place was Luo Lin, a somewhat portly man with a jovial demeanor, known for his extensive social connections within the inner sect. However, from his past life's knowledge, Yan Zhen was aware that he was an undercover agent of the Flame Demon sect planted within the Qingfeng sect. Although he had no concrete evidence to accuse Luo Lin, he was certain there would be opportunities to engage with him. Ranked 191st was Wan Shiji, a rather intriguing character whose passion lay not in cultivation but in gossip. It was said that his dream was to publish a Cultivation World Weekly. Yan Zhen recalled that in his previous life, Wan Shiji had indeed succeeded in launching this publication, which thrived on exposing various scandals and personal secrets within the cultivation community. Ranked 198th was Gue Qi, a ruthless individual of considerable strength. Yan Zhen himself held the 200th position. The rankings concluded here. And among the 200 inner disciples, figures like Feng Zihong, Hua Shuxing, Yi Lingxue, and Yi Lingyue also held their respective ranks. Elder Luo Qingming remarked, "Do you see? These 200 individuals represent the inner disciples of the Qingfeng sect. Naturally, among them are various factions. The first-ranked Ling Hu Xiao is somewhat reclusive and has yet to form alliances. The second-ranked Ouyang Wudi commands the invincible faction, the largest force among the inner disciples. Be wary of this faction, as Ouyang Wudi is indeed the cousin of Ouyang Song, and they may trouble you." The third-ranked Lei Pu leads the Thunder faction, another formidable group. Ji Tsang Tu, ranked 4th, has the Thick Earth faction under his command, while Murong Xiaoqing, ranked 5th, is supported by the Elegant Lady faction. Yan Zhen listened attentively to Elder Luo's exposition, inwardly acknowledging that his primary adversary within the inner sect would indeed be the powerful Invincible faction. After examining the ranking Jade tablet, Elder Luo continued, "During the Qi refining stage, you were restricted to the first floor of the Immortal Records Pavilion. But as an inner disciple, you now have access to the second floor, which contains profound-level manuals. You may select a few to practice, as they are significantly superior to the yellow-level manuals you previously studied." Yan Zhen nodded, contemplating a visit to the Immortal Records Pavilion. If he encountered valuable manuals, he would exchange them. If not, he would let it be. He followed Elder Luo Qingming directly to the Immortal Records Pavilion. The Immortal Records Pavilion, a repository of texts related to the immortal arts, was situated near the peak of the Fengyun Mountain. This exquisite structure boasted 5 stories, adorned with eaves and bright windows, surrounded by ethereal mist and a celestial ambience, a true sanctuary for the seekers of the immortal path. As an inner disciple, Yan Zhen could easily ascend to the second floor. Upon entering, he surveyed the area and discovered that it was divided into 4 categories. The eastern section was dedicated to sword techniques, the western section to heart techniques, the southern section to foot techniques, and the northern section housed various peculiar methods not classified under the previous 3. Yan Zhen contemplated, knowing there was no need to choose a sword technique, for his own swordsmanship was unparalleled. As for the peculiar skills, he deemed them unnecessary, as he already possessed various arcane techniques. In terms of footwork, Yan Zhen opted for a method known as the ascending ladder, which differed from his previous 8 steps to chase the cicada, designed for lateral acceleration. The ascending ladder allowed for vertical leaps, enabling one to step into the void and ascend 9 times to great heights when perfected. Eventually, he arrived at the section of mental cultivation techniques. As Yan Zhen perused the selections of the profound tier, he casually scanned through the texts, discovering that most were rather mediocre, with only 3 standing out as somewhat commendable. The first was the profound scripture titled Listening to the Wind Technique, which cultivated wind-based magical energy, enhancing the speed of one's strikes after mastering it. The second was the Mighty Bull Strength Technique, a profound scripture that cultivated earth-based energy, endowing the practitioner with immense strength. At the peak, one could muster 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of force with each movement. The third was the Illusory Water Technique, a profound scripture that harnessed water-based energy. When mastered, each strike would carry the gentle force of water, slowing the opponent's attacks. Aside from these 3, the remaining texts held little value. Yan Zhen pondered whether to practice one of these profound scriptures or to delve into some of the arcane techniques from his past life. Yet, he felt no urgency, continuing to browse through the celestial archives at his leisure. At last, a scripture with the hue of flames caught his eye. The cover bore the title Pure Yang Scripture. Wait, Yan Zhen rubbed his eyes. Indeed, it was the Pure Yang Scripture. He had heard of its legendary reputation and remembered it clearly. The Pure Yang Scripture was an unfettered text, meaning it imposed no restrictions on cultivation. It could be practiced at any stage. For instance, while Earth-tier scriptures required a core formation practitioner, unfettered scriptures could be practiced by those in the Qi refining stage. Such scriptures are often extremely polarized. They may be extraordinarily powerful or utterly worthless, with few willing to approach them. It was, therefore, quite normal for the Pure Yang Scripture to reside on the first floor of the Celestial Archives, reportedly unearthed 1,500 years prior. This scripture was said to have originated from a Taoist known as Pure Yang during ancient times. Upon its discovery, it sent shockwaves throughout the Great Ji Kingdom due to its formidable descriptions. In the realm, a battle raged between righteousness and evil, with cultivators of the righteous path absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, while demon practitioners tainted the same energies with malevolent forces to enhance their own power. Countless cultivators had fallen to the hands of these practitioners over millennia, instilling a deep-seated caution in the righteous. The Ouyang scripture proclaimed that it could vanquish myriad demons and eradicate all evil, embodying the essence of Ouyang, boundless and exceedingly strong. This assertion was astonishing. The first individual to possess the Ouyang scripture was a cultivator whose family had been slaughtered by demon practitioners, driven by revenge. Elated at first, he wasted an entire century and 30 years without mastering the scripture, ultimately squandering that time. After his demise, the scripture passed to a second individual, who spent 70 years in vain. Following that, the third possessor took 50 years without unraveling its mysteries, failing to master it. This continued for 10 more individuals, none of whom succeeded in cultivating the Ouyang scripture. The 11th possessor was a sect leader in the Great Ji Kingdom, known as Qing Sanjinren. After studying the scripture, he remarked that its essence lay in Ouyang without limits. Mastering it required either complete failure or succumbing to yang flames, resulting in death. Such principles within the scripture appeared nearly insurmountable, leading to widespread disbelief even among esteemed masters of the time. Consequently, the Ouyang scripture became a subject of ridicule, with no one daring to practice it. The former sect leader of the Qingfeng sect fortuitously acquired the scripture, and after a cursory glance, concluded that it was indeed impossible to cultivate, thus casting it aside into the celestial archives. Over the ensuing generations, inner disciples of the Qingfeng sect, initially captivated by the scripture's mighty descriptions, sought to practice it. However, none succeeded, leading them to abandon it for other techniques after years of futile attempts. Yet Yan Zhen, with the wisdom of his past life, recognized that the Ouyang scripture was not a discarded text. Someone had indeed mastered it before. That individual, Ouyang Song, had become a formidable adversary to demons, earning the title of a slayer of evil. Thus, the Ouyang scripture was worth pursuing. Once mastered, it would yield immense power, capable of subduing countless demons. Without hesitation, Yan Zhen chose the Ouyang scripture. Upon exiting the celestial archives, Elder Luo Qingming inquired about his selection. Which mental technique have you chosen? The footwork? The swordplay? Yan Zhen replied, I chose no sword technique. The footwork is the ascending ladder, and for the mental technique, I selected the Ouyang scripture. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Elder Luo's brow furrowing. That is a discarded scripture. Since its unearthing 1500 years ago, no one has ever succeeded in mastering it. Even the great master Qing Sanjinren has deemed it unachievable. Many inner disciples of the Qingfeng sect have attempted it, all failing. I strongly advise you to consider another technique to avoid wasting years of your life on this path. Time for a cultivator is of the essence. Yan Zhen shook his head. No, I have made my decision to pursue the Ouyang scripture. In a world where the demonic path reigns, possessing a technique that can counteract evil is invaluable. Moreover, those who cultivate the Ouyang scripture wield immense power, far surpassing their peers once mastered. Its potential is limitless. Thus, the decision was finalized. The Ouyang scripture, an unfettered text, promised unparalleled strength once mastered, rivaling even heavenly tier scriptures. Moreover, it comprised 9 levels, with 9 being the ultimate number. The first level, the Ouyang realm, could dispel malevolent energies and purify toxins. The second level, the Ouyang realm, could melt solid ice and eliminate chill, generating warmth from within. In the realm of cultivation, many ice-based energies and techniques would be rendered ineffective by the Ouyang realm. The third level, the Ouyang realm, could counteract demonic and monstrous energies, proving immensely beneficial in a world rife with chaos. The fourth level, the Ouyang realm, could vanquish diseases and ailments. Among the myriad of demons, there exists a particular type that preys upon the afflictions of humanity. However, upon reaching the fourth level of the Ouyang true scripture, known as the Ouyang realm, one becomes impervious to all ailments, with illness vanishing entirely. The fifth layer of the Ouyang true scripture is the Ouyang realm, a stage that enables one to vanquish the illusory demons. Illusory demons are a subset of the demon path, adept at deceiving others through illusion. Many cultivators have fallen victim to their trickery. The sixth level, the Ouyang realm, grants the ability to dispel the demons of desire. Within the demon path, there are demons of greed and lust, all categorized under this desire-driven malevolence. Attaining the 6th Yang realm allows one to transcend all desires, rendering the demons powerless. The 7th level, known as the 7 Yang realm, is particularly potent. During times of tribulation, celestial demons often descend from the heavens, with the severity of these trials correlating to the cultivator's strength. The chaotic dance of these celestial demons can corrupt the human spirit. Yet, those who have reached the 7 Yang realm can effortlessly overcome these celestial threats, exhibiting extraordinary prowess. The 8th level, the 8 Yang realm, is steeped in legend, said to be the domain of the progenitor of all demons. This primordial demon possesses the dual ability to transform into both demon and monster, heralding great calamity upon the world. The 8th level of the pure Yang true scripture is uniquely capable of countering this transformative power, revealing its profound mystical nature. The 9th level, known as the 9 Yang realm, represents the pinnacle of the pure Yang true scripture, embodying the utmost in strength, purity, and grandeur, akin to the vastness of the heavens and the intensity of the sun. Achieving this level is akin to becoming a primordial sun, illuminating all living beings, impervious to demonic influences, and transcending to the realm of immortality. The descriptions provided sufficiently illustrate the formidable nature of the pure Yang true scripture. Unfortunately, it has remained unattainable for many, leading to a general consensus of regret within the cultivation community. Through the memories of a past life, Yan Zhen has acquired knowledge of the cultivation methods of the pure Yang true scripture. In his previous existence, a man named Guozong fell into the clutches of his enemies, who, with malicious intent, forced him to consume 5 types of fire: the fire from stone, wood, air, sea, and human realms, aiming to incinerate him. The combination of the fires from stone, wood, and air constituted the true fire of Samadhi, while all 5 types together formed the most potent elemental fire. This elemental fire could obliterate a person entirely, leaving no trace behind, and even their soul would be subjected to a gruesome fate. In his past life, Guozong, in excruciating agony, found himself at a critical juncture that unexpectedly led him to employ the pure Yang true scripture. At the threshold of the 1st level, where potential and reality intertwine, he ingested the elemental fire, integrating it into the pure Yang true scripture, thus transforming life from death and successfully cultivating the 1st layer. It became clear that the pure Yang true scripture necessitated the supreme pure Yang fire for successful cultivation. In ancient times, pure Yang fire existed, but in the contemporary world, it has long since vanished. The elemental fires amalgamated, and fueled by Guozong's overwhelming rage, he ignited the fires within his body, those of the heart, lungs, kidneys, spleen, and liver, uniting them into the ultimate pure Yang fire. This realization granted him entry into the pure Yang true scripture, allowing him to master its 1st level and subsequently exact revenge upon his foes. Thus, the essence of the pure Yang true scripture lies in the unification of the 10 fires. Yan Zhen seeks the fires of stone, air, and sea. The fire from wood is straightforward, derived from the flames of burning trees, while the human fire is simply the flames of burning charcoal. Stone fire requires ignition from a special stone, known for its ease of catching flame. Air fire can be sourced from the firebird, soaring high above. The sea fire is obtained from the sea explosion serpent, which, when provoked, can expel flames that astonishingly endure even in water. With these 5 fires gathered, Yan Zhen prepared himself within the confines of his dwelling. As he reflected on Ouyang Song and the countless tragedies of his previous life, as well as the numerous vendettas he harbored, he felt a surge of anger directed at the invincible son who had oppressed him. This rage ignited within him, prompting Yan Zhen to ignite the 5 external fires and absorb them into his being. In that moment, the fires within him ignited as well. With 10 fires burning simultaneously, Yan Zhen sensed he was on the brink of being consumed by the flames. He silently recited the mental formula of the pure Yang true scripture: heaven and earth, in their utmost purity and Yang, unite in a singular essence. As he continued to circulate this energy within him, time became a blur. Just as he felt he might be reduced to ash, an astonishing transformation occurred. The flames converged into his lower dantian, coalescing into an endless flow of Yang energy that coursed through his meridians in a cyclical rhythm. A warmth enveloped him, akin to basking in a hot spring. Yan Zhen comprehended that he had successfully cultivated the first layer of the pure Yang true scripture, achieving the one Yang realm. With a deep exhale, he recognized the true challenge lay in the initial entry. Once one crosses this threshold, the path unfolds smoothly. Elated, he acknowledged the benefits of the pure Yang true scripture, which had been extolled multiple times. Meanwhile, on Fengyan Mountain, rumors began to circulate. The invincible son, Ouyang Song, had completed his tasks and was returning. The disciples of the mountain buzzed with anticipation, speculating on the repercussions of his return for Yan Zhen. With a serious demeanor, Yan Zhen pondered whether his greatest adversary, Ouyang Song, was indeed making his appearance. To prepare for this confrontation, Yan Zhen sought the counsel of three individuals, the third strongest inner disciple, Lei Pe, Elder Luo Qingming, and the leader of the Qingfeng sect, Master Sui Feng. Each of these figures was notoriously difficult to meet. Yet Yan Zhen succeeded through various means. Atop a peak of Fengyan Mountain, Yan Zhen felt the winds of destiny swirling around him. He understood that a tempest was brewing, yet he resolved not to falter. On this day, as he meditated, his thoughts intensified. I must grow stronger. My path is that of the supreme immortal. At that moment, he heard the excited chatter. Have you heard? The invincible son has returned. Is he back? Let's go see. Indeed, the presence of the invincible son is truly awe-inspiring. Many disciples rushed to catch a glimpse of him. However, Yan Zhen had no desire to witness this. To him, the invincible son was merely a formidable foe, unworthy of admiration. He resumed his meditation, only to be drawn outside by the enchanting sounds of celestial music. Upon stepping out, he beheld a procession. At the forefront were 10 young boys and girls, clad in purple silk attire, adorned with jade pendants, holding colorful banners and flower baskets. The girls scattered petals from their baskets, while the boys played various instruments, filling the air with harmonious melodies. At the center of this procession was a magnificent cloud palanquin, intricately woven and resplendent. Onlookers gawked, exclaiming, "The invincible son truly carries an air of grandeur, and his presence is unparalleled within our Qingfeng sect." Yan Zhen stood momentarily stunned. This was indeed the aura of the invincible son. Although he had heard whispers of this in his past life, he had never witnessed it firsthand until now. Realizing that this spectacle was meant for him, Yan Zhen straightened his posture, standing tall and resolute like a pine tree. 2 maidens, closest to the celestial palanquin, trembled slightly as they unfurled a vibrant crimson carpet, while the curtains of the palanquin were drawn aside. Within this ethereal carriage sat a young man, strikingly handsome, akin to a star. His complexion was exceptionally fair, and his brows arched like swords, reaching for the heavens with an air of pride. His eyes, distant as the stars, carried a hint of arrogance within their depths. His nose was prominent, exuding a sense of superiority, while his thin lips bore an unfeeling and haughty demeanor. His chin was sharply defined, radiating a cold and aloof grace, and his tall, slender figure further accentuated his air of superiority. The entire presence of this young man, with his alabaster skin, was imbued with an essence of lofty pride, as if he could command the universe with a mere gesture and tread upon the skies with ease. He was none other than the invincible young master, Ouyang Song, cousin to Ouyang Song. The Ouyang family held him in high esteem, as did the Qingfeng immortal sect. Ouyang Song, seemingly imperious, surveyed those around him with a condescending gaze, as though he were standing atop distant mountains, observing all beneath him. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Yan Zhen. Are you Yan Zhen? As he gazed upon Yan Zhen, an almost terrifying aura suddenly enveloped her, descending with overwhelming force. This aura was potent enough to render the very earth barren, annihilating all life in its wake. Were an ordinary disciple to stand beneath such an oppressive presence, they would likely succumb to trembling limbs and quaking bodies. Indeed, Yan Zhen nodded. You are Ouyang Song? The invincible young master chuckled, a hint of disdain in his expression. You possess remarkable courage, daring to address me as Ouyang Song. It has been quite some time since anyone has had the audacity to call my name so directly. Yan Zhen laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the near terrifying and formidable presence of the invincible young master. He produced a gourd of liquor, filled with his favorite strong spirits. I have always been a reckless individual. The invincible young master nodded, acknowledging the truth in Yan Zhen's words. You not only dared to duel with Ouyang Song, but you even had the audacity to kill him. From this alone, one can discern your astonishing bravery. Yan Zhen took a hearty swig of the bitter liquor. On the stage of life and death, fate is dictated by one's actions. Once I stepped onto that dueling platform, it was a matter of kill or be killed. Therefore, it was only logical that I struck first. Such boldness. The invincible young master's demeanor shifted dramatically. Moments ago, he had exuded the warmth of spring, but now he appeared as frigid as winter. He is my cousin, he stated coldly. You should comprehend the implications of this. He is destined to kill you. At best, you may retaliate, but you must never slay him. Should you dare to take his life, it would be the gravest of sins. With this sudden change in his expression, the temperature around them seemed to plummet. The invincible young master commanded sharply, you now have a choice. I shall grant you 20 breaths to kneel before me, bow 10 times, and then serve as a humble servant in the Ouyang household, severing your own arms. Fulfill these 3 conditions, and I shall grant you a path to survival. He presented 3 stipulations. The first, to kneel. A man's knee should only bow to his parents. Yan Zhen would never kneel to another. The second condition, to serve as a servant in the Ouyang household, was utterly unacceptable. Such a status was beneath dignity, and Yan Zhen could never consent to such a degradation. The third, to sever his own arms, was an act of self-diminishment. Yan Zhen was hardly foolish enough to agree to that. Firmly shaking his head, Yan Zhen resolutely declared, I cannot accede to any of these 3 conditions. Very well. The invincible young master retorted coldly. In that case, you are choosing your own demise. If you wish to confront me, do so openly or covertly. I shall be ready. Yan Zhen defiantly responded, unwilling to yield. You are mistaken if you believe you can confront me in secrecy, the invincible young master asserted, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. I shall slay you now, in front of all these disciples, so that everyone may witness the fate that befalls those who offend the invincible young master. At this moment, Situ Guang could not help but recite aloud. The third rule of the Qingfeng sect states that one must not harm a fellow disciple, nor allow fellow disciples to harm one another. Violators may face expulsion from the sect, loss of their powers, or even death. Situ Guang had a relatively good relationship with Yan Zhen and found him amiable. Thus, he recited the third rule to remind the invincible young master that killing fellow disciples was forbidden within the Qingfeng sect. It was one thing to act discreetly without leaving a trace, but openly attacking was unacceptable. The invincible young master, upon hearing this, seemed to temper his imposing presence, as if contemplating adherence to the third rule. However, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, You dare speak of rules? How ridiculous! Rules are meant to bind the weak, not constrain the strong like me. When I become the sect leader, I shall alter these rules as I please. His overwhelming aura bore down upon Situ Guang, leaving him weak-kneed and speechless. Turning his gaze to Yan Zhen, the invincible young master declared, Since you chose not to take my gracious advice, you have sealed your own fate. You seek death, and so you shall find it here today. His words dripped with tyranny, embodying a judgment that felt inescapably correct, as if he were the very embodiment of truth itself. With his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, known as the King's sword, he was a natural-born ruler, prepared to slay Yan Zhen with the ease of butchering a mere animal. The razor-sharp sword energy and overwhelming murderous intent enveloped Yan Zhen, who, ranked 200th among the inner disciples, stood no chance against the second-ranked invincible young master. As the latter unleashed his might, Yan Zhen felt ensnared by an oppressive wave of killing intent, immobilized as if trapped in ice. Yan Zhen estimated that he would not survive even the second strike from Ouyang Wuti. Yet, he was not without his own preparations. Just as the invincible young master was about to strike, a voice erupted from the void. Since the invincible young master has returned, why not come and meet me? The Thunder Prince? To bully a newly admitted junior disciple is rather shameless, don't you think? As the words echoed, a figure soared into view. This individual appeared to be in his 20s, with thick brows, a square jaw, large ears, and a broad mouth, exuding a rugged charm. He radiated an aura of thunder, commanding the might of storms and enveloped in the tempestuous winds of lightning. This man was none other than Lei Po, the Thunder Prince, ranked third among the inner disciples, and the very person Yan Zhen had sought previously. Anticipating the invincible young master's intentions, Yan Zhen had aimed to ally with someone capable of countering him. Among the inner disciples, only the first-ranked Ling Hu Gongzi and the third-ranked Thunder Prince could stand against the invincible young master. The first-ranked Ling Hu Gongzi had succumbed to despair over a romantic heartbreak and was often inebriated, rendering him an unreliable ally. Thus, Yan Zhen sought the Thunder Prince instead. With the Thunder Prince's arrival, he addressed the invincible young master. Ouyang Song, this Yan Zhen is now a member of the Thunder Party. If you wish to harm him, you must first seek my permission. The invincible young master could not suppress a cold laugh. You intend to stop me? How did I intercept you? The Son of Thunder and the invincible Sun faced each other with unwavering resolve. The invincible Sun let out a cold command, and in an instant, his king's sword was unsheathed. With a single stroke, it exuded an air of regal authority, as if it possessed the power to grant life or deliver death at his whim, determining existence and annihilation at his command. Upon witnessing the invincible Sun draw his sword, the Son of Thunder swiftly followed suit. As he unsheathed his sword, the blade, named Thunderclap, erupted with countless arcs of lightning, enveloping it in a tempestuous glow. With a single strike, it shook the heavens and the earth. Clang! The invincible young master's kingly sword collided fiercely with the thunder sword of the heavenly thunder young master. The young master of invincibility was suddenly pushed back several paces, his expression revealing astonishment. Your strength has increased so much? How many minor realms have you ascended during your time away? The young master of invincibility replied with pride. You were never a match for me to begin with. And now the gap has widened even further. What Thunderbolt faction, what Earthbound faction, what Gentlewoman faction, they are all mere rabble. Only my invincible faction represents the ultimate truth. With a cold sneer, he continued. In the entire Qingfeng sect, only young Master Linghu can contend with me. But in the future, I shall undoubtedly be the strongest. The next sect leader will be me. As he unleashed his sword technique, he pressed the Thunderbolt young master hard, leaving him utterly powerless and without retort. Boom! With another strike, the young master of invincibility transformed decay into the miraculous, astonishing all with his unparalleled brilliance. The Thunderbolt young master was sent flying far away by this blow. The young master of invincibility scoffed. Thunderbolt young master, do you dare to compare yourself with me? The 5 prominent young masters of the inner sect are no longer on the same level as me. He then turned his gaze to Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen, can you escape? When I declare your death, you will surely die. His aura locked onto Yan Zhen. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar stepped forward. Exuding an air of cultured elegance and refinement, it was Elder Luo Qingming. Yan Zhen had previously sought Elder Luo Qingming's assistance, and naturally, the elder agreed to help. As he regarded Yan Zhen as his disciple, in the realm of cultivation, there are 2 types of mentors: the master, who provides direct guidance and whose position is akin to that of a parent, and the tutor, like Luo Qingming, who oversees a group of outer disciples over several years. A tutor's status, while not as elevated as that of a master, is still widely acknowledged. The success of Yan Zhen reflects well on Luo Qingming. Hence, when Yan Zhen approached him, the elder consented to intervene. In Luo Qingming's view, as a respected elder, the young master of invincibility should afford him some deference. The young master of invincibility turned to Luo Qingming with a faint smile. Ah, Elder Luo, it is not that I refuse to give you face. But how can I establish my authority if I do not kill Yan Zhen? Now that Yan Zhen dares to harm my cousin, if I do not take action, others will embolden themselves to attack my subordinates. For the sake of my many underlings, I must eliminate Yan Zhen. The young master of invincibility presented some reasoning. But ultimately, it was clear, he would not concede any respect to Luo Qingming. The elder could not suppress a grunt of indignation. Young master of invincibility, do you not even grant a modicum of face? The young master of invincibility laughed heartily. If Elder Luo can surpass my sword, then I might consider giving you that face. He boldly challenged Elder Luo Qingming, asserting that the elder could not match his swordsmanship. Luo Qingming snorted in anger but realized that given the young master of invincibility's recently displayed power, a victory would be exceedingly difficult. If the young master were to break through during their confrontation, it would complicate matters further, especially since he had a history of doing so. The young master of invincibility disregarded the strict rules of the sect, having defeated the Thunderbolt young master and humiliated Elder Luo Qingming, displaying an overwhelming arrogance. He declared, Yan Zhen, you may have some connections, with the Thunderbolt young master and Elder Luo Qingming coming to plead for you, but it is futile. You have offended me, and there is not a soul in heaven or earth, nor in the 4 corners of the universe, who can shield you from my wrath. You shall die now. His words were laden with boundless dominance and authority. Such audacity. The members of the invincible faction felt the unparalleled might of their leader. Many within the faction silently thought that with such a powerful figure leading them, they had a promising future ahead. The era of the invincible faction's ascendancy within the inner sect was nigh. Such tyranny. The members of other factions felt the oppressive nature of the young master of invincibility. Defeating the Thunderbolt young master and disregarding an elder like Luo Qingming did not bode well for them. How could they possibly contend against such despotic dominance? It seemed that an era of the young master of invincibility's absolute rule over the inner sect was about to dawn. The young master of invincibility's overwhelming arrogance stemmed from his acute awareness of the current state of the Qingfeng sect. The sect was presently lacking in talent, with the strongest being young Master Linghu and himself. However, young Master Linghu spent his days drowning his sorrows in drink, leaving a bleak outlook for the sect. Thus, the Qingfeng sect had no choice but to rally behind the young master of invincibility. To choose the Thunderbolt young master, the Earthbound young master, or the Gentlewoman young master would only diminish the sect's strength, making it even more challenging to confront the Inferno Demon sect. The Qingfeng sect had no option but to place its trust solely in the young master of invincibility, which accounted for his brazen demeanor. Yan Zhen had prepared 2 contingencies, all of which had been effortlessly shattered by the young master's overwhelming force. Fortunately, Yan Zhen still had one final plan in reserve. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated from the void. Young master of invincibility, cease your actions. This voice carried an unfathomable weight, embodying profound wisdom and the essence of the Tao. A lean middle-aged man emerged from the void, seemingly crowned with auspicious clouds that revealed boundless mysteries of the universe. This man was none other than the current sect leader of the Qingfeng sect, Master Sui Feng. With a beard and inscrutable eyes, clad in a flowing azure robe, he appeared as a timeless figure of great power. Yan Zhen had sought out Master Sui Feng as his third ally. Yan Zhen's method of convincing the master was straightforward. He demonstrated that he had grasped the essence of the sword during his qi refinement stage. In the entire Deji kingdom, only about 10 individuals had achieved such a feat, signifying Yan Zhen's exceptional talent. As the sect leader, Master Sui Feng needed to see various talents emerge within the sect, which is why he agreed to intervene. As Master Sui Feng traversed the void, the young master of invincibility could dismiss the concerns of others, but he could not ignore the face of the leader of the Qingfeng sect. The young master of invincibility remarked, "What is it, master? Do you wish for me to spare Yan Zhen?" The third rule of the sect prohibits infighting among members. Master Sui Feng stated, "Moreover, as the leader, it is my duty to protect the interests of every inner sect disciple." The young master of invincibility replied with a dismissive tone, "I understand the rules, but such regulations merely serve to restrain the weak. I demand an explanation. Why should I spare Yan Zhen?" Master Sui Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The young master of invincibility was being excessively domineering. "I do not ask you to spare him. I have never contemplated that either." Suddenly, Yan Zhen, who had been overlooked, boldly stepped forward to center stage. In that moment, he radiated brilliance. Yan Zhen looked directly at the young master of invincibility and spoke deliberately. "I only request one favor from the sect leader." "What favor?" the young master of invincibility inquired. "I am merely 16 years old and have just entered the inner sect. At present, I am undoubtedly at a disadvantage compared to you." "I am not your opponent," Yan Zhen stated. "However, I firmly believe that my talents are absolutely not inferior to yours, but rather surpass them. Therefore, I propose a 3-year pact. After 3 years, let us engage in a duel of swords for our lives. Shall we not wager our lives against one another as well?" The young master of invincibility stared incredulously at Yan Zhen, as if witnessing an impossible phenomenon. Akin to a pig climbing a tree. "You wish to wager your life against mine in 3 years?" "Indeed," Yan Zhen affirmed with unwavering confidence. "Ha ha ha." The invincible young master threw his head back in laughter, nearly losing his sanity. "I have never encountered such ludicrousness. Who do you think you are? Merely a pawn. A mere insect, ranked 200 in the inner sect, while I hold the second position and shall soon ascend to the first. How dare someone of your ilk challenge me? Utterly ridiculous." He then turned to the master of wind. "Master, do you intend to use Yan Zhen as my whetstone?" "Ha ha ha. However, even as a whetstone, this ant is insufficient. But since it is your command, I shall comply. Thus, I agree to this challenge. 3 years from now, on the 20th of April, we shall meet on the sword duel platform to decide our fates. How many strikes do you think you can withstand under my blade? 1, 2. The invincible young master ultimately acquiesced to the challenge, granting the master of wind a semblance of respect. I had intended to end your life now, but I will allow you to live for another 3 years. Use this time to relish your existence, for in 3 years, your life shall end at my hands. The wager was established. Those present, whether allies or opponents of the invincible faction, were rendered speechless. The invincible young master was a figure of unparalleled strength within the inner sect, often referred to as a prodigy bestowed by the heavens. His talents seemed divinely ordained, his fortune preordained to be the best. His mastery was unmatched. His swordsmanship could dictate life and death, and his magical prowess was as profound as the ocean. Every aspect of him was so exquisitely perfect that he had earned the title of Invincible Young Master. Indeed, Yan Zhen was remarkable, having achieved significant success in the outer sect, becoming its foremost disciple, and swiftly advancing to the foundation-building stage as an inner sect disciple. Yet, when compared to the Invincible Young Master, such accomplishments were trivial. The audacity of Yan Zhen to challenge the Invincible Young Master in 3 years was mind-boggling. Many whispered to themselves, has Yan Zhen gone mad? How could he challenge such a formidable opponent and remain oblivious to the reality of his situation? Conversely, some astute observers speculated, Yan Zhen is quite shrewd. He finds himself facing imminent death at the hands of the Invincible Young Master, thus proposing a 3-year pact. During this span, the Invincible Young Master cannot trouble him. As for what happens after 3 years, that is simple. Yan Zhen's strength should increase. And with the vastness of the cultivation world, should he find it impossible to remain in the Great Ji Kingdom, he could seek refuge in neighboring realms, such as the Great Ning Kingdom. No matter how formidable the Invincible Young Master is, he cannot reach into other kingdoms' cultivation worlds. Yan Zhen is clever. He has calculated well. No one believed Yan Zhen could prevail. The disparity was insurmountable. The Invincible Young Master was akin to clouds in the sky, while Yan Zhen was merely mud on the ground. The Master of Wind, having little desire to intervene further, departed into the void, an unusual moment of governance for him. The Invincible Young Master chuckled heartily. I shall await our encounter 3 years hence, to see how strong you have become. With a flick of his sleeve, he made his exit. Thus, the matter concluded, and all parties dispersed. Elder Luo Qingming left in a huff, feeling the Invincible Young Master had become excessively domineering. The Thunderbolt Young Master, Lei Pe, also departed in slight frustration, never anticipating the Invincible Young Master's current overwhelming prowess, making him feel utterly outmatched. Yet, he remained undeterred, believing that one day his Thunderbolt faction would surpass the Invincible faction. The gambler Situ Guang shrugged, helpless in the face of the situation, having done all he could. At that moment, Yan Zhen stood silently, seething with indignation. An inferno of unquenchable rage surged within him. He had been reborn, once riding the currents of fortune. Yet now he was oppressed by the Invincible Young Master. Despite his meticulous preparations, having sought the assistance of Thunderbolt Young Master Lei Pe, Elder Luo Qingming, and the Master of Wind, he had nearly faced death. Against the Invincible Young Master, the chasm in their strengths was unfathomable. He could be dispatched in mere moves. What a humiliation! This disgrace could not be washed away. It must be avenged with the blood of the Invincible Young Master. Invincible Young Master, I shall see you dead. Death beyond death. He resolved, I must grow stronger. I will not allow others to dictate my fate. I shall seize control of everything. To grow stronger. To grow stronger. To grow stronger. In 3 years, I will slay the Invincible Young Master. With renewed determination, Yan Zhen opened his eyes, gazing at the sky, the earth, and the distant mountains, his gaze brimming with absolute confidence. His first recollection took him back to a time when he was merely 7 years old, and his younger sister Yan Shuejuan was 6. That day, their parents were confronted by enemies, and they had to leave to face them, locking Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan in a small, isolated room, an unfamiliar place. Days passed without their parents' return. Starving, the siblings desperately sought food, but the door was sealed with powerful spells, rendering escape impossible. They rifled through the room, but their parents had neglected to leave provisions. Ultimately, they discovered a few peanuts. Without those precious handfuls, they might have perished from hunger. When Yin Tie and Lin Ying returned, they were horrified to find their children severely malnourished and dehydrated. Every day, I will cultivate with the heart to grow stronger, and one day I shall be infinitely powerful. Yan Zhen promised himself. This day was the 22nd of April. Yan Zhen glanced at the calendar, noting that the Dragon Boat Festival was approaching. The origins of this festival are manifold. It is said to be a day of the dragon, a time when plagues were spread and various legends intertwine. Each year, festivities include dragon boat races, zongzi making, hanging of mugwort, and applying realgar on foreheads, among other customs. In the cultivation realm, a tradition has emerged. Every fifth Dragon Boat Festival is a holiday, allowing disciples to return home, such as in the years 9995 and 9990 of the ancient Yuan calendar. This year also coincides with the fifth year, thus a holiday would be granted. As Yan Zhen contemplated returning home, his heart surged with warmth. In his previous life, he had been in a state of utter despair, rendered helpless, but now he had slain Ouyang Song and advanced to the foundation-building stage, paving the way for a promising future. Yet, others believed he had crossed the invincible young master and was now on a path to inevitable doom. Regardless of the circumstances, the situations of past and present are starkly different. This journey home can be regarded as a triumphant return, a moment of glory for both oneself and one's family. For a typical family of cultivators, having a foundation establishment practitioner emerge is indeed a source of pride. However, one should not be misled by the over 200 foundation establishment disciples of the Qingfeng sect, which is a reputable second-tier sect, hence their considerable number. In contrast, for an ordinary cultivation family, producing a young foundation establishment practitioner is a rarity. Firstly, it has been quite some time since Yan Zhen last saw his parents, and he yearns to visit them. His father, Yan Tie, possesses quite ordinary strength, yet he is still his father. His mother, Lin Ying, bears a melodious name and is a remarkably beautiful woman. In his previous life, when his meridians were severed, his parents provided him with significant healing, and the gratitude from that time remains vivid in his memory. Secondly, and most importantly, Yan Zhen has a younger sister named Yan Shuejuan. He is undeniably an ardent brother, infatuated with her. He vividly recalls her exquisite beauty. She is a member of the second-tier sect, the Su Nu sect, and amidst the assembly of beauties there, she has been recognized as one of the 7 fairies of the sect, a testament to her stunning appearance. Moreover, he remembers her exceptionally long legs, which are truly mesmerizing. Among the many beauties in the cultivation world, hers are some of the most breathtaking. Yan Zhen admits he may be somewhat eccentric, but many possess their own peculiarities. Some are bloodthirsty, others are lustful, some are greedy, and others are gamblers or are obsessed with chess or painting. Yan Zhen's passion, however, simply lies in his affection for his sister. Not everyone is a moral paragon. He has never aspired to that role. To confine Yan Xiaoji's 3 souls and 7 spirits within a demonic crystal for 49 years, merely to indulge in his obsession with his sister, would only invite ridicule should he claim to be a moral gentleman. I do not aspire to be a true gentleman, nor a hypocrite, nor a genuine villain. I shall simply be myself. I am Yan Zhen, uniquely Yan Zhen. If a title must be appended, then I am the evil sword Yan Zhen. In truth, Yan Zhen harbors even more memories and impressions of his sister, Yan Shuejuan. The first memory takes him back to a time when he was merely 7 years old, and his sister was 6. On that occasion, their parents were confronted by enemies and had to leave home to confront them, confining Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan in a small, secluded room. Their parents did not return for many days, leaving the siblings starving and desperate to find food. Yet the door was sealed by powerful spells, rendering escape impossible. They scoured the room, ultimately discovering some peanuts. Without those few pounds, they would have perished from hunger. When Yan Tie and Lin Ying finally returned, they were horrified to find their children severely emaciated and dehydrated. Yan Zhen vividly remembers the scene of sharing peanuts with his sister, a moment etched in his mind forever. This memory explains why he often seeks peanuts before battles, a peculiar ritual born from that harrowing experience. The second memory is one from his past life. After Ouyang Song severed his meridians, rendering him half-disabled, Yan Zhen fell into deep despair. Although his sister Yan Shuejuan appeared cold and disdainful, often mocking him, she genuinely cared for him, even procuring vital spiritual herbs to aid in his recovery. He acknowledges a significant debt of gratitude to her. Yan Shuejuan, beautiful and proud, possesses a warm heart beneath her icy exterior. Now, Yan Zhen feels an overwhelming urge to proclaim, "My sister, I shall protect you." Contemplating his loving parents, his adorable, proud sister with her twin ponytails, and his own ascension to the foundation establishment realm, he decides it is time to return home, especially since a break from his duties is approaching. He departs from Fengyun Mountain, riding a swift steed towards home, invigorated and free from the concerns of the so-called invincible young master. With a 3-year agreement set before him, he is confident he will defeat the young master by that time. Thus, there is no need for haste. It is a moment to relax and enjoy. Life and death are the natural order of existence. Blossoms bloom and wither, following the rhythm of nature. The path of cultivation is one that defies the heavens, challenging fate itself. To oppose the heavens is inherently fraught with difficulty. The journey of cultivation demands both resources and a strong will. Those lacking resources find their progress slow, while those with poor disposition, even when blessed with resources, will struggle amidst the myriad challenges and temptations that lie ahead. Cultivation is fundamentally an endeavor of immense perseverance. Because resources are vital, cultivators often establish their residences near spiritual mines. Powerful cultivation sects typically choose superior mines. For instance, next to the Qingfeng sect, a second-tier sect, lies a spiritual stone mine that has been exploited for 800 years. Once depleted, the sect will inevitably have to relocate. However, in areas rich in spiritual energy, such mines are not so easily exhausted. Cultivation cities, often inhabited by scattered cultivators without sect affiliation, are generally weak and thus lack access to prime spiritual stone mines, usually settling for spiritual sand mines instead. Extracting spiritual stones from these mines is a tedious process, leading to low yields. However, such is the reality for these less potent cities. Xiaji Cultivation City is an ordinary establishment, adjacent to Dao Valley, where a spiritual sand mine is located. Yan Zhen's home lies within Xiaji Cultivation City. After some time, he finally arrives at the bustling city. To enter, he must present proof of residency, paying a fee of 5 taels of silver. With his proof in hand, he enters the lively city. High-quality swords for sale. Exceptional swords, only 3 inferior spiritual stones. A man shouts, showcasing a collection of blades. Buy talismans here. Authentic talismans produced by the second-tier Yangfu sect. The cheapest starts at half an inferior spiritual stone. Come and purchase, calls a middle-aged man, though the authenticity of his goods is questionable. Middle-grade yellow-tier secret techniques, discovered in an ancient relic. Another proclaims, attempting to increase the value of his wares by associating them with ancient times, as the cultivation world has long held a preference for items of antiquity, often neglecting contemporary treasures. Yan Zhen stood silently by, unable to suppress a chuckle. A mid-tier yellow-grade secret technique, clearly an ordinary item, dared to be called an ancient relic. It was indeed absurd. However, upon reflection, having joined the second-tier celestial sect of Qingfeng, he had come to regard mid-tier yellow-grade techniques as commonplace. Yet, in the eyes of many wandering cultivators, such techniques might still be deemed exceptional. As for elixirs, they were the finest of their kind, undoubtedly of superior quality. Numerous varieties existed. Qi-gathering ointments that accelerated cultivation speed, foundation-building salves that enhanced the chances of establishing a foundation. Who could fear slow progress in cultivation with such wonders? A voice from within a nearby pharmacy proclaimed these virtues, prompting Yan Zhen to chuckle again. The efficacy of these elixirs was often exaggerated, particularly that foundation-building salve, which addressed the formidable first hurdle for cultivators, a challenge that eliminated countless aspirants. Most cultivators would likely remain in the qi-gathering stage for their entire lives. The so-called foundation-building salve was merely a boastful claim, ultimately ineffective against this primary obstacle. Another shout emerged from the pharmacy. In the realm of cultivation, danger is ever present. Here, we offer the finest healing ointments, guaranteed to restore vitality within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, allowing you to engage your foes once more. Nearby, another shop displayed a sign reading Guidance Shop. Such establishments essentially served as intermediaries, ubiquitous in every city of cultivation. Their function was straightforward. They maintained close ties with various nearby sects and received benefits for recruiting on their behalf. Countless unconnected wandering cultivators sought to send their children to these shops, hoping for an opportunity to join a sect. Naturally, these cultivators paid a fee, allowing the guidance shops to profit from this intermediary service. Yan Zhen had once traversed this very path, finding his way into the second-tier celestial sect of Qingfeng through a guidance shop. As he wandered through the bustling streets and alleys of Xianzhai City, he felt a sense of vibrancy, a stark contrast to the tranquility of Wind and Cloud Mountain. Yan Zhen relished this lively atmosphere, reminiscent of his youth, as he led his horse, stopping intermittently until he arrived at the doorstep of the Yin family. The Yin residence was a modest three-courtyard abode, quite small. Presently, only his father, Yin Tie, and his mother, Lin Ying, remained at home, as both he and his sister had departed to pursue their studies. As he entered, a servant took the horse, and a housekeeper announced, "Young master has returned." The master and mistress are in the main hall. Yan Zhen hurried to the main hall, where he found his parents. His father, Yin Tie, possessed a stern countenance, while his mother, Lin Ying, appeared to be in her 30s, still remarkably beautiful. Although they were aware that their son and daughter would return for the Dragon Boat Festival, their excitement upon seeing him was palpable. Yin Tie, being a man, concealed his emotions well. But Lin Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she inquired after Yan Zhen's well-being. Clearing his throat, Yin Tie asked, "Yan Zhen, how fares your cultivation in the Qingfeng sect?" Yan Zhen was prepared to reply that he had reached the first level of foundation establishment, a statement that would surely astonish them. Foundation establishment was no trivial matter. It was the very basis of the Great Path. And the phrase "one step into foundation" was widely revered among cultivators and within families engaged in cultivation. At that moment, however, Lin Ying interrupted, playfully chiding, "Your son has just returned and hasn't he even had a chance to rest, and you're already asking him about such matters." She understood that her son's cultivation had always been mediocre, fearing that such inquiries would only add pressure rather than yield positive results. With a smile, Lin Ying continued, "Son, you once wrote of your affection for a young lady surnamed Yin. Why haven't you brought her home this time? Perhaps you could bring her next time." Indeed, a mother's concern for her son's romantic prospects was paramount. Yan Zhen's expression faltered slightly. The truth was that he had killed Yin Xiaoji and had her soul refined into a demonic crystal he had brought home. Naturally, he could not reveal this. Thus, he replied, "Mother, I have parted ways with Miss Yin." Upon hearing this, Lin Ying's smile momentarily faltered but quickly returned. "If you've broken up, so be it. The Dragon Boat Festival is approaching, and many fine young ladies from good families will be visiting. If you find someone you fancy, let your mother know, and I shall help you find a suitable match." Yan Zhen smiled and said, "Mother, my heart is set on the Great Path. I am determined to cultivate and have no urgency for marriage." In the realm of cultivation, this sentiment held weight, akin to the saying, "In the face of danger, what need is there for family?" While many uttered such phrases, only a few resolutely practiced them, their aspirations pure and untainted. Yan Zhen, however, distinctly remembered the past when Ouyang Song had severed the meridians in his hands and feet. At that time, his paternal relatives, Uncle Yan Jini and Uncle Yan Ini, though separated, did their utmost to assist him in restoring his meridians. Conversely, his maternal relatives, Uncle Lin Datong and Uncle Lin Dali, abandoned him in his time of need and even mocked him, deriding him for risking his life over a woman. Indeed, Yan Zhen acknowledged that it had been foolish to gamble with his life for someone like Yin Xiaoji, a treacherous woman. Yet, for relatives to offer no aid and to add insult to injury was simply intolerable. Thus, he harbored an unending disdain for his uncles, and even the thought of them incited a desire for vengeance. The modest dwelling in Wind and Cloud Mountain, though occupied solely by him, lacked the warmth of a true home. A home possesses a unique essence. Now, Yan Zhen found himself in his own abode. His bedroom was unchanged from before he had departed for the Qingfeng sect, exceedingly simple, with bright windows, clean tables, bamboo couches, and an ancient painting adorning the wall. He placed his Dingguang sword aside just as his mother, Yin Yinshi, arrived with a meal. The food box contained 3 dishes: braised pork ribs, twice-cooked pork, and spicy boiled pork slices, along with a jug of wine. The twice-cooked pork, crafted from fine streaky pork, was neither fatty nor greasy and fried to perfection, eliciting a delightful sensation upon the first bite. The spicy boiled pork slices featured ample chili peppers and assorted vegetables, each mouthful a fiery yet exhilarating experience. The braised pork ribs combined the succulent aroma of ribs with the sweetness of sugar in perfect harmony. These 3 dishes were Yan Zhen's childhood favorites, and the skill with which they were prepared surpassed that of the tavern he often frequented. He savored the meal, lifting the wine bottle to his nose. It was likely a 15-year-old vintage, an exquisite drink. Taking a sip, he found the flavor rich and lingering. This was the essence of home, the comfort it provided. Within these walls, he could fully relax, enveloped in a gentle warmth. As Yin truly savored the comforting essence of home, she was abruptly startled by the commotion ahead. Inquiring with the maid beside her, she soon learned that the young lady had returned. Naturally, the esteemed young lady of the Yan family was none other than her sister, Yan Shuejuan. Had she returned as well? Yan Zhen was undoubtedly a devoted brother, and he hurried towards the main house. Inside stood a 15-year-old girl with an innocent, doll-like face. Her bright, dark eyes sparkled like stars in the night, complemented by long, flowing black hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her rosy lips and perfectly rounded nose resembled the work of a master sculptor. She wore a pink dress with intricate red floral patterns that enhanced her youthful charm. A pink belt accentuated her slender waist, while her long legs, although hidden beneath the dress, were also quite elegant. This was his sister, Yan Shuejuan. Yan Zhen's gaze lingered on his sister with a hint of possessiveness. At that moment, Yan Shuejuan was engaged in conversation with their parents. Their father, Yan Tie, maintained a stern demeanor before Yan Zhen, but with Yan Shuejuan, he transformed into a doting father, filled with concern. Their mother, Lining, embodied the essence of a caring matriarch, yet her attitude varied significantly between her children. For instance, Lining, eager for Yan Zhen to bring home his girlfriend from the Yan family to settle down and bear grandchildren, was far more protective of Yan Shuejuan, warning her against the pitfalls of romance at such a tender age. Mother, you need not worry, Yan Shuejuan pouted, her vibrant red lips forming a defiant expression. Our Su Nv Xian men is a female-dominated sect. Where would I find a man worth my attention? Though there are many men in the outer sect, none meet my standards. My expectations are quite high. There was a hint of pride in her voice, reflecting her disdain for many men. Her mother, hearing this, felt a measure of relief. However, Yan Shuejuan soon noticed Yan Zhen's scrutinizing gaze and shot him a sharp glance. Their relationship, once close during childhood, had grown distant over time. Yan Shuejuan looked down upon her elder brother, considering him weak and inferior, despite being a year younger than him. Lining noticed Yan Zhen's presence and nodded in acknowledgement. You are both here, good. Make sure to rest well today, as we will visit your grandmother for a meal tomorrow. Upon hearing this, both Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan frowned in unison, visibly reluctant. Lining's mother, Grandma Lin, was indeed a kind-hearted woman, and normally, Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan would be eager to dine with her. However, Lining had two brothers who were exceedingly self-serving and unpleasant. The eldest, Lin Datong, was a capable man, albeit a lone practitioner who had managed to carve out a decent life in the city of Xian. Yet, he never missed an opportunity to belittle Yan Tie and Lining, mocking their perceived failures. Lin Datong had a son, Lin Bufan, who was somewhat accomplished. He often bragged about his son's prowess while deriding Lin Ying's children, particularly Yan Zhen, declaring, "Your son is hopeless, while your daughter shows promise." Meanwhile, Lin Ying's second brother, Lin Dali, shared a similar temperament. He also thrived in Xian and reveled in taunting Yan Tie and Lining, boasting about his own son, Lin Buchuan, while disparaging Yan Zhen. The only exception was Lin Dali's daughter, Lin Xiaolei, who was not as arrogant as Lin Bufan and maintained a cordial relationship with Yan Zhen, often referring to him as brother. Overall, both of Lin Ying's brothers were excessively boastful and selfish. Consequently, Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan were disinclined to visit their grandmother's house, as it would likely lead to encounters with these insufferable uncles. Yan Zhen, in contrast, vividly remembered his past life when his meridians were severed by Ouyang Song. At that time, his paternal relatives, Uncle Yan Jini and Uncle Yan Ini, despite having separated, strived to assist him in recovering. In stark contrast, his maternal uncles, Lin Datong and Lin Dali, not only offered no help but also mocked him, saying he was foolish for risking his life over a woman. Indeed, Yan Zhen acknowledged the folly of risking everything for a woman like Yan Xiaoji in his previous life, but he found it utterly contemptible that relatives would not only refuse to help but would also take pleasure in his suffering. This animosity towards his uncles was profound, and the mere mention of them ignited a desire for vengeance within him. In his past life, even Lining, who was typically easygoing, had severed ties with her brothers due to their disgraceful behavior. Facing such detestable relatives was truly disheartening. Yan Zhen let out a long sigh. Yan Shuejuan immediately responded, "Mother, can we skip the family banquet at Grandma's house tomorrow?" Yan Zhen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have no desire to attend." Lining smiled. Yet her expression bore an undeniable authority. "No, we must go." Yan Shuejuan instinctively pressed her forehead. "Mother, I am quite fatigued and unwell of late." Clearly, She was displaying her irresistible charm, and her adorable demeanor momentarily captivated Yan Zhen. However, Lining was impervious to such tactics. No, we are definitely going tomorrow. Faced with her mother's resolute nature, Yan Zhen resigned herself to the fact that they would indeed attend the family banquet at her grandmother's house, silently lamenting her fate. As night descended, Yan Zhen settled cross-legged, commencing the cultivation of the pure Yang scripture, focusing her breath and meditation. As the scripture unfolded, a wave of warmth surged within her, flowing into her meridians, imbuing each of her strikes with a blazing essence of pure Yang. Though the Dragon Boat Festival afforded a holiday, Yan Zhen remained vigilant, fully aware of her 3-year pact with the peerless young master. She must strive to grow stronger. And swiftly, at that moment, the door creaked open. Her younger sister, Yan Shuejuan, with her long, straight black hair and youthful visage, entered quietly. Dressed in a rather simple nightgown that revealed more skin, her modest bosom was barely noticeable. It was quite late. Why would her sister seek her out at this hour? Could it be that one is to launch a nocturnal assault upon oneself? Wait, I am not yet prepared. Yan Zhen's thoughts flitted through her mind. Yet they soon settled upon Yan Shuejuan, who still wielded her sword, evidently with ulterior motives. Upon quietly entering, Yan Shuejuan beheld Yan Zhen meditating in a cross-legged position and could not help but exclaim, "To think you are still meditating. Such a rare display of diligence. I recall that you once had a penchant for idleness." Yan Shuejuan said dismissively, "Oh, what brings you to me?" Yan Zhen replied casually. Yan Shuejuan let out a cold snort. "I fear you might embarrass yourself tomorrow. Recently, an elder sister of mine visited the Qingfeng immortal sect and managed to gather some information about you. It is said that you have only reached the 4th level of qi cultivation." Yan Shuejuan expressed her helplessness. "At your current 4th level, I, your younger sister, have already attained the 7th level, and you are a year older than me. I truly cannot fathom your training methods." Yan Zhen chuckled softly. Has my sister really reached the 7th level? However, in comparison to his own 1st level of foundation establishment, the 7th level of qi cultivation seemed trivial. A vast chasm apart. Of course, Yan Zhen refrained from voicing this thought to avoid discouraging Yan Shuejuan. Yan Shuejuan continued, "I couldn't sleep earlier. Worried you might disgrace us tomorrow at the family banquet. If that insufferable uncle asks about your abilities, just say you've been ill and have not practiced much in the past 6 months. That should suffice." She produced a speed talisman, handing it to Yan Zhen. "Here, take this. Use it discreetly to enhance your movements. At least you'll have a skill to showcase, your footwork, so you won't be ridiculed." Yan Shuejuan's small hand felt remarkably cold. Yan Zhen smiled. "I didn't expect you to care about your brother." "Bah," Yan Shuejuan retorted, her red lips curling in disdain. "I am not concerned about you, but rather about the embarrassment you might bring to our family, to our parents, and to me." With that, she exited the room. Yan Zhen smiled faintly, recognizing that beneath her icy demeanor lay a warm heart. Although their relationship was currently strained, he was determined to mend it. Such a proud, charming, and beautiful sister was certainly worth the effort. As for how to handle the family banquet the following day, it seemed quite simple. The next day, just before noon, Yan Tie, Ying, Yan Zhen, and Yan Shuejuan stepped out of the Yan family home. All 4 donned fresh attire, with Yan Zhen's striking features enhanced by his new clothing. Yan Shuejuan, adorned with a headpiece and wearing a pure white chiffon dress, exuded an air of elegance that captivated the eye. Yan Tie's spirits were low. He was all too aware of his 2 arrogant uncles and had no desire to visit his mother-in-law's residence. Yet, he had no choice but to comply with his wife's wishes. Ying, on the other hand, was filled with enthusiasm. The small city of Xinxia was not far, and soon they arrived at a slightly larger estate, its sign reading Lin Residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by charming gardens that added to the beauty of the place. Yan Zhen first met with the matriarch, Granny Lin. Despite her title, she appeared youthful, likely in her 40s, her beauty still evident. In the realm of cultivation, female practitioners tended to age more slowly, retaining their youthful appearance until the end of their days. Yan Tie and Ying referred to her as mother, while Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan called her grandmother. Granny Lin nodded and turned her gaze to Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan. "Zhener seems to have grown taller and more handsome lately. How has your training at the Qingfeng immortal sect been? Have you charmed any young ladies? I heard you were quite close with a girl named Yan. When will you bring her home?" Yan Zhen replied, I have already parted ways with the girl named Yan." The embarrassment of having his past with Yan Xiaoji known by so many was palpable. Granny Lin then turned her attention to Yin Shuejuan. Snow June, you have become increasingly charming. How goes your training? I have recently advanced to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Yin Shuejuan replied, a hint of pride in her voice. 7th level of Qi cultivation is commendable, Granny Lin acknowledged. At Yin Shuejuan's age, achieving such a level certainly indicated remarkable talent, with potential to become a foundation establishment practitioner. Once one reached that stage, their life expectancy increased considerably, from the typical century to 150 years. Moreover, entering foundation establishment marked the true beginning of a cultivator's journey, with a significant divide between those at this stage and those still in Qi cultivation. As the group engaged in conversation, 2 more parties arrived. The first was Uncle Lin Datong, a man in his 40s, tall and shrewd, accompanied by his wife, a striking woman in her 30s, though lacking a certain grace. The most ostentatious of all was Lin Datong's son, Lin Bufan, who, though rather average in appearance, exuded an air of arrogance. The second group comprised Uncle Lin Dali and his entourage. Lin Dali bore a resemblance to Lin Datong, but was shorter and stockier, resembling a merchant more than a cultivator. His wife was not unattractive, while his son, Lin Buchuan, mirrored Lin Bufan's haughty demeanor. Their daughter, Lin Xiaolei, was quite charming, with a delicate face and slender figure, presenting a refreshing contrast to her brother's brashness. At 16, she was of the same age as Yan Zhen. Granny Lin engaged in light conversation with Lin Datong, inquiring about his recent training and his son's progress, as well as whether he had found a suitable daughter-in-law. She then turned to Lin Dali, discussing his recent endeavors and encouraging his granddaughter Lin Xiaolei to overcome her shyness and embody the confidence expected of a female cultivator. Soon, the family gathered around a large table to partake in a sumptuous feast. The banquet was lavishly prepared, featuring 16 dishes. The centerpiece was a braised suckling pig, complemented by braised ribs, steamed meat, lotus seeds in clear broth, and crispy pig trotters among others, accompanied by various beverages suitable for both men and women. At the dining table, the middle-aged men, including Yin Tie, Lin Datong, and Lin Dali, discussed matters related to Xinxia City, such as recent promotions within the city's hierarchy. While the requirements for a city leader were not exceedingly high in Yan Zhen's eyes, the locals regarded them otherwise. They also touched upon the recent increase in the yield of spiritual sand from the Danxia sand mines, forecasting a prosperous year ahead. After much discussion, Lin Datong finally shifted the topic. We are all aging. It is the next generation that holds our hopes. Thus began the inevitable comparisons of their children, a moment that would surely bring Yan Zhen into the spotlight. Yin Shuejuan couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at her uncle Lin Datong and her second uncle Lin Dali. In terms of talent, Yin Shuejuan undoubtedly surpassed her elder cousin Lin Bufan and her second cousin Lin Buchuan. While both Lin Bufan and Lin Buchuan had only reached the 7th and 6th levels of Qi training at around 18 years of age, Yin Shuejuan had already attained the 7th level at the tender age of 15. However, it was unfortunate that she could not represent her father Yin Tie and her mother Lin Ing. In the Great Qi Kingdom, sons and daughters are perceived quite differently. There exists a saying that a married daughter is like spilled water, while an unmarried daughter is like water yet to be poured. Daughters are destined to marry and ultimately bear their husband's surname. Thus, a daughter cannot truly represent her parents, and no matter how exceptional Yin Shuejuan's talent, it is of little consequence. She is not the future of the Yin family. That honor belongs to Yan Zhen. At the banquet table of the Lin residence, Lin Datong smiled faintly and remarked, however, we are all but old bones now. What truly matters is the cultivation and potential of our sons. Bufan, how is your strength at present? Let us share this with everyone. Lin Datong's son, Lin Bufan, upon hearing this, raised his chin in a display of utmost arrogance and proclaimed with an air of conceit, I am currently honing my skills in the Luo Huang immortal sect, and my own magical prowess has ascended to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. Moreover, I have mastered the yellow tier middle grade earth obliterating sword technique to an exquisite level. Should cousin Yan Zhen seek my guidance, I would be more than willing to offer my expertise free of charge. I am confident that teaching you would be a mere trifle. At such a tender age, Lin Bufan's ability to elevate his magical cultivation to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, alongside perfecting the yellow tier middle grade sword technique, is indeed remarkable. His arrogance is certainly backed by substantial merit. Lin Datong chuckled heartily, evidently proud of his son's current achievements. This child has not disappointed our expectations as elders. Quite the contrary, he has exceeded them. It seems that in 3 to 5 years, advancing to the 9th level of the Qi refining stage will not pose a challenge. By that time, he may very well encounter the opportunity to break into the foundation establishment realm, which is truly extraordinary. In the second-tier Qingfeng sect, disciples who attain the foundation establishment realm can directly advance to the inner sect. Moreover, within the realm of cultivation, a foundation establishment practitioner is of great significance, far more so than in the lesser realms of the immortal cultivation city. To enter the foundation establishment realm is to stand apart from the crowd. In the immortal cultivation city, the emergence of a foundation establishment individual is a matter of great prestige for any faction. A person of such stature is regarded as a noteworthy figure among the many in the immortal cultivation city. As for the Qi refining stage, who truly remembers your name? Lin Datong spoke of the possibility that his son might reach the foundation establishment stage in 5 to 7 years, his face glowing with pride. If his son were to indeed succeed in this endeavor, it would be an extraordinary achievement, and just the thought of it filled Lin Datong with immense pride. Feeling pleased, he casually inquired, "Oh, Dolly, how is your exceptional son faring in his recent cultivation?" Upon hearing Lin Datong's inquiry, Lin Dolly turned his gaze towards his son, Lin Buchuan, and spoke with a tone of pride. "Buchuan, your uncle has inquired about your recent cultivation. Do share your progress with us." Lin Buchuan bore a resemblance to Lin Bufan, possessing certain similar features. In response to his father's question, Lin Buchuan replied with an air of arrogance, "I have been cultivating within the 9-turn immortal sect, and my mastery has ascended to the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage. I have also become quite adept at the intricate swordplay of the mid-grade Huang rank within the sect. Should my cousin Yan Zhen wish for guidance, I would be pleased to offer him some pointers free of charge." Although Lin Buchuan's 6th level of Qi refinement did not surpass Lin Bufan's 7th level, it was nonetheless commendable, allowing him to hold his head high amidst those present. Lin Datong's son, Lin Bufan, possessed the power of the 7th level of Qi refinement, while Lin Dali's son, Lin Buchuan, wielded the 6th level. Subsequently, Lin Datong turned his attention to Lin Ying and inquired, "Third sister, how fares your son, Yan Zhen, in his cultivation?" His tone carried a hint of disdain, a touch of arrogance, and a faint air of boastfulness. Lin Dali laughed heartily beside him. The intentions of the two brothers, Lin Datong and Lin Dali, were unmistakably clear. They sought to flaunt their own son while causing Lin Ying's son, Yan Zhen, to feel embarrassed, thereby proving that they were faring far better than Yan Tie and his wife, Lin Ying. This exemplifies the mercenary cultivators who revel in infighting, relishing comparisons among relatives, and take pride in outshining others, their vision perpetually limited to the immediate vicinity, blind to anything beyond that narrow scope. As Lin Datong and Lin Dali pressed for an answer, Yan Tie and Lin Ying fell into a momentary silence. Yan Tie's face flushed with anger, yearning to retaliate. Yet he was restrained by his wife, Lin Ying, whose inherent kindness compelled her to remember that these two were, after all, her brothers. In a world where mercenary and self-serving individuals prevail, such dynamics are commonplace. Yan Shuejuan could not suppress her resentment towards her uncle Lin Datong and her second uncle Lin Dali. In terms of talent, Yan Shuejuan undoubtedly surpassed her elder cousin Lin Bufan and her second cousin Lin Buchuan. While Lin Bufan and Lin Buchuan only reached the 7th and 6th levels of Qi refining at around 18 years of age, Yan Shuejuan had achieved the same level at merely 15. Yet, regrettably, she could not represent her father, Yan Tie, or her mother, Lin Ying. In the Grand Ji nation, sons and daughters are regarded entirely differently. There exists a saying that a married daughter is akin to spilled water, while an unmarried daughter is water yet to be poured. Daughters are destined to marry, ultimately adopting their husband's family name. Thus, a daughter can never truly represent her parents, and no matter how exceptional her talent. Yan Shuejuan was not the future of the Yan family, Yan Zhen was. In her heart, Yan Shuejuan recalled that she had visited Yan Zhen the night before, advising him on how to navigate the current situation. She had instructed Yan Zhen to claim he had fallen gravely ill and consequently lost valuable training time, and she provided him with a speed talisman, urging him to use it cautiously to enhance his movements and create the illusion of swiftness in order to manage this predicament. Now, she awaited his performance. All eyes turned to Yan Zhen, including the sinister grins of Lin Datong, Lin Dali, Lin Bufan, and Lin Buchuan. The flushed face of Yan Tie, the awkwardness of Lin Ying, and the resentful expression of Yan Shuejuan. Lin Xiaolei felt a twinge of concern for her cousin. This array of emotions was vividly reflected in Yan Zhen's gaze. He surveyed the surroundings and let out a long sigh. He had initially wished to remain inconspicuous, to keep a low profile. However, now that the spotlight had inadvertently landed upon him, it appeared that his desire for subtlety would go unfulfilled. In light of this, he resolved to embrace the opportunity to showcase his abilities. With a gentle smile, Yan Zhen extended his right hand, letting his white sleeve flutter gracefully, revealing an obscure embroidery of the character for wind. Those with experience would surely recognize the significance of this emblem on his sleeve. Yan Zhen's right hand was slender and fair, a hand well suited for wielding a sword. He then executed a palm strike. This strike was devoid of any sound. Soft and delicate, it landed directly against the wall, which comprised a lower half of stone and an upper half of wood, a fusion of both materials. As his palm struck the stone, it penetrated the solid surface, leaving behind a faint yet distinct imprint of 5 fingers, crystal clear. Yan Zhen smiled. Throughout this entire display, he uttered not a single word, for words were unnecessary. A practitioner at the qi refining stage lacks the sufficient magical power to imprint their palm into solid stone. Only those in the foundation establishment stage possess the requisite strength to accomplish such a feat without any trace of effort. This distinction exemplifies one of the fundamental differences between the two stages. Once he concluded these actions, he retracted his right hand, lifted a wine cup, took a gentle sip, and then casually regarded Lin Datong and Lin Dali, remarking with nonchalance, "Uncle, second uncle, I am grateful for your concern regarding my cultivation progress. Might I inquire if my current state meets your esteemed expectations?" Yan Zhen gazed at Lin Bufan and Lin Buqian with a relaxed demeanor, articulating with utmost sincerity, "Cousin, my cultivation progress, how do you perceive it? I implore you both to be forthright and point out my shortcomings. I assure you, I shall be most receptive to learning." Lin Dali's eyes widened in astonishment. As the second uncle, Lin Dali was well aware of Yan Zhen's former disposition. In his recollection, Yan Zhen had been quite the ineffectual nephew, leading Lin Datong and Lin Datong to frequently belittle him for a sense of superiority. Lin Dali had presumed that Yan Zhen's cultivation level was merely at the 3rd or 4th stage of qi refinement, and reaching the 5th stage would be akin to a miraculous reversal of fortune. The prospect of attaining the 6th stage seemed utterly implausible, while the chances of reaching the 7th, 8th, or 9th stages were sheer fantasy. However, to his astonishment, Yan Zhen was not merely at the 7th, 8th, or 9th stage of qi refinement. He had transcended to the foundation establishment stage, a realm that surpassed qi refinement altogether. Yan Zhen's remarkable performance signaled but one thing. He had attained the foundation establishment stage. How could this be possible? The foundation establishment stage is not easily reached. Transitioning from the qi refinement phase to the foundation establishment phase necessitates the opening of the Bai Wei acupoint. Even for those at the 9th level of qi refinement, it generally takes 3 to 5 years, if not longer, to reach the foundation establishment stage. Achieving this before the age of 40 is commendable. Accomplishing it before 30 is impressive, and attaining it before 20 is the hallmark of an extraordinary genius. Yet, Yan Zhen is merely 16 years old and has already reached the foundation establishment stage. This is simply beyond comprehension. Observing the serene and carefree Yan Zhen, many were rendered speechless. Lin Datong's eyes nearly glazed over. Previously, he had remarked, "This child has not disappointed our expectations as elders. He is quite commendable." It seemed that in 3 to 5 years, attaining the 9th level of qi refinement would not pose a challenge, and perhaps he might seize an opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Now, however, Yan Zhen had already achieved that status, which was astonishing. Lin Dali's gaze also grew vacant. As Yan Zhen's uncle, he was acutely aware of his nephew's past shortcomings. In Lin Dali's memory, Yan Zhen had been quite inept, which had given Lin Datong and Lin Dali a sense of superiority by frequently belittling him. Lin Dali had assumed that Yan Zhen's cultivation level was around the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement. Reaching the 5th level would be a stroke of luck, while the chances of attaining the 6th level were non-existent. The prospect of reaching the 7th, 8th, or 9th levels was utterly delusional. Yet, now Yan Zhen was not only above the 7th, 8th, or 9th levels of qi refinement, but had surpassed them entirely, standing at the foundation establishment stage, which is a realm above qi refinement. Lin Bufan found the situation particularly ironic, especially since he had previously offered, if cousin Yan Zhen seeks guidance. I can provide some pointers for free. Yet, Yan Zhen had just asked, eldest cousin, second cousin, how is my cultivation progressing? Please feel free to point out my shortcomings. I am eager to learn. The juxtaposition of these two sentiments was undeniably sardonic. Lin Buchuan was equally taken aback. Having known Yan Zhen since childhood, he recognized that his cousin's strength had always been inferior to his own. In their 5 previous encounters, Lin Buchuan had emerged victorious each time. But now, to learn that Yan Zhen had achieved the foundation establishment stage was unfathomable. Yan Tie and Lin Ying were also left dumbfounded. As Yan Zhen's parents, they understood him well. Yan Zhen had shown only mediocre talent for cultivation since childhood, coupled with a certain laziness, resulting in a lackluster progression. Gaining entry into the second-tier sect, Qi Feng, was already a stroke of luck for their family. Recalling the initial days when Yan Zhen returned home, Yan Tie had inquired about his cultivation level. But Lin Ying had quickly intervened, knowing that Yan Zhen's abilities were modest and wishing to avoid discouraging him. Now, however, Yan Zhen had delivered a shocking revelation. He had attained the foundation establishment stage. Yan Tie himself had yet to reach that level. At 30 years of age, he remained at the 9th level of Qi refinement. With this breakthrough, Yan Zhen had surpassed his father's cultivation level, an undeniable testament to the prowess of the foundation establishment stage. In the realm of second-tier sects, this was no small feat. Within the city of cultivation, the foundation establishment stage was truly formidable. Yi Ying, after a moment of surprise, broke into a smile, filled with maternal pride for her son's accomplishments. Yan Shuejuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She was well aware of her brother Yan Zhen's previous ineptitude, yet now he approached them as a foundation establishment cultivator. Was this truly the same brother who had once been so ineffective? Furthermore, she found herself questioning her own excellence. Had she, the consistently accomplished sibling, fallen behind this seemingly useless brother? For the first time, the typically confident Yan Shuejuan felt a flicker of doubt, but she quickly clenched her fist, reminding herself that she was merely 1 year younger than Yan Zhen. As long as her cultivation caught up to his next year, she would surpass him. Lin Xiaolei gazed at Yan Zhen with a smile. She had always believed in her cousin's potential, and now, witnessing his strength, her faith was reaffirmed. She recalled how, during their childhood, her older cousins Lin Bufan and Lin Buchuan had been too preoccupied with their training to play with her. Only Yan Zhen had taken the time to engage with her. The atmosphere in the hall was thick with silence. Yan Zhen's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage had stirred tremendous excitement. Finally, Lin Laotai spoke. Yan Zhen, you have truly excelled. I did not expect you to grow so powerful at such a young age. Continue to strive forward and uphold the honor of the Yin family. As the eldest and most esteemed member present, her words carried significant weight. Subsequently, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. During the toasts, Yan Tie and Lin Ying eagerly encouraged Yan Zhen, their pride soaring as he had elevated their family's standing. Meanwhile, Lin Datong and Lin Dali, who had previously been so animated, now sat in silence, their arrogance thoroughly diminished by Yan Zhen's sudden rise. Yi Bufan and Yi Buchuan, too, felt a profound awkwardness, while Yan Shuejuan's dark, glimmering eyes darted about, her lips curling into a wry smile. The atmosphere at this family banquet was undeniably peculiar. After the meal, as was customary, Lin Datong and Lin Dali would typically engage in long-winded discussions, boasting or advising Yan Tie on how to raise his son. However, today, both men lacked the face to remain. They quickly excused themselves. Once outside the Lin residence, they muttered angrily about how Yan Zhen had become so formidable, having initially intended to flaunt their own son's achievements, only to be thoroughly outshone by Yan Zhen. Within the Lin household, Lin Ying spent the afternoon conversing with Lin Laotai, as mother and daughter had much to discuss. Meanwhile, Yan Tie inquired how Yan Zhen had made such rapid progress in his cultivation to reach the foundation establishment stage. Yan Zhen could only fabricate a tale about discovering a crimson spirit herb in the mountains, which greatly accelerated his training. Such miraculous discoveries in cultivation were not unheard of in history, and thus Yan Tie readily accepted this explanation. His emotions were singular, exuberance, and extraordinary pride. The Yin family had finally produced a foundation establishment cultivator, a matter of immense honor. As Yan Zhen observed his father's elation and his mother's pride, he felt a twinge of sentimentality. In his previous life, he had caused his parents much worry, having severed his meridians and made them seek remedies far and wide. Now, In this life, he was determined to repay their kindness and support. After dining at Lin Laotai's home, Yin Tie, Lin Ying, Yan Zhen, and Yan Shuejuan returned to the Yan residence. Not long after arriving home, as Yan Zhen contemplated practicing his cultivation for a while, he was startled by the clang of metal resonating through the quiet night, accompanied by the shouts of collecting spirit stones. Each household, submit your inferior grade spirit stones. This was it. The time for collecting spirit stones had arrived. Having been reborn, Yan Zhen was well versed in such matters. The Yan family resided in the eastern district of Xiaji City, on Filong Street, where a man named Duan Tianda lived. He was the only foundation establishment cultivator on the entire street, reportedly possessing the first level of foundation establishment cultivation. Rumor had it that Duan Tianda was backed by some formidable individuals. Regardless, he extorted every household on Flying Wave Street, demanding a subpar spirit stone each month, a considerable sum indeed. Initially, some residents were reluctant to comply, but Duan Tianda, a figure of formidable strength at the first level of the foundation establishment stage, eventually subdued all dissenters, partly due to rumored backing from powerful figures. Consequently, the community resigned themselves to the monthly tribute of a substandard spirit stone. Today marked another occasion for Duan Tianda to collect his dues. Duan Tianda, a notorious bully on Flying Wave Street, had become the subject of whispered discussions among the townsfolk, who often referred to him derisively as the one who cuts off heaven. Interestingly, Duan Tianda seemed aware of such gossip yet took pride in it, believing that to be a bully, one must cultivate a level of menace that instills fear to reap the benefits. He had often declared, "Damn it, I am indeed the one who cuts off heaven. As long as I live comfortably, what does it matter whether I truly cut off heaven or not?" The sound of his heavy footsteps shattered the tranquility of Flying Wave Street. Yin Tie and Lin Ying, who had not yet fallen asleep, quickly ascended to the second floor, followed by Yan Shuejuan. They observed a tall, menacing figure approach the second house, a small vendor run by Uncle Zhang, who made a living selling various alchemical products. Moments later, Duan Tianda emerged with a murky spirit stone, carelessly swinging it in his hand before kicking it into the third house. Every neighbor was compelled to surrender a substandard spirit stone to him. Yan Shuejuan seethed, "Humph, if I reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall make this bully pay." Yan Zhen smiled faintly. "I am eager to confront Duan Tianda." Yin Tie shook his head. "Nonsense. You have just ascended to the foundation establishment stage. Though Duan Tianda is at the same level, his skills are profound, and his swordplay is exquisite. He is not someone you can easily contend with. Of course I can handle him. If I cannot even deal with a mere street bully, what right do I have to aspire to the pinnacle of cultivation?" Yan Zhen asserted with unwavering confidence. "While your determination is commendable, it remains unwise. Duan Tianda has powerful connections. Even if you defeat him, you cannot contend with those behind him, which may invite greater trouble," Yin Tie cautioned. "The world is indeed a deep and complex place. I fully understand the depths of this world," Yan Zhen replied with a slight smile. "However, I also know that the powerful figure behind Duan Tianda has some connections to my Qingfeng sect. With this relationship, should I confront Duan Tianda, he cannot retaliate against me, lest it reflect poorly on him in relation to the Qingfeng sect. I am, after all, an inner disciple of the Qingfeng sect. Is that truly the case?" Yin Tie inquired skeptically. "I am certain," Yan Zhen asserted. "This information came to me inadvertently from my previous life." "Then it is worth a try," Yin Tie contemplated. "To be honest, the burden of paying a subpar spirit stone each month weighs heavily on us. Easing this load would be most welcome, as the Yin family is but a modest household, and life is not easy." The four, Yin Tie, Lin Ying, Yan Zhen, and Yan Shuejuan, watched as the fierce Duan Tianda continued his relentless collection, kicking doors and demanding spirit stones from each household. Though many wished to resist, the disparity in strength between the Qi refinement stage cultivators and Duan Tianda at the foundation establishment stage was insurmountable. As Duan Tianda approached the Yin family's gate, he kicked the door open with ferocity, announcing, "Spirit stones. Time to collect spirit stones." Yan Zhen had been anticipating this moment. He looked at Duan Tianda and declared, "Oh, for the spirit stones, I have decided that I shall not pay this month, and I do not intend to pay in the future." Duan Tianda coldly laughed. "You insolent brat, speak to your elders." Meanwhile, Yin Tie interjected, "This time, let Yan Zhen handle this matter." Duan Tianda, taken aback, scrutinized Yan Zhen before letting out a menacing chuckle. "The youth these days are truly bold. It seems I must teach you a lesson." With that, He struck the wooden door of the Yin household with a powerful palm, shattering it into splinters. In the foundation establishment stage, it is said that one can imprint stone with strength and shatter wood with finesse, the balance of hardness and softness, yin and yang. Previously, Yan Zhen had left an imprint on a hard stone, demonstrating strength, while Duan Tianda's ability to obliterate the wooden door exemplified finesse. Duan Tianda sneered, "Young one, did you see that? This is the power of the foundation establishment stage. Do you still dare to oppose me?" Yan Zhen, however, merely smirked internally. Was Duan Tianda attempting to intimidate him? If so, then he would respond in kind. Yan Zhen struck out with the palm, lightly pressing against the other wooden door, which also shattered with a resounding crack, showcasing the same finesse. However, it struck him only then that he had just destroyed his own door. While not particularly valuable, a good wooden door was worth at least 2 or 3 taels of silver, and Yan Zhen felt tears welling up. After composing himself, he noticed the astonishment on Duan Tianda's face, clearly shocked by Yan Zhen's power, which had also reached the foundation establishment stage. Yan Zhen recognized that achieving such a level at the tender age of 16 was indeed remarkable. He noticed a crowd had gathered, including Aunt Nyo from the east, Uncle Zhang from the west, and various neighbors who had come to witness the spectacle. All gazed at him with wide eyes, mouths agape in disbelief. They were equally astonished that he had attained the foundation establishment stage at such a young age. While Yan Zhen had already reached this stage during his time at the Qingfeng sect, he had remained low-key at home, with even his parents only discovering this at today's family gathering. The neighbors were similarly unaware until now. In his heart, Yan Zhen mused that this was a moment of remarkable revelation, a splendid debut before his neighbors. Yan Zhen firmly gripped the sword named Dingguang, which captured the essence of the sun and moon. On the other side, Duan Tianda also held his sword, known as Jiehua, its blade resembling blood, exuding a foul aura, as he aimed to embody the ultimate evil. Under the dark night, Yan Zhen and Duan Tianda stood in confrontation, the cold wind sweeping through the streets. Their battle was not merely a clash of swords, but a contest to determine who would be the foremost master of Feilong Street, Duan Tianda, the long-established contender, or the rising star, Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen pondered that since his ascension to the foundation establishment stage, he had yet to engage an opponent of equal rank, making this his inaugural battle in this realm. As it was his first encounter, he resolved to make it a splendid display. Typically, Yan Zhen's strategy was to restrain movement with stillness, observing his opponent's techniques before reacting. Thus, he remained motionless until Duan Tianda suddenly bellowed, "Yan Zhen, today you shall witness the Huang-tier mid-grade sword technique." Was it truly a Huang-tier mid-grade sword technique? Duan Tianda unleashed a somewhat solemn display of swordsmanship, exuding an imposing aura. While evading, Yan Zhen contemplated, could Duan Tianda really be limited to such a basic technique? It seemed rather inferior, considering that disciples of the foundation establishment stage in typical sects usually wielded at least Huang-tier upper-grade techniques. Realization dawned upon him. Duan Tianda could only be classified as a rogue cultivator. The resources and techniques available to such individuals paled in comparison to those of sect disciples. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for Duan Tianda to possess only a Huang-tier mid-grade sword technique. With this understanding, Yan Zhen ceased to hold back, activating the Huang-tier upper-grade storm sword technique and advancing fiercely toward Duan Tianda. Behold, this is indeed a Huang-tier upper-grade sword technique. Upon uttering these words, Yan Zhen executed a powerful strike, a whirlwind descending with ferocity. The immense storm collided with Duan Tianda's Huang-tier mid-grade sword technique, shattering it instantly. After overpowering his opponent, Yan Zhen continued his relentless assault, employing the storm sword technique's storm surge, a move that sent vibrations through the sword, amplifying its destructive capacity. Duan Tianda, upon receiving this strike, trembled, clearly struggling under its weight. After several exchanges, Yan Zhen unleashed the Storm Great Revolution, a relentless barrage of sword strikes that forced Duan Tianda either to evade or withstand the blows. Noticing Duan Tianda's intent to dodge, Yan Zhen smirked, having already sealed off his escape route. When the strike landed, Yan Zhen discovered his blade stained with blood, indicating that Duan Tianda had sustained injuries. Yan Zhen executed the Storm Gale, launching a flurry of sword lights towards his adversary, the wind blades slicing through the air, wounding Duan Tianda's back. With a powerful shout, Yan Zhen declared, "Receive this move, Storm Tornado." This final technique of the Storm Sword technique summoned a colossal whirlwind. merging with the previous gusts to create a tempest that battered Duan Tianda mercilessly, causing him to spout blood repeatedly. As the wind subsided and Yan Zhen halted his assault, Duan Tianda knelt half-prone on the ground, bleeding profusely and stripped of his combat ability, his attire tattered and torn. This confrontation had been a one-man spectacle, a personal showcase for Yan Zhen, who had treated Duan Tianda as nothing more than a punching bag. As he sheathed his sword, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. This inaugural battle in the Foundation establishment stage had seen him dominate his opponent, executing the Storm Sword technique from start to finish, particularly relishing the culmination in the Storm Tornado, a flawless combo. Yan Zhen's sword point turned towards Duan Tianda's head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Duan, will you still seek my inferior spirit stones? Tears nearly brimmed in Duan Tianda's eyes. He had not anticipated Yan Zhen's strength. A 16-year-old youth advancing to the Foundation establishment stage possessed remarkable potential, and he was astonished by the sheer power of Yan Zhen's swordplay, which had overwhelmed him from beginning to end, an extraordinary feat unbeknownst to Duan Tianda. Yan Zhen had yet to reveal his true capabilities. Had he known, he would likely have capitulated entirely. Forget it, I absolutely do not want any, Duan Tianda stammered. Impressive, Yan Tie murmured in quiet admiration. He was well aware of Duan Tianda's prowess, yet his own son demonstrated exceptional skill, executing the sword technique with extraordinary finesse. Yan Tie found himself deep in thought, contemplating the possibility of reclaiming his ancestral lineage through Yan Zhen. Lin Ying, who had been anxiously fretting over Yan Zhen's potential loss, now brimmed with pride, her maternal heart swelling with joy at her son's achievements. Humph, just a bit talented, what is so remarkable about that? Yan Shuejuan huffed, her nose raised defiantly, vowing to be equally formidable by the age of 16, refusing to be outdone by her brother. Meanwhile, the onlookers were engulfed in astonishment. Uncle Zhang from the west side remarked, incredible. Yan Zhen managed to overpower Duan Tianda, and he seems to be only 16 or 17. It feels like a dream. It appears he wielded a Huang-tier upper-grade sword technique, one I could only dream of possessing. Uncle Wang added wistfully. Dream on, another neighbor jeered. Firstly, you won't be given such a technique, and even if you were, mastering a Huang-tier upper-grade sword technique is no trivial matter. Indeed, who would have thought that the boy who once ran around in short pants, stealing peaches from my garden, has now become a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage? Aunt Wang from the east remarked. But before she could finish, she was pulled aside by Wang Erlang, who cautioned her, Aunt Niu, are you courting death? Although Yan Zhen has grown up before our eyes, he is now a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage. Do you dare to speak of such things? Aunt Wang, startled by his words, felt a twinge of fear. After all, to those in the Qi refining stage, cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage were revered. Another neighbor chimed in. I have a cousin's daughter who is of suitable age. Perhaps she could be a good match. Yan Zhen's ascension to the Foundation establishment stage sent ripples of astonishment through the community that had watched him grow. They sensed that he was no longer the Yan Zhen of old. The current Yan Zhen loomed above them, deserving of their reverence. The following day, a significant figure from the Xiaji cultivation city invited Yan Zhen for tea. This individual was connected to Duan Tianda and hailed from the Qingfeng sect. During their conversation, this prominent figure inquired about the Qingfeng sect and engaged in light banter before dismissing the matter entirely, as they were all fellow sect members and could easily come to an understanding. However, this influential person did mention that a major event was anticipated to transpire soon in Xiaji Cultivation City, piquing Yan Zhen's curiosity. That night, in Yan Zhen's chamber, illuminated by the gentle flicker of a lamp, he held 20 inferior spirit stones, his last remnants of wealth, a portion earned during his time in the Qi refining stage, and the rest from his monthly stipend since becoming a Foundation establishment cultivator. With a sudden motion, Yan Zhen crushed the 20 inferior spirit stones, releasing a surge of murky yellow spiritual energy. He inhaled deeply, as if swallowing the essence, and began to cultivate towards the second level of Foundation establishment, diligently accumulating power and advancing in his journey. The 20 inferior spirit stones were merely the final temptation for the breakthrough. Yan Zhen felt an overwhelming abundance of spiritual power within him. His essence, energy, and spirit were remarkably full, suffused with vitality and intent. In this state of profound fullness, it was the perfect moment to strive for the second level of Foundation establishment. With this thought, Yan Zhen settled into a meditative posture. He attuned his ears to the subtle sounds around him. Gradually, the myriad of noises, the chirping of birds, the blooming of flowers, the distant calls of people, faded away. Eventually, only the sound of his own breathing remained, a rhythmic cycle of inhalation and exhalation. As he continued to focus, his heart and breath synchronized, all distracting thoughts vanished, and even the act of breathing seemed to dissolve, leading him to a state of tranquility. Once in this tranquil state, he drew his gaze inward, focusing on the ancestral aperture. According to the teachings of the immortal cultivation world, at the moment of a person's birth, a luminous essence is infused into the human body from the cosmos. Typically, this light remains unseen, residing within the aperture located between the eyes, the ancestral aperture, which is derived from existence prior to birth. Upon entering tranquility, one must observe the luminous essence within this ancestral aperture. Gradually, Yan Zhen began to gaze intently. His state of focus was at once deliberate and instinctive, existing in the realm between intention and instinct. Ultimately, he perceived the luminous essence within the ancestral aperture. At first glance, this light appeared as faint and scattered specks, shifting unpredictably. By directing his consciousness into this essence, it began to coalesce into a stable form, gradually gathering from the outside in, becoming more substantial. At last, it transformed into a brilliant, stable radiance. Once stabilized, this luminous essence possessed extraordinary utility. Yan Zhen directed this radiance inward, discovering that it congregated within his hands. He could clearly perceive the intricate network of meridians, blood vessels, and muscles within that part of his body. However, attempting to extend his vision elsewhere induced a sense of fatigue, causing the stable, luminous essence to wane slightly. Yan Zhen understood that he had successfully refined the luminous essence and entered the second level of inner vision within Foundation establishment, though his current essence was yet unrefined. Allowing him only to view his hands, he realized that with further cultivation, this essence could potentially enable him to examine his entire body, including all internal organs. The second level of inner vision in Foundation establishment was immensely significant for cultivators, as it provided a means to assess their cultivation progress and detect any internal ailments. In the days to come, by diligently refining this luminous essence each day, he would eventually achieve a breakthrough to the third level of Foundation establishment. On the third day, Yan Zhen casually took a handful of silver coins, intending to wander through the bustling streets of the Xiaji immortal city. As he stepped outside, he overheard several neighbors discussing a significant matter nearby. Uncle Zhang, who specialized in sword repairs, said, "Have you heard? In the central residential district, one of the 100 households with the surname Zhu is moving out, leaving an opening for a new resident." Aunt Wang chimed in, "Oh, an opening in the central residential district? Living there is quite an honor. There are two benefits. One can receive a greater share of spirit sand each month, and one can access the central library to study lower-tier techniques. However, there are only 100 spots available, and now that one is opened up, it seems there will be a competition for it." Uncle Zhang nodded. "Indeed, I hear the registration for this competition has already begun. Then I can sign up," exclaimed Wang Erlang, the herbalist. "Nonsense. You're only at the 8th level of qi refinement, while the competition requires at least the first level of Foundation establishment to enter. What use is your registration?" "I heard Duan Tianda has already signed up," Uncle Zhang replied. "Well, Yan Zhen could also sign up," Aunt Wang remarked, noticing Yan Zhen's presence. She clapped her hands in excitement. "Oh, Yan Zhen, are you going to register for this competition?" "Let me think," Yan Zhen replied with a smile, pondering deeply. After the Dragon Boat Festival, he would return to the Qingfeng immortal sect to seize one of those 100 spots, which would not benefit him directly. His sister, Yan Shuejuan, would also return to the Su Nu immortal sect. However, their parents, Yin Tie and Lin Ying, would remain in the Xiaji immortal city. If he could secure that spot for them, allowing them to move into the central area, it would be a tremendous boon for them. After careful consideration, Yan Zhen made his decision. When the neighbors inquired, he smiled slightly and said, "I have decided to register for the competition." "Then go for it, Yan Zhen," Uncle Zhang encouraged. "Go for it, Yan Zhen," Aunt Wang supported. "If you run into Duan Tianda during the competition, give him another good beating," Wang Erling added. The memory of Yan Zhen's previous victory over Duan Tianda brought laughter from the crowd, who all hoped to see him triumph once more. Characteristically impulsive, Yan Zhen acted on his decision and headed to register. An amusing incident occurred during the registration process. When he first approached, the staff member glanced at him and asked him to fetch an adult to register, clearly mistaking him for a child attempting to sign up on behalf of his parents. However, upon revealing his identity as a Foundation establishment cultivator, the staff member was taken aback and became exceedingly respectful, showing no hint of disregard. This exemplified the authority of a Foundation establishment cultivator who naturally surpassed those in the Qi refinement stage. After completing his registration, Yan Zhen resumed practicing his swordplay while awaiting the competition. At times, he contemplated his return to the Xiaji immortal city. Whether it was to confront his uncle Lin Datong or to beat Duan Tiandu again, it all felt rather mundane. Participating in the competition, however, promised a break from the ordinary. Let the battle commence. The day before the competition, a strong wind swept through an overcast sky. Yan Zhen reclined languidly on a rocking chair in the courtyard, allowing the wind to tousle his clothes and hair. It was a soothing position. The competition was not a grand affair, and Yan Zhen had not indulged in his usual pre-battle habit of eating peanuts. As he relaxed, the door to the Yan household swung open. Lin Datong and Lin Dali strode in with an air of arrogance. Yan Tie and Lin Ying were also present in the hall. Lin Datong chuckled, his tone laced with pride. "Third sister, I've come bearing good news." Yan Zhen listened with curiosity, incredulous that Lin Datong would share good news with their family. What a surprise, he thought. Lin Datong continued with a hearty laugh. "I am entering this competition for the Central Residential District, and with my strength, winning will be a piece of cake. Soon, I shall reside in the Central District, elevating my status significantly." Upon hearing this, he turned to Yan Tie and Yan Zhen, first displaying a look of confusion, then suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. Such a rare opportunity for a competition. Aren't you both going to participate? Oh wait, I almost forgot. Yan Tie, you're merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement, completely unqualified to enter. As for you, Yan Zhen, while you've reached the 1st level of Foundation establishment, you're still too inexperienced. You'd merely be cannon fodder, subject to humiliation by the seniors. It would be wiser for you to stay put. Yan Zhen discerned that Lin Datong was merely seeking to flaunt his prowess. During his visit to Old Lady Lin, he had managed to overshadow Lin Bufan and Lin Buqian, the sons of Lin Dali, with his foundation-building prowess. It was only natural for someone of Lin Datong's temperament to harbor resentment, especially with the impending competition for quotas. Thus, he sought to showcase his superiority, believing that his son could easily surpass Yan Zhen. Hearing Lin Datong boast to his mother left Yan Zhen feeling irked. If he intended to be arrogant, then Yan Zhen resolved to crush that arrogance decisively. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Uncle, I too am participating in the competition for quotas." The expressions of Lin Datong and Lin Dali stiffened in disbelief, as they had not anticipated that a newcomer like Yan Zhen would dare to compete. Yan Zhen continued, "Moreover, I wish to witness the prowess of both my uncles in this contest. I hope you possess genuine skill and do not allow your nephew to outshine you. Should you falter, it would be quite embarrassing." Having severed ties with these two uncles, he offered no quarter as he struck back. Lin Datong, initially taken aback, soon wore a mocking smile. "Ah, bold indeed. A mere foundation-building novice dares to utter such grandiose claims. We shall see in the competition who reigns supreme, your uncle or you, and you will learn what it means to respect your elders." Lin Dali chimed in with disdain, asserting that there was no need for Lin Datong to intervene, as he could easily deal with Yan Zhen himself, declaring it outrageous for a nephew to speak in such a manner to his uncles. "Outrageous indeed. If you wish for my respect as uncles, perhaps you should first examine your own conduct," Yan Zhen retorted scornfully. "My mother is your sister. For years, you have offered no support to her and instead mocked her. Such behavior hardly qualifies you to claim the title of uncle." Lin Datong and Lin Dali found themselves at a loss for words, as Yan Zhen had struck at their vulnerabilities. In a fit of anger, they warned him to await the competition. After exchanging these superficial pleasantries, they stormed out, leaving Yan Zhen to smirk at their retreat. However, he knew that soon his mother, Lin Ying, would chastise him for his treatment of his uncles. Lin Ying, in her nature, was well aware of her brother's failings, yet preferred to maintain a facade of family harmony. Fortunately, his father, Yan Tie, intervened on Yan Zhen's behalf, allowing the matter to dissipate without further conflict. As for the final day before the competition, what should he do? In terms of magical prowess, having just ascended to the 2nd level of foundation building, further advancement was temporarily unattainable. In swordsmanship, he had mastered the dual sword source but found it challenging to progress further. Thus, he turned to practicing footwork. Since acquiring the heavenly ladder step technique from the second floor of the immortal registry, he had yet to achieve mastery. The true mastery of the heavenly ladder step allows one to ascend 9 steps into the sky, a highly useful technique for those who cannot fly. Yan Zhen had been diligently practicing this footwork, which initially resembled the 8 steps to chase the cicada, a technique that propelled the body forward using magical power. In contrast, the heavenly ladder step utilized magical energy to propel oneself upward. Despite practicing diligently, Yan Zhen had only managed to reach the 7th step. Unable to progress to the 8th or 9th, he pondered how to achieve the elusive 8th step, realizing that perhaps the power required extended beyond just his feet to encompass his entire body. As his upward momentum waned, he took a deep breath, channeling strength from hands, body, and feet simultaneously, unleashing a surge of energy that propelled him into the 8th step, wind riding. This step granted him remarkable height, equivalent to the elevation gained from the previous 7 steps combined. However, he struggled to execute the 9th step, ultimately landing heavily on the ground, creating a slight tremor in the dust. Determined, he attempted the heavenly ladder step once more, successfully invoking the 8th step, and repeated the process several times to familiarize himself with the technique. Yan Zhen reflected on his current abilities, having reached the 2nd level of foundation building, mastering 2 major sword sources and executing the 8th step of both the 8 steps to chase the cicada and the heavenly ladder step. He estimated that his strength would suffice for the upcoming competition for quotas. A cold smile crossed his lips as he anticipated the confrontation, ready to deliver a stinging rebuke to his 2 unfeeling uncles, Lin Datong and Lin Dali. Once your sons are defeated, you shall have to face the consequences yourselves. This is of your own making. On the 2nd of May, the competition for quotas commenced, with the Dragon Boat Festival approaching. The event was held near the Stone Dragon Boat, an imposing stone vessel supported by pillars on the river, exuding a rugged beauty with its fearsome dragon head. Upon arriving at the vicinity of the Stone Dragon Boat with his parents and sister, Yan Zhen was met with a bustling crowd, likely numbering in the thousands, all eagerly discussing who was most likely to secure a quota. Listening in, he discovered that many believed Lin Datong and a man named Song to be the strongest contenders. Yan Zhen was surprised to learn that his uncle Lin Datong had some measure of strength, though he was destined to be humbled by Yan Zhen. As he grew bored of the chatter, he spotted a familiar face, Duan Tianda. Intrigued, he approached to overhear Duan boasting. This time, as I enter the competition for quotas, anyone who stands in my way will be swept aside. Securing this quota will be a mere formality. Yan Zhen could not help but chuckle at Duan's audacity and decided to listen further. A bystander inquired about Duan's bruised face, prompting a moment of hesitation. The true cause of his injuries was Yan Zhen's handiwork, but Duan, a man of pride, would never admit such a truth. With a hearty laugh, he fabricated a tale of battling a fearsome beast, claiming, I encountered a ferocious creature that could breathe fire and move like lightning. It was fortunate I was there. Anyone else would have perished. After 300 exchanges, I finally triumphed, but not without sustaining these injuries. The onlookers, captivated by Duan's tall tale, offered compliments, seeing him as a formidable foundation-building practitioner. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen stood nearby, nearly doubled over in laughter at Duan's ridiculousness. As Yan Zhen inadvertently let out a laugh, he was immediately met with Duan Tianda's cold reprimand. Who dares to laugh at me? However, upon turning to face Yan Zhen, Duan Tianda's initial arrogance transformed into evident fear, beads of sweat nearly forming on his brow. Yan Zhen couldn't help but think that their previous encounter had instilled genuine terror in Duan Tianda. Otherwise, such a countenance would be inexplicable. Upon reflection, he recalled that the final move of his storm sword technique, the storm tornado, had struck true, showcasing its terrifying might. It was no wonder Duan Tianda reacted in such a manner. Duan Tianda, still somewhat shaken, looked at Yan Zhen and stammered, Why, you're here too? Yan Zhen simply nodded, nonchalantly replying, Indeed, I am here. Duan Tianda continued, wiping the sweat from his brow. I wonder what brings you here, perhaps to cheer for us? I heard your uncles, Lin Datong and Lin Dali, are participating in the contest. No, not at all. I have no interest in cheering for them. Yan Zhen shook his head. I am here simply because I too am competing in the contest. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianda's face darkened, nearing tears. The prospect of encountering Yan Zhen, whom he considered a calamity, was disheartening. Yan Zhen gave a slight smile and patted Duan Tianda's shoulder, saying, Do your best. Perhaps we shall meet in the contest. Duan Tianda nearly wept, his expression dismal, while those nearby were filled with curiosity about this young man, referred to as Yan Gur by Duan Tianda. They wondered why Duan Tianda appeared so intimidated, especially since Yan Zhen, with his bold demeanor, had the audacity to lay a hand on Duan Tianda's shoulder, a gesture indicating his uncommon status. After exchanging a few more words with Duan Tianda, Yan Zhen made his way toward the direction of his parents and sister, only to find a group approaching. Leading the group was the matriarch, old lady Lin, accompanied by Lin Datong, Lin Dali, their wives, and their children, Lin Bufan, Lin Kun, and Lin Xiaolei. Lin Datong looked at Yan Zhen with a mocking grin, taunting, "Yan Zhen, you boasted yesterday of defeating me in the contest. Today, let us see how you intend to achieve that. You are destined for a miserable defeat at my hands." Lin Dali joined in the derision, indeed. For someone who has just advanced to the foundation establishment stage, you likely lack understanding of combat at this level, remaining trapped in the mindset of the Qi refinement period. To think you could challenge us is truly laughable. The age difference and experience gap are insurmountable. Yan Zhen, you are undoubtedly the most deluded individual I have encountered. Lin Bufan added, "My father's strength is beyond your imagination." Lin Kun chimed in, "Both my father and uncle are formidable. Yan Zhen, you are still too young and inexperienced. Today, you shall be thoroughly humbled by them." Yan Zhen could not suppress a chuckle, laughing several times, which puzzled Lin Datong and the others. He replied with a grin, "In this day and age, strength is not determined by age. If age were the sole criterion, we needn't engage in combat. Even a millennium-old tortoise would surpass us, while you two uncles would barely qualify as centenarian turtles." This remark was rather biting. Lin Datong and the Lin family members were incensed, with Lin Datong exclaiming, "Such impudence! You shall see how I deal with you shortly." Yan Zhen sighed. "Could you perhaps employ some fresh vocabulary? Repeating the same insults is rather tiresome. Yesterday, it was impudent, and today, it's still impudent. Are you not weary of it? Truly pitiful, after decades of life, and this is all you can muster in terms of insults." With a burst of laughter, Yan Xuejuan chimed in. Well said. She too had long held disdain for her two uncles, having never encountered such repugnant relatives, though she had wished to retaliate. Her mother had always restrained her. Now, seeing Yan Zhen speak out brought her a sense of relief. She realized her brother was indeed quite impressive. Lin Ying wanted to scold Yan Zhen, but recognized that since yesterday, any reconciliation with her elder brothers was futile, merely casting an apologetic glance toward old lady Lin. Fortunately, she appeared calm and not overly angered. Yan Tie maintained a composed exterior, yet inwardly he expressed his approval of Yan Zhen's boldness. Over the years, he had endured significant bullying from Lin Datong and Lin Dali, suffering their cold mockery and disdain. However, lacking their strength and possessing a somewhat blunt manner of speech, he was ill-equipped for verbal sparring. Witnessing Yan Zhen deftly handle the situation, causing both Lin Datong and Lin Dali to falter, filled him with silent admiration. In his heart, he thought, "Well done, son, you far surpass your father." After Yan Zhen had thoroughly mocked the Lin family, his spirits soared. At that moment, he noticed a sudden hush fall over the crowd, followed by many gazes directed towards the east. It seemed that a significant figure was approaching from that direction. Yan Zhen glanced over and discovered a middle-aged cultivator striding forward. This cultivator had prominent ears, and, most notably, a well-groomed, jet-black beard that nearly reached his chest. Impeccably neat and striking. In an instant, Yan Zhen recalled the information about this individual. He was none other than Lu Yuanwang, the vice city lord of the Shiji cultivation city, renowned as the bearded gentleman. His cultivation level appeared to be at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, with the highest cultivators in the city typically reaching only the 9th level. There was little information about Lu Yuanwang, but he was known for his generous nature and vast circle of friends. Lu Yuanwang ascended to a high platform and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests," not long ago. The Zhu family relocated to another cultivation city, thus leaving a vacancy for a position. Hence, we are holding this contest for the position, which will take place on the Stone Dragon boat. He explained that there were 15 cultivators of the foundation establishment stage registered for the competition. The format was straightforward, a series of battles in which 15 would be narrowed down to 8, then to 4, 2, and finally 1. The matchups would be determined by drawing lots, ensuring complete randomness. Lu Yuanwang then invited the 15 contestants to the stage, announcing them in order. Yan Zhen observed quietly as the first contestant, Lin Datong, took the stage. Lin Datong appeared particularly spirited today, dressed in an embroidered robe, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a tiger, clearly intent on claiming the top position. Upon stepping onto the stage, he declared, "This time, I have two goals, to seize the first place and to teach someone a lesson." The crowd murmured, speculating whom Lin Datong aimed to admonish. Yan Zhen, however, was well aware that he was the target. As Yan Zhen continued to watch, the second individual called was Song He. Yan Zhen noted that Song He had a stern expression, a long beard, and a lean physique, radiating an impressive presence, suggesting he was no ordinary contender. Upon taking the stage, Song He directed his gaze at Lin Datong and asserted, "This time, I shall claim the first place." Feeling somewhat bored, Yan Zhen mused that both Lin Datong and Song He seemed unaware that the first place was already his. The third contestant, Zhao Peng, was announced next. Though his name was elegant, he was quite portly, weighing at least 260 to 70 pounds, which startled Yan Zhen. As Yan Zhen continued to observe, the sixth contestant was revealed to be Lin Dali, another figure with a notable reputation. Upon reaching the stage, Lin Dali proclaimed, "I aim for the first place, and I have a personal score to settle." This declaration ignited further speculation from the audience about who Lin Dali intended to confront. And Yan Zhen could not help but chuckle quietly to himself, realizing that Lin Dali also sought to chastise him, though he would not have the opportunity. As the names continued to be called, unfamiliar contenders were introduced until the 14th name emerged, Duan Tianda. He strode onto the stage with an air of arrogance, announcing, "Greetings, everyone. I am Duan Tianda, which signifies cutting off all benevolence. Indeed, my aim is to be a villain." While the crowd speculated whom he wished to avoid, Yan Zhen knew well that Duan Tianda was merely afraid of crossing paths with him. Finally, the 15th name was called, Yan Zhen. As he prepared to ascend the stage, his parents cheered him on, while his younger sister, Yan Shuejuan, scoffed, "Humph, I'm not cheering for you. I'm merely worried about you embarrassing the Yin family." What a charmingly proud little sister, he thought. Upon stepping onto the stage, Yan Zhen noted the buzz of conversation surrounding him, with many commenting on his youth and prowess in reaching the foundation establishment stage at such a tender age. He overheard several individuals from Filong Street extolling his recent victory over Duan Tianda, and he anticipated that his reputation would soon spread throughout the city. Standing alongside the other 14 foundation establishment experts, Yan Zhen observed that Lin Datong and Lin Dali regarded him with disdain, while Duan Tianda averted his gaze. Not out of contempt, but rather out of fear. The other 11 contestants, including Song He, regarded him with curiosity, clearly intrigued by his youth. With a faint smile, Yan Zhen saluted the assembly. Finally, Zhang Peng inquired, "May I ask how old you are?" 16, Yan Zhen replied. "Impressive. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. However, I shall not hold back," Zhang Peng praised, prompting gasps of surprise from the others. Yan Zhen smiled in response. "I too shall not hold back." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yan Zhen fell silent, recognizing the competitive atmosphere that enveloped the stage. Bored, he turned his gaze towards the nearby river and the stone dragon boat. Yan Zhen scrutinized the stone dragon boat, recalling that this battle would not take place on a conventional arena, but rather atop the boat itself. Understanding the terrain and making strategic use of it was fundamental for any cultivator. To complain about the terrain would be foolish. He assessed that the stone dragon boat was stationary, thus its position was not a concern. However, its narrow dimensions, approximately 2.5 meters wide and 12 meters long, would complicate footwork. Additionally, there were stone seats and other obstacles on the boat that would need to be accounted for during combat. Water was another critical factor. Combatants could not fall into the water, as doing so would result in defeat, yet they could strike the water to achieve tactical advantages. Yan Zhen's mind raced with considerations. The contest for the position was about to commence. Lu Yuanwing stroked his impressive beard and announced, "We shall now begin the first round of the contest. There will be 15 lots, A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, D1, D2, E1, E2, F1, F2, G1, G2, and one blank lot. Since we have 15 participants, one will be exempt from the first round, depending on who draws the blank lot." Upon hearing about the blank lot, Yan Zhen felt a flicker of interest. Securing the blank lot would mean avoiding the first round, conserving energy, and revealing fewer of his techniques, an advantageous position. He noticed that the other contestants also seemed intrigued by the prospect of drawing the blank lot, indicating that they shared his sentiment. To obtain the blank lot would be a matter of luck. To gain it is my fortune. To lose it is my fate, Yan Zhen mused, shrugging it off, unconcerned. One by one, they stepped up to draw lots. Yan Zhen noticed that Lin Datong seemed rather indifferent, likely believing in his own formidable strength. In contrast, Duan Tianda approached the draw with great caution, clearly yearning for a blank lot. Unfortunately, upon revealing his lot, he appeared somewhat disappointed, as the blank lot was evidently not in his possession. Finally, it was Yan Zhen's turn. He casually drew a lot and upon inspection, discovered it bore no markings. He had acquired the coveted blank lot. Shrugging, he acknowledged his good fortune in being exempted from the first round. Yan Zhen leisurely settled down to watch the battles of others on the Shurlong boat. The first round skirmishes were not particularly fierce, often marred by significant disparities in strength. For instance, Lin Datong faced an opponent at the first level of foundation establishment and secured victory with ease. As Lin Datong triumphed, he cast a glance in Yan Zhen's direction, proclaiming, "Defeating a novice at the first level of foundation establishment is a mere trifle." Yan Zhen understood that this statement was directed at him. Meanwhile, Song He effortlessly claimed victory as well, showcasing his elegant moves that exuded an ethereal quality. Lin Dali, wielding second-level foundation establishment magic, also triumphed, albeit after exerting some effort against a first-level opponent. Yan Zhen continued to observe, noting that Duan Tianda, also a first-level foundation establishment practitioner, struggled mightily against his adversary, but eventually managed to win, boasting afterward, as if he too were formidable. Thus, the first round concluded. Yan Zhen, having breezed through unscathed, entered the top 8 alongside Lin Datong, Lin Dali, Song He, Zhang Peng, and Duan Tianda. Upon glancing at the list of the top contenders, Yan Zhen chuckled to himself, eager to confront a few individuals he particularly wished to challenge. After the first round's conclusion, the second round commenced, with Mei Shugong Lu Yuanwing stepping forward. First, let us congratulate Lin Datong, Song He, Yan Zhen, and the other 5 on reaching the top 8. We shall now begin the second round, which will narrow the field from 8 to 4, determined once more by lot. A total of 8 lots were drawn, labeled A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, D1, and D2. A1 faced A2, B1 faced B2, and so forth. As each participant drew lots, it soon came to Yan Zhen's turn. He drew and discovered he had received C2, pondering who had drawn C1. The first match of the second round pitted A1 against A2, which saw Lin Datong face Zhang Peng. In this bout, the hefty Zhang Peng employed a rather clumsy rolling attack, but Lin Datong's swordsmanship proved superior, leading to his victory. The second match, B1 versus B2, saw Song He also secure an easy win. After witnessing 2 rounds of combat, Yan Zhen's heart raced. His turn was approaching, and he wondered who his opponent might be. Upon stepping onto the approximately 2.5-meter wide and 12-meter long Shurlong boat, he remarked, "I am C2. Let my opponent come forth." At that moment, he noticed Duan Tianda's complexion turn as pale as snow. Yan Zhen inquired, "C1 isn't you, is it?" Duan Tianda replied, "C2 truly is you." Yan Zhen nodded, "I mourn for you." Duan Tianda's expression was a vivid display of emotions, shifting from red to white, blue, and green. Yan Zhen pressed, "Come now. Old Duan, step up to face me." Lost in contemplation, Duan Tianda wondered if he could possibly prevail against Yan Zhen. Reflecting on their last encounter, he shook his head, estimating that his chances of victory were slim and recalling the pain from their previous clash. Finally, with a clenched jaw, he asked, "Can I forfeit? You wish to concede?" Yan Zhen replied, taken aback. "Yes, I forfeit," Duan Tianda affirmed. "You want to even try? There might be a chance you could defeat me," Yan Zhen encouraged. "No. No trying." Duan Tianda shook his head vigorously. "It appears I am quite fortunate, exempt from the first round and now facing an opponent who concedes voluntarily," Yan Zhen remarked nonchalantly. Yet, inwardly, he felt displeased. He longed to confront his 2 uncles, whom he wished to challenge. He silently hoped for an encounter with them soon. Amid the murmurs from the audience discussing his unexpected fortune and Duan Tianda's sudden concession, Yan Zhen's friends from Filong Street quickly explained that their previous bout had ended disastrously for Duan Tianda, which clarified his current swift concession. After finishing this bout, Yan Zhen continued to observe the matches. In the 4th match of the second round, Lin Datong faced a second-level foundation establishment opponent and, showcasing his prowess, emerged victorious. Yan Zhen noted that the final 4 consisted of Lin Datong, Lin Dali, Song He, and himself. Excellent. He hoped not to face Song He in the next round. preferring to confront the other two. Mei Shugong Lu Yuanwing returned to the stage, habitually stroking his beard with care, lest he lose a few strands. First, we congratulate Lin Datong, Song He, Lin Dali, and Yan Zhen for advancing to the final four, bringing us one step closer to our ultimate goal. Next, the semifinals would commence, again determined by drawing lots, with 4 lots labeled A1, A2, B1, and B2. The rules were straightforward, and the drawing began. As the lots were drawn, Yan Zhen's heart brimmed with anticipation, fervently wishing to avoid facing Song He. The drawing commenced, and when it was Yan Zhen's turn, he discovered he had drawn B2, uncertain who his opponent might be. He then heard Mei Shugong Lu Yuanwing announce that A1 and B1 would face off, revealing that Lin Datong would be up against Song He. Yan Zhen felt a surge of excitement. Excellent. He had not drawn Song He. Instead, his first opponent would be Lin Dali. Soon, he could thoroughly administer a lesson to his second uncle, Lin Dali. Yan Zhen collected his thoughts and prepared to watch the first match of the third round, Lin Datong versus Song He. As Lin Datong was likely his next opponent, it was essential to understand his swordsmanship. On the Shurlong boat, Lin Datong and Song He squared off, with Song He striking first with his unique and elegant swordplay. However, to Yan Zhen's astonishment, Lin Datong did not employ a high-grade yellow tier sword technique, but rather a low-grade mysterious tier sword technique, surprising Yan Zhen with his unexpected skill. Realizing that Lin Datong had mastered low-grade mysterious tier swordplay, Yan Zhen understood that it would be challenging for Song He to secure a victory. As expected, Lin Datong was victorious in the end. Following this match, it was time for the second bout of the third round, where Yan Zhen would face Lin Dali. Yan Zhen approached the stone dragon boat, positioning himself on its eastern side. Lin Dali also arrived at the stone dragon boat, taking his stance on the western side. The two faced each other across a distance, a palpable tension in the air. Yan Zhen's emotions surged. He had finally reached this moment. One of the significant objectives of his participation in the competition was to confront his two uncles. These two had been utterly loathsome, frequently mocking his father, mother, and himself. Since his earliest memories, they had ridiculed his perceived incompetence while boasting about their own son's prowess. In his previous life, after suffering a devastating injury, they had also derided him mercilessly. Now, having subdued their sons, they had come to personally teach him a lesson. It was time to strike back. Yan Zhen exhaled deeply, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Second uncle, I never expected to meet you here. I hope you will be generous in your guidance. Yan Zhen emphasized the words generous in your guidance with particular weight. Lin Dali snorted. Nephew, you possess quite the skill to have reached the top 4. But upon encountering your second uncle, your journey ends here. You cannot possibly be my match. Yan Zhen smiled faintly. Second uncle, you truly have confidence, but alas, confidence cannot be wielded as strength. You are merely a braggart. Lin Dali's expression shifted slightly. In the heavens, there is thunder. On earth, there is an uncle. You, as a nephew, dare to speak to me in such a manner. You have quite the courage. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Yan Zhen gripped the hilt of his sword. That requires you to possess the capability, second uncle. Confidence cannot replace strength, and bravado cannot substitute for power. Very well, today, let me instruct you. Lin Dali was infuriated, his voice rising in agitation. This battle was indeed a spectacle, for Lin Dali was Yan Zhen's second uncle. A true clash of nephew and uncle. The audience buzzed with speculation. Who do you think is stronger, Yan Zhen or Lin Dali? I believe Yan Zhen is impressive. He is a dark horse, a surprise contender no one expected to enter the fray, yet he has fought his way into the top 4. Some supported Yan Zhen, arguing that his advancement was primarily due to luck, a first-round bye, and a sudden concession by Duan Tianda. If I had his luck, I could also reach the top 4. Someone retorted defiantly. Others contended that Lin Dali had the upper hand, citing his extensive experience and strength, far surpassing that of Duan Tianda, who had only just reached the foundational stage. Some supported Lin Dali, asserting that as Yan Zhen's uncle, he would naturally hold a psychological advantage. Indeed, it was a captivating battle of kin, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Amidst the spectators stood several individuals. Yan Tie, Lin Ying, Yan Shuejuan, the matriarch Lin Datong's wife, Lin Bufan, Lin Dali's wife, Lin Buchuan, and Lin Xiaolei. The atmosphere among this group was already somewhat tense, and now, with Yan Zhen facing Lin Dali, it became even more charged. Naturally, Yan Tie and his companions supported Yan Zhen, while the 6 aligned with the matriarch favored Lin Dali. Lin Buchuan scoffed. Yan Zhen cannot possibly be my father's match. Merely based on experience, my father far surpasses him. Yan Shuejuan retorted defiantly. We won't know until they fight. If experience alone determined victory, then the most formidable experts would be the 1,000-year tortoise and the 10,000-year turtle. Yan Shuejuan echoed Yan Zhen's earlier insults. Without that inspiration, she would have struggled to conjure her own. Lin Buchuan, flustered, exclaimed, How dare you insult my father? I did not insult him. I merely stated a fact. If you insist on taking offense, that is not my concern, Yan Shuejuan replied, her tongue as sharp as ever. Lin Buchuan, frustrated, considered resorting to physical confrontation but quickly realized he would be no match for Yan Shuejuan. His demeanor diminished further, and he could only stammer, You. Lin Ying, as an elder, felt compelled to intervene. Shuejuan, how can you speak of your second uncle in such a manner? Yan Shuejuan stamped her foot. I did not. Lin Ying reprimanded her briefly before turning to the matriarch and Lin Dali's wife, offering an apology. The matriarch smiled gently. Let us simply observe the match and see how Yan Zhen fares against Dali. Lin Dali's wife, however, huffed disdainfully, her temper flaring at Yan Zhen's audacity to challenge her husband. She wondered how Yan Tie and Lin Ying had raised their children. She hoped Lin Dali would deliver a thorough lesson to Yan Zhen, teaching these unruly youths a thing or two. On the stone dragon boat, Yan Zhen and Lin Dali stood poised in confrontation. With words exchanged, Lin Dali initiated the attack. His sword moved with extraordinary grace, weaving through the air before transforming into a blazing inferno, a fire that seemed intent on consuming Yan Zhen. The intense heat radiated from the sword, and a mere brush would leave one scorched. The speed of his strikes was astonishing, as if he were slicing through the very fabric of space, the blade a blur. His swordplay exhibited a myriad of transformations, overwhelming in its complexity, as flames intertwined with his strikes, creating a boundless spectacle. The range of his assault was extensive, ensnaring all within its grasp. While the distinction between yellow tier and profound tier sword techniques lacks a rigid standard, an experienced observer could easily discern that Lin Dali wielded a profound tier technique. As he launched his assault, a triumphant grin adorned Lin Dali's face. Surprised? This is my profound tier sword technique, the flame-cutting sword technique. How could he not feel triumphant? In the realm of Xinxia City, few had the opportunity to practice profound tier techniques, and even fewer could master them. Lin Dali had fortuitously obtained the manual for the flame-cutting sword technique from his elder brother, Lin Datong, and thus had acquired this formidable skill. He had kept his profound tier sword technique a closely guarded secret, saving it as a trump card. However, Yan Zhen's transgressions had pushed him to reveal his hidden strength. Lin Dali was convinced that by employing the profound tier technique, he could decisively subdue Yan Zhen, teaching this rebellious nephew a lesson about the consequences of his arrogance. As Lin Dali unleashed his swordplay, Yan Zhen began to parry and retreat. In the midst of his retreat, Yan Zhen observed the arrogant glint in Lin Dali's eyes and heard the audience murmur about the might of the profound tier sword technique. He sighed, pondering why so many believed it to be so formidable. If they thought it impressive, he would simply dismantle it with ease. Reflecting, Yan Zhen considered using the thrusting sword technique to surpass his opponent, but it would lack the necessary ferocity. Instead, he opted for the cleaving sword technique to sever everything in his path, exuding dominance. With a swift and precise slash, Yan Zhen cut through the flames, creating an opening. He immediately followed with a second strike, deliberately slowing Lin Dali's sword speed. A third strike severed the intricate transformations of Lin Dali's swordplay, rendering it devoid of any vulnerabilities. With a fourth strike, he cleaved through the flames, extinguishing the fiery assault. A fifth strike dismantled the entire range of the profound tier attack, nullifying its threat. In 5 consecutive slashes, Yan Zhen had thoroughly dismantled the entire formidable technique. Zhen observed the pallor of Lin Dali's face as his proud low-grade sword technique was shattered. With a cold smirk, he unleashed his sixth strike, aiming directly for Lin Dali's head, a blow reminiscent of the heavens splitting apart. Lin Dali attempted to defend himself, but his spirit was already broken, the momentum of his swordplay disrupted. How could he withstand the force of Yan Zhen's strike? This blow easily dispelled Lin Dali's defenses, landing squarely on his left shoulder. By all accounts, it should have been over by now, with Yan Zhen's victory assured. However, Yan Zhen was not merely there to defeat his opponent. He sought to humiliate Lin Dali. Therefore, This victory could hardly be deemed a true triumph. Suddenly, Yan Zhen struck again, delivering a simple yet decisive cut to Lin Dali's left arm, eliciting a muffled groan. Once more, Yan Zhen swung his sword, delivering an unstoppable blow that crashed into Lin Dali's back, carving a long wound. He then executed a strike intended to cleave the very air, landing squarely on Lin Dali's right hand, leaving it bloodied and mangled. With a swift motion, Yan Zhen unleashed his most powerful strike, which initially appeared to be a single cut, but was, in fact, a flurry of blows that rained down upon Lin Dali, sending him reeling through the air, uncertain of how many strikes he had endured. With a thud, Yan Zhen completed his technique and descended from the air, while Lin Dali, severely injured, crashed to the ground. What a thrill! The sheer power of that straightforward sword technique was exhilarating, a true delight in the art of combat. After the confrontation, Yan Zhen felt invigorated and utterly satisfied. The judge, a dignified elder, eventually proclaimed, "In this battle, Yan Zhen emerges victorious." Meanwhile, the audience remained in stunned silence. They had anticipated a mere skirmish between uncle and nephew, not the breathtaking spectacle that had unfolded. Many had assumed it would simply be a case of an uncle from the second level of foundation teaching a lesson to his nephew from the first level. Yet, the reality surpassed their expectations. The initial intrigue lay in the verbal exchanges between the two, which were far from ordinary. The second point of interest was that Yan Zhen was also at the second level of foundation, contrary to prior assumptions. The third revelation was even more astonishing. Lin Dali had concealed a powerful technique, mastering a low-grade sword technique of profound intricacy. Though he had not wielded it with great skill, it should have been enough for him to win. Just when the audience thought Lin Dali would triumph, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Yan Zhen's peculiar 5 strikes had effortlessly dismantled Lin Dali's formidable sword technique, a feat that left many aghast. How could a low-grade sword technique be so easily overcome? Whispers of Yan Zhen's extraordinary prowess circulated among the spectators, who began to believe that this dark horse might indeed continue to surprise them, advancing to the final confrontation. In one corner of the crowd, Yan Tie stroked his beard, a hint of pride evident on his face. Lin Ying, though pleased internally, maintained a facade of composure, thinking, this child should have shown some mercy against his second uncle. Old Madame Lin's expression darkened momentarily before she regained her composure. Yan Shuejuan, brimming with confidence, remarked, "Humph, Lin Buchuan, I said my brother would win." It was rare for Yan Shuejuan to refer to Yan Zhen as brother, as she typically addressed him by name. Lin Buchuan's face grew grim, while Lin Dali's wife shared a similar expression of discontent. How uncouth, to injure his own uncle in such a manner. Yan Shuejuan retorted sharply, "This is a competition. Should Yan Zhen simply stand by and allow his uncle to attack unceasingly?" Lin Dali's wife shot a furious glance at Lin Ying. "Lin Ying, look at your son. A good son who dares to strike his uncle, and a good daughter who speaks so sharply." Lin Ying could only feign rebuke against Yan Shuejuan. The contest for supremacy had now narrowed to just Yan Zhen and Lin Datong, and it was evident that the final duel would be between these two. The audience was rife with curiosity regarding the outcome. Lin Datong was indeed a renowned powerhouse, having previously defeated Song He in battle, and he was well versed in low-grade sword techniques, wielding them with far greater finesse than his brother Lin Dali. A voice in the crowd mused, "It certainly seems Lin Datong will emerge victorious." An elderly man stroked his beard and added, "Given his experience, Lin Datong is the likely winner." Many from the older generation supported Lin Datong, preferring to root for a familiar figure rather than a newcomer like Yan Zhen. Yet, some voiced a different perspective. While Yan Zhen triumphed over Lin Dali, we have yet to see his full capabilities. He may have hidden talents yet to be revealed. I believe Yan Zhen has a significant chance of winning. The younger crowd predominantly favored Yan Zhen, as they were more inclined to support their peers, regardless of who wins. "We have been treated to a thrilling battle between uncle and nephew, and another equally captivating contest awaits us," remarked a figure of moderate age, maintaining a neutral stance. Should Yan Zhen prevail, he would undoubtedly cement his status as a true dark horse, potentially becoming the most remarkable young talent in the realm of Xinxia. A young onlooker expressed envy. Indeed, the outcome of this bout will be decisive. In one corner of the audience, Yan Tie, Lin Ying, and Yan Shuejuan stood in opposition to Lin Datong's wife, Lin Bufan, Lin Dali's wife, Lin Buchuan, and Lin Xiaolei. The atmosphere was charged with rivalry. Old Madame Lin leaned slightly in favor of Lin Datong, as he was her son, while Yan Zhen remained merely her grandson, a connection less intimate. Lin Datong's wife scoffed. This time, I shall see just how capable Yan Zhen truly is. Lin Bufan echoed this sentiment with a sneer. My father's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Yan Zhen will certainly lose. Despite their faith in their son, Yan Tie and Lin Ying were acutely aware of the slim odds of Yan Zhen's victory. Yan Shuejuan understood her formidable uncle Lin Datong's strength, yet her indomitable spirit stirred her to declare, we won't know the outcome until the fight concludes. It is by no means certain who will win or lose. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, but suddenly, dark clouds gathered, enveloping the arena and thickening the atmosphere. On the stone dragon boat, Yan Zhen, clad in white like fresh snow, grasped the hilt of his sword. Lin Datong, dressed in dark attire, resembling ink, also held his sword firmly. The two faced each other in a tense standoff. Lin Datong said coldly, since ancient times, it has always been the uncle who strikes the nephew. Never has a nephew dared to harm his uncle. Your prior assault on Dali is a mark of disloyalty and disrespect. Indeed, it is unseemly for a nephew to strike his uncle so harshly. How about this? I will allow you 3 strikes, Yan Zhen replied. Lin Datong was momentarily taken aback. Yan Zhen had admitted fault and offered him 3 strikes. However, upon reflection, he realized that Yan Zhen's defenses were formidable and his footwork superior. This offer would yield him no advantage, merely tarnishing his reputation by accepting 3 strikes from a nephew. What a cunning little rascal Yan Zhen was. Yan Zhen continued, oh, why so silent? Do you wish for me to grant you 5 strikes, 10 strikes, or perhaps even 100? That would be excessive. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, further infuriating Lin Datong, who found his nephew's taunts intolerable. I do not require you to grant me 100 strikes. I need not a single one. Is that so? Yan Zhen cast a skeptical glance at Lin Datong, who, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, of course it's true. I, the illustrious Lin Datong, would allow you, a mere fledgling, to win. But if you lose later, don't blame me. Yan Zhen continued to tease casually. Nonsense. I'll make you concede, Lin Datong fumed, nearly reaching his breaking point. In truth, Yan Zhen had no intention of conceding to Lin Datong. He merely sought to amuse himself, playfully bantering while honing his verbal skills. In that case, I aim to defeat you within 15 moves, Yan Zhen said nonchalantly. Dream on if you think you can best me in 15 moves. Lin Datong snarled through gritted teeth. However, Yan Zhen was not boasting. He genuinely intended to triumph within that limit. In terms of strength, Yan Zhen was at the 2nd level of the foundation establishment stage, proficient in 2 major sword techniques, while Lin Datong was at the 3rd level, skilled in the inferior grade of the profound tier swordsmanship. By comparison, Yan Zhen held a slight advantage. Yet, defeating Lin Datong in just 15 moves was indeed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Yan Zhen had a plan. They stood on the Shilong boat, adjacent to the Shaji River, which flowed abundantly with water. Yan Zhen possessed a set of inferior-grade sword techniques known as the Water Dragon Sword Technique, which inherently surpassed Lin Datong's flame-cutting sword technique. Moreover, the Water Dragon Sword Technique could harness the river's power, potentially unleashing a devastating onslaught. Thus, Yan Zhen boldly proclaimed his intention to defeat Lin Datong within 15 moves. As Lin Datong suddenly drew his sword, it was indeed the flame-cutting sword technique, executed with remarkable skill. Each strike erupted with explosive flames, a hallmark of the technique perfected to its zenith, delivering ferocious power. In the face of such assaults, Yan Zhen deftly evaded while counterattacking, his sword slicing through the water, channeling his spiritual energy into it, causing the blade to shimmer. Lin Datong unleashed 8 consecutive strikes, with Yan Zhen retreating in kind, each clash sending ripples across the water's surface. What's the matter? Aren't you going to counterattack? Didn't you claim you could defeat me in 15 moves? Lin Datong shouted. Yan Zhen merely smiled, having infused his sword's energy into the water, a technique known as the concealed water decision from the Water Dragon Sword Technique. Each successful application enhanced its potency, with a maximum of 10 applications. Upon reaching this limit, he could summon 10 streams of water, executing the most formidable move of the Water Dragon Sword Technique, the 10 Directions Water Force, which would surge towards his opponent with an unstoppable might. Yan Zhen launched another strike upon the water's surface, executing the concealed water decision for the 9th time. He then initiated the 10th application. With 10 concealed water decisions completed, he was finally poised to unleash his ultimate technique. Hearing Lin Datong's taunts, A cold smile curled at the corners of Yan Zhen's lips. Taunt away. Soon, I shall deliver a ruthless blow. Yan Zhen suddenly shouted. You say I only know how to evade. Now I shall counterattack. Prepare to receive my blow. The torrents of water transformed into a water dragon. With a resounding roar, Yan Zhen summoned 10 streams of water that converged upon his sword, coalescing into an endless water dragon. The dragon's face was elongated, its whiskers were white. Its eyes exuded majesty, its fangs were chilling, its scales glimmered, and its body was unmatched in strength. The water dragon coiled around the sword. As the water dragon emerged, an icy chill enveloped the stone dragon boat. Yan Zhen turned to Lin Datong. Your mistake was underestimating my submerged water style from the very beginning. You were careless. Now, the outcome is sealed. Though your flame-cutting sword technique is of the low-grade Xian tier, akin to my water dragon sword technique, I hold the advantage of terrain here. Your flame-cutting technique shall be countered by my water dragon technique. Brace yourself. With a fierce shout, Yan Zhen unleashed the full force of his attack. The colossal water dragon crashing towards Lin Datong. Yan Zhen observed as Lin Datong summoned his strongest flame-cutting technique to defend, yet a cold smile crept upon his lips. With such a vast advantage as the River of Light, how could Lin Datong withstand it? Boom! The water dragon from Yan Zhen's sword shattered Lin Datong's defenses, delivering a heavy blow to his left shoulder. Noting Lin Datong's swift retreat, clearly seeking to evade the strike, Yan Zhen would not allow him to escape. He activated the 8 steps to chase the cicada, surpassing Lin Datong in speed, simultaneously invoking another move from the water dragon sword technique, the water dragon's tail. Yan Zhen's sword light struck the water, then surged upwards, resembling the tail of a water dragon as it crashed towards his opponent. The immense force struck Lin Datong's long sword, sending him staggering backward, blood surging to his face, indicating his distress. Unrelenting, Yan Zhen engaged Lin Datong in a fierce exchange of 10 strikes, while secretly deploying 10 more water styles beneath the surface. Then, he wielded his sword once more, this time not as the water dragon, but as the water dragon's claw. 10 streams transformed into a colossal water claw, sharp beyond imagination. With a chilling aura clinging to it, the dragon's claw lunged fiercely at Lin Datong, this being the 13th strike. With ease, it tore through Lin Datong's already weak defense, extinguishing the flames of his sword, inflicting 2 wounds upon him, one on his back and the other on his right hand. With a sudden flourish, Yan Zhen executed his 14th strike, a blade so sharp it pierced Lin Datong's left chest, pinning him to the sword, blood gushing forth in torrents. Yan Zhen regarded Lin Datong with a smirk. Uncle, I told you that you wouldn't last 15 strikes. Now do you believe me? Lin Datong coughed up blood, his face pale as paper. Alas, uncle, with such strength, how can you still mock others? It is truly disappointing. Yan Zhen replied nonchalantly, if I were you, I would find a secluded valley and spend 30 to 50 years honing my skills. The audience erupted in astonishment. Many had not anticipated Yan Zhen's victory. Expressions varied among the crowd, as Lin Datong was a well-known expert in the city of immortal cultivation, demonstrating formidable skills with his foundation establishment stage 3 power and low-grade Xian tier swordsmanship. Yet, he suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of Yan Zhen, revealing Yan Zhen's extraordinary prowess. Whispers circulated. Yan Zhen was now regarded as the foremost young master of the city of immortal cultivation. Yan Tie stroked his beard with pride, while Linning felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. They had not expected Yan Zhen to win, let alone so effortlessly. Yan Shuejuan pondered silently, realizing Yan Zhen's true strength. She huffed softly, placing her hands on her slender waist, addressing Lin Bufan and Lin Buchuan. So, who is the victor now? Weren't you both so confident that Uncle would win? The faces of Lin Bufan and Lin Buchuan were grim. Not only they, but Lin Datong's wife and Lin Dali's wife also bore expressions of dismay. Lin Laotai's initial composure faded as both of her sons fell to Yan Zhen, leaving her visibly unsettled. They could not fathom how Lin Datong, with such strength, could be defeated. Lin Datong and Lin Dali's wives clenched their teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly. Damn it, how can this little brat be so powerful? Meanwhile, Duan Tianda reveled in his astuteness for having forfeited against Yan Zhen early on, observing the dismal fate of the Lin brothers. The host, Master Li Yuan, stroked his meticulously groomed beard, acknowledging Yan Zhen's remarkable strength at such a young age. His future appeared boundless, heralding the emergence of a remarkable figure in the city of immortal cultivation. He declared, Yan Zhen, you have triumphantly claimed victory in this final battle. Here is a token. With this token, you may reside in the central residential area, where you and your family will have access to abundant resources, including more spiritual sand mines, a library, and superior security. The token, roughly the size of a hand, bore the inscription indicator on one side and Xia on the other, signifying its use in the city of immortal cultivation. The allure of the token was immense, causing many in the vicinity to swallow their envy. They gazed at Yin Tie and Lin Ying with admiration, reflecting on their son's extraordinary prowess at just 16, allowing them to enjoy the benefits of the central residential area. Whispers spread, proclaiming, to have a child like Yan Zhen is indeed a remarkable feat. In the city of immortal cultivation, the phrase one should bear children like Yan Zhen became exceedingly popular. The central district of the city of immortal cultivation was expansive yet housed only 100 families, completely isolated from the outside world. Each residence was spacious, designed as a 5-entry courtyard well-suited for a family. The layout of the 100 homes was meticulously planned, interspersed with trees, and at the center lay a library for communal use. This area was undoubtedly the finest residence in the entire city. However, entry was exceptionally challenging, as only 100 families could reside in such a desirable locale. As Yin Tie, Lin Ying, Yan Zhen, and Yan Shuejuan entered the central district, Yin Tie marveled at the surroundings, exclaiming, "The environment here is truly splendid." Lin Ying covered her mouth with a smile. "It is all thanks to Zhener for winning the resource competition. I cannot imagine how many envy me for having such a remarkable son." Yan Zhen shrugged dismissively, while Yan Shuejuan let out a cold snort, secretly pondering what was so remarkable. However, upon reflection, she acknowledged that Yan Zhen indeed had some merit. In their casual stroll and conversation, they arrived at house number 97, the future residence of the Yin family. The plaque above the door had already been replaced with the new characters Yin Fu. Entering the house, they found it empty yet beautifully adorned. The Yin family had brought along some maidservants and lower servants to clean the place. Lin Ying remarked, "Zhener, you mentioned that you broke up with the girl from the Yin family, didn't you?" "Yes," Yan Zhen replied nonchalantly. "You are at an age where it's time to consider marriage. I have quite a few profiles from matchmakers. You should take a look." Lin Ying held out over 20 profiles of young women, each possessing unique charms and most hailing from respectable backgrounds. Lin Ying recalled that when Yan Zhen first returned, she had tried to find a suitable match for him, but there were hardly any young women willing to meet him, as it was known that he was only at the 4th level of Qi training. However, after Yan Zhen defeated Lin Datong, who was at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, his prospects had greatly improved, prompting matchmakers to flock to them with profiles. Feeling a tinge of pride, Lin Ying thought, what mother wouldn't be proud of a talented son? She handed the profiles to Yan Zhen, who waved his hand dismissively. "No, I'm not interested in any of this." Lin Ying, slightly irritated, insisted, "You must consider settling down. Even trying out a match could lead to a favorable outcome. I truly have no interest in such matters." Yan Zhen shook his head, joking, "We don't fancy frivolous women. After all, I'm devoted to my sister." At this, Yan Shuejuan shyly interjected, "Yan Zhen, could you do me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" he inquired. "Please don't laugh at me." Yan Shuejuan's cheeks flushed. "Of course I won't. Just say it." Yan Zhen nodded. "On my way home, I encountered a rather bothersome individual named Li Guani from the nearby Yanxiu city. He is persistent in his pursuit of me. But given his lack of appeal, I cannot entertain him. Could you pretend to be my fiancé for a day and tell Li Guani that I am already engaged? Just a pretense, right?" Yan Shuejuan blushed further. That should suffice to send him away. Yan Zhen suddenly felt a surge of protectiveness. How dare Li Guani pursue his sister? His sister was his to defend. With a newfound resolve, Yan Zhen intended to confront this Li Guani, assess the situation, and then eliminate him if necessary. Yan Shuejuan, her face still flushed, insisted, "I'm only asking you to pretend for this one occasion." "Understood. I will play the part well." Yan Zhen shrugged. "After all, you are my sister." Yin Tie and Lin Ying both wholeheartedly supported Yan Zhen's assumption of the role of Yan Shuejuan's fiancé, as is typical of parents who hope for their sons to marry early while guarding their daughters against other men's advances. On May 7th, the day after the Dragon Boat Festival, Yan Zhen and Yan Shuejuan visited Yanxiu City. Given Yan Zhen's growing notoriety in Xiaxiu City, it was prudent to avoid drawing attention there, so they opted for Yanxiu City, which was relatively close and possessed a similar bustling atmosphere. Yan Shuejuan, dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown that accentuated her long, beautiful legs, drew many gazes. Yan Zhen, clad in white, appeared strikingly handsome with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. To blend in, Yan Shuejuan linked her arm with Yan Zhen's. He felt a rush of warmth. Her arm was soft, and their closeness often brushed against her chest, which was delightfully tender. Her subtle fragrance and the rosy hue on her cheeks made her irresistibly beautiful. After a brief moment, they entered a tavern named Qitian Tower, where they were to meet Li Guanyi. Soon enough, Li Guanyi arrived. He was indeed strikingly handsome and had already reached the first level of foundation establishment at a young age. Upon seeing Yan Shuejuan holding Yan Zhen's arm, a shadow crossed his face. Shuejuan, who is this? Please call me Yan Shuejuan. We aren't close enough for first names yet, she replied curtly, visibly annoyed by Li Guanyi's familiarity. This is my fiancé, Cheng Zhen, she added, referring to Yan Zhen by his assumed name. Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flickered in Li Guanyi's eyes. Ah, so you are Cheng Xiao. How do you do? May I ask where you are from? I hail from the distant Linxiu city, Yan Zhen replied, a prearranged response to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. What level of cultivation do you possess? Li Guanyi inquired. First level of foundation establishment. Why do you ask? Yan Zhen countered. He was aware of Li Guanyi's murderous intent and was pleased by the prospect of a confrontation. Their meeting at Qitian Tower ended abruptly, as Yan Shuejuan was disinterested in Li Guanyi's advances. In the shadows of night, Yan Zhen examined the information he had gathered. Li Guanyi, son of Li Yunsheng, was at the 5th level of foundation establishment, while his mother, Zhang Ruo, was at the 1st level. However, his parents were away visiting another cultivation city, leaving Li Guanyi alone in their residence located in the central area of Yunxiu City, specifically at house number 67. The defenses here were formidable, making infiltration challenging. Yan Zhen tucked the information away and planned to stealthily enter the central area of Yunxiu City to confront Li Guanyi. He was skilled in a secretive technique known as the Nightwalker art, which allowed him to merge with the shadows. This low-tier spell, originating from the Dark Knight sect, was effective in areas like cultivation cities, where the highest level of cultivation rarely exceeded the 9th level of foundation establishment. With ease, Yan Zhen slipped into the darkness, heading towards house number 67. Once inside, he discovered a group of young men drinking in the brightly lit main hall, with Li Guanyi among them. Li Guanyi, in a drunken state, boasted, "You should have seen Yan Shuejuan. She's truly exquisite. Her youthful face and those long, fair legs are just my type. But pursuing her is a challenge. Today, she even brought along a fiancé, who is also at the 1st level of foundation establishment, clearly trying to deter me." A nearby ruffian laughed. "Why not eliminate the fiancé? I had considered it, but this Cheng Zhen fellow possesses similar cultivation. I might not be able to defeat him." Li Guanyi replied. "Simple solutions exist. Just contact the Assassin's Guild," suggested another young man. Indeed, the Assassin's Guild. In Li Guanyi's eyes flickered a murderous intent. To kill a 1st-level foundational cultivator would likely require merely 2 or 300 inferior spirit stones. I could deplete my entire fortune and still manage to afford it. How dare he vie for a woman with me? Seeking death. After a while, the young scions resumed their revelry before dispersing. Yan Zhen had been quietly waiting in the shadows, biding his time until the banquet concluded, leaving only Li Guanyi behind, who was now groggily belching from intoxication. Suddenly, Yan Zhen lunged forward, his sword piercing through Li Guanyi's left chest like a streak of darkness, infusing him with immense magical energy and inflicting severe injury in an instant. Yan Zhen's sword then glimmered ominously at Li Guanyi's throat. "Speak not a word, or I shall kill you immediately." "Who are you?" Li Guanyi whispered. Yan Zhen removed his black mask. "It is I." "You?" Li Guanyi was taken aback. "We have only met once, and you wish to kill me? How ruthless you are." "Do not feign pity," Yan Zhen scoffed. "I was present when you spoke of the Assassin's Tower. You sought to kill me, and naturally, I wish to eliminate you to prevent future troubles. Yan Shuejuan is not someone you can touch." "What will you do then?" Li Guanyi asked. "Of course, I shall kill you. The reason I speak so much is to ensure you die with a clearer understanding and greater despair." With a cold laugh, Yan Zhen struck, ending Li Guanyi's life. "Those who wish to pursue my sister shall perish. As a protective brother, I shall never allow anyone else to pursue her." After quietly dispatching Li Guanyi, Yan Zhen fabricated some false evidence and then stealthily exited the central residential area, estimating that it would be dawn before anyone discovered Li Guanyi's demise. The death of Li Guani stirred some commotion, yet all investigations were directed toward the fabricated evidence Yan Zhen had left behind. Following this incident, Yan Zhen returned to the Xianxia cultivation city, preparing to advance to the third level of foundational cultivation. The third level, known as the Greenwood Realm, involved attracting the world's wood elemental energy into one's body, specifically the liver, transforming it with the essence of green wood, thereby invigorating the organ. The key to this stage was the innate green wood energy, which, if obtained, would facilitate a smooth ascension to the third level. However, where could one find such innate green wood energy? Yan Zhen found himself lacking this crucial component. In his idle time, Yan Zhen realized that the 15th of May had arrived, marking the opportunity to utilize the Celestial Gourmet Scroll once more. Casually, he tossed a pound of papaya into the scroll. Almost instantly, a line of text appeared in the lower right corner. The Celestial Gourmet Scroll may be used once every month. About an hour later, the text transformed. Earthly papaya has been transformed into celestial papaya. Earthly papaya contains 0. For units of worldly elemental energy, celestial papaya contains 0. For units of primal elemental energy. The appearance of celestial papaya differed slightly from its earthly counterpart, possessing a faintly crystalline and transparent aura, quite beautiful. At that moment, Yan Zhen was taken aback. The celestial papaya actually contained a rich essence of innate green wood energy? What could this mean? Yan Zhen pondered. Unlike other plants, papaya inherently possessed green wood energy, thus the celestial variety must possess innate green wood energy. Could it be that one of the primary functions of the Celestial Gourmet Scroll was to transform plants containing green wood energy or red fire energy into their innate counterparts? If so, this would be immensely beneficial. After all, ascending from the 3rd to the 7th level of foundational cultivation required various types of innate elemental energies, which were exceedingly rare. Yet, the Celestial Gourmet Scroll in his possession could generate them. This was of monumental significance. If this were indeed the case, it would be nothing short of remarkable. However, he would have to wait until the next usage of the Celestial Gourmet Scroll to confirm this. For now, he aimed to break through to the 3rd level of foundational cultivation. Yan Zhen swiftly consumed the entire pound of celestial papaya, feeling an overwhelming accumulation of innate green wood energy within him. The wood spirit energy in the world seemed to respond to the immense innate green wood energy within Yan Zhen, gradually flowing through his Baihui point into his body. Accelerating in pace. Once inside, the energy surged towards his liver, transforming it. The liver plays a crucial role in metabolism and detoxification. Yan Zhen observed as the green wood energy revitalized his liver, which grew increasingly vibrant, filled with burgeoning magical power. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, a resounding boom echoed as his liver underwent a complete transformation. At this moment, Yan Zhen's liver was astonishingly robust, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Upon utilizing introspection, he discovered that with each pulsation of his liver, it generated a copious amount of life energy, elevating his essence, energy, and spirit to a higher realm, while also enhancing its detoxification capabilities. Henceforth, should he suffer mild poisoning, he could purge it directly, and even in cases of severe poisoning, he could mitigate its effects. Yan Zhen clearly understood that he had finally ascended to the 3rd level of foundational cultivation, the Greenwood Realm, significantly enhancing his strength. The next milestone would be to advance to the 4th level, the Yellow Earth Realm, which required a substantial amount of innate yellow earth energy. A few days had passed since the Dragon Boat Festival, and Yan Shuejuan was preparing to return to the soon new Immortal Gate. Yan Zhen intended to return to Fengyun Mountain for further cultivation. As he organized his belongings, placing everything into his pack, he reflected on how his Shumi ring was quite convenient for storing items. Yet he typically refrained from utilizing it to prevent others from deducing that he possessed a spatial treasure, leaving it as a hidden advantage. At that moment, he heard a commotion ahead. Inquiring with a passing maid, he learned, it is said that the Master's 2 elder brothers have arrived. Yan Zhen pondered deeply. Could it be that his father Yan Tie's elder brother, Yan Jini, and second brother, Yan Ini, had come? Yan Zhen held a favorable impression of his uncles. In his previous life, when his meridians were severed, his maternal uncles, Lin Datong and Lin Dali, offered nothing but ridicule, providing no assistance whatsoever. In contrast, his uncles, Yan Jini and Yan Tie, had tirelessly sought out numerous spirit herbs to help him mend his meridians. Thus he owed them a debt of gratitude. Of course, Not all relatives on his father's side were benevolent. His father's younger sister, Yan Qingyi, resembled his maternal uncles in temperament. Yan Zhen was aware that his uncle Yan Jini and second uncle Yan Ti usually resided not in the Xianxia cultivation city, but in a distant stronghold known as Eagle Yan Fort. Beneath the first-rate immortal sects, the typical cultivation forces resided within cultivation cities. However, if a family possessed vast power, they need not relocate to a cultivation city. They could establish their own estates and fortresses, and Eagle Yan Fort was a prime example. Although the population of Eagle Yan Fort was fewer than that of Xianxia Cultivation City, its elite combat strength was by no means inferior. Essentially on par with the Cultivation City. As Yan Zhen walked, he arrived in the main hall, where he saw several individuals. Among them, the most striking were the two seated at the head of the table. The one leading, possessing a square countenance and a golden complexion, radiated authority. This was Yan Zhen's uncle, Yan Jini. Beside him, the silver-faced figure was his second uncle, Yan Ini. Yan Jini and Yan Ini were engaged in conversation with Yan Tie, inquiring about his recent experiences in Xianxia Cultivation City. Yan Tie, enjoying a smooth journey lately, had not only moved into the central area due to his son's influence, but had also garnered considerable fame, so he laughed heartily. At that moment, Yan Jini noticed Yan Zhen entering the room and smiled. Yan Zhen, it has been a year since we last met, and you have grown quite a bit taller. Your demeanor has transformed significantly, now exuding the vigor of youth. Yan Ini chuckled. Yan Zhen, it has been over a year since we last met. Let us indulge in a drink later. Yan Ini was known for her carefree nature, often coaxing the younger generation to join her in revelry without a hint of decorum. Yan Jini interjected, as a second uncle, you should exhibit a semblance of propriety rather than dragging the younger ones into drinking bouts. A warm feeling surged within Yan Zhen as he acknowledged the presence of his elder uncle and second uncle. Yan Jini laughed heartily. It's rare to see you. How has your cultivation progressed over the past year? You must have reached the 5th or 6th level of qi refinement by now. Estimating, Yan Jini looked at him expectantly. Yan Zhen shook his head. Not just that. Oh, not just that? Yan Jini's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that you have attained the 7th level of qi refinement? That would indeed be a momentous achievement. To Yan Jini, it would be remarkable for Yan Zhen to reach such a level at his age. He recalled how his brother, Yan Tie, had been concerned about Yan Zhen's slow progress in cultivation. If his nephew had truly reached the 7th level, it would alleviate his brother's worries. Yan Zhen shook his head again. Not just that. Is it possible you have ascended to the 8th or even 9th level of qi refinement? Yan Jini gasped. Do not frighten me. The thought of a 16-year-old achieving such heights was beyond comprehension. Yet Yan Jini found himself contemplating whether his nephew had experienced a sudden breakthrough. Yan Zhen shook his head once more. Yan Jini gasped. You cannot be telling me you have entered the 1st level of foundation establishment, can you? It was hard to believe that someone so young could attain such a challenging level. Yan Zhen nodded and shook his head simultaneously, leaving Yan Jini perplexed. Are you in the foundation establishment realm or not? I am in the foundation establishment realm, hence the nod. However, I am beyond the 1st level, Yan Zhen clarified. Yan Jini gasped again. You are beyond the 1st level? Surely you jest. I do not jest. My current cultivation is at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Yan Zhen stated confidently. Impossible. Yan Jini shook his head vehemently. At merely 16 years of age, how could you possibly reach the 3rd level of foundation establishment? I refused to believe it. Disbelief lingered, yet the truth remained. Yan Zhen suddenly extended his hand, leaving a distinct palm print on a nearby stone wall, penetrating the surface by several inches, a testament to his formidable power. Undoubtedly 3rd level of foundation establishment. Both Yan Jini and Yan Ini were utterly bewildered. They questioned their sanity, struggling to reconcile the memory of Yan Zhen's average aptitude with the astonishing revelation of his power at such a young age. Yan Jini, as the deputy lord of Ying'an Fortress, was only at the 8th level of foundation establishment and was often hailed as a genius. Yan Ini was merely at the 5th level, significantly older than Yan Zhen, who now displayed the prowess of a 3rd level foundation establishment practitioner at just 16. It was a staggering revelation to accept. After a prolonged silence, Yan Jini sighed. The waves of the river pushed the past waves forward. Yan Ini echoed his sentiments. I feel as if I have been living in a daze all these years. Yan Tie laughed heartily. You remain unaware of Yan Zhen's recent exploits. He has dealt significant blows to Lin Datong and Lin Dali. When you asked me earlier why I could relocate to a residence in the central area, it is all thanks to him. My reputation in the city of immortal cultivation has soared, and people now regard me with respect due to Yan Zhen. Lining smiled gently, feeling immense pride as a mother witnessing her son's success. Yan Zhen shrugged, acknowledging his achievements. Yet he felt it unnecessary for his family to be so astonished, for he was destined to accomplish even greater feats in the future. Yan Zhen suddenly remarked, "You have now reached the third level of foundation establishment. You are quite formidable. Are you prepared to confront the past of your father?" The atmosphere in the room shifted palpably upon his utterance. Lining, hearing Yan Zhen's words, immediately interjected, "Elder brother, Yan Zhen is still young. Can we not discuss this matter now?" Yan Zhen, his expression grave, turned to Yan Tie. "This decision rests with the third brother himself. But tell me, third brother, are you truly willing?" At this moment, even Yan Ini, who was usually lighthearted, wore a serious countenance, shedding his earlier frivolity. Yan Tie appeared to ponder for a long while, ultimately unable to make a decision. Finally, he nodded heavily. "Since Yan Zhen has grown up, it is indeed time to reveal the events of the past. After all, as a son of the Yan family, certain truths must be born." Yan Zhen inquired, "Shall you be the one to speak, or shall I?" "I shall take it upon myself," Yan Tie replied solemnly. And thus, Yan Zhen was on the verge of uncovering the truth. In his previous life, Yan Zhen had been subjected to severed meridians, a condition that plunged him into a deep despair, contemplating suicide daily. Although he later joined the Tianji Pavilion, an intelligence organization, he had been unable to gather any information regarding his father, Yan Tie, due to various circumstances, leaving him largely in ignorance of his father's past. Now, listening to the tone of those present, it seemed there were unspeakable events linked to his father. Yan Tie picked up a teacup and sipped lightly, his expression drifting back to decades past. 20 years ago, before the birth of you and your sister Shuangyue, I was also a member of the Yingyan Fortress. The fortress was established by the two revered figures, Ying Zhenren and Yan Zhenren. Once, they were a couple, but Ying Zhenren's unrepentant nature led to a fierce separation, splitting Yingyan Fortress into two factions. Over the centuries, the leadership alternated between the Ying and Yan families, until my generation, when the conflict escalated significantly. Yan Tie continued, "At that time, my talents were not insignificant. The Ying family had a peer named Ying Wuxue. On one occasion, we were tasked together to seek out the Dao Xuan spirit herb, which could greatly enhance one's magical prowess. I found the herb first, and at that moment, I let my guard down against Ying Wuxue, believing him to be kin. Unexpectedly, he launched a vicious surprise attack, aiming to end my life. I was injured in the ambush, and the Dao Xuan spirit herb was seized. That battle nearly cost me my life. Fortune intervened, and I fell from a cliff into a lake below, surviving. However, that encounter severely damaged my foundation, resulting in my talent diminishing, preventing me from breaking through to foundation establishment at this age." Upon hearing this, Yan Zhen felt a surge of indignation. Damn, this Ying Wuxue surely deserves death. A fierce killing intent ignited within him. Yan Tie resumed, "After that incident, I returned to Yingyan Fortress once I recovered. When I arrived, Ying Wuxue was likely astonished. I reported his treachery, but the fortress regulations did not permit such accusations without evidence. Ying Wuxue vehemently denied the claims, and since there were no witnesses, the matter was left unresolved. I thought it was over, but Ying Wuxue's cruelty was far from finished. 2 months later, a copy of the fortress's 2 great secret texts was stolen, one of which was the Eagle's Kill. The fortress has always been divided between Eagle's Kill and Yan's Kill, together known as Eagle and Yan's Double Kill. The Eagle's Kill is a legacy of the Ying family. Its theft was a grave matter, prompting a thorough search. I awoke that night to the commotion, initially thinking it did not concern me, but to my shock, Ying Wuxue led a search and found the Eagle's Kill in my room. Yan Tie's eyes reddened, as if reliving that bloody night. I was bewildered, unsure why this was happening. However, it dawned on me that this was Ying Wuxue's scheme to eliminate me. He had failed to kill me once, and now considered me a thorn in his side. I was about to defend myself, but without proof, I was at a disadvantage. The Ying family had solid evidence against me, and under those circumstances, they nearly executed me. Thankfully, my father Yan Xiong, elder brother Yan Zhen, and second brother Yan Ini stood up for me, and ultimately, I was merely exiled from Yingyan Fortress for 15 years, a relatively light sentence due to their intervention. After that, I came to Xianzixiu City, where I met your mother, Lining. Subsequently, you and Shuangyue were born. As Yan Tie recounted these events, he seemed to age considerably. Yan Zhen could not help but ask, since the sentence was 15 years, and that time has long passed. Why has father not returned to Yingyan Fortress to take a look? Yan Zhen had never seen his father return to the fortress. Yet the longing in Yin Tie's expression suggested he yearned to go back. Yin Tie forced a smile. Return? What would I return with? Those expelled from Yingyan Fortress must challenge the entrance guards, and the one in charge now is Ing Wuxue. He has long since achieved the foundation establishment level. Would I not be ridiculed? I could never go back. Yan Genie interjected. Since you have reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment, it is indeed time for you to learn of this matter. You will eventually confront Ing Wuxue and experience the entrance challenge of Yingyan Fortress. Yan Zhen was nearly seething with rage. This Ing Wuxue had stolen his father's medicinal herbs. He deserved death. This Ing Wuxue had ambushed his father. He deserved death. This Ing Wuxue had framed his father as a thief. He deserved death. This Ing Wuxue had exiled his father from Yingyan Fortress. He deserved death. This Ing Wuxue had barred his father and Appo's return. He deserved death. 5 counts of capital offenses confirmed. This Ing Wuxue must die. A fierce murderous intent flashed in Yan Zhen's eyes. The murderous intent within Yan Zhen surged forth like a tempest. How strong is Ing Wuxue now? Yan Ini inquired. He has just recently broken through to the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. Yan Zhen replied vehemently. The 4th level of foundation establishment? Then we can set off immediately. I shall take care of him, Yan Zhen declared with fierce determination. But aren't you at the 3rd level of foundation establishment? Yan Ini exclaimed in surprise. Even at the 3rd level, I can surpass the 4th, Yan Zhen asserted, his killing intent palpable. I must eliminate Ing Wuxue to quell this hatred. Is that truly so? Then let us test it, Yan Ini said cautiously. Agreed, Yan Zhen nodded. With his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the flames of vengeance consumed him. Yan Ini, too, placed his hand on his sword, shedding his usual levity. In an instant, Yan Zhen witnessed Yan Ini's sword attack, its speed astonishing. Recognizing the swiftness, Yan Zhen felt no trepidation as he countered with a swift thrust of his own. During this exchange, Yan Zhen discerned that Yan Ini's magical prowess was likely at the 5th level of foundation establishment. This battle would not be easy, yet Yan Zhen remained unfazed, brimming with confidence. With each stroke, Yan Zhen executed his techniques, attacking, defending, evading, and striking again. They engaged in a fierce duel. Exchanging 55 moves before, Yan Ini laughed heartily. Let us cease this. Oh, have you reached a conclusion? Yan Zhen smiled. Indeed. That old scoundrel Ing Wuxue is undoubtedly no match for you, Yan Ini chuckled. Then let us set out now to vanquish that old scoundrel. Yan Zhen's brows furrowed, the murderous intent resurfacing. Ing Wuxue, prepare to meet your end. Very well, let us depart, Yan Genie agreed, acknowledging that Yan Zhen's strength was indeed sufficient. Soon after, Yan Tie and Lin Ing gathered their belongings, and together with Yan Zhen and Yan Genie, they headed towards Yingyan Fortress. 5 days later, the 5 of them arrived at the fortress's entrance. Yan Tie surveyed Yingyan Fortress with a peculiar expression. 20 years ago, he had been expelled from this very place, harboring dreams of returning after 15 years with formidable strength and a triumphant return. However, over the years, he had remained stuck at the 9th level of chi refinement, unable to break through. The dreams of his profound cultivation and glorious return had never materialized, and now, was he finally to return to Yingyan Fortress? Memories of the past flashed through his mind, and he felt a twinge of trepidation upon nearing his homeland. Lin Ing understood her husband's sentiments, but chose not to speak further. Yan Zhen also regarded Yingyan Fortress, captivated by the grand emblem at the entrance, depicting an eagle and a swallow, one on the left and the other on the right. Is this really Yingyan Fortress? It is indeed magnificent, befitting a power on par with a city of cultivators, he mused. Yet, compared to the ethereal Qingfeng immortal gate nestled among the clouds, such powers paled in comparison, lacking in grandeur. These fortresses and cities were merely manifestations of earthly might, while Qingfeng Mountain itself was a sacred place, imbued with an otherworldly essence. This is indeed Yingyan Fortress. Let us enter, Yan Genie announced. As they approached the gates, the grandeur of Yingyan Fortress became even more apparent. Numerous formidable warriors stood guard, all early-stage chi refiners. Just as they were about to enter, several figures emerged from within the fortress. Leading them was a man in his 40s, bearing a blood-red scar on his face. Upon seeing the scar, Yan Zhen recalled his uncle Yan Ini mentioning that Ing Wuxue had a scar on his face. This man must be that detestable Ing Wuxue, the bane of his father's existence. Ing Wuxue had caused his father a lifetime of regret. Evidently, Ing Wuxue had inadvertently encountered Yan Zhen and his companions, and he was already familiar with Yan Zhen and Yan Ini, thus he paid them little heed. However, his gaze swiftly fell upon Yan Tie, flickering with various emotions, pride, hatred, and a desire for annihilation. Eventually, his expression settled into a calm facade. If I am not mistaken, you must be Yan Tie, he stated. Yan Tie and Appo's eyes flickered with emotions of his own, hatred and relief, as 2 decades of animosity surged within him, ultimately manifesting into seemingly mundane words. It has been 20 years. How has life treated you, Ing Wuxue? After 20 years, this pair of sworn enemies finally stood face to face. Ing Wuxue smirked coldly, dismissing the need for pleasantries. 20 years ago, you stole the eagle-killing technique from the Ing family and were expelled from the fortress for 15 years. So, the thief returns at last? Yan Tie felt a surge of anger. He had always valued his reputation, but Ing Wuxue ruthlessly wielded that past incident against him, leaving Yan Tie feeling helpless. Thief! Thief! Yan Zhen interjected, amusement lighting his features. Father, is this the infamous Ing Wuxue? Yan Tie nodded, confirming, indeed, that is him. Upon hearing Yan Zhen refer to Yan Tie as father, Ing Wuxue realized Yan Zhen's identity. He had previously come across information regarding Yan Tie's son, which indicated that Yan Zhen was a talentless and indolent individual, merely an ordinary person. Hence, Ing Wuxue had no intention of targeting him initially. Seeing Yan Zhen approach, Ing Wuxue felt a sense of satisfaction. So, the mediocre child has come to seek his doom, he mused darkly. Indeed, it is I, he affirmed. Yan Zhen nodded, feigning realization. Ah, so you are the thief. Ing Wuxue was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I am not a thief. Your father is the real thief. Yan Zhen raised an eyebrow. My father is a thief? I was unaware. Ing Wuxue scoffed. 20 years ago, your father, Yan Tie, stole the eagle-killing technique from my family. We caught him red-handed, and the evidence was irrefutable. How can you deny your father is a thief when you are the son of a thief? Yan Tie's expression darkened further at this taunt, while Ing Wuxue reveled in his growing arrogance. Yan Zhen, undeterred, posed a question. If my uncle, one of the 2 deputy lords of Ingyan Fortress, Yan Zhen, at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, were to place a tome in your room without your notice, would he be able to accomplish that? Ing Wuxue was taken aback, but Yan Zhen nodded. Certainly, that is possible. Exactly. Uncle, in a few months, let us place a tome in Ing Wuxue's room and catch the thief. He must be the thief, Yan Zhen proclaimed resolutely. Ing Wuxue stuttered. You are framing me. Framing someone was, after all, an easy task. 20 years ago, my father was wrongfully accused of being a thief. Now, it is equally simple to frame you, Yan Zhen mocked. So, it seems you, Ing Wuxue, are also a thief. How disrespectful. Yan Tie's past could never be cleared, a stain that remained no matter how hard he tried. Yet Yan Zhen chose not to redeem his father, but rather to drag more individuals into this murky situation. Yan Zhen chuckled knowingly at the exchange. Ing Wuxue, realizing the potential consequences if Yan Zhen proceeded with such a plan, could only seethe in silence, cursing under his breath. You little rascal, sharp-tongued as ever. Well, you are no better, old thief, still alive and kicking, Yan Zhen retorted without hesitation. Ing Wuxue turned to Yan Tie. You have certainly raised a fine son. Certainly. This is my father's prowess. If you wish, bring your son forth for comparison. I assure you, I will surpass him in every aspect. Yan Zhen disdainfully remarked, of course. If we were to compare our ability to consume 5-stone powder, I would undoubtedly fall short. I've heard your son has quite the penchant for it, and possesses considerable skill. 5-stone powder is a common spiritual drug in the cultivation world. Consuming it induces a sensation of ethereal bliss. Some cultivators, out of sheer boredom, indulge in it regularly. Yan Zhen had learned of Eagle Wuxue's son's fondness for 5-stone powder through Yan Ini, and mentioning it now struck a nerve with Eagle Wuxue. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen, Yan Ini, Yan Tai, and Linning stood by, bewildered, having previously been unaware of Yan Zhen's sharp tongue. His caustic remarks had incited a furious response from Eagle Wuxue, and they couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Eagle Yan Fortress is merely a stronghold, not a city, and its size is rather modest. Any commotion within the fortress soon becomes known to its inhabitants. The conflict between Yan Tai and Eagle Wu Shui at the fortress gate was particularly conspicuous and undoubtedly drew attention. Upon noticing, many realized that today's events were far from trivial. On one side stood the renowned Eagle Wu Shui, on the other, an unfamiliar middle-aged man who was eventually recognized as Yan Tai. The return of Yan Tai, expelled 20 years ago, was significant news. Soon, those not engaged in cultivation flocked to the fortress gate to witness the spectacle. They quickly discerned that Yan Tai's son, Yan Zhen, was extraordinarily sharp-witted, even managing to outmaneuver someone as verbally adept as Eagle Wu Shui. The Yan family members erupted in laughter, cheering for Yan Zhen. Conversely, the Eagle clan members glared at him in fury. Eagle Wu Shui realized that continuing the argument would only lead to his embarrassment. So after muttering a curse at Yan Zhen, he attempted to redirect the conversation. Yan Tai, I recall you were expelled for 15 years. Now that the time has passed, returning to Eagle Yan Fortress will not be straightforward. Are you prepared to face the entrance challenge? His tone was laced with a mocking smile, harboring ulterior motives. This remark sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. Eagle Wu Shui was indeed ruthless. The gatekeeper at the fortress was none other than him. While he had previously found it challenging to deal with Yan Tai, if Yan Tai were to attempt the entrance challenge, it would be entirely within Eagle Wu Shui's control. One member of the Yan family remarked, subtly warning Yan Tai of the stakes involved. What is Yan Tai's current level of cultivation? Another inquired. I've heard he is at the 9th level of qi refinement, but has yet to advance to foundation establishment, came the reply. A practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement would stand little chance against Eagle Wu Shui. Indeed, it would be akin to delivering oneself as a feast to him. This battle should not be fought. Ultimately, the Yan family rallied behind Yan Tai, even after his expulsion, cautioning him against confrontation. Eagle Wu Shui, irritated by the Yan clan's interference, felt a surge of annoyance. The long-standing animosity between the Eagle and Yan families had escalated over the years, resulting in frequent clashes. He taunted Yan Tai. Oh, how is it, Yan Tai? After 2 decades without returning, you now stand before the fortress, yet dare not enter? Have you grown fearful to your very core? Eagle Wu Shui employed this provocation as a strategic maneuver. Should Yan Tai accept the challenge, he would easily manipulate the outcome. Conversely, if Yan Tai hesitated, it would cast a shadow over his reputation. All eyes turned to Yan Tai. Eager to see his reaction, he appeared momentarily dazed before responding. To face the fortress challenge, I must indeed accept. Upon hearing this, many internally concluded that Yan Tai was doomed. Eagle Wu Shui, reveling in his triumph, chuckled inwardly. You've chosen your own demise. However, Yan Tai continued. But it is not I who shall face the challenge. Not you? Have you summoned reinforcements? Eagle Wu Shui tensed, alarmed. The entrance challenge has never permitted substitutes. Not even your own brother could take your place. Yan Tai replied. Yet there is one who can substitute, the principle of repaying one's father's debts and inheriting his legacy. If my father must face the challenge, his son may stand in. Thus, this time, it is not I, but my son, Yan Zhen, who will confront the fortress. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. Except for those few privy to the truth, all present, be they from the Eagle or Yan families, were agape, astonished that Yan Tai would send forth his son. A mere boy of 16 or 17, this youth could hardly be expected to possess significant strength. The notion that Yan Tai would allow Yan Zhen to take on such a challenge seemed utterly ludicrous. Many speculated, perhaps Yan Tai had lost his senses. But his demeanor suggested otherwise. The second possibility was that Yan Zhen possessed some hidden talent. Yet the idea of a mere adolescent attempting to conquer the entrance challenge was absurd. Observers turned their gaze to Yan Jin, Yan Yin, and Yan Tai, noting their lack of surprise, which led to mounting anticipation of what was to unfold. Yan Zhen, meanwhile, smirked to himself, eager for his moment to shine. Having lingered as a mere spectator, he now faced Eagle Wu Shui, a confrontation between a boy and a seasoned man in his 40s. By all accounts, Eagle Wu Shui held the upper hand. Yan Zhen bowed slightly. Eagle Wu Shui, I come in place of my father to face the entrance challenge of Eagle Yan Fortress. This should be acceptable, yes? Eagle Wu Shui, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, regained his composure. If you wish to proceed, so be it. Let me witness your capabilities. Let us see if your prowess extends beyond mere words. Yan Zhen smiled with a hint of mockery. My abilities certainly go beyond mere banter. I excel in various aspects, though I doubt I could match your skill in consuming 5-stone powder. Eagle Wu Shui was infuriated once more, his anger boiling. He had resolved to incapacitate Yan Zhen at the first opportunity to prevent further annoyance. The entrance challenge consists of 3 stages. You must successfully navigate all 3 to assist your father's return to Eagle Yin Fortress, and the difficulty of these stages is substantial. Yan Zhen shrugged nonchalantly, exuding confidence. That's inconsequential. I doubt someone of your caliber could devise anything truly challenging. In truth, Yan Zhen was deliberately attempting to provoke Eagle Wu Shui. Observing Wu Shui's escalating agitation brought a hidden smile to Yan Zhen's face. The more enraged Wu Shui became, the more likely he was to falter, creating an opportunity for Yan Zhen to claim victory. It was time to settle the score with Eagle Wu Shui, and Yan Zhen felt a surge of murderous intent as he anticipated the taste of vengeance. Kill, 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 kill. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Who would ultimately prevail, the seasoned Eagle Wu Shui or the audacious Yan Zhen? A flicker of murderous intent crossed in Wu Shui's face. For the first trial, I shall dispatch 9 cultivators at the Qi training stage. If you can triumph over them in swordsmanship, you shall pass. He recited 9 names, each distinct yet sharing 2 common traits. All were at the 9th level of Qi training, and all were of considerable age, possessing rich combat experience. Yan Zhen noticed the 9 sullen-faced cultivators emerging from the crowd, their presence heavy with malice. He surmised they were members of the Ying family from Ying Yin Fortress, each casting a hostile glare in his direction. Inwardly, Yan Zhen scoffed at the sight, dismissing them as mere insignificant fish. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, smiling lightly. "Oh, come forth and show me your strength. I am eager to witness your prowess." The 9 cultivators positioned themselves in various formations, encircling Yan Zhen. Among them, 6 surged forward, launching a coordinated assault, while the remaining 3 observed, poised to strike at the slightest hint of weakness from Yan Zhen. Their restraint was more daunting than an outright attack, and Yan Zhen mused to himself that these 9 appeared quite adept in the art of combined strikes. Suddenly, 6 swords flew at Yan Zhen, yet he remained unfazed, regarding the 9 as mere trifles. Approaching one of the cultivators, he thrust his sword with great force. The opponent attempted to block, but Yan Zhen's blade was imbued with a lethal essence, rendering the strike nearly fatal for a Qi training cultivator. One swift thrust pierced his foe, a spray of crimson blood erupting forth. In that instant, the other 5 charged at him. Yan Zhen unleashed a wave of sword light, employing a slashing technique that dispersed their attacks, then seized the opportunity to strike again like a venomous serpent, hitting another opponent. With a deft sidestep, he combined his slashing and stabbing techniques to wound yet another adversary. The disparity in skill between Yan Zhen and these 9 cultivators was glaring, making the 1-against-9 scenario overwhelmingly favorable to him, akin to a tiger among sheep. With a flick of his sword, he felled a 4th opponent. A misstep led the 5th adversary to misinterpret his movement, believing he would attack left, only to be struck on the right. With graceful agility, Yan Zhen maneuvered behind one opponent, delivering a fatal thrust before they could react, marking the 6th fallen foe. In a display of his signature technique, Yin Shuang Fei, he swiftly divided his strike, piercing 2 adversaries simultaneously in a single fluid motion, accounting for the 7th and 8th casualties. Turning his gaze to the 9th adversary, he noted their pallor. Sighing, he inquired, "Will you concede voluntarily, or shall I be forced to act?" The man nodded, conceding defeat. I yield. With a resounding clang, Yan Zhen sheathed his sword. "Ing Wu Shui, is this the extent of your first trial? It seems rather lacking, too feeble." Ing Wu Shui stood in stunned silence. He had believed that with 9 skilled swordsmen, adept in coordinated techniques, they would surpass Yan Zhen in combat. Yet, he had not anticipated the young man's remarkable prowess, dispatching the 9 with such swiftness. However, unwilling to concede defeat, Ing Wu Shui retorted, "It is premature to declare your victory. You have merely passed the first trial." A hush fell over the crowd. How formidable! Truly extraordinary strength. The son of Yin Tie possesses remarkable swordsmanship, promising an extraordinary performance. Even Yin Genie and Yin Ini could not help but stroke their chins, well aware of Yan Zhen's formidable prowess. However, they never anticipated that his sword techniques would reach such an extraordinary level. Meanwhile, Ing Wu Shui, having made up his mind, spoke in a deep voice. "What is the rush? The second round is about to commence. Bring forth the divination compass." "The divination compass, you say?" Yan Zhen nodded slightly. This method of divination, known as the law measurement compass, is said to have been created by a powerful figure from ancient times, though the identity of its creator remains unknown. However, as long as one sits cross-legged upon it, one's magical prowess can be discerned. Yan Zhen mused inwardly that the bloodless eagle must be intent on employing the law measurement compass to gauge his own capabilities, presumably in order to devise a strategy against him. Yet, would he allow his true nature to be so easily unveiled? It is truly laughable. After a moment, an individual bearing the surname Eagle brought forth the magical compass. Yan Zhen glanced over and noticed that it was approximately a foot in diameter, adorned with countless incomprehensible ancient inscriptions. Beside the compass was a recess, perfectly shaped to accommodate a piece of inferior spirit stone, while at the center of the compass lay a representation of yin and yang. Eagle Wuxue gestured with his hand, declaring, "The second trial is to measure your magical power. If you possess the first level of foundation establishment, you may pass." With that, Eagle Wuxue placed a piece of inferior spirit stone into the recess of the compass. Yan Zhen smiled faintly and settled into a cross-legged position atop the magical compass. No sooner had he seated himself than a faint red light emanated from the compass, enveloping him within its glow. Yan Zhen felt a tingling sensation as the light entered his body. Was the measurement of his magical power commencing? In truth, Yan Zhen is aware of a unique method, seldom known to others, which allows one to evade the measurement of magical power by the magical compass. This distinctive technique is referred to as the art of deception, essentially a minor spell that channels magical energy into a region of the brain, thereby misleading others who attempt to gauge it. Logically, the brain is a perilous area, as storing magical energy there can easily render a person foolish. Hence, no one dares to deposit their magical power within the confines of the brain, and various testing methods typically circumvent this organ. Nevertheless, there are always those who dare to take risks and invent such reckless pathways. Yan Zhen gradually directed a portion of her magical energy to a specific area of her brain. As a result, the magical compass emitted a faint orange glow, indicative of the foundation establishment stage, with the subtle hue signifying the first level of this stage. The deception was successful. The measurement of Yan's true magical prowess on the divination compass reveals that she possesses the foundational realm of the first level. After successfully deceiving those around him, Yan Zhen surveyed their reactions, reveling in the thrill of having tricked so many. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they beheld Yan Zhen's formidable cultivation level. Realizing he was at the first stage of foundation establishment, they were likely taken aback by the impressive swordsmanship and extraordinary magical prowess he exhibited. Yan Zhen then turned his gaze to Ying Wuxue, who appeared momentarily stunned, subsequently breaking into a sinister smile. It seemed Ying Wuxue believed he had uncovered Yan Zhen's secrets and was now rather pleased. Yan Zhen was more than willing to extinguish the joy of this overconfident adversary. He also glanced at Yan Jini, Yan Ini, Yan Tie, and Lin Ning. Lin Ning exclaimed, "Zhener, he isn't," but was promptly silenced by Yan Tie. Yan Jini and Yan Ini initially looked puzzled, but their expressions quickly shifted to understanding. Yan Zhen realized that his siblings, having been aware of his magical capabilities, recognized that he was beginning to weave his deception. His uncles, seasoned by the trials of life, demonstrated remarkable quickness in adapting to the ruse. Ying Wuxue, a man of cunning, had devised two tests, the first to assess Yan Zhen's swordsmanship and the second to gauge his magical ability. Now, all intelligence concerning Yan Zhen lay firmly in Ying Wuxue's grasp. In his heart, Ying Wuxue contemplated the intricacies of Yan Zhen's swordplay, while it was indeed profound. His magical power, being at the first stage of foundation establishment, rendered him no match for Ying Wuxue. Victory was assured in the mind of his adversary, who harbored a deep-seated intent to kill. "Ah, Yan Zhen," he mused, "you dare show yourself before you have fully matured. You are courting death." After feeling a sense of triumph in his heart, the eagle declared, "You have successfully passed the second challenge. Now, we proceed to the third. The third round is quite simple. You and I will engage in combat, and should you manage to surpass me, you will have cleared this stage." As soon as Eagle No Blood uttered these words, the crowd erupted in discussion. Yanini couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Eagle, you truly have no shame. How old are you, and how old is my nephew? How dare you expect him to best you? Have you wasted decades of your life on a dog?" Eagle No Blood retorted, "I have no intention of bullying the young. I am a person who values status. However, Yan Zhen is stepping in for his father, Yan Tie. And since I am of the same generation as Yan Tie, it is perfectly reasonable for me to require him to best me in order to pass. This reasoning left Yan Ini speechless. It indeed made sense. Eagle No Blood, feeling a sinking sensation within, thought, very well. I shall grant you some face and not be overly harsh. If Yan Zhen can endure 200 moves against me, I shall consider it a victory for him. And Yan Tie may return to the fortress. Eagle No Blood was not embarrassed by the remarks. His thick skin was remarkable. He realized that if he insisted on Yan Zhen defeating him outright, a first-level foundation establishment cultivator could never hope to prevail, leaving no chance for victory. Thus, he relaxed his conditions slightly to lure Yan Zhen into the arena. Yan Zhen nodded, appearing like a young bull fresh from the pasture. All right, let us begin. I should be able to withstand 200 moves from you. Yan Zhen continued to feign weakness, and those in the know, including Yan Genie and Yan Ini, ceased their chatter, pondering how Eagle No Blood would meet his end shortly. Eagle No Blood chuckled ominously. I hope you can. As he spoke, he secretly relished the thought of executing his plan. 20 years ago, he had incapacitated Yan Tie, and now, 2 decades later, he would do the same to his son, Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen asked, where shall we commence our battle? Right here, Eagle No Blood replied. Very well, Yan Zhen said, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, his grip trembling slightly with excitement. He was finally poised to slay Eagle No Blood. However, he needed to create certain conditions to ensure his actions were justifiable. Wait, Yan Zhen said. Eagle No Blood, displaying impatience, asked, what is it? Yan Zhen revealed a bashful smile. You see, in battle, swords and blades are blind. What if I inadvertently injure you? This is Eaglean Fortress, and I fear that should I harm you, the Eagle family may pursue me. Eagle No Blood scoffed. You might injure me, but do not harbor such foolish dreams. You are the one truly afraid of being harmed. But what if I do injure you? After all, swords and blades are indeed blind, Yan Zhen countered. Swords and blades are blind, and casualties are not to be held accountable. If you injure me or anyone else, neither I nor the Eagle family will pursue it. However, you too must take an oath. Yan Zhen nodded. Swords and blades are blind, and casualties are not to be held accountable. If you injure me or anyone else, neither I nor the Yan family will pursue it. After swearing this oath, Yan Zhen chuckled inwardly, realizing that Eagle No Blood had completely fallen into his trap. The ensuing battle would not be a mere game of hospitality. Yan Zhen was finally set to engage in his climactic duel with Eagle No Blood. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves, carefully observing every minute movement of his opponent. Although Eagle No Blood had fallen into his trap, Yan Zhen would not underestimate him. Eagle No Blood's right hand moved slightly, preparing to draw his sword. Was he aiming for a strike to Yan Zhen's right side? Just as Yan Zhen made this assessment, Eagle No Blood's blood-slaying sword lunged forth with the speed of lightning. Yan Zhen could have easily parried this strike, but thought better of it. Having already feigned weakness, it would be advantageous to continue this ruse, allowing Eagle No Blood to become complacent. Thus, Yan Zhen summoned the peak power of his first-level foundation establishment into the sword, positioning himself to deflect the blow on the least pressured side. Though he was set reeling by the force of the strike, he absorbed Eagle No Blood's power effortlessly, all while maintaining the facade of turmoil within. As Eagle No Blood launched his second strike, Yan Zhen continued to feign vulnerability, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The third strike left him in an even more precarious situation, nearly drawing blood. By the fourth strike, Yan Zhen appeared as if he might cough up blood, his visage a portrait of distress. Finally, after the 10th strike, he did indeed spit out blood. Throughout these encounters, Yan Zhen diligently maintained his act of weakness, praising his own performance as his skills in deception had greatly improved, from feigned agitation to visible perspiration and ultimately to the expulsion of blood. Several more strikes passed before Yan Zhen beheld Eagle No Blood unleashing his 15th strike, infused with arrogance and confidence. Clearly, Eagle No Blood believed him to be a weakling. Yet, as Yan Zhen narrowed his eyes, he realized that Eagle No Blood, in his own display of feigned weakness, had underestimated him, revealing a significant opening. Assuredly, Eagle No Blood thought that even with a flaw exposed, Yan Zhen posed no real threat. As he unleashed his 15th strike, Yan Zhen's defense remained weak, barely holding his ground. However, just as Eagle No Blood began to withdraw his sword, Yan Zhen's blade surged forth with newfound speed, piercing Eagle No Blood's right side. Much to his disbelief, Upon striking, Yan Zhen wasted no time in deepening his advantage, withdrawing his sword and lunging once more at Eagle No Blood. The latter hurriedly attempted to block the attack, having just regained his ground. Yan Zhen thought to himself, how naive, and unleashed all his power. Striking Eagle No Blood again while he was still reeling from the first blow. Yan Zhen had initially intended to continue expanding his advantage, but he observed Eagle No Blood retreating rapidly. He quickly assessed that Eagle No Blood's speed surpassed his own. Yan Zhen had anticipated this. Having previously learned of the formidable Eagle Yin footwork, which was known for its swiftness, it was evident that Eagle No Blood had mastered this technique. Yan Zhen lamented the missed opportunity, but remained satisfied with the outcome. He had successfully feigned weakness, exploited Eagle No Blood's lapse in judgment, and landed 2 significant strikes. What had once been a scene of chaos now transformed into one of eerie stillness. Eagle No Blood panted heavily. Confusion etched across his face as he questioned. You possess the power of a 3rd-level foundation establishment, not merely a 1st level? Astute, you guessed correctly, Yan Zhen affirmed. Too bad there is no prize. Eagle No Blood's expression darkened. So, you deceived the testing compass, and from the very beginning, you were setting a trap for me, feigning weakness during our engagement. Indeed, you are entirely correct, Yan Zhen replied. Initially, you appeared quite foolish, but now you seem far less so. It was my early display of weakness that led you to believe my power was limited to the 1st level, allowing you to expose such a significant flaw, ultimately resulting in my successful strike. You are indeed treacherous. Your temperament bears no resemblance to that of Yan Tie. Ing Wuxue has finally come to understand the cunning nature of Yan Zhen. Thank you for the compliment, Yan Zhen nodded. As for the difference in temperament between my father and me, it is said that you, Ing Wuxue, do not consume Wuxia sand. Yet your son indulges in it quite freely. The tide has turned. Yan Zhen has finally begun to reclaim victory. With a single stroke, he has thoroughly dismantled one of the 2 lethal techniques of Ing Yan Fortress, the Eagle's Kill. The blade's brilliance subsequently pierced Ing Wuxue's brow, the sharp, cold gleam blooming into a vivid flower at his forehead. Logically, Ing Wuxue should not have succumbed so easily. However, he was overly confident in the Eagle's Kill, never considering that it could be so effortlessly shattered by another. In his final moments, he remained in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why was the Eagle's Kill so easily defeated? How could he perish at the hands of Yan Zhen? He had never contemplated the possibility of his own death before or during the battle, only wishing to torment Yan Zhen and render him powerless. Yet, it was he who lay dead, vanquished by the son of Yan Tie. With a thunderous crash, his form collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a well-known adage. A duel between cultivators can hinge upon a single sword strike. Moreover, Ing Wuxue had received 2 blows. He found himself in an utterly disadvantageous position, making a reversal exceedingly difficult. Yet, Yan Zhen meticulously scrutinized every movement of his opponent, before advancing with determination towards Ing Wuxue. Although Ing Wuxue's footwork was undoubtedly swifter, his injuries and the blood he was losing hindered him. Evading Yan Zhen's assault would exacerbate his wounds. Yan Zhen awaited the moment when Ing Wuxue's injuries would worsen. To Yan Zhen's disappointment, Ing Wuxue realized that retreat was not an option, and he chose to stand his ground. Suddenly, the light of his sword flickered in the void, and it seemed as if a majestic eagle was spiraling through the air, diving straight towards Yan Zhen with a piercing wind. Though Yan Zhen had never witnessed this technique before, he felt its sharpness acutely. He surmised that this was the legendary Eagle's Kill, as the claws, beak, and wings all converged upon him. It is said that the more adept one becomes at the Eagle's Kill, the more ferocious the eagle appears in the void. While Ing Wuxue's execution of this technique was not particularly exceptional, it was nonetheless formidable. This was likely his gambit for turning the tide. How laughable! The reversal would not be so easily achieved. Regardless of how powerful the Eagle's Kill may be, it remains merely a sword technique. The sword source level inherently surpasses the sword technique level. You believe the Eagle's Kill to be strong? I shall shatter it before your very eyes. In a flash, Yan Zhen unleashed his sword, utilizing the piercing essence of the sword source. This strike originated from the void and soared into the infinite abyss. It resembled a white rainbow cutting through the sun. At last, it met the Eagle's Kill head-on. The sword pierced through the eagle's wings, then its claws, then its beak, and finally its head. This singular strike completely dismantled one of Ing Yan Fortress's 2 formidable techniques, the Eagle's Kill. The blade's sharpness simultaneously struck Ing Wushue's brow, blooming a vivid flower there. In principle, Ing Wushue should not have perished so easily, yet he had placed too much faith in the eagle's kill, never imagining it could be so thoroughly vanquished. In his final moments, he remained stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why was the eagle's kill so easily defeated? How could he die at the hands of Yan Zhen? He had never contemplated his own mortality before or during the battle, only desiring to overpower Yan Zhen. Yet it was he who lay dead, vanquished by the son of Yan Tie. With a resounding crash, his form collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yan Zhen landed gracefully, fully aware of the impact of that last strike. With a clang, the glimmering sword was sheathed. Ing Wushue is dead. How exhilarating. This slaying of Ing Wushue was no less satisfying than the previous defeat of Ouyang Song. This was vengeance for his father. What a son ought to bear. Ing Wushue, you shall perish. Yan Genie and Yan Ini watched from the sidelines, thoroughly entertained. It was thrilling beyond measure. They had anticipated that Yan Zhen's prowess would surpass that of Ing Wushue, but they never expected him to directly slay Ing Wushue. Yan Zhen is indeed ruthless and possesses great potential. And what of Yan Tie? He wept, tears streaming down his face. He truly did not wish to cry, after all. He was a father. Yet, witnessing the demise of the man who had caused him much suffering and rendered him powerless at the hands of his son, Yan Zhen, he could not help but weep. He struggled to comprehend his own emotions. Was it the relief from the death of the formidable Ing Wushue, the joy of seeing his son grow, or the prospect of returning to Ing Yan Fortress? He found it all bewildering. Lin Ying remained silent, fully understanding her husband's feelings, standing quietly by as she watched him weep, knowing he was, in fact, pleased. The onlookers, whether from the Ing or Yin families, were momentarily stunned. Initially, they had believed that the first level of foundation establishment would render Yan Zhen no match for Ing Wushue. Yet, it became clear that Yan Zhen was not merely at the first level, but had reached the third level of foundation establishment. At such a young age, possessing such cultivation and the cunning to hide his strength, Yan Zhen is truly remarkable. However, many believed Yan Zhen to be evenly matched with Ing Wushue, never suspecting that he would gain the upper hand. Eventually, Yan Zhen actually managed to eliminate Ing Wushue. Moreover, astonishingly, he had completely dismantled Ing Wushue's eagle's kill in direct confrontation. This was quite extraordinary. The two paramount techniques of Ing Yan Fortress are the eagle's kill and the Yan's kill, both serving as the foundation of the fortress. The fact that one could be so thoroughly dismantled is indeed peculiar. Many began to recall Yan Zhen's earlier strike, a blow that pierced through all, shattering everything in its path. At that moment, a man named Ing Liang stepped forward, declaring, "Yan Zhen, how dare you slay Ing Wushue? According to the rules of Ing Yan Fortress, one cannot kill a fellow member of the fortress. You have committed a grave transgression." Soon, others from the Ing clan rallied together, calling for his execution. Kill him. Eliminate Yan Zhen. The Ing clan viewed him as a thorn in their side, determined to eradicate him swiftly. The Yan clan sought to defend Yan Zhen, yet found themselves at a loss, for he had indeed slain Ing Wushue before their very eyes. Ha! Yan Zhen laughed, unable to contain himself at their outcry. First, prior to successfully passing the trial, I was not yet a member of Ing Yan Fortress, so the accusation of killing a fellow member is unfounded. Second, before the battle commenced, Ing Wushue and I both agreed. Swords have no eyes, and casualties are inevitable. If Ing Wushue dies, no revenge shall be taken by the Ing family. If I die, no revenge shall be taken by the Yan family. Have you all forgotten this? Ing Liang was rendered speechless. Yan Zhen shrugged and continued. Having slain Ing Wushue, I should be considered to have passed the third trial. Therefore, my father, Yan Tie, should be allowed to return to Ing Yan Fortress, no? Though posed as a question, it was, in fact, a statement of certainty. Having killed Ing Wushue undoubtedly counts as passing. Yan Genie clapped his hands, and immediately, a token was presented, a token adorned with an eagle and a swallow. The eagle on the left and the swallow on the right, representing the identity of those within Ing Yan Fortress. Success. At last, he has achieved the goal of facilitating his father Yan Tie's return to Ing Yan Fortress. Subsequently, Yan Zhen followed closely behind his father, Yan Tie. As they returned to Ing Yan Fortress, Yan Zhen could distinctly observe his father pausing at numerous locations throughout the fortress. For instance, the initial street, the Qiao family's spiritual stone shop, the grand willow tree beside the road, and so forth. Yan Zhen was aware of his father's emotions at that moment. Gazing upon these scenes that appeared both familiar and foreign after 20 years, he must have felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. As for Yan Zhen himself, he harbored little sentiment for Ouyang Fortress, merely surveying it casually, finding nothing particularly remarkable within its confines. After a while, having finished the sweet potato, Yan Zhen felt a sudden eruption of innate earth-type energy within his lower dantian. This energy, dense and steady, exuded a richness akin to the earth's profoundness and the continuity of mountain ranges, continuously expanding within him. The innate earth-type energy grew increasingly concentrated, resembling a colossal vortex enticing the surrounding earth-type energy to flow into Yan Zhen's body. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, as if a certain threshold had been crossed, a thick and stable earth-type energy entered Yan Zhen's bi-wei acupoint at a measured pace. It then coursed through his meridians into his lower dantian, subsequently making a turn to enter his spleen, initiating a transformation within his body. This transformation rendered the spleen increasingly dense and stable, imbued with a sensation reminiscent of the earth itself. Upon entering the Ouyang Fortress, Yan Zhen was immediately greeted by a multitude of relatives. He was in the midst of recognizing them. First was his elder uncle, Yan Zhen, a formidable figure at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, and one of the 2 principal lords of the Ouyang Fortress, known for his broad-minded and composed nature. Unlike other fortresses, Ouyang Fortress is unique in having 2 lords, one bearing the surname Eagle and the other Yan, who jointly deliberate on significant matters, a tradition upheld through generations. Next was his second uncle, Yan, a light-hearted individual with a penchant for humor, yet reliable in matters of gravity, possessing a cultivation of the 5th level of foundation establishment. Then came his fourth uncle, Yan Tongyi, who, despite being the same age as Yan Zhen's father, Yan Tie, boasted exceptional talent, having reached the 6th level of foundation establishment, surpassing Yan in prowess. Yan Tongyi regarded Yan Zhen with approval, stating, "Indeed, the future of the Yan clan should be led by you." His fifth uncle, Yan Qini, was a taciturn man, preferring silence, yet he possessed a commendable cultivation at the 4th level of foundation establishment. He nodded at Yan Zhen without uttering a word. Yan Shi, his 6th uncle, was known for his miserly demeanor and meticulous nature, garnering little admiration from others. He gazed at Yan Zhen with indifference, inquiring, "Nephew Yan Zhen, how have you advanced so rapidly? Have you perhaps acquired some rare treasures? I would like to partake as well." His jesting was met with Yan Zhen's nonchalance, merely responding with a faint smile. Aunt Yan Xingyi, of rather unremarkable appearance, was a rather opportunistic individual. For 2 decades, her father, Yan Tie, had been ostracized from Ouyang Fortress, and while other relatives had visited him, she had never deigned to pay her respects. In a previous life, when Yan Zhen suffered a severed meridian, his uncles had aided him, while she had offered only scorn. Now, however, she professed with exaggerated warmth, "Nephew, you are truly remarkable to have ascended to the 3rd level of foundation establishment at such a young age. Your future is indeed promising. If you wish, I could find you a beautiful concubine." Yan Zhen, unimpressed by her enthusiasm, responded lightly and paid her little heed, fully aware of her character, akin to that of her brother, Lin Dali. Aunt Yan Tsai, despite her melodious name, bore an unsightly, long scar on her face which rendered her reticent. She offered a simple encouragement to Yan Zhen, saying, "Keep it up," while subtly tilting her head to obscure her scar from view. Yan Zhen, having had little interaction with this self-conscious aunt, merely acknowledged her. Aside from these relatives, there were numerous cousins, none of whom warranted particular attention. They were, in Yan Zhen's view, mediocre and inconsequential, mere passers-by. Additionally, there were some more distant relatives. Yan Zhen took the time to recognize all these relatives, some of whom he had encountered in a previous life, while others were entirely new. He engaged in customary pleasantries with them, while they, in turn, scrutinized him. Many privately mused about Yan Tie's son, noting that Yan Zhen had indeed defied expectations, achieving the 3rd level of foundation establishment by the tender age of 16. A sure sign of a bright future and likely the foremost expert of the next generation of the Yan clan. With the gathering of the Yan family complete, it was time for Yan Tie and Yan Zhen to return to the Yan family genealogy, a momentous occasion. Yan Tie was particularly elated, as this would allow him to re-enter the family lineage and, after death, have the honor of facing his ancestors. Yan Zhen, however, remained rather indifferent to the matter. Initially, Yan Zhen had planned to return to the Qingfeng immortal sect for cultivation. But his father's joy at returning to Eagle Yan Fortress led him to frequently indulge in drinking with relatives, causing time to slip away swiftly. During this period, Yan Zhen diligently pursued his cultivation, accumulating spiritual energy. At last, the 15th of the month arrived, marking the moment to utilize the Celestial Culinary Scroll. This time, he placed sweet potatoes into the scroll. This plant, typically buried underground until maturity, is rich in earth-type energy. When transformed into celestial sweet potatoes, they contain abundant innate earth energy. Now at the pinnacle of the third level of foundation establishment, Yan Zhen required substantial innate earth energy to advance to the fourth level, the yellow earth realm. He tossed a full pound of sweet potatoes into the Celestial Culinary Scroll, which soon displayed their form. Layers of heavenly spiritual energy enveloped them, seemingly refining the sweet potatoes. They grew slightly larger, their color deepening to a brilliant hue, resembling translucent red jade or crystal. The once ordinary sweet potatoes transformed into exquisite delights. After a while, the transformation seemed to cease. In the lower right corner of the scroll, words appeared. The monthly opportunity to use the culinary scroll has been utilized. The earthly sweet potatoes have been transformed into celestial sweet potatoes, with energy measured at 0. 53 units in earthly standards, now at 0. 53 units in celestial standards. Yan Zhen retrieved the pound of transformed sweet potatoes, marveling at their beauty. Each food has its own method of preparation. Sweet potatoes, of course, should be roasted rather than fried. Roasting sweet potatoes is simple. They are placed within the ash of a dying fire, covered with glowing coals, and left for the right amount of time to soften and cook. Once the skins are removed, they are ready to be enjoyed. Following this method, Yan Zhen prepared the roasted sweet potatoes, reminiscent of his childhood when he often savored them, though he had not indulged in years. Taking a bite, he was met with an exquisite flavor, evoking a flood of childhood memories. Consuming sweet potatoes was not merely about flavor, it was a nostalgic journey. As he savored each bite, a cascade of memories washed over him. Eventually, the sweet potatoes were finished, and he felt a surge of innate earth energy erupting within his lower dantian, steady and profound, akin to the weight of the earth or the continuity of mountains, expanding within him. Before long, it seemed as though a barrier had been breached. A dense, steady stream of earth energy entered through Yan Zhen's Baihui point, flowing through his meridians into his lower dantian, then circulating to his spleen, initiating a transformation that rendered it increasingly robust and stable, imbued with the essence of the earth. Yan Zhen understood that he had now attained the fourth level of foundation establishment, the yellow earth realm. This advancement brought 3 significant benefits. First, the spleen's function of blood production would be enhanced, resulting in a more vigorous blood flow. Second, even in battle, should he lose a significant amount of blood, he could swiftly replenish it with spiritual energy. Third, it greatly increased his overall spiritual energy. Yan Zhen was unaware of how much time had passed as he continued to practice this technique. By now, he had successfully mastered the 4 moves: Yan Wing, Yan Claw, Yan Tail, and Yan Peck. However, mere individual mastery was of little use. It was essential to unite these 4 techniques into a single strike to truly perfect the Yan kill. On that day, the swordplay of Ing Wuxue had demonstrated this with its eagle wing, eagle claw, and eagle strike. Yan Zhen persisted in his practice, producing strikes that were somewhat elegant yet still lacking, and others that were decent but not quite there. After a long duration, Yan Zhen finally executed a strike where the sword initially unfurled with the grace of Yan Wing in flight, the agility of Yan Claw, the readiness of Yan Tail to return, and the ferocity of Yan Peck thrusting forward with infinite peril. At last, he had amalgamated the 4 moves into a singular entity, marking his preliminary mastery of the Yan kill. It was the 3rd day since entering the Ing Yan fortress when Yan Zhen was awakened early by the chirping of birds. After stretching and washing up, before he could even have breakfast, Yan Genie and Yan Ini arrived simultaneously. Yan Genie, with a grave expression, addressed Yan Zhen. "We have come to discuss an important matter with you." "What is it?" Yan Zhen inquired. "When you battled Ing Wuxue, you must have witnessed the eagle kill, a formidable technique. Our Yan family also possesses the Yan kill. And as a promising figure among the younger generation of the Yan clan, we wish to pass this technique on to you. However, the Yan kill can only be transmitted to those of the Yan bloodline. It cannot be shared with wives, concubines, or outsiders. Do you consent?" "Agreed," Yan Zhen nodded. Such regulations regarding the secrecy of martial arts were commonplace, akin to those of the Qingfeng sect, where even one's offspring could not be taught unless they joined the sect themselves. The consequences of unauthorized dissemination were dire, a measure employed by various factions to ensure the continuity and uniqueness of their teachings. Excellent, Yan Zhen affirmed, trusting in Yan Zhen's character. He handed Yan Zhen a slim booklet, upon which the words Yan Kill were inscribed. Flipping open the booklet, Yan Zhen discovered an exceptionally exquisite set of techniques, meticulously detailed across several pages, each explaining the appropriate application of the moves. Feeling enlightened, Yan Zhen forsook breakfast and began practicing the Yan Kill. The technique comprised 5 components: Yan Wing, Yan Claw, Yan Tail, and Yan Peck. As Yan Zhen practiced Yan Wing, the sword light flickered until it seemed to embody the essence of Yan Wing. Next, he turned to Yan Claw, which concealed ferocity within its finesse. After an extended period of practice, the shape of Yan Claw began to emerge on his blade. Following that, he focused on Yan Tail, which involved a sudden retreat, catching opponents off guard. Yan Zhen had a particular fondness for this maneuver, finding it exceptionally practical, and after diligent practice, he successfully mastered it. Finally, there was Yan Peck, the most lethal of all the moves. Though it appeared gentle, its penetrating attack was nearly impossible to evade. Yan Zhen spent the most time honing this technique, and after considerable effort, it began to take form. Time seemed to blur as Yan Zhen continued his relentless practice, having now mastered the 4 moves. Yet, individual proficiency held little merit. He needed to integrate all 4 into one strike to truly achieve the Yan Kill. The swordplay of Ing Wuxue had exemplified this with its Eagle Wing, Eagle Claw, and Eagle Strike. As Yan Zhen continued to refine his technique, he produced strikes that were somewhat appealing, yet still fell short. Eventually, Yan Zhen unleashed a single strike, the sword initially displaying the elegance of Yan Wing, the cleverness of Yan Claw, the readiness of Yan Tail, and the sudden ferocity of Yan Peck. With a culmination of danger, he finally fused the 4 moves into one, marking his initial success in mastering the Yan Kill. Letting out a breath, Yan Zhen emerged from the realm of swordplay, only to find Yan Zhen, Yan Ini, and Yan Tie staring at him in astonishment. Yan Zhen exhaled, "You truly are a natural-born swordsman. Since you began practicing this move, you have been wholly dedicated, neglecting food and sleep for over 2 days, completely immersed in your training. I must commend your determination. With such tenacity, your future holds immense promise." Yan Ini chimed in. "Yan Zhen, how can you leave us, your elders, with no chance? It took me 2 full months to master the Yan Kill, while you accomplished it in just 2 days. How is it that your swordsmanship is so exceptional?" Yan Zhen and Yan Ini remained in awe for some time. Indeed, Yan Zhen's current prowess in swordsmanship was remarkable, possibly a result of his reincarnation or some other factor. After a while, Yan Zhen and Yan Ini departed due to other pressing matters. Meanwhile, Yan Zhen resumed his practice, continuing to execute the Yan Kill, feeling a stirring within his heart. The true strength of this technique lay in Yan Peck. The other moves, Yan Wing, Yan Claw, and Yan Tail, merely complemented it. Yan Peck possessed a penetrating attack, reminiscent of the penetration sword source among the 10 fundamental sword sources. Analyzing the Yan Kill and comparing it to the records on the secret scroll, Yan Zhen finally deduced that the ancestor of the Yan family, Yan Sanren, who had developed this move, must have comprehended the penetration sword source, subsequently crafting the Yan Kill from it. Now, Yan Zhen's goal extended beyond merely mastering the Yan Kill. He aspired to return to the source and uncover the penetration sword source. This source had eluded him in his previous life, despite his considerable efforts and experiences with it. In this life, having acquired the Yan Kill manual, he felt as if he had gained the insights of Yan Sanren from years past. Countless techniques danced in his mind, leading him to a moment of enlightenment that lasted 3 days and nights. After this period, Yan Zhen drew his sword and thrust it into the void, executing the Yan Kill. In that moment, the swordplay embodied the essence of Yan Wing, Yan Tail, Yan Claw, and Yan Peck, as if a real swallow had manifested. As he continued to practice, time slipped away, and the Yan Tail vanished from his technique. Unfazed, Yan Zhen pressed on, but soon, the Yan Wing also disappeared. Lost in the world of swordplay, he continued to strike, and before long, the Yan Claw faded as well. As he honed his skills, he found himself executing only Yan Peck, one strike after another. Yet gradually, even Yan Peck began to dissipate. This process was akin to remembering only to forget, gaining only to lose. Stripping away the embellishments of technique until only the true essence remained, returning to the source as he sought the final penetration sword source. With each iteration, Yan Zhen's swordplay became increasingly simplified. At last, he stood upright, gripping the hilt firmly, and suddenly thrust his sword with great force. The blade struck a piece of green stone, which did not shatter, but the tree behind it was pierced with a thunderous crack, an uncanny scene reminiscent of striking a bull from behind a mountain. This was the essence of the penetration sword source. Its purpose lay in a penetrating attack that left opponents defenseless. Within the realm of swordsmanship, there existed 10 fundamental sword sources, each representing a basic movement in swordplay. Yan Zhen had now grasped 3 of these sources: the thrusting sword source, the chopping sword source, and the penetration sword source, rendering him an exceptional swordsman even at the foundational level. Yan Zhen has recently come to a realization. Among the 10 sources of swordsmanship, he has mastered 3 offensive techniques, those of piercing, slashing, and thrusting, but he has yet to acquire a defensive sword source. This absence appears rather unsettling, as it is essential to learn defensive techniques. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a saying, no one can remain perpetually in an offensive stance. Defense is a skill that every practitioner must cultivate. Currently, this gap in Yan Zhen's abilities poses a significant weakness, prompting him to earnestly pursue the study of defensive swordsmanship. There are 2 primary defensive sword sources, the shielding sword source and the parrying sword source. The shielding sword source involves blocking attacks from the sides, while the parrying sword source is designed to deflect assaults coming from above or below. Yan Zhen has resolved to focus on mastering the shielding sword source. However, when he attempts to practice, he finds it impossible. While offensive sword sources like the piercing and thrusting techniques can be practiced directly, the shielding technique requires an opponent to engage with. Therefore, he must seek a sparring partner. Currently residing in Eagle Yin Fortress, Yan Zhen initially considers challenging the locals for practice. However, he realizes that mastering the shielding sword source will necessitate numerous encounters, which would be burdensome for the inhabitants of the fortress. Thus, he decides to venture into the foundation establishment platform of the Cultivators Network to find a suitable opponent for his training. Carrying a network stone with him, Yan Zhen takes out the stone inscribed with web-like patterns, channels his mana into it, and concentrates his mental energy. Moments later, he feels a powerful surge, and his ethereal form enters an expansive realm. Standing on the initial platform, he notices a gate leading to the Qi refinement platform ahead, alongside another newly appeared gate inscribed with the words Foundation Establishment Platform. Focusing intently, Yan Zhen pushes toward the gate of the Foundation Establishment Platform. With a resounding crash, the gate swings open, and he steps into a larger mental landscape. The Foundation Establishment Platform is designated for the practitioners of the Great Qi Nation, and its expanse far surpasses that of the Qi Refinement Platform. At its center lies a city known as Foundation Establishment City, surrounded by a picturesque landscape of grasslands, rolling hills, and palatial structures, far more intricate than the monotonous Qi Refinement Platform. Upon entering the Foundation Establishment Platform, Yan Zhen immediately begins his search for an opponent to practice the shielding sword source. At that moment, someone nearby exclaims, "Evil Sword, is that you?" The one who dominated the Qi Refinement Platform and achieved 100 victories in a row. Yan Zhen turns to the speaker, noticing a name hovering above their head. This identifier, common among users of the Cultivators Network, offers little insight into their identity. Yan Zhen nods affirmatively. Indeed, that is me. The individual, known as Ben Liu, draws attention from many onlookers, sparking a flurry of whispers. That's the evil sword. I heard he completed the 100 victories task on the Qi Refinement Platform. Some spectators expressed disbelief. What? Someone actually accomplished that daunting task. This evil sword seems formidable. Others chime in. Let us see how much weight this evil sword carries. Despite the apparent prowess of the Qi Refinement practitioners, the Foundation Establishment cultivators are keen to test their skills against him, as Yan Zhen's earlier achievements have garnered attention even among them. This match between Ben Liu and the evil sword attracts a crowd of 53 spectators. Ben Liu, an experienced practitioner on the Foundation Establishment platform, has a record of 220 victories out of 500 battles, which could be deemed mediocre. In contrast, the evil sword is a newcomer with no recorded victories. As the scene is simulated, it unfolds by a lakeside, a scenario that may favor Ben Liu, a member of the waterfall sect, whose techniques are primarily water-based. Standing about 10 feet apart, Bin Lu remarks, I've heard of your impressive feats on the Qi refinement platform, completing the 100 victories task. However, those were against lesser opponents. While I am a practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, this platform is not so easily navigated. Unfazed, Yan Zhen replies, that is precisely why I am here, to see how I fare on the foundation establishment platform. As they converse, Bin Lu suddenly retreats into the lake, his feet splashing in the water as he swiftly draws his sword, unleashing a brilliant beam of sword light aimed directly at Yan Zhen, accompanied by a flurry of water that obscures his vision. Drawing from his past experiences, Yan Zhen quickly identifies this as the waterfall sect's water-winding sword technique, which creates water splashes that enhance his attack while confusing his opponent. Yan Zhen successfully parries several strikes while tentatively counterattacking, realizing that Bin Lu's swordsmanship lags behind his own, remaining at the level of sword techniques rather than advancing to sword sources. Nevertheless, this opponent serves as a worthy practice partner for refining his shielding sword source. As Bin Lu continues his offensive, Yan Zhen diligently defends, blocking attacks from both sides with his sword. However, prolonged defense can lead to vulnerability, and despite his superior technique, Yan Zhen finds himself at a slight disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, he thrusts out a strike imbued with the piercing sword source, compelling Bin Lu to retreat and causing his offensive to falter, bringing the battle back to equilibrium. After a moment, as Bin Lu resumes his assault, Yan Zhen maintains his defensive stance, parrying the incoming attacks from both left and right. While engaging, he strives to grasp the subtleties of the shielding sword's source, yet finds it challenging to fully comprehend. In the foundation establishment platform, a match concludes when one party's health is depleted. However, if neither side falls within the span of an incense stick's burning time, the duel is deemed a draw. Unbeknownst to them, this match has surpassed the time limit, resulting in a draw. Bin Lu chuckles, you are indeed formidable, but I am not to be underestimated. He remains oblivious to the fact that Yan Zhen has deliberately allowed the match to end in a stalemate, mistakenly believing their skills to be comparable. Yan Zhen, uninterested in clarifying, accepts the draw. The 53 spectators engage in lively discussions, with many expressing disappointment, suggesting that the evil sword's technique is not as exceptional as expected, given that he claimed to have completed the 100 victories task. Among them, a few begin to speculate that perhaps the evil sword had concealed his true strength, intentionally opting for a draw. Regardless, Yan Zhen's debut on the foundation establishment platform is far from impressive. In Yan Zhen's second bout on the foundation establishment platform, he faced an opponent from the third-tier sect, the Dark Knight sect. This adversary was notoriously challenging, and Yan Zhen, exerting all his skills, managed to secure a draw. He realized that achieving a stalemate was more arduous than claiming victory, while a triumph could be seized by exploiting weaknesses. A draw required him to withstand relentless assaults without retaliating, all while avoiding being struck. However, he persevered, determined to master the source of the defensive sword. In his third match on the platform, Yan Zhen confronted a member of the Killer Tower, also a third-tier sect. The sword techniques employed by the Killer Tower were uniquely ferocious and often included treacherous maneuvers. Yan Zhen found himself grappling with these fierce tactics, ultimately emerging with yet another draw. His fourth battle featured an opponent from the second-tier 9-turn sect, whose peculiar swordplay demanded all of Yan Zhen's focus to achieve yet another draw. The fifth round pitted him against a practitioner from the second-tier Clearwind sect, whom he recognized. Familiarity with their techniques allowed Yan Zhen to easily secure a stalemate. In his sixth confrontation, he faced a member of the second-tier Yangfu sect. Amidst a barrage of talismanic assaults, Yan Zhen remained on the defensive, managing to hold out for yet another draw. Each encounter resulted in a stalemate against third-tier sect members, second-tier sect members, and even first-tier sect members. This series of draws led to the legend of the King of Stalemates. Now, the name Evil Sword resonated throughout the foundation establishment platform, marking Yan Zhen's growing reputation. Conversations surrounding the King of Stalemates abounded, yet Yan Zhen paid them no heed, persisting in his duels to refine the source of the defensive sword. This marked Yan Zhen's 153rd battle on the platform. His opponent, codenamed Yu Arrow, was a female rogue cultivator wielding a highly explosive style of sleeve swordsmanship. The simulated setting was a beautifully serene pavilion, shrouded in the gentle embrace of twilight rain. As Yu Arrow launched a sudden assault, a flurry of sword shadows erupted from her hands. Yan Zhen swiftly raised his long sword in defense, parrying her strikes from both sides. Yet, the ferocity of her technique proved overwhelming, forcing him to retreat to the edge of the scene. In that moment, Yan Zhen felt a flicker of understanding dawning within him as Yu Arrow charged once more, unleashing her powerful onslaught accompanied by dozens of sword shadows. Yet, as if guided by instinct, Yan Zhen's sword, the steady light sword, moved deftly through the air, blocking her attacks with remarkable precision. With a single powerful swing, he unleashed a strike that seemed capable of halting mountains, flooding waters, and even the ravages of time itself. This singular blow stood resolute, completely absorbing Yu Arrow's offensive. In his heart, Yan Zhen experienced a profound awakening. He had finally grasped the essence of the defensive sword source, marking his fourth mastery of such techniques. Overwhelmed with joy, he reveled in his achievement, recognizing the difficulty of cultivating such sword sources, and marveled at his own burgeoning talent in swordsmanship since his rebirth. The battle concluded, as was customary, in a draw, preserving the legend of the King of Stalemates. However, unlike the previous 152 matches where he had to exert immense effort to equalize the score, now a mere casual strike sufficed to counter his opponent's advances. "You know," Yu Arrow remarked, "I shall never duel you again. It's utterly nauseating battling the King of Stalemates." Her irritation was palpable, stemming from the impenetrable defense Yan Zhen presented during her attacks, coupled with his complete lack of offense while she defended. The battle dragged on for what felt like an eternity, and her fiery temperament was further stoked. Yan Zhen merely shrugged and smiled. Recently, having made significant advancements in his swordsmanship, Yan Zhen sought to challenge different opponents. After engaging primarily with righteous cultivators, he decided to test his skills against demonic practitioners to learn their sword techniques. The Foundation establishment platform provided a safe haven for dueling, allowing practitioners to spar without physical harm. Though mental exhaustion was inevitable, it was the ideal arena for swordplay, frequented by many cultivators. Consequently, the disparity in swordsmanship between cultivators and demonic practitioners became apparent, as the former had honed their skills to a far superior level. The demonic practitioners, envious of this coveted space, sought to infiltrate the Foundation establishment platform, especially after witnessing the rapid improvement of the cultivators. However, access required the input of a cultivator's spiritual energy and a verification process. Among the demonic practitioners, there were indeed talented individuals who devised schemes to stealthily infiltrate the ranks of the cultivators. Yet, the cultivators quickly countered these intrusions, resulting in a cycle of retaliations that led to a cascade of bloodshed. Ultimately, the cultivators' leaders found themselves in a precarious situation, realizing that such a conflict was unsustainable. They reached a compromise with the demonic practitioners. Firstly, demonic practitioners were permitted access to the Foundation establishment platform, but were barred from entering the Foundation city itself, relegated to remain outside. Secondly, while mingling outside the Foundation city, they were limited to a maximum of 100 deaths. Exceeding this threshold would result in expulsion from the platform. Thirdly, battles outside the Foundation city would not generate simulated environments, resulting in real-time combat. Lastly, should a cultivator lose a match, they would automatically forfeit 2 inferior spirit stones. The first 3 stipulations were unfavorable for the demonic practitioners, while only the fourth posed a disadvantage to the cultivators, leaving the latter at a significant loss. However, the rules of the cultivators' domain were established by the righteous cultivators, and those wishing to enter had to abide by them. Thus, the demonic leaders begrudgingly accepted this arrangement after much deliberation. Upon reaching the gates of the Foundation city, Yan Zhen noted their impressive construction, composed of exquisite white marble. Cultivators frequently traversed these gates, primarily seeking out confrontations with demonic practitioners, although many returned bearing defeat. When it came to overall swordsmanship, the demonic practitioners undoubtedly held the upper hand, having emerged from a brutal and competitive environment filled with skilled fighters. As Yan Zhen prepared to exit, he encountered 2 familiar faces, Ben Liu and Yu Arrow, both of whom he had previously battled. Ben Liu sighed upon seeing Yan Zhen. "Ah, the King of Stalemates, are you heading to spar with demonic practitioners? Welcome, welcome. Let them experience the frustration of your draws as we have." Yu Arrow, the softer spoken of the two, nodded in agreement. "Yes, King of Stalemates, go test your skills against the demonic practitioners. After our last match, I nearly lost my lunch." Nearby cultivators overheard the title King of Stalemates and cast curious glances in Yan Zhen's direction. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His reputation had grown significantly, with so many cultivators aware of his moniker. At that moment, a group of individuals strode toward the gates, exuding an air of indignation. Leading the group was a strikingly beautiful girl, approximately 14 or 15 years old, adorned in a splendid white feathered garment. Yan Zhen recognized her. She was none other than the princess of the third-tier Yushui sect, Huangfu Meng. In his past life, Yan Zhen had never had the opportunity to interact with this esteemed princess. The reason was simple. He had been a mere pawn, far too insignificant to engage with someone of her stature. Observing the furious demeanor of Princess Huangfu, one cannot help but wonder what has provoked such ire. Cursed, cursed, cursed. The young princess stamped her foot in frustration, her expression one of deep vexation. Renowned in her own right, many were familiar with her, and her evident distress piqued the curiosity of those around her, prompting inquiries into the cause of her agitation. Beside Princess Huangfu, a woman remarked, "Alas, our little princess ventured outside the Foundation establishment city for some leisure, only to be slain 10 times by the infamous demon cultivator, Blaze Fire Ghost Flame. Is it any wonder she is so upset? It is well known that once one steps beyond the city gates, the risk of being attacked by demon cultivators looms large. Yet, for someone of Princess Huangfu's stature, who has never before tasted defeat, being bested 10 times by a single demon cultivator is indeed a source of great frustration." Clenching her silver teeth, Princess Huangfu declared vehemently, "I shall have my revenge. I will certainly slay Blaze Fire Ghost Flame." However, a moment of reflection made her realize that she could not possibly defeat Blaze Fire Ghost Flame alone, as evidenced by her repeated defeats. With a huff, she proclaimed, "Whoever can assist me in slaying Blaze Fire Ghost Flame 10 times shall receive 100 inferior spirit stones, and if one can accomplish this 30 times, I shall reward them with 400 inferior spirit stones." Even cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage find themselves in need of inferior spirit stones, as their resources typically amount to no more than a few hundred. After all, spirit stones are perpetually consumed. The prospect of offering 100 and 400 inferior spirit stones is indeed enticing. With the promise of substantial rewards, the phrase "great rewards will surely attract brave souls" rings true. However, those familiar with the intricacies of the situation understand that it is not so simple. Blaze Fire Ghost Flame is a formidable opponent among demon cultivators, known for his exceptional combat prowess, which has led many cultivators to their demise. Additionally, he possesses remarkable evasion skills, making it exceedingly difficult to track him down. To kill him even once is no small feat, let alone 10 or 30 times. Such notions are laughable. Thus, those aware of the true circumstances hesitate to accept this challenge. Nevertheless, there are always those who, oblivious to the reality, eagerly step forward to take on the task. "I will take a shot at it. I too will accept this challenge. Count me in." A fiery-tempered woman, known by the code name Gentle Arrow, scoffed, eager to test the mettle of Blaze Fire Ghost Flame, her impulsive nature driving her decisions without much deliberation. "I shall take on this task as well," announced Yan Zhen. Although she understood the difficulty of facing Blaze Fire Ghost Flame, she held great faith in her swordsmanship, believing her mastery of the 4 sword sources to be among the finest on the Foundation establishment platform. Surely, she could handle a mere demon cultivator. Yet, her acceptance of the challenge drew laughter from those nearby. "Oh, the Draw King has taken on this task as well. Are you planning to engage in a perpetual stalemate with Blaze Fire Ghost Flame?" Someone jested. "Perhaps the Draw King, with his relentless tactics, will wear down Blaze Fire Ghost Flame and force him to concede." The Draw King's notoriety was indeed quite pronounced, albeit not for favorable reasons. Undeterred by the jest of onlookers, Yan Zhen began contemplating how to accomplish her task. Defeating Blaze Fire Ghost Flame in a one-on-one confrontation would not be overly challenging. The true difficulty lay in tracking him down. Once a spiritual body is slain in the wilds of the Foundation establishment stage, it reappears in a completely different location. If Blaze Fire Ghost Flame sensed he could not best her, he would surely flee, making him exceedingly difficult to kill. Then, a thought struck her. At the Yangfu Immortal sect, there exists a type of spiritual tracking talisman. If she could affix one to Blaze Fire Ghost Flame, it would ensure he could not escape her pursuit for 10 days. In that case, she could strike at him at will. The network among cultivators also allowed for the exchange of simple items, and Yan Zhen swiftly sent out a purchase request, soon acquiring a spiritual tracking talisman for 5 inferior spirit stones. Though she felt a twinge of regret at the expenditure, She justified it as an investment for greater gains to come. Before Yan Zhen could commence her pursuit of Blaze Fire Ghost Flame, the platform's broadcast echoed with a mocking voice. Ha! Princess Huangfu of the Snow Feather Sect, do you truly believe these insignificant pawns can contend with me? I have already slain the one known as Gentle Fish. It appeared that someone had attempted to fulfill the princess's request, only to fall victim to Blaze Fire Ghost Flame's counterattack. Such occurrences were not unexpected, as Blaze Fire Ghost Flame is indeed a rare master among cultivators on the Foundation establishment platform, not someone to be trifled with. Moments later, as Yan Zhen prepared to leave the city, another voice boomed through the platform's speakers. Princess Huangfu, I have just dispatched another cultivator known as Crossbar. In this domain, slaying a cultivator grants 2 inferior spirit stones. Surely, you do not intend to offer me your spirit stones, do you? Blaze Fire Ghost Flame's taunts were particularly scathing, utilizing the platform's broadcast to ridicule Princess Huangfu. Shortly thereafter, just as Yan Zhen was about to exit the city gates, the broadcast rang out once more. Oh, Princess Huangfu. Yet another has fallen. This one is Gentle Arrow, a lovely name for a lovely maiden, yet she too has succumbed to my blade. Ha ha ha, Princess Huangfu. No matter how many you send my way, I shall slay them all. The bravado of Blaze Fire Ghost Flame was palpable, exuding an air of invincibility. The platform's broadcasts frequently reported Blaze Fire Ghost Flame's conquests, though these cultivators were not truly dead. The mere dissolution of their spiritual forms was a severe blow to their pride. At the city gates, Princess Huangfu stomped her feet in frustration, exclaiming, Is there no one? Come forth, skilled fighters, and rid me of Blaze Fire Ghost Flame. There are generous rewards to be had. Many lamented, Blaze Fire Ghost Flame is not so easily vanquished. He is one of the top experts on the Foundation establishment platform. I once witnessed him wielding his sword with unparalleled ferocity. Yan Zhen sighed in resignation. Blaze Fire Ghost Flame's arrogance was intolerable, and she could not abide such hubris, especially from a demon cultivator. With a shrug, she resolved to teach Blaze Fire Ghost Flame a lesson for his overweening pride. Her confidence stemmed from her unparalleled swordsmanship, having mastered the 4 sword sources, and her recent progress in cultivating the pure Yang scripture to the 2nd level, rendering her unafraid of the dark energies of the demonic path. Yan Zhen swiftly moved across the open fields beyond the city, flanked by a rather monotonous landscape of verdant grasslands, occasionally interrupted by meandering rivers, yet devoid of any living creatures. However, this was a space conjured by spiritual entities, and the level of realism achieved here was truly remarkable. Yan Zhen employed the technique of 8 steps to chase the cicada, propelling herself forward with great speed. At last, she encountered the formidable figure known as the Explosive Fire Phantom. The Explosive Fire Phantom was a man clad in dark attire, his face obscured by a pitch-black hat, emanating an overwhelming aura of malevolent energy, fierce and imposing. Upon noticing Yan Zhen's arrival, he remarked, Ah, the esteemed Princess Huangfu certainly wields considerable influence. Despite the many lives I have claimed, here stands yet another offering. Yan Zhen retorted nonchalantly, It is not merely the princess's influence that matters. Eliminating a trivial figure such as the Explosive Fire Phantom is an exceedingly simple task. I might as well rid the world of you and reap some spirit stones in the process. How bold of you to claim the confidence to kill me. The Explosive Fire Phantom sneered, You shall soon realize the depth of your folly. Yet in truth, it is not I who am mistaken, but rather you. Yan Zhen, accustomed to retorting, never falters in verbal duels. Suddenly, the Explosive Fire Phantom paused in surprise. Wait, are you the evil sword? In the legendary tales, the infamous King of Draws wielded the wicked sword, having supposedly engaged in over 100 battles, each culminating in a stalemate. Yan Zhen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The reputation of the King of Draws had even reached this far, to the point where even the demon slayer outside the city, known as the Fiery Blaze, was aware of it. How utterly disheartening. The Fiery Blaze declared, Regardless of your title as the King of Draws, today you shall undoubtedly fall before me. There are no draws beneath my sword. I hope you can live up to that. Yan Zhen's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword as he gazed intently at the Fiery Blaze, meticulously observing every subtle movement of his opponent. Was the muscle in the right arm subtly tensing? It appeared that one must draw their sword towards the right. Suddenly, a beam of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at oneself. Yan Zhen swiftly unsheathed the Dingguang sword, countering the adversary's strike with a decisive motion. In truth, Yan Zhen could have seized the opportunity to retaliate. However, upon reflection, he pondered the necessity of such haste in his counterattack. Recently, I have thoroughly mastered the art of the defensive sword source, and it is time to put it to good use. Moreover, since the renowned Blazing Phantom has heard of my reputation as the King of Stalemate, I must demonstrate to him what it truly means to embody that title. As my opponent's sword light approached from the left, I deftly parried with my own blade, effectively neutralizing his assault. When the strike came from the right, I mirrored the motion, blocking his attack with precision. As the opponent's sword descended from above, I leapt high, skillfully diverting his blow to the right. The defensive sword source adeptly counteracts lateral attacks. Though the previous strike was neither left nor right, a simple leap transformed my opponent's attack into a rightward strike, which I deftly countered. In combat, agility is paramount. Unfavorable circumstances must be transformed into advantageous ones. As the opponent thrust from below, I crouched low, employing the techniques of ground-level swordplay to thwart his attack from the left. My sword, imbued with the defensive sword source, countered his onslaught with unparalleled finesse and subtlety. Having grown accustomed to the role of the King of Stalemate, I found my current defenses far more comfortable than my previous efforts. While parrying my opponent's strikes, I quietly observed the Blazing Phantom, noticing his mounting frustration as he was continuously thwarted. Despite his relentless attacks, he achieved little success, his spirit visibly dampened. I continued to defend against his advances, and soon I perceived a significant opening in his defenses. My sword's motion was consistent with previous strikes, yet unexpectedly, I pierced through the Blazing Phantom's guard. His defense had become virtually non-existent. My thrust struck true, inflicting considerable damage upon his chest. It was only then that he reacted, but I swiftly reverted to my initial strategy, employing the defensive sword source to block his attacks once more, forcing him into repeated, futile assaults. After several exchanges, another vulnerability presented itself, and I capitalized on it, landing another devastating blow. This strike was grievous, and without hesitation, I swiftly dispatched the Blazing Phantom. Before his defeat, I cast a tracking talisman upon him. Upon vanquishing the Blazing Phantom, I broadcasted across the platform, 1 kill of the Blazing Phantom, 1 kill of the Blazing Phantom. Moments ago, I utilized a reflective spell, capable of capturing recorded scenes, to document the entire process of my victory over the Blazing Phantom. I intended to present this evidence to Princess Huangfu, who had issued the quest. This marked the first instance since the princess began the task that anyone had succeeded in defeating the Blazing Phantom, leaving many in stunned silence. Has someone truly slain the Blazing Phantom? It seems implausible, yet the formidable blaze of the abyss is indeed remarkable. Upon closer inspection, the one broadcasting is none other than the infamous Evil Sword, renowned as the King of Stalemates. The Draw King has indeed managed to vanquish the Blazing Inferno. A notion that seems utterly absurd, as if it were a jest. The Draw King possesses no prowess of victory, only the ability to sap the strength of others. At that moment, the voice of the Blazing Inferno resonated through the broadcast platform. The despicable and shameless Evil Sword has audaciously ground me down with sheer attrition. Next time we engage, I shall assuredly eliminate you. This announcement stirred a profound reaction. Initially, when the Evil Sword broadcasted the news, many dismissed it as a farce. How could the Draw King possibly triumph over the Blazing Inferno? Yet now, the words of the Blazing Inferno corroborated the truth of the Evil Sword's earlier claims. Astonishingly, the Draw King had truly bested the Blazing Inferno. This sensation was akin to witnessing a child overthrow an adult, like an ant shaking a mighty tree. Soon after, another voice emerged on the broadcast platform, exclaiming, "Majestic! Evil Sword is formidable, Draw King is majestic, employing attrition to confound us cultivators. Now, you practitioners of dark arts have tasted the Draw King's prowess in attrition." The Draw King's technique reigns supreme, causing tremors among dark practitioners beneath its weight. Draw King, once more, obliterate the Blazing Inferno. Well done, Draw King. We stand in support of you. Instantly, a cacophony of voices filled the broadcast platform. Well done, Evil Sword, thank you. The speaker this time was the little princess Huang Fumeng. Meanwhile, Hong Xiaojin found herself in a state of disbelief. Had she truly heard correctly? The Draw King had indeed triumphed over the Blazing Inferno? The red sleeve arrow has faced the flat King Evil Sword and found the opponent's skill in perseverance remarkably formidable. No matter the intensity of her assaults, they failed to penetrate his defenses. However, She perceived his offensive capabilities as rather lackluster. In contrast, when contending with the blazing fire phantom flame, she sensed an overwhelming prowess. Believing the strength of the blazing fire phantom flame to be far superior to that of the Flat King, Yan Zhen is still engaged in a lively conversation with her rival, Bao Huiyuyan, on the broadcast. Yan Zhen inquires, "Are you still unwilling to accept defeat after losing once?" "Certainly, I am not convinced. The blazing inferno shall retaliate. So, shall we engage once more? Where shall you await my arrival?" Yan Zhen inquired further. 20 miles to the east of the city gate, it was evident that Bao Huiyuhua intended to retaliate. "All right, I shall arrive immediately," Yan Zhen declared over the broadcast, swiftly making his way towards the eastern direction of the city gate. Soon, he reached the designated point, only to find Bao Huiyuyan coolly waiting for him. Upon seeing Yan Zhen, Bao Hua exclaimed, "You have finally arrived. I shall not be defeated. You will undoubtedly lose. It is apparent that you are no match for me," Yan Zhen retorted with a dismissive shrug, laced with derision. Bao Huiyuyan's frustration was palpable as veins throbbed on his forehead. Yan Zhen calmly awaited Bao Huiyuyan's strike. Knowing that each of his opponent's attacks was extraordinary, the sword he wielded was imbued with two distinct energies. One, the malevolent aura of the demonic path, and the other, an intensely scorching infernal flame. Given the fervor of this infernal fire, it was clear that Bao Huiyuyan belonged to the fire demon sect. The dual energies, one yin and one yang, one fiery and one frigid, seemed to merge in a harmonious duality. Observing this, Yan Zhen suddenly thrust his sword forward, channeling the essence of piercing sword energy. His blade pierced through the convergence of yin and yang, fracturing the balance and dispelling the contrasting climates of heat and cold, instantly diminishing the potency of Bao Hui's strike. However, Yan Zhen soon noticed that Bao Huiyuyan was poised to launch another attack, this time infused with the intent to cleave through the void of yin and yang. "Ah, so my opponent has also mastered the essence of piercing sword energy?" he pondered. The continuous clash of swords confirmed this for Yan Zhen. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that the blazing fire phantom flame was indeed a master at the foundation establishment stage, and thus, possessing knowledge of a sword source was entirely reasonable. Yet, could one who merely grasped a single sword source truly dare to challenge him in such a manner? Yan Zhen was in no haste. Since his opponent wielded the stabbing sword source, he would engage with the same. Despite both employing the stabbing sword source, the skill of the user could yield varying degrees of prowess. Yan Zhen thrust his sword, and it clashed with his opponent's stabbing sword source, resulting in a stalemate. Immediately, Yan Zhen launched another thrust, which again ended in a draw. His sword moved like ethereal air, each thrust met with an equal resistance from his adversary. After exchanging dozens of thrusts in this manner, Yan Zhen finally discerned a slight flaw in his opponent's technique, a glimmer of opportunity. The sword light of Yan Zhen resembled mercury spilling forth, penetrating every conceivable gap as it relentlessly pursued his opponent. Upon witnessing the explosive flames of his adversary, Yan Zhen promptly sought to rectify this flaw. However, with a derisive chuckle, he mused that if such vulnerabilities could be easily mended, he would not need to engage in this contest at all. Yan Zhen's sword entered with unyielding precision, darting 9 times through the void, deftly evading the fiery blade of his opponent. While one successful evasion might be attributed to chance, avoiding 9 strikes was a display of utter mockery. Enraged, the adversary felt the veins on his forehead throb, and at that moment, Yan Zhen's sword found its mark, delivering a grievous blow that significantly diminished his opponent's vitality. Once again, the sword light of Yan Zhen surged forward, utilizing the thrusting sword essence. Observing that his opponent continued to wield the same technique, Yan Zhen noted that while the essence was sound, the severe injuries sustained by the opponent had compromised his condition. With a series of swift movements, Yan Zhen struck twice more, completely depleting the vitality of the explosive flames. Thus, this battle concluded with yet another victory for Yan Zhen. Following his triumph, he broadcasted, announcing the defeat of the fiery flames for the second time, Princess Huangfu. In swift response, the opponent retorted through the broadcast, "You are indeed formidable." Yan Zhen continued to taunt, "Are you convinced? This time, I did not rely on a draw to defeat you, did I? You are formidable, but I assure you, I shall not be defeated again," declared the fiery and unyielding Bao Huiyuyan. "You will still face defeat," continued Yan Zhen. "Provide the location. Where shall we engage in another duel?" "It shall be 20 miles from the East City Gate." Bao Yuyan remained unconvinced, utterly refusing to accept that his swordsmanship could be inferior to that of the evil sword. Very well, I shall come at once, Yan Zhen nodded. The two engaged in a fierce exchange on the broadcast, leaving many spectators momentarily stunned. It was indeed quite intense. The notorious evil sword, the so-called Draw King, astonishingly triumphed over the formidable blaze of fire and flame, prompting an announcement that reverberated through the air. The Draw King is magnificent. No, it is evil sword who is truly remarkable. 30 times, indeed, 30 times, he has vanquished blaze of fire and flame. The announcer, ironically, had once fallen victim to Blaze himself on several occasions. Blaze of fire and flame, a master of demonic swordsmanship, typically roamed the outskirts of the city, slaying cultivators to amass spirit stones, earning a meager 2 inferior stones per kill. Evil sword must rise to the occasion. He cannot falter. I stand behind you, evil sword. Do your utmost, thank you. These words came from the young Princess Huangfu, who had recently been seething with indignation. However, upon witnessing evil sword's success against Blaze twice, she was as joyous as a lark. Evil sword, you must defeat Blaze 10 times. He has bested me 10 times. Is evil sword truly that formidable? Why then did he previously only engage in draws with me? This comment came from Yo-Yo Arrow, a strikingly beautiful girl who whimsically referred to herself as this old lady. A rather unconventional title. Yan Zhen observed blaze of fire and flame for the 3rd time. Blaze was nearly engulfed in flames, his fury palpable. Having thrived in the foundational tier wilderness, he was accustomed to being the predator rather than the prey, rarely encountering cultivators who could best him. His reputation was built on hunting others for spirit stones. Now, to his utter humiliation, he had been defeated twice by someone named Evil Sword, a novice in the foundational tier who had recently earned the title of Draw King. With a vengeful glare directed at Yan Zhen, Blaze vowed, this time, I shall emerge victorious. Yan Zhen, with a cold smirk, replied, no, you shall certainly be defeated. No sooner had Yan Zhen uttered this taunt than Blaze initiated his assault, launching a formidable half-yin, half-yang, half-cold, half-hot attack, infused with the piercing essence of sword energy. Such an attack was indeed powerful, yet Yan Zhen could counter it with ease. With a swift strike, Yan Zhen retaliated. For his first attack against Blaze, he employed the deflecting sword essence. For the second, the piercing sword essence. And now, he intended to utilize the cleaving sword essence. This decisive blow shattered Blaze's offensive, disrupting his attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Zhen struck back. Though he did not achieve substantial success, as Blaze renewed his assault. Undeterred, Yan Zhen unleashed the cleaving sword essence once more, dispersing Blaze's attack yet again. The ensuing battle unfolded with Yan Zhen repeatedly cleaving with his sword, dismantling his opponent's onslaught, inflicting profound frustration upon Blaze. As Blaze's sword momentum faltered, Yan Zhen seized the moment to strike, landing several blows that ultimately led to Blaze's health plummeting to 0, resulting in yet another defeat. Yan Zhen announced triumphantly, Blaze of fire and flame has been slain for the 3rd time. Blaze, now lacking confidence, seethed with anger. Just you wait. Where shall the next battle take place? Yan Zhen inquired, 20 miles from the East City Gate, the old place. Although he felt a twinge of insecurity, the infamous demonic cultivator, Blazing Inferno, could not allow himself to reveal fear. How could a figure of such notorious repute be intimidated by a mere immortal cultivator? Very well, Yan Zhen nodded. Meanwhile, the broadcast erupted with excitement. The evil sword is formidable, shattering Blazing Inferno. Is this truly the king of stalemates? The king of draws loses his temper? In retrospect, the malevolent sword of the king of the abyss achieved an unparalleled record of victories during the Qi refinement stage, becoming an unstoppable force. The onslaught continues. Filled with exuberance and delight, Princess Huangfu is now exceedingly joyful.